After retiring in 2025, Dong Fangzhuo was operating Pro Evolution Soccer in Xiamen, using the editor to modify the abilities of his 18-year-old self to language talent max, injury, resistance 50, recovery speed 50. The moment he clicked save, he was jolted back to the Manchester United era, joining forces with Cristiano Ronaldo to create the Manchester United era, then transferring mid-season to La Liga's Atletico Madrid, starting a three-way battle in La Liga, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Atletico Madrid. Later, he moved to AC Milan, and towards the end of his career, transitioned to Saudi Arabia, during which he used his connections to help Chinese players go abroad, invested in, establishing his own youth training system to nurture talent for the country, interspersed with plots from the Asian Cup and the World Cup. In the end, echoing the beginning, he watched in Xiamen as his youth training disciples won the World Youth Championship. Chapter 1. Retired, editing the game, reborn in 2004 Manchester United. In Xiamen in November 2024, the sea breeze wrapped around the damp, cold raindrops tapping on the window glass, like someone gently knocking at the door. Dong Fangzhuo sat in front of the computer, his fingertips hovering over the editing interface of Pro Evolution Soccer 2024. The blue light from the screen cast a stark shadow under his eyes. Today was his 37th birthday and the 7th anniversary of his retirement. Next to the computer, an ashtray was piled with half-burnt cigarette butts, and a few faded photos were scattered nearby. A picture of him wearing a Manchester United youth team jersey from 2004, a shot of him representing the national team in World Cup qualifiers in 2008, and a candid shot from when he bid farewell on the China League stage in 2017. The topmost photo was a selfie with Cristiano Ronaldo, both young men in their 20s with arms around each other, laughing in the sunlight that made Ronaldo's curly hair shine, while he himself still had a youthful buzz cut, the red devil emblem on his jersey worn and frayed. TSK, if only I hadn't been injured back then. Dong Fangzhuo clicked his tongue, his fingertip gliding over the photo of his knee. The old injury from malicious tackle in 2006 felt like a rusty nail, pinning down his career, from Manchester United's hopeful star to a fringe player in the China League, ultimately announcing his retirement on that rainy day in 2017 without even a proper farewell match. Chapter 2. Shocked to confirm the facts. Initial experience of language max and recovery abilities in the shower room of Carrington Base. Steam swirled around, the sound of hot water hitting the tiles mixed with the laughter of teammates, making Dong Fangzhuo's thoughts feel heavy. He leaned against the tiled wall. Hot water pouring down from above, sliding down his back and his lower back. There was no familiar soreness, even the long, tense shoulders and neck felt relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Dong Fangzhuo suddenly raised his hand to press against the inner side of his left knee. There should have been an old injury the width of a fingernail there. That was from when he was 17, scraped open during a youth team scramble, which had since caused a dull pain on rainy days, becoming a chronic issue throughout his career. But now, as his fingertips touched, there was only smooth skin, not even a shallow scar to be found. Dong, are you planning to soak in there like a raisin? Gary Neville's voice came from outside the stall, teasingly saying, if you don't hurry, Rooney will finish off all the sausages in the canteen. Dong Fangzhuo turned off the tap, and as he grabbed a towel to dry himself, he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. The body of a 20-year-old was tight and well-proportioned, with smooth muscle lines full of explosiveness, completely unlike the frail figure worn down by injuries and the weight gained after retirement. Chapter 3. The first joint training shocks everyone. High football IQ and unobstructed communication as dawn broke. The grass at Carrington Base was still wet with dew. Dong Fangzhuo stood by the training ground with his backpack. The morning breeze made his training outfit rustle, and he rubbed his hands together, exhaling white mist. October in Manchester was already quite cold, but he felt a burning excitement inside, even more than when he first wore the Manchester United youth team jersey. Zong, why are you here so early? A voice came from behind. Cristiano Ronaldo, with his messy curly hair, ran over, holding a sandwich in his hand, crumbs falling all over his shirt. His eyes were bloodshot. Perhaps he hadn't slept well either. Dong Fangzhuo moved aside to make room. Can't sleep. Came over to practice my touch. He kicked the soccer ball next to his feet, the leather shell glistening in the morning dew. In his previous life, at this hour, he would either be catching up on sleep in the dorm or struggling with translation software in front of the tactical board. Who would have thought that one day he would stand on the same training ground as Cristiano Ronaldo and chat in fluent English? Perfect timing. Ronaldo stuffed the sandwich in his mouth and mumbled, I've got a new free kick stance. Let us try it out. Just as they got into position, There was a commotion at the entrance of the training ground. Ferguson, chewing gum, walked in front, followed by Scholes, Giggs, and a group of first-team players. Even Rooney, who usually arrived just on time, was there, rubbing his eyes and yawning. Chapter 4. Actively making friends with young Cristiano Ronaldo. Establishing initial friendship in the cafeteria at Carrington Base, the sound of metal trays clattering mixed with lively laughter everywhere. Just as Dong Fangzhuo stuffed the last piece of baked potato in his mouth, he saw Rooney charging over with a soccer ball, almost knocking over his cup. Zong, want to do some extra shooting practice this afternoon? That through ball you made in the practice match was incredible. I'm telling you, we need to practice more. Dong Fangzhuo smiled and pushed his tray aside, his gaze drifting past Rooney's shoulder to the corner of the cafeteria where Ronaldo sat alone. He had barely touched his sausage and was repeatedly rubbing his fingers on his phone screen, his profile tense under the bright lights. Rooney followed his gaze and scoffed. Why do you care about him? That guy is either practicing or preening himself. He spent half an hour yesterday fixing his hair in front of the mirror. Dong Fangzhuo didn't respond. He understood too well. This wasn't vanity. 17-year-old Ronaldo had just come to Manchester United from Sporting Lisbon 6 months ago. With language barriers and fears of not fitting in, he could only repeatedly fix his hairstyle to cover his awkwardness, just like his past self, always zipping his training outfit up to the top to hide his unrefined English accent. I'm going to the locker room. Dong Fangzhuo patted Rooney's arm and intentionally walked past Ronaldo's table. Chapter 5. Cautiously utilizing vague memories. Benefiting from training and conversations, the morning mist at Carrington Base had yet to clear, and the dewdrops on the grass sparkled in the first rays of sunlight. Resembling scattered diamonds, Dong Fangzhuo stood by a training cone, tying his shoelaces, his fingers brushing against the frayed edges on the tongue of his shoes. It was still the Falcon 9s. He had knocked off a piece of rubber during extra practice yesterday and had glued it back overnight. Morning, Dong. Rooney's loud voice boomed from behind, still hoarse from just waking up. Dong Fangzhuo turned around to see him running over with 2 sandwiches, shoving one into Dong's hand while stuffing the other into his mouth. Ferguson said today, we're practicing breaking the Iron Curtain defense, specifically targeting Everton's defense next week. You need to make some good passes. I dreamt I scored a hat trick last night. Dong Fangzhuo held the warm sandwich and smiled. He certainly knew how tricky Everton's defense could be. In his previous life during this league match, Everton had blocked Manchester United's flanks with 5 defenders, and they had barely won thanks to Giggs' free kick. More importantly, he remembered that during this training match, Scholes would pull his left calf muscle while trying to change direction. Missing the following 2 matches. Lost in thought, he saw Scholes walking by, bending over with the ankle brace on his left foot thicker than the right. He walked with his left foot slightly turned inward, typical of tendon strain. Dong Fangzhuo felt a sudden urge, but instead of speaking directly, he deliberately kicked the ball off target, letting it roll to Scholes' feet. Chapter 6. Gaining a brief substitute opportunity. Debut highlights, showcasing potential. The cheers at Old Trafford surged like the tide, crashing against the walls of the players' tunnel. Dong Fangzhuo clenched his substitute vest, his fingers turning white, as he heard his heartbeat drown out the noise around him. On October 23rd, Manchester United faced Everton, and his name was on the substitute list, printed last. Don't shake. Rooney nudged his arm from behind, chewing gum. When you get on, make sure to pass me a couple of good balls. I'll celebrate with you. Dong Fangzhuo didn't respond, only glanced toward the sideline. Ferguson stood in front of the coaching bench, his gum bulging high, and when his gaze swept over the substitutes bench, it lingered on Dong for a moment. He didn't say anything, but the silence was more nerve-wracking than words. He touched the honey candy in his jersey pocket, a gift from Ronaldo that morning. The wrapper was crumpled. The young man had specifically waved his number 17 jersey in front of him earlier, saying, if you're nervous, just touch the candy. I always do that before matches. It was the 70th minute, and the score was still 1-1. Suddenly, the substitute goalkeeper next to him said. Dong Fangzhuo snapped back to reality, looking at the field. Everton's 5 defenders were like a wall, blocking all of Manchester United's crosses. And Rooney was being tightly marked by 2 center-backs, waving his hands anxiously. Chapter 7. British media begins to take notice. Chinese star sparks curiosity. The morning mist still enveloped Carrington Base as Dong Fangzhuo juggled the soccer ball over his head. Suddenly, Rooney came running over with a newspaper, the corners rustling in the wind. Dong, you're in the newspaper. Rooney tossed the paper onto the grass. With the front page featured a blurry photo of him taking a shot yesterday, the number 21 on the back of his jersey darkened by sweat. The headline squeezed into the corner read, "The Chinese surprise on Manchester United's bench." The font so small, it was almost swallowed by the advertisements. Is this even considered a newspaper? Fangzhuo bent down to retrieve the ball, dragging it back with his foot. The supermarket posters back home are clearer than this. What do you know? Rooney pointed eagerly at the corner of the newspaper where the byline was printed. This is the Manchester Evening News. Getting on their pages is cooler than scoring a goal. Just then, Ronaldo came running over with his wet curly hair, clutching a copy of the Daily Mirror. A pen tucked into the newspaper. He handed it to Fangzhuo, pointing at a short article in the middle. Look at this. The article headline read, "Ferguson's Eastern Gamble," accompanied by a photo of him and Ronaldo high-fiving, likely taken at the end of the match yesterday. The text noted, this 20-year-old Chinese forward contributed 2 key assists after coming on as a substitute, and Coach Ferguson stated he has the potential to become a top player, although he mistakenly wrote midfielder instead of forward. Chapter 8. First deep conversation with Ferguson. Gaining initial trust. Rain in Manchester always arrives without warning. Just as Fangzhuo finished putting away the training cones in the equipment room, large raindrops began to hammer against the metal roof, sounding like firecrackers. He hugged his soccer ball and ran towards the office building, passing the coach's office where he noticed light seeping through the curtain. Ferguson hadn't tea left yet. What are you standing there for? Come. The office door suddenly opened, and Ferguson stood at the entrance, a lit cigar in his mouth, raindrops clinging to his gray coat. He stepped aside to let Dong in and casually pushed a steaming cup of coffee to the edge of the table. Just brewed. With milk. Fangzhuo clutched the wet football, his fingertips pinching the leather surface into a few creases. The office was filled with the mixed aroma of cigars and coffee, and on the wall hung a photo of Manchester United's championship trophy, prominently featuring the 1999 treble team, with Ferguson standing in the middle, his hair not yet fully white. Sitting down, Ferguson leaned back in his swivel chair, tapping the tactical board where Lille's formation was drawn, their opponent in the Champions League group stage. We face Lille next week. What do you think? Fangzhuo was caught off guard as soon as he sat down. He knew Lille's weaknesses. Their left-back Abidal had a strong desire to assist, leaving a large gap behind. The midfield core Cabi tended to drift to the right, making the left side defensively weak. But these were all things he had remembered from watching game footage in his previous life, and he couldn't say them directly. Chapter 9. Rapid recovery ability demonstrated. Medical report shows abnormalities. The grass on the training ground was still slick from the rain. As Fangzhuo turned to receive a pass from Scholes, he was suddenly slammed hard by a force from the defensive midfielder. He stumbled forward, his left ankle twisting at a strange angle. The cracking sound mixed with the rustling of grass entering his ears, and a sharp pain shot up his spine. Damn! Rooney's shout exploded in his ears. Fangzhuo lay on the ground, seeing the Everton trial midfielder he had just collided with frozen in place. His face as white as paper, probably shocked by how hard the challenge had been. His teammates all surrounded him, with Cristiano Ronaldo squatting beside him, his fingertip barely touching Dong's ankle before he was startled back by his pained gasp. Don't move. I'll get the team doctor. The young man turned and dashed towards the medical room, his curly hair flying in the wind, almost knocking over the water stand at the side of the field. Fangzhuo gritted his teeth and pushed himself up. As soon as his left foot touched the ground, the pain made him see stars. His ankle had already swollen into a small bump, and the bruising crawled up his ankle bone toward his calf, making it seem 10 times worse than it actually was. What was he trying to prove? Gary Neville squatted down, pressing his hand on his shoulder. Max on his way, don't move. Fangzhuo didn't respond, but his heart was racing. Tomorrow was the last practice before the Champions League group match against Lille, and if he got injured, his starting position would definitely be gone. In his previous life, he had missed 2 weeks due to a similar ankle sprain and missed the match against Lille, ultimately not even making it to the substitute bench. Chapter 10. Adapting to the high-intensity pace and physical contact of the Premier League. The grass at Old Trafford glimmered coldly under the early winter sun. Fangzhuo had just controlled the ball at his feet when he was hit hard again by a solid force from a defensive midfielder. He staggered back 2 steps, raising his head to see Everton's center-back Yakubu grinning at him, intentionally elbowing him in the ribs. Kid, the Premier League isn't Belgium. Soft-footed shrimp can't stand. Those words felt like ice picks to his face. Fangzhuo clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. This was his first Premier League match after starting in the Champions League, and the opponent was mid-table Everton, who had come out swinging from the start. with every challenge carrying a fierce intent to break bones. Don't pay him any mind. Rooney charged in from the side, shoving Yakubu aside, barking, "No need to get riled up over this dirty player." Dong Fangzhuo remained silent, simply bending down to pick up the ball. The earlier collision had left his lower back numb. In his previous life, he had dreaded such legal fouls. The Premier League referees were very lenient with physical contact. As long as it wasn't a blatant foul, they mostly just stopped play without issuing cards, and opponents took full advantage of this. Chapter 11. Improving relationships with veterans like Giggs and Scholes. The morning training field at Carrington had just been watered, and the water droplets on the blades of grass sparkled in the sunlight. Dong Fangzhuo was bending down to pick up a ball when he suddenly heard a thud behind him. Scholes was crouching down, holding his left waist, his brows furrowing. The football that had just been at his feet rolled over to Dong Fangzhuo's side. "Old Scholes." Dong Fangzhuo quickly threw the ball he was holding and ran over to help him. "Is your back bothering you again?" Scholes waved his hand, panting, "It's fine. Just an old problem. Twisted it a bit." Despite saying this, when he stood up, he leaned on his waist, limping as he walked. Giggs approached with a frown, glancing at Scholes' back. "Did you push too hard on the shuttle runs yesterday? I told you not to overdo it." "I'm not that fragile," Scholes retorted stubbornly. But Giggs pressed down on his shoulder. "Don't move, I'll get the doctor." "No need." Dong Fangzhuo suddenly spoke up, recalling the physiotherapy knowledge he had learned in his previous life. "Old Scholes, try bending your waist to the right. Take it slow, don't use too much force." Scholes paused, looking at Giggs, and seeing his old teammate nod, he cautiously bent to the right. As he bent halfway, he winced, but then his eyes lit up. "Hey, it doesn't hurt as much anymore." Chapter 12. Increasing game time steadily. Becoming a reliable substitute, a crowd had gathered around the tactical board at Carrington, and Ferguson's fingers were tapping loudly on the words Tottenham. Their left side is their weakness. That kid Bale is only 18, lacks experience. Cristiano, you focus on this side. Dong, you rotate in with him. When he tires, you come on and target the gaps in the flank. Got it? Got it. Dong Fangzhuo and Cristiano Ronaldo replied in unison. Dong Fangzhuo's fingertips brushed the edge of the tactical board, his heart racing a bit. This was his third consecutive match in the squad, and Ferguson had clearly stated that rotation was not just about assessing form, but that he was genuinely seen as a capable substitute. Scholes patted his arm reassuringly. "Don't be nervous. Bale is fast, but his defense is careless. Your turning speed can exploit him." "I know." Dong Fangzhuo nodded, but his eyes were glued to the word rotation on the tactical board. Those two words felt more reassuring than starting. In his previous life, he had rushed to secure a starting position, which instead had caused him to fail to establish himself in the rotation, ultimately missing out on playing opportunities. Now, taking it step by step felt more stable. Chapter 13. Contributing goals and assists in League Cup and FA Cup matches in December. Light snow began to fall in Manchester, and the grass at Carrington was covered with a thin layer of frost, crunching underfoot. Dong Fangzhuo huddled his neck and zipped up his training jacket all the way. Today was the pre-match training for the League Cup quarterfinals against West Ham United, and Ferguson had drawn a large attack on the tactical board, spitting out white mist as he spoke. "We must win this. If anyone dares to drop the ball in the cup match, don't think about going home for Christmas." Rooney secretly tugged at Dong Fangzhuo's sleeve. "The old man is serious. But West Ham is really weak. We can win easily," Dong Fangzhuo replied quietly. He remembered that in his previous life, this match had been particularly tough for Manchester United. West Ham deployed 5 defenders and even managed to score on a counterattack, with Giggs scoring a last-minute winner to barely secure a victory. More critically, Scholes ended up missing 3 weeks due to a rib injury from this match, directly affecting the subsequent league schedule. Just then, Dong Fangzhuo noticed Scholes bending down to tie his shoelaces, his left hand subtly pressing against his right rib. Dong Fangzhuo's heart stirred, and during a break in the practice match, he approached. "Old Scholes, is your rib bothering you?" Chapter 14. Dealing with minor injuries for the first time. Recovery speed surprises the medical team. The grass at Carrington was coated with a thin layer of ice. Dong Fangzhuo had just completed a set of shuttle runs when a sudden cramp shot through his calf muscles. He stumbled to a stop, bending over to press on his right gastrocnemius, which felt as hard as a rock, and every movement sent pain shooting through him. What happened? Cristiano Ronaldo ran over from behind, frost flowers falling from his curly hair. "Did you cramp up?" Dong Fangzhuo nodded, cold sweat trickling down his face. "In the past few days, we have played in both the League Cup and the FA Cup, and with the training intensity suddenly increasing, My body has already sounded the alarm. That last sprint was too sudden. I might have pulled a muscle. I'll go call the team doctor. Ronaldo immediately turned and rushed towards the medical room, but after taking a couple of steps, he turned back and shouted, "Don't move. I'll be right back." Fangzhuo leaned against a training cone, gasping for breath, watching the young man's figure disappear around the corner of the equipment room, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. Next week is the second leg of the League Cup semifinals. Although the opponent, Blackburn, has an average strength, Ferguson has stated before the match that we must keep a clean sheet to advance. If I get injured at this time, my starting position will definitely be in jeopardy. System prompt. Mild muscle strain detected. Body recovery module automatically activated. Estimated recovery time reduced by 50. Originally 72 hours. Now estimated at 36 hours. Chapter 15. Practicing set pieces and coordination with Ronaldo. Improving synergy. As the sunset at Carrington Base dyed the grass a honey color, only two people remained on the training field. Fangzhuo bent down to pick up the ball, his fingertips brushing against the dew on the grass. Half an hour had passed since the training session ended, and the noise in the locker room had long dissipated. Only he and Ronaldo were still standing at the top of the penalty area with a half basket of footballs at their feet. Again, Ronaldo pulled the collar of his jersey to his chin, sweat trickling down his neck into his collarbone. But his eyes shone as he pointed to the upper right corner of the goal. "This time I'm guarding that side. You must hit the dead corner." Fangzhuo smiled and weighed the ball in his hands. This was their third consecutive week of extra practice. Since last week's League Cup semifinal, Ferguson had been banging on the blackboard at the tactical meeting, saying that set pieces are key to breaking through tight defenses. And this kid has been pestering him every day to practice coordination, claiming it was to show those old guys that they are the future. The approach run was steady, and the system's body perception enhancement allowed him to clearly capture the rhythm of his muscle exertion, which was much more reliable than the reckless energy he had at 20 in his previous life. The moment the football left his foot, he caught a glimpse of Ronaldo diving sharply to the right, but twisting in midair to look to the left. This kid was trying to trick him again. Chapter 16. First Premier League start, performance stable and exceeds expectations. In the players' tunnel at Old Trafford, Fangzhuo's fingertips dug into his palm. The starting lineup was posted on the tactical board, and his name was prominently displayed in the left midfield position next to Ronaldo and Rooney. This was his first Premier League start since his rebirth, and the opponent was Arsenal, firmly in the top 3 of the league table. "Don't shake." Rooney nudged him with his elbow, chewing gum and mumbling, "Just pass me a couple grounded balls, and I'll smash them in for you." Fangzhuo didn't respond. Just glanced at the coaching bench. Ferguson was chewing gum while talking to assistant coach Keraz, and when he caught sight of Dong, he gave him a thumbs up. This gesture made his heart race more than any words of encouragement. The old man only patted his shoulder before the match and said, "Don't panic." Yet he gave him such a crucial starting spot in the derby. Zong. Ronaldo ran over and shoved a brand new wristband into his hand. "My mom got this for me. It guarantees a win." The wristband still held the warmth from youth, and Fangzhuo tightened his grip, suddenly smiling. "If we win, I'll treat you to 2 meals of boiled fish." 3 meals. Ronaldo immediately raised the stakes, his curls shining under the spotlight. Chapter 17. Language advantage stands out. Becoming a communication bridge in the locker room. In the locker room at Carrington Base, Rooney's loud voice was about to blow the roof off. "I told you to pass it to the middle. Why did you have to take it yourself?" Fangzhuo had just changed into his training kit when he saw Rooney pointing at the French youngster Petretti, who had just been loaned in, shouting. The boy's face turned red as he clutched the hem of his jersey and stammered out a clumsy English sentence. I didn't see you running. Didn't he see? I was almost in the box." Rooney leaned forward but was pulled back by Giggs. "All right, it's just a training match. Why are you shouting?" Petretti lowered his head, his ears so red they looked like they were about to bleed. This kid had just been loaned from Lille last week, and only knew a few English words, often mispositioning during training. Just now, when Rooney made a run into the box, he didn't pass. So it was no wonder Rooney was anxious. He didn't mean to. Fangzhuo walked over and patted Petretti's back in fluent French. "Were you afraid of being intercepted? So you want to take a couple of steps before passing?" Petretti suddenly looked up, his eyes shining like they had caught a star. "Yes." They were pressing too tight. "I was afraid of losing the pass. Next time, just poke it into the middle." Fangzhuo helped him straighten the crooked wristband and turned to Rooney, saying in English. He wasn't not passing. Lille's tactics don't allow him to release the ball easily. He is just used to it. "When you made your run, He was indeed squeezed by two defenders, so it was hard to pass. Chapter 18. Media attention rises, first accepting an interview. It was just past 7 in the morning in Manchester when Fangzhuo pushed open the door of his apartment building and almost tripped over a pile of newspapers on the steps. The top one, The Times, had a large photo of him in profile as he scored in the League Cup final. With the headline in bold black letters, "From Substitute to Hero, the journey of the Chinese kid with the Red Devils." "Good morning, Dong." The newsstand owner poked his head out and laughed, waving a copy of The Sun. "You made it onto 3 newspapers today." A Chinese fan specifically came to buy one, saying he would send it back home. Fangzhuo took the hot coffee the owner handed him, his fingertips brushing against the ink on the edge of the newspaper. Feeling a bit heavy-hearted. In the past 2 weeks, media attention had surged like a tide. There were always cameras following him outside the training ground. The street billboards had changed to a family portrait of Manchester United. His face was now a circle bigger than before, and even going to the supermarket for milk. Fans recognized him and asked for autographs. Yesterday, Emily Jones, a reporter from The Times, emailed saying she wanted to do an in-depth interview, scheduled to take place in the media room at Carrington Base. "Don't be nervous." Rooney, passing by, patted him on the back while chewing on a sandwich. "I know that female reporter. She won't bite. Just speak like you do during training when we chat. Don't act all deep." Chapter 19. Experiencing British football culture and tradition. Before the Derby match, Manchester felt like a powder keg ready to explode. As Fangzhuo followed Rooney towards the Red Rose pub, the whole street was filled with the aroma of hops and grilled sausages. Fans in red jerseys crowded the roadside, holding up signs that read "Liverpool go home," while someone strummed the Manchester United anthem on a guitar, the off-key melody wrapped in fervent shouts. This was his first time experiencing the atmosphere of an English Premier League derby up close, 10 times more shocking than on television. "Don't just stand there." Rooney tugged at him, pulling a red knitted hat onto his head. "If we go in late, there won't be any seats." The pub was even livelier than outside. The walls were plastered with yellowed posters. Photos of the treble-winning team from 1999, the classic moment of Cantona raising his collar, and Giggs' silhouette breaking through in his youth. The television behind the bar was replaying an old match between Manchester United and Liverpool, and an old man with a goatee raised his glass, shouting, "Look here." It was Sheringham's shot that sent Liverpool packing. Fangzhuo was pushed into a corner seat by Rooney, and a glass of amber beer was shoved into his hand. He took a sip, mimicking others, and grimaced at the bitterness, causing the surrounding fans to laugh. Chapter 20. Remembering past injuries, cherishing the present. The rain in Manchester had fallen all night. Fangzhuo lay on the medical bed at the training base. Watching old man Mike apply an ice pack to his right knee, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the inner side of his knee. There should have been a shallow scar there from the ligament tear in 2006, but now there was only smooth skin. And even the soreness that rainy weather usually brought was gone. "Stop touching it. It's not swollen." Mike patted his leg. The old man's reading glasses slipped down to the tip of his nose. It was a rainy day, the road was slippery, and he twisted it a bit. Resting for half an hour would be enough to walk again, much lighter than the last time Rooney bumped into the goalpost. Fangzhuo murmured a response, but his gaze remained on his knee. During training just now, he was tripped by a kid from the youth team while going for the ball, and his knee twisted at an angle similar to the position he was injured in during the 2006 Champions League match against Milan. At that moment, a piercing pain shot up his spine, not from his knee, but from memory. The system prompt read, "Mild soft tissue contusion, recovery module activated, estimated recovery time, 15 minutes. The mechanical voice in his mind pulled him back to reality. The knee under the ice pack truly didn't hurt anymore, just a slight tingling. But as his fingertips brushed over his skin, the sensations from his past surgery were hauntingly vivid. The suture threads were embedded in his flesh. And every time he bent his leg during rehabilitation, it felt like being cut by a knife. The team doctor shook his head at the time, saying he needed at least 3 months off, while Ferguson stood at the door of the hospital room, his brows furrowed enough to crush a mosquito. Chapter 21. Debut in the Champions League group stage. Experiencing the atmosphere of European competition, the lights at Old Trafford were brighter than during Premier League matches. Fangzhuo stood in the player tunnel, seeing the red scarves waving in the stands like waves. The melody of a Champions League theme song surged from the speakers, mixed with the fans' chorus, vibrating his eardrums. This was his first time stepping onto a Champions League pitch after being reborn, the last round of the group stage. Manchester United against Lille. Winning would allow them to advance, as group leaders. Don't shake. Ronaldo bumped his arm beside him. The young man had deliberately styled his hair neatly today, with gel making it shine, but he couldn't help but pinch the hem of his jersey. This tune sounded scary, but it was actually no different from the league. Fangzhuo remained silent, only tightening his gloves. How could it be no different? His only previous appearance in the Champions League was in 2007, where he came on as a substitute for 3 minutes without touching the ball, and Manchester United lost, being criticized by fans for taking up a spot. Now, his name was printed in the starting lineup as the left midfielder, and Ferguson patted his back before the match, saying, "Show the Europeans what you can do." The lights at the end of the tunnel were dazzling, and the Lille players were looking this way, their gazes carrying a hint of scrutiny, probably not expecting Manchester United to have an Asian face starting in the Champions League. Fangzhuo met their gaze and suddenly remembered Ferguson's words. Champions League opponents do not recognize fame, only strength. Chapter 22. Competing and collaborating with forwards like Van Nistelrooy and Saha on the training ground at Carrington Base, Van Nistelrooy's shooting boots grazed the grass, leaving a white mark. The football hit the underside of the crossbar and bounced into the net, making the net buzz. The Dutchman turned around, his bangs damp with sweat, and when his gaze swept over Fangzhuo, standing outside the penalty area, there was a hint of subtle examination. Next time, pass the ball to the penalty spot. I'm used to my timing there. Fangzhuo tightened his grip on the ball. That through ball, just now, clearly landed at the top of the penalty arc. It was Van Nistelrooy's own eagerness to move forward that made him miss it comfortably, yet it was pointed out directly. The surrounding teammates remained silent. Rooney was about to speak up for him when Giggs quietly tugged at him. Everyone knew Van Nistelrooy was the king of the penalty area for Manchester United, consistently ranked in the top 3 of the league's scoring charts, and although not known for his temper, he was always picky about the quality of service. Got it. Van Nistelrooy. Fangzhuo kicked the ball back to him, his voice steady. I'll pay attention to my timing next time. Van Nistelrooy didn't say anything further, bending down to pick up the ball and walking toward the penalty spot, his back straight. Fangzhuo watched his steps. The Dutchman always took 2 steps at the penalty spot before shooting, a habit formed over many years, which he hadn't observed closely just now. Chapter 23. Ferguson grants more tactical freedom and responsibilities in the tactical room at Carrington Base. The heating was quite strong. Fangzhuo's fingers were a bit stiff as he held the pen. The tactical board displayed Real Madrid's formation, and Ferguson's fingertips tapped sharply on Beckham's name before suddenly looking up at him. "Dong, how do you think we should defend against his right side crosses?" All eyes in the room turned to him at once. Giggs had just lifted his coffee cup, frozen in midair, while Scholes furrowed his brows and leaned closer to the tactical board. Even Ronaldo, who was in the corner flipping through a notebook, suddenly looked up. Everyone knew that Ferguson's tactical meetings were usually one-sided, with him speaking and everyone else listening, rarely asking for a newcomer's opinion. Especially in such a critical situation against Real Madrid in the Champions League knockout stage. Fangzhuo swallowed hard and traced his fingertip along the edge of the tactical board. He remembered that in his previous life, Manchester United lost due to 2 precise crosses from Beckham, and Ferguson had instructed the left back to stick closely, which instead allowed Real Madrid's winger to exploit the gaps. But saying don't stick too closely outright would be too abrupt. He needed a more tactful way to express it. "I think we can avoid marking him closely." Fangzhuo stepped forward, pointing at Real Madrid's right flank on the tactical board. "Beckham usually delivers crosses to the front post of the penalty area. We can have the center back position themselves early, and the left back shouldn't follow him too closely, just guard the gaps in the ribs. If he cuts inside, I can help Ronaldo defend and sandwich him." Chapter 24. Scoring his first Premier League goal, releasing pressure the rain at Old Trafford fell aimlessly, the chill of early spring wrapping around the mist and seeping into the bones. Fangzhuo stood at the top of the penalty area, his black studs crunching over the waterlogged grass, the splattered mud sticking firmly to the conspicuous number 10 on his back. This was his 3rd league match wearing the Manchester United number 10 jersey, and the countless "Go number 10" banners in the stands were soaked and wrinkled, red like a fire burning in the rain. "What are you daydreaming about?" Rooney's rough palm slapped him on the back, causing him to stumble. "Why get into position? I'll pass to you, just don't kick it like you're clearing the ball." Fangzhuo tugged at the hem of his jersey, wet from the rain, remaining silent. Happy to be careless. The voices online, saying only assists, can't score, were almost drowning him out. He had provided assists in 5 consecutive league matches. But his first Premier League goal seemed to be deliberately avoiding him. Yesterday in training, he had missed an open goal from close range, kicking it over as if his ankle had stiffened, and even the usually gentle Saha had come over to ask, "Are you trying too hard to score? I saw your legs shaking when you shot." Not just shaking. That misfired shot during warm-up still hurt to think about. He glanced at Ferguson on the sidelines. The old man was crossing his arms, staring at him, his brow furrowed enough to squash a mosquito. He didn't scold him, but the worry in that gaze was more suffocating than the fans' doubts. Chapter 25. Perfect integration, finding his footing in the morning light at Carrington Base. As Dong Fangzhuo bent down to tie his shoelaces, his fingertips brushed against the embroidered number 10 on the tongue of his shoes. These were the new boots specially customized for him by the club, with Manchester United 2110 embroidered on the inner side of the heel, connecting his journey from a substitute to a core player. "Zong, over here," Rooney shouted at him while holding a football, 2 sandwiches tucked under his arm. The young man shoved one of the sandwiches into his hand, his mouth full of the other as he laughed indistinctly. "That little Pesteretti just showed off to me, saying he learned that curve shot from you and scored in yesterday's youth match." Dong Fangzhuo took the sandwich and walked toward the training ground, and sure enough, he saw Pesteretti practicing passing against the wall. The young Frenchman noticed him coming, quickly stopped, and bowed. "Thank you for teaching me how to adjust my timing yesterday. Brother Dong, you figured it out quickly yourself." Dong Fangzhuo smiled and ruffled his hair. The kid, who had been hesitant to roll up his sleeves when he first arrived, was now daring to come over and ask about tactics, mostly thanks to the warm atmosphere in the locker room. Giggs approached holding a tactical board, handing him a bottle of water. "Ferguson said we're practicing 3 center backs today, letting you play as a free man, roaming between the front and back lines." Chapter 26. The title of the Eastern CR7 combination was first proposed by the media. The sunlight at Old Trafford made the pitch scorching hot. Dong Fangzhuo had just completed a wall pass drill when Cristiano Ronaldo's cleats brushed against his ankle. The ball hit the post and bounced back, and the Portuguese teenager jumped up, hooked his neck and laughed so close. "Next time, it'll definitely go in." Dong Fangzhuo swatted his hand away and pinched the collar of his sweat-soaked jersey. This was the last practice before the final match of the league, with Manchester United only 3 points away from the Premier League title, while Liverpool was hot on their heels. 7 or 8 cameras were set up at the training ground, tracking the movements of him and Ronaldo, even zooming in on their fist bump. The number of reporters had doubled since last week. Giggs walked over with the ball, glancing at the reporters from the Times and the Sun holding long lenses, while even the Domestic Sports Weekly had set up a camera. Lin Wei was squatting on the ground adjusting equipment and gave Dong Fangzhuo a thumbs up when she saw him look over. Dong Fangzhuo remained silent and walked towards the tactical board. Ferguson was circling the weaknesses in Liverpool's defense with a red pen. The old man looked up and pointed to the right side of the board, saying after practice, "Let's work on a tactic where you and Cristiano switch sides to attack their 2 fullbacks." Chapter 27. Experiencing a strong dialogue and enduring the test. The rain in North London fell diagonally on the pitch at Highbury. Dong Fangzhuo tugged at his soaked number 10 jersey, feeling the muscles underneath the fabric. This was a crucial match for the Premier League title, with Manchester United facing Arsenal away, where the points gap had shrunk to just 1 point. Losing would mean handing over the top spot. The Arsenal must-win banner in the stands was swollen from the rain, and the red and white chants filled the players' tunnel with a chill. "Don't let them rattle you," Giggs whispered beside him. The veteran winger's left knee was wrapped in thick kinesiology tape, but he still stood straight. "Henry is in great form today. You and Cristiano need to track back more, and don't let him get comfortable on the ball." Dong Fangzhuo nodded and caught a glimpse of Arsenal's locker room door, where Henry was leaning against the frame, tying his shoelaces. The French forward glanced over with a casually sharp look, reminiscent of his signature shrug after scoring, exuding confidence that made others feel tense. The system prompted, detected high-intensity, competitive environment, activating temporary tactical insight module, capable of real-time analysis of opponents' positioning habits. Just as the mechanical voice faded in his mind, Dong Fangzhuo suddenly felt the player positions on the field became much clearer. Vieira habitually leaned a half step to the right. Ashley Cole was always a step slow in retreating after an assist, and even Henry's little habit of raising his left shoulder when receiving the ball became vividly apparent. He quickly moved closer to Ronaldo and elbowed the young star. "Later, you mark Ashley Cole, he is slow in retreating, and I'll cover you from behind." Chapter 28. Fan recognition significantly increased with an exclusive song. The sunlight at Old Trafford illuminated the red scarves and stands. As Dong Fangzhuo stood in the players' tunnel, tying his shoelaces, he heard a strange song coming from outside. The melody was that of Manchester United's team song, but the lyrics had changed, vaguely mentioning Eastern Boy number 10 scores, mixed with a chorus of thousands, like a warm wind blowing into the tunnel. "They're singing about you." Rooney elbowed him and laughed heartily. "I heard someone humming last week, but I didn't expect it to become a song this week." Dong Fangzhuo tightened his grip on the shoelaces. After the comeback victory against Arsenal last week, he had surged to third place in the fan forum's most popular player vote, only behind Giggs and Ronaldo. There were always fans outside the training ground holding signs supporting him, and even some Chinese fans flew in from China, holding banners that read "Shaman Kid, Manchester United glory" in the stands. But he had never imagined he would have an exclusive song. "Don't just stand there." Ronaldo tugged at his jersey. The young star had specially sprayed hair gel today, with curls shining like they were coated in gold under the sunlight. "Go out and listen. It might even be better than my CR7 song." Chapter 29. The agent received inquiries for commercial endorsements and began planning. In the cafe at Carrington Base, sunlight streamed through the glass windows onto the wooden table. Dong Fangzhuo stirred his hot chocolate, watching the man in a suit across from him push over a folder. The cover was printed with commercial cooperation intent list, and the bold font glared in the light. "These are the inquiries we received over the past week. I've filtered out some reliable ones." Agent Zhou Mingyuan adjusted his glasses, tapping his fingertip on the folder. 3 sports brands, 2 domestic, 1 European, plus food, watches, and even a Chinese electronics brand that wants you to be their youth ambassador. Dong Fangzhuo's fingers felt a bit stiff as he held the folder. Zhou Mingyuan was the agent he specifically sought out after his rebirth, having helped several overseas players with contracts in the past. He was reliable and knowledgeable. But he hadn't expected commercial endorsements to come so quickly. Just last week, he had gained an exclusive song, and this week brands were knocking on his door. It felt like only recently he was still struggling with how to score, and now he was suddenly thrust into another spotlight. Let us look at the sports brands first. Dong Fangzhuo opened the folder, with the first page featuring domestic brands Anta and Li Ning, followed by the European brand Umbro. All were well-known names, and the intention letter stated that the annual cooperation fees started at 7 figures, with the unit behind the numbers being euros. Chapter 30. Reflecting on past regrets. Contemplating the long-term future and the gap with the national team. The deep night in Manchester carried the coolness of late summer. Dong Fangzhuo sat on the grass at Old Trafford, his fingertips brushing against the dew-soaked blades. Most of the training ground lights were off, with only one emergency light in the corner illuminating his long shadow like a lonely line. His phone screen was still lit up, displaying a message from Lin Wei. The national team drew again in the World Cup qualifiers, 0-0 against Laos away, and the forum is in an uproar. There was a grimacing emoji following the message, along with several match screenshots. The players stood on the field with their hands on their hips, their bewildered expressions like a fog, making Dong Fangzhuo's heart feel heavy. He placed his phone down on the grass and looked up at the night sky. The stars were sparse, not as bright as those back home in Xiamen, yet they reminded him of that night in 2008. It was the same kind of stars, and he stood in the player tunnel of the Shenyang Olympic Sports Center, listening to the broadcast reporting that the Chinese men's football team lost 0-3 to Brazil. He dug his nails into his palm, not even noticing the blood seeping out. That was the last time he represented the national team in a major competition. Later, injuries plagued him, and eventually, he couldn't even hold a spot on the club's bench, watching the national team repeatedly fail on television, eliminated in the 2011 World Cup qualifiers, finishing last in the group at the 2015 Asian Cup, and stopping at the quarterfinals of the Asian Cup at home in 2019. Each time, someone on the forum would mention his name, asking if things would have been different if Dong Fangzhuo hadn't gotten injured. Chapter 31. A crucial Champions League match. Helping advance. The lights at Munich's Allianz Arena shone like ice-forged swords, piercing the players' tunnel. Dong Fangzhuo tugged at the collar of his number 10 jersey, smelling the mixed scents of hops and the shouts of Bayern fans in the air. It was the final round of the Champions League group stage, with Manchester United facing Bayern Munich away, and they could only advance as the second in the group if they won. Losing would mean dropping to the Europa League. "Don't look at them," Giggs said softly beside him, the veteran winger's hand resting on his shoulder, the warmth of his palm transmitting through the jersey. "Bayern's left side is their weak point. Lam goes up to assist and doesn't come back, so you and Cristiano should focus your attacks there. When Dong Fangzhuo nodded, he caught a glimpse of Kahn standing at the entrance of Bayern's locker room, hands on his hips. The German goalkeeper's face looked like old tree bark under the lights, and his gaze carried a fierce warning that said stay away. That was the confidence of the Champions League-winning goalkeeper, also a warning not to expect an easy goal. The system prompted, high-intensity key match detected, activating key ball insight module, can predict opponents' defensive gaps for 30 minutes. As the mechanical voice faded in his mind, Dong Fangzhuo suddenly felt the positions on the field were like a transparent net. Bayern's defensive midfielder Van Bommel habitually moved towards the center, leaving a 2-meter gap on the left when Lam assisted, and even Kahn's position being half a meter to the left was clearly visible. He quickly moved closer to Cristiano Ronaldo, drawing a line on the ground with his shoe. Later, make a run behind Lam. I'll pass it to you behind him. He defends slowly. Chapter 32. Establishing chemistry with Rooney. The prototype of the front three emerges. On the training ground at Carrington, Rooney's roar nearly toppled the sunshade. I said to pass to the penalty spot. You went to the wing. The English youth clutched the football, sweat sticking his bangs to his forehead, the veins on his neck bulging. During the previous group match, when Dong Fangzhuo received the ball in front of the penalty area, he didn't pass to him at the front post, but instead passed to Cristiano Ronaldo on the left, only to be thwarted by the youth goalkeeper on loan from Arsenal. Dong Fangzhuo wiped the sweat from his face and didn't rush to retort. He knew Rooney's temper. When he got anxious, he was like a firecracker. But he was sincere. That ball indeed had his fault. Rooney was sandwiched between two defenders of the front post, which wasn't the best opportunity. The young man only saw the goal and missed the defensive gaps. It's my fault. Dong Fangzhuo picked up the ball and handed it to Rooney, softening his voice. Next time, I'll pay attention. Shout when you make a run. Rooney paused, loosening his grip on the ball. He wanted to retort again, but saw the muscle tape still stuck on Dong Fangzhuo's lower back from yesterday's extra training and swallowed his words, grumbling fine, just shout. Don't pass it wrong again. Chapter 33. Dealing with targeted defenses from opponents, learning to crack the code. The grass at Old Trafford was showing the tender green of early spring, but Dong Fangzhuo felt like he was stepping on sandpaper. When Blackburn's midfielder Williams bumped into him for the third time, Dong Fangzhuo staggered back a step. The dull thud of the midfielder hitting the advertising board mixed with the crowd sighs made his ears burn. It was already the 38th minute of the first half. Manchester United had bombarded the opponent's penalty area for nearly 40 minutes, but hadn't even managed a decent shot. Blackburn's defense was like a tightly woven net, blocking the gaps between him, Ronaldo, and Rooney. They're playing dirty, Rooney shouted at the referee. The English youth had just been brought down in the penalty area between two central defenders. Yet the referee waved it off as normal contact. As Blackburn's center back Samson got up, he deliberately stepped on Rooney's shoe, a provocative smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Dong Fangzhuo rubbed his lower back and glanced at Blackburn's penalty area. 5 defenders were squeezed in the penalty area. Even the wings were occupied. It was like they had plastered dense defense across their faces. Worse, Williams was sticking to him like a dogged plaster whenever he moved towards the center. The opponent's arms would reach out to block him. When he ran to the wings, they would scrape the turf with their studs to slow him down, clearly not letting him have an easy time receiving the ball. Chapter 34. First call up to the Chinese national team, returning home to compete. As the morning light spread over the training ground at Carrington, Dong Fangzhuo's phone vibrated hot in his pocket. He had just completed a set of shuttle runs, wiped his fingers on his damp jersey, and when he swiped the screen, the name Zhou Mingyuan jumped out at him. When his agent called at this time, it was usually something important. Zhou, the Football Association just released the training list. You've been selected for the national team. Zhou Mingyuan's voice was filled with excitement, almost shattering the earpiece. For the World Cup Asian qualifiers, playing away against Iran next Tuesday, Dong Fangzhuo tightened his grip on the phone. The force of his studs on the grass increased. The water droplets splashed on the grass fell on the top of his foot, feeling as cold as ice. Selected for the national team. Those 5 words were like a needle, unexpectedly piercing the softest part of his heart. He recalled the first time he was selected in 2004. At 19, clutching the training notice and pacing in the dormitory, practicing military salutes in front of the mirror, only to find he didn't even dare to pass the ball with force when he arrived at the team, fearing being laughed at by the older players. He remembered after the 2008 Olympics, when the coach patted his shoulder and said to take care of his injury, that the national team was waiting for him. But in the end, all he received was news of his retirement. Chapter 35. The impact of the stark contrast between domestic and international football environments. Inside the temperature-controlled training hall at Carrington, Dong Fangzhuo stared blankly at the grass beneath his feet. The grass blades were neatly trimmed, each one glistening with moisture, and the rubber particles mixed in the soil made it feel soft as if stepping on a carpet. This was the new turf the club had spent 300,000 on, said to reduce knee wear by 60. Yet 3 days ago, he was at the national team training base, struggling to avoid a protruding stone and staggering. The patchy grass revealed yellow soil, and running could kick up mud half a foot high. What are you dazing about? Ronaldo's cleat nudged his ankle. The Portuguese youth holding a tactical board with crooked arrows drawn on it. Ferguson wants us to practice combining the wing and central play. If you keep dawdling, that fool Rooney is going to steal your position. When Dong Fangzhuo snapped back to reality, Rooney was indeed tiptoeing toward the penalty spot. Seeing him look over, he grinned. Dong, just back from a national team, your fitness hasn't dropped, right? Don't make excuses if we lose later. He tugged at the corner of his mouth and followed him to the center of the training ground. But his mind kept flashing back to images from the national team. Zhang Ji in the dormitory of the training base, watching match footage on an old laptop. The screen pixelated like it was mosaicked. Gao Lin squatting on the ground, tying his shoelaces, the cracked shin guards taped up. In the cafeteria, the nutritionist was a part-time PE teacher, reading from a book on sports nutrition, saying to just eat more eggs. Chapter 36. Meeting Domestic Hope, Starley Way. It was raining at the youth training camp in the suburbs of Xiamen, and Dong Fangzhuo stood outside the wire fence, watching the boys running in the mud. His shoe tip unconsciously scraping at the moss on the wall. The pitch was a simple dirt field, and after a rain, it turned into a muddy pond. With the children's shoes sinking into the muck, each step splashing up half-foot-high mud, but no one bothered to wipe it off. They were crowded around an old football, their eyes shining brighter than the clouds above. Brother Dong, this is it. Lin Wei held an umbrella beside him, clutching a crumpled list. This is the Hope Point recommended by the Xiamen Football Association. The coach said there's a kid named Li Wei, only 15 years old, fast as the wind. But he hasn't had professional training. When Dong Fangzhuo nodded, his gaze fell on a small, thin boy on the sidelines. The child was wearing a faded school uniform. The cuffs frayed, squatting on the ground, tying his shoelaces. The laces were broken, and he was tying them with a piece of grass rope, while the toe of his shoe had a hole exposing half of his toe. But when he looked up at the ball in the field, his eyes sparkled like stars had fallen, his fingers unconsciously moving along the ball's trajectory, clearly eager to join in. That's Li Wei. Lin Wei pointed in the direction of his gaze. The coach said his parents work in another city, and he lives with his grandmother. They can't afford football shoes, so he trains in these school shoes. Chapter 37. Returning to the club, coping with the dense Christmas schedule. The winter wind in Manchester was laced with snowflakes, cutting against his face like little knives. As Dong Fangzhuo dragged his suitcase into Carrington Base, the training ground was already lively. Rooney was wrestling with Cristiano Ronaldo for a football, both of them rolling on the frost-covered grass, their laughter mixed with the rustling sound of snow seeds echoing far away. Zong, you're finally back. Rooney spotted him, getting up awkwardly, his down jacket covered in grass clippings and ice shards. Ferguson was still talking about you yesterday, saying that if you didn't come back soon, all the tough Christmas fixtures would fall on me. Dong Fangzhuo set his suitcase in the corner and rubbed his frozen hands. What tough tasks? What else? Cristiano chimed in, snowflakes dusting his curly hair like powdered sugar. The Christmas fixtures. 3 games a week starting next week. After Chelsea, we face Villa, and then Liverpool. Ferguson said anyone who slacks off will have to clean the locker room. Dong Fangzhuo's heart sank. He had checked the schedule while playing World Cup qualifiers back home. The Christmas fixtures in the Premier League were infamous for their devilish density, with the shortest interval being less than 48 hours, a severe test of physical endurance. He had heard of many players getting injured during the Christmas schedule in his previous life, and now he was about to experience it himself. Chapter 38. Recovery ability ensures multi-line combat status in the medical room of Carrington Base. The chill from the ice pack on his knees seeped into his bones. Dong Fangzhuo stared at the ceiling lights, listening to the sound of equipment clashing from the adjacent strength room. Rooney was practicing squats. After playing the League Cup semi-finals yesterday, the English lad was still limping today, but forced himself to train. Stop staring at the lights. You'll get dizzy. The team doctor, old Mike, pressed a thermometer to his forehead. 36. 5 degrees, recovery is good. Normally, With this intensity of matches, your knee would be swollen for at least 3 days. Dong Fangzhuo curled his lips. He knew he recovered quickly. Last Thursday, he played against Real Madrid in the Champions League, Saturday against Everton in the league, and Monday in the League Cup semi-finals against Blackburn. 3 games in 3 days, averaging 12 kilometers per match. If it were any other player on the team, Ferguson would have benched them, but he felt almost no discomfort aside from slight soreness in his knee. System prompt. Muscle fatigue level has dropped to 12. Joint wear repair completed 89. Can meet high-intensity competition demands. As the mechanical voice faded in his mind, the soreness in his knee lightened a bit more. He touched the inner side of his knee, which should have been red after consecutive matches, but now it was only cool from the ice pack. And even the usual nagging old injuries were silent. Chapter 39. Playing a key role on the road to FA Cup advancement, the grass at Old Trafford glistened a vibrant green after the spring rain. Dong Fangzhuo stood beside the penalty spot, watching West Ham's goalkeeper Green bouncing on the goal line. In the last 30 seconds of stoppage time in the FA Cup 5th round, Manchester United was tied 1-1, and this penalty kick was their last chance to advance. The red scarves in the stands stilled. Even the sound of breathing felt tense, and only Ferguson's roar pierced the atmosphere. Don't think about anything else. Just kick like we practiced. He took a deep breath, his studs crunching through the puddles on the grass. This was already the 3rd tough battle on the road to FA Cup advancement. In the 4th round against Preston from the Championship, he assisted Rooney for a last-minute winner. In the 5th round against West Ham, they were level after 90 minutes, and now it all depended on this penalty kick. System prompt. Key match scenario detected. Activating penalty accuracy calibration, recommending right lower corner angle. As the mechanical voice faded, Green suddenly shifted his weight half an inch to the left, betting that Dong would shoot for the bottom left corner. Dong Fangzhuo twisted his ankle, and the football zipped past the grass toward the bottom right corner, moving as fast as a shadow. When Green dove to save it, his fingertips barely grazed the ball, which struck the inside of the post and bounced into the net. Chapter 40. Increasing private communication and deepening friendship with Cristiano. The night at Carrington Base was soaked in the coolness of late summer. Dong Fangzhuo stood by the training ground holding a football, watching Cristiano practice shooting against the wall. The Portuguese lad's studs crunched on the grass, making a light sound as the ball rebounded off the wall. He kicked it again, with such force it seemed he wanted to break through the wall. Take a break. Dong Fangzhuo handed him a bottle of water. You've been practicing for half an hour. You'll knock the wall down at this rate. Cristiano took the water and drank half the bottle, droplets trickling down his chin and staining his jersey. I can't sleep. He kicked the grass beneath his feet, his voice muffled as if stuffed with cotton. Did you watch the footage from yesterday's match against Liverpool? My shot was ridiculously off target. Ferguson must be cursing me in his mind. Dong Fangzhuo chuckled. In the league match against Liverpool yesterday, Cristiano had a clear chance, but kicked the ball right into the goalkeeper's arms. After the match, the old man indeed frowned and said, "If you waste another opportunity like that, you'll be benched." And it seemed Cristiano remembered it to this day. I miss clear chances too. Dong Fangzhuo kicked the ball against the wall, receiving it with his chest. Last year against Arsenal, I missed an open goal in the box, and Rooney laughed at me for a week. Chapter 41. Ferguson's hairdryer treatment reflects importance. The whistle of the League Cup final hit the grass at Wembley Stadium like a block of ice. Dong Fangzhuo stood in the penalty area, watching Chelsea players celebrate with the trophy, the blue ribbons falling on his number 10 jersey, stinging his eyes. The score of 1-2 was frozen on the scoreboard, and that last pass he didn't make felt like a thorn lodged in his throat. Cristiano had been open at the back post, but he got faked out by Terry and passed the ball back to the goalkeeper, missing the last opportunity to equalize. Zong, come here. Ferguson's shout cut through the celebration like a knife, carrying an undeniable intensity. The old man stood at the player tunnel, his suit jacket flapping in the wind, his expression darker than the numbers on the scoreboard. Dong Fangzhuo clenched his soaked jersey as he walked over. Passing by Cristiano, the Portuguese lad tugged at his sleeve and quietly said, "It's not your fault. Don't listen to him yell." He stayed silent, just lowering his head as he walked down the tunnel. The locker room was empty. His teammates had gone to the mixed zone, and only Ferguson's tactical board stood alone in the middle, with the last play's route drawn on it, a glaring cross marked in red at his passing point. Chapter 42. Nominated for Premier League monthly best newcomer in the breakfast room at Carrington Base, sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting mottled shadows on the dining table. Dong Fangzhuo was poking at the fried eggs on his plate, when Rooney suddenly slammed his phone on the table with a bang. The bright page on the screen read Premier League Monthly Best Newcomer nomination in bold letters, and his name was prominently listed alongside a photo of him scoring against Tottenham. The mud stains on his jersey clearly visible. "I told you you could do it." Rooney slapped him on the back, nearly toppling his milk cup. "You had 3 goals and 5 assists last month. If you don't get this nomination, the Premier League judges must be blind." Dong Fangzhuo's fingertips gripping the phone felt a bit numb. The monthly Best Newcomer award was given by the Premier League to players under 23. And previously nominated players were either Carvalho from Chelsea or Fabregas from Arsenal. A Chinese player's name had never appeared before. He scrolled down the screen, and the nomination reason stated that Manchester United's number 10 connects the front line with precise passes, helping the team achieve 5 consecutive wins, and is the core of the Eastern CR7 combination, even citing Ferguson's comment in an interview that he had the shadow of Cantona. Chapter 43. Encountering first serious foul. Injury resistance comes into play. The grass at Bolton's Reebok Stadium was a cold, hard yellow, as Dong Fangzhuo charged into the penalty area, stepping on a raised rubber granule. His ankle unexpectedly sank, but he didn't dare to stop. In the 34th round of the Premier League against Bolton, Manchester United needed to secure 3 points to consolidate their top position in the standings. He had just intercepted the ball in midfield, with a gap in his side like a split seam, and Ronaldo was already waving and shouting for a pass from the left. "Watch out behind you." Rooney's shout suddenly exploded. Dong Fangzhuo instinctively wanted to change direction, but the studs of defensive midfielder Kevin Davies got there first. It wasn't aimed at the ball. The toe of his shoe scraped violently against Dong's right calf, with a force that felt like it was going to pierce the bone. He heard the tearing sound of muscle, and then his whole body lunged forward, his knee crashing heavily onto the grass, and his vision went dark for half a second. Damn it! Ronaldo's roar was like thunder. The Portuguese youth shook off the defender and rushed towards him, pushing aside Davies, who was still trying to argue. His fist clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white. Rooney also rushed over, standing in front of Dong Fangzhuo, shouting at the referee, "Red card." "That's a red card." Dong was lying on the grass, his right calf burning with pain, cold sweat dripping from his hair into the grass. He wanted to push himself up, but his legs felt as soft as cotton. Any slight movement sent a tearing sensation drilling into the gaps of his bones. The system's prompt suddenly exploded in his mind. Severe muscle strain detected in the right calf, accompanied by knee joint contusion. Activating injury resistance module, reducing pain perception by 30, accelerating tissue repair. Chapter 44. Media starts to show slight negative feedback. Learn to cope. On the training ground at Carrington Base, the dull sound of football hitting the post, mixed with the clicking of reporters' cameras, painfully ringing in the ears. Dong Fangzhuo stood at the penalty spot, his fingertips pinching the sweat-soaked jersey. This was the 3rd time he had missed a free kick, and several reporters on the sidelines, holding long lenses, were snapping pictures of his back, the lens reflections like needles dipped in ice. "Don't mind them." Ronaldo walked over from behind, kicking the ball that had rolled to his feet back to him, beads of sweat from his curly hair dripping onto the grass. Dong Fangzhuo remained silent, merely bending down to place the ball. He knew that his soft feet were just an excuse. What truly made him anxious was the newspaper he had seen that morning. In the corner of the sports section of The Sun, an eye-catching report lay on his phone. Dong Fangzhuo's form declines? Only 1 assist in the 5 games since his injury. The Eastern CR7 may be a flash in the pan, accompanied by a photo of him skewing a pass during training yesterday. Still reading those nonsense? Rooney leaned over, gruffly cursing. That group of reporters just eats by stirring up trouble. Last time Ronaldo missed a penalty, they said he had a mental breakdown. In the next match, he scored a hat trick. Chapter 45. Making an overseas call to family, sharing growth and homesickness. The night in Manchester was cool with the end of summer. Dong Fangzhuo sat by the window in his dorm room, his fingertips sliding on his phone screen repeatedly, eventually stopping at the contact page for Mom. The streetlights outside shone brightly like the bulb at the entrance of his hometown alley, and the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves was somewhat reminiscent of the cicadas in Xiamen's summer nights, making his heart flutter. It was the weekend, and the league had just finished a tough match against West Ham, where they won 3-1, and he contributed 2 assists. Ferguson patted him on the shoulder, saying he could take a breather tonight. His teammates either went out for dinner or stayed in the dorm to play games, while he sat for half an hour holding his phone, calculating the time back home. At this moment, his parents should have just finished dinner and be sitting in the living room watching the news. His finger hovered over the dial button, suddenly feeling a bit timid. The last call was last month, where his mom repeatedly reminded him not to get hurt, and his dad chimed in, saying, "If you're tired, just come home. I'll make you seafood porridge." At that time, he laughed and responded, "Got it," but after hanging up, he stared at the ceiling in a daze for a long time. In the years since his rebirth, he was busy adapting to Manchester United's rhythm, busy practicing teamwork, busy dealing with media scrutiny, as if he had quietly pressed the homesick issue down into the folds of his training clothes. Until just now, while sorting through his wardrobe, he found the package of oolong tea that his mom had stuffed in, the tea tin still labeled with Chamonix brand. And he suddenly realized that he hadn't smelled the jasmine fragrance from his home balcony for nearly a year. Chapter 46. Learning English football terminology and slang, integrating more deeply. In the tactical meeting room at Carrington Base, Ferguson's tactical board slammed onto the table, chalk dust falling onto Dong Fangzhuo's notebook. The old man pointed at the formation diagram filled with arrows, his voice rapped in a Scottish accent. "Bolton will park the bus. You need to pay attention to the second ball. Don't let them seize the second phase in front of the penalty area." Dong Fangzhuo's hand holding the pen paused, and he drew a question mark under park the bus. He knew that bus meant a bus and park meant to park. But what did it mean to park the bus in the penalty area? Rooney, sitting next to him, was chuckling, nudging him with his elbow, and whispered, "It means to set up a bus, full defensive meaning." He quickly added a note in his notebook, "Set up a bus, dense defense." But his nose felt a bit hot. He had been in Manchester United for almost a year. Daily English communication was no problem. However, when it came to tactical terms and slang among teammates, he always felt as if there was a layer of gauze between them. Last time Rooney shouted at him, "Don't do a sitter," he was confused for a long time, later realizing it meant don't waste a clear goal opportunity. When Ronaldo said, "Let's practice a nutmeg," he thought it was about practicing shooting, but it was actually about practicing the nutmeg move. Chapter 47. Participating in team charity activities, establishing a good image. The spring day in Manchester was warm. Dong Fangzhuo sat in the back seat of the Manchester United Foundation's van, his fingertips pinching a white t-shirt printed with Manchester United charity. Outside the window, the red brick houses gradually transformed into low white buildings. That was the Manchester Children's Hospital, the destination for today's team charity activity. "Don't be nervous. The kids are very well behaved." Amy, a staff member of the foundation, smiled as she handed him a gift bag containing a packaged football model. "Just don't let them pester you to learn shooting." Last time Rooney was almost delayed in training because a little girl wouldn't let go. Dong Fangzhuo smiled and nodded, but inside he felt a bit anxious. He had played countless tough matches and faced the cheers of tens of thousands of fans. But just thinking about interacting with sick children made him feel as awkward as he did during his first match. His phone in the bag vibrated. It was a message from Ronaldo. "I'm almost there. Don't steal my spotlight," followed by a grimacing emoji. As soon as the van stopped, he saw Rooney squatting at the hospital entrance, signing an autograph for a little girl with twisted pigtails. The little girl sat in a wheelchair, a blanket with the Manchester United logo covering her legs, holding a crumpled Rooney poster. Chapter 48. Winter transfer window. Teams make tentative inquiries. Manchester United refuses. On the training ground at Carrington Base, frost flowers still hung on the blades of grass, but Dong Fangzhuo felt a bit of warmth on the back of his neck. Rooney came over holding his phone, the screen displaying a headline from the Mirror sports section that stung the eyes. "Roma interested in signing Manchester United's number 10. Has submitted a preliminary inquiry to the Red Devils, accompanied by a photo of him scoring against Liverpool, with a price tag of $20 million next to it." $20 million? Rooney clicked his tongue and laughed, nudging his arm with a rough voice. "These Italians have a decent eye, but they're a bit timid. You should be worth at least $50 million. Dong Fangzhuo tightened his grip on the training kit, not responding. The winter transfer window had just opened for 3 days, and transfer rumors were flying like snowflakes. Previously, there were media reports saying Chelsea wanted to loan him for half a season. He had taken it as a joke. However, the inquiry from Roma included the name of Roma's sporting director written clearly, which didn't seem like a fabrication. Don't overthink it. Cristiano Ronaldo ran over from behind, his curly hair dusted with frost. He snatched Rooney's phone and shoved it to the ground. The media relies on concocting transfer news to deceive clicks. Last winter, they even said I was going to Real Madrid, but then Ferguson berated the journalist, and no one dared to write nonsense anymore. Chapter 49. Mid-season summary. Impressive data. A surprise of the season in the tactical meeting room at Carrington. The heating pipes emitted a faint hum. Dong Fangzhuo sat at the end of the long table, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing against the wooden grain of the table. Spread out on the table was a half-season data sheet from the Premier League, with his name circled in red pen in the most prominent position. 11 goals and 8 assists in 19 league matches. 3 goals and 4 assists in 6 Champions League matches, and a total of 6 goals and 2 assists in the League Cup and FA Cup combined. So far this season, he had played 31 matches and directly participated in 34 goals. Isn't this data enough to silence those journalists? Rooney's loud voice echoed against the ceiling as the Englishman pushed his own data sheet in front of Dong Fangzhuo. The numbers 8 goals and 5 assists scribbled over with pencil. I tell you, if anyone had told me before the season that you two would combine for 20 assists, I would have thought they were drunk. Dong Fangzhuo smiled and didn't reply. His fingertip rested on the number 11 goals, rubbing over the paper surface. This was 3 more than the 8 goals he had set for himself at the season start, and even 1 goal more than Cristiano Ronaldo at the same point, which surprised even him. Chapter 50. Becoming an important member, rising fame in the second leg of the Champions League knockout round against Bayern. The lights at Old Trafford shone like countless torches, heating up the night sky. Dong Fangzhuo stood at the penalty spot, his fingertips brushing over the grass soaked with sweat. The score was 1-1, and the aggregate score was 2-2. In the final minute of stoppage time, the referee pointed to the penalty spot, making everyone's breath freeze in the air. Bayern's goalkeeper, Kahn, bounced on the goal line, his German roar mixed with the boos from the fans. "You can't score?" Dong Fangzhuo didn't look up, just glanced down at the stains on his soccer shoes, remnants from being tackled by Lucio in the box. His pant legs still covered in grass clippings, yet he felt more grounded than ever. System prompt. Key game scene detected. Opponent goalkeeper's weight is leaning to the left. Recommended penalty angle. Right corner. Just as the mechanical voice faded in his mind, he recalled Ferguson's words during the mid-season summary. What's important is not how well you play, but that you dare to stand up in tough matches. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the coaching bench. Ferguson stood with his hands behind his back, not shouting or gesturing, just gently nodding at him. That look of trust was more effective than any tactical suggestion. Chapter 51. The second half of the season begins. Aiming for the league title, the winter snow in Manchester had yet to melt, but a white mist rose over the training ground at Carrington. Dong Fangzhuo stepped on the thin ice on the grass, lightly tapping the soccer ball. The ball rolled towards the box as Cristiano Ronaldo darted in from the left like a red lightning bolt, his toe poking the ball into the net. Beautiful! Rooney's shout hit the netting as the Englishman rushed over, rubbing his frostbitten hands together. This pass is even trickier than in the first half. Did you secretly practice during the winter break? Dong Fangzhuo smiled and dodged his rough palm, his fingertips brushing over the collar of his jersey, where he had pinned the copper badge gifted by Old Man Ted, the cold metal pressing against his collarbone. During the winter break, he hadn't returned to his home country, but had stayed at the training ground with Ferguson, practicing free kicks for 2 extra hours every day, even spending New Year's Eve in the cafeteria eating dumplings while watching tactical videos. The coach is watching you. Cristiano Ronaldo elbowed him, snowflakes from his curly hair falling off. Dong Fangzhuo looked up. Ferguson stood at the coaching bench with his hands behind his back, holding a crumpled league table. Before the winter break, Manchester United had been 3 points behind Chelsea, sitting second, while Mourinho's team was like a precision machine, conceding only 8 goals in 19 matches. The hardest defense in the Premier League. Chapter 52. Securing a key position, tactical status elevated in front of the tactical board at Carrington. Ferguson circled Dong Fangzhuo's name with a red pen, then added a bold arrow extending from the edge of the penalty arc to the left and right flanks, folding toward both wings like a web centered around him. From today on, Dong stands here. The old man tapped the top of the penalty arc with his pen, his voice sounding heavier than usual. Don't just stand there. You can go to the left and right flanks. Cristiano and Wayne will run with your passes. Don't just charge him blindly. Dong Fangzhuo stood in the crowd, his fingertips tightening slightly. This was the first time Ferguson had clearly designated him as the hub in the forward line during a tactical meeting. Previously, he either played alongside Ronaldo on the wings or shrank behind Rooney as a shadow striker. Never before had he been granted the freedom to adjust his position like this. Coach, what if I run to the wing and leave the center open? Rooney scratched the back of his head, accustomed to Dong Fangzhuo feeding him the ball from the center, feeling a bit dazed by the sudden position change. Scholes will cover for you. Ferguson pointed at the veteran midfielder. Paul, you push forward 10 yards. When Dong runs to the wing, You take his position. Don't let the opponent intercept and counterattack. Chapter 53. Cooperation with Cristiano Ronaldo becomes the guarantee for Manchester United's attack at Arsenal's Emirates Stadium. The stands were a wave of white scarves. Fangzhuo stood in the center circle, his fingertips tracing the texture of the soccer ball. In the 28th round of the Premier League, the red-blue battle saw Manchester United face Arsenal away. Within the first 30 minutes, Henry scored a goal, and Wenger smiled with his arms crossed to the coaching bench, his eyes betraying a sense of confidence. Don't panic. Cristiano Ronaldo elbowed him in the waist. The Portuguese youth's curly hair dusted with grass clippings, yet he smiled with certainty. Let's play as we practiced. I'll pull to the left, you pass to me in the channel. As Fangzhuo nodded, his fingertip brushed the ball. This gesture was their signal, meaning received. At the beginning of the season, they still had to shout, but now a glance or a small gesture was enough. The moment he touched the ball, Cristiano knew to run, based on the rhythm of Cristiano's step-overs. He could tell whether it was a real breakthrough or a feint. In the 34th minute, the opportunity arose. Fangzhuo received the ball in midfield, and Arsenal's defensive midfielder Gilberto immediately closed in, nearly poking him in the face with his fingers. Instead of tapping the ball back, as usual, he flicked his ankle, and the ball seemed to stick to his foot as he carried it to the right side. Gilberto, indeed, followed him to the wing, leaving a gap in the channel. Chapter 54. Coping with the intensified pressure of the title race, the fixture list for round 32 of the Premier League was densely circled in red by Ferguson and posted in the center of the tactical meeting room at Carrington. Fangzhuo stared at the words Manchester United versus Chelsea, his fingertips leaving shallow impressions on the table. Both teams were tied on points, with Manchester United trailing by 2 in goal difference. Winning this mountaintop battle would allow them to take the lead. Losing could directly hand over the initiative in the title race, and even a draw felt like a slow loss. Everyone get your spirits up. Ferguson slammed the tactical board onto the table, chalk dust flying onto Fangzhuo's notebook. Chelsea isn't here for a friendly match. Mourinho will definitely set up a bus. Anyone who dares to lose focus on the pitch will go train with the youth team. Rooney secretly tugged at Fangzhuo's jersey beside him, mouthing, "The old man is fiercer than usual." Fangzhuo didn't dare to reply. He caught a glimpse of Cristiano Ronaldo's fingers unconsciously tapping on his knee, the rhythm fast like a drum. The young Portuguese had not scored in the last 3 matches, always kicking at empty goals against the wall during training, and the red veins in his eyes were more pronounced than when celebrating a goal. The pressure of the title race felt like a wet towel, squeezed in the hands of every player, becoming heavier with each twist. Chapter 55. Ferguson expresses high recognition of his growth in private. The spring rain in Manchester tapped against the glass windows of the Carrington training ground, splashing tiny droplets. Fangzhuo stood at the door of Ferguson's office, holding a freshly printed tactical report, his fingertips pausing on the doorknob. The old man had just finished a video meeting with his assistants, and through the door, one could hear his low Scottish accent, likely reviewing last week's match against Everton. "Come." Ferguson's voice came wrapped in moisture. Pushing the door open, a faint smell of tobacco wafted through the office. The old man stood by the window smoking, his back slightly hunched compared to usual. His suit jacket draped over the back of a chair, the collar loosened by 2 buttons, lacking the usual sharpness of the training ground, more embodying the weariness of an old-fashioned gentleman. The tactical board still displayed Everton's defensive line, with the gaps circled in red ink, the rain-soaked window distorting the view. "Coach, here are the running data you requested." Fangzhuo placed the report on the desk, his fingertip brushing against the edge of an old photo frame containing a picture of the treble-winning team from 1999, with Ferguson standing in the middle. His hair not yet completely white. "Leave it there." Ferguson did not turn around, ash falling onto the windowsill. Seat. Chapter 56. First experience of a controversial decision. Learning to maintain composure. The cheers from Anfield felt like a giant rock, crashing against Fangzhuo's eardrums. He stood in Liverpool's penalty area, watching the referee shake his head, pointing to the center circle. That shot had clearly crossed the goal line by half a meter. Liverpool's goalkeeper Reina had fallen into the net while trying to save it. Yet the assistant referee raised his flag, calling it offside. "Are you blind?" Rooney's shout exploded in his ears. The Englishman clenched his fists and charged at the assistant referee, only to be pulled back by Giggs. Cristiano Ronaldo stood at the edge of the penalty area, his curly hair standing straight with anger, pointing at the goal line and shouting at the referee. "Did you not see? The ball crossed the line. Dong Fangzhuo looked down and kicked at the clump of dirt on the grass. The stud marks crunched over the dent made by the ball. That was the ironclad evidence that the ball had crossed the line. In the 63rd minute, with the score at 1-1 and only 4 rounds left in the title race. This disallowed goal was almost equivalent to giving away 2 points. The system's notification pinged in his mind, detected a wrong decision. Host's emotional fluctuation value increased to 60. Recommend emotional calibration. He took a deep breath, tugging at Rooney's jersey. Stop shouting. Let's finish the game first. Can you hold it in? Rooney turned back with red eyes. If that goal counts, we would be at 21. Chapter 57. UEFA Champions League knockout stage. Experiencing higher intensity competition. The lights at Allianz Arena in Munich were like ice swords, piercing and tightening his eyes. Dong Fangzhuo stood in the player tunnel, listening to the Bayern fans singing Southern Stars in unison, his heartbeat pounding against his ribs. In the first leg of the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals, Manchester United faced Bayern Munich away, marking his first real encounter with the top European intensity in the knockout stage. Don't shake. Cristiano Ronaldo's elbow nudged his waist. The Portuguese youth's curly hair was sprayed stiff with gel, standing upright, his eyes shining like fire. I'll help you take out Schweinsteiger. You just pass. Dong Fangzhuo clenched his fists, cold sweat trickling down his fingertips onto his jersey. During warm-ups, he witnessed Bayern's tough defender Boateng knock Rooney off balance, while midfielder Van Bommel's tackle sent sparks flying as a stud scraped the grass. Even Kahn on the bench was yelling, "Break their legs for me." Every inch of air was filled with the scent of high-intensity competition. Be sharp. Ferguson's shout pierced through the singing. The old man slammed the tactical board against the wall of the player tunnel, drawing a harsh cross over Bayern's defense in red ink. They want to compete physically, so we will compete with speed. Dong, you cut into the gap. Don't clash head-on with Van Bommel. Use your advantage of quick turns. Chapter 58. Utilizing foresight to make small but decisive contributions in critical moments. The hourglass of stoppage time in the second leg of the Champions League semi-finals was draining sand. The scoreboard at Old Trafford displayed Manchester United 1, AC Milan, the words like a block of ice, freezing the breath of the entire crowd. With an aggregate score of 2-2, Milan had the advantage with 2 away goals, if they could hold on for another 3 minutes. The Red Devils would be eliminated in the semi-finals. Dong Fangzhuo lay on the grass, gasping for air, his old knee injury throbbing from the recent collision. He looked up to see Cristiano Ronaldo being tightly marked by Maldini, while Rooney was pinned down in the penalty area by Nesta, Milan's players sticking like a plaster, blocking the penalty area so tightly that not even the wind could get through. System notification. Detected that Milan will initiate a counterattack in 30 seconds. Pirlo will send a through ball near the midfield line, directing towards the right flank. Kaká will insert to form a one-on-one. Just as the mechanical voice faded in his mind, Dong Fangzhuo suddenly looked up and indeed saw Pirlo slowly retreating in midfield, subtly pointing towards the right flank. While Kaká was moving his head down towards the gap, the motion of the hem of his jersey brushing against the grass matching perfectly with the system's foresight. Right? Kaká is making a run. Dong Fangzhuo's shout crashed against the grass, tinged with urgency. He disregarded the pain in his knee, rolling and crawling towards midfield. Milan's counterattack was as fast as lightning, and by the time his teammates reacted to cover, it would already be too late. Chapter 59. Physical strength naturally increases through special training, improving confrontation. In the strength room at Carrington, the dull thud of barbells hitting the floor shook the ground. Dong Fangzhuo lay on the bench press, his chest muscles taut like iron, his fingertips gripping the non-slip texture of the barbell, with 100 kilograms resting on his shoulders. Each lift felt like it could crush his ribs, sweat dripping from his jawline onto the mat, leaving dark marks. 2 more. Rooney's loud voice echoed against the equipment. The Englishman holding a stopwatch, his rough palms slapping against Dong Fangzhuo's latissimus dorsi. You only pressed 80 kilograms last week. Now you have to push for 100? Don't be a coward. Dong Fangzhuo gritted his teeth to push up, the barbell trembling as it passed his chest, the blood vessels in his ears throbbing. He glanced at Cristiano Ronaldo beside him. The Portuguese youth was practicing core exercises in front of a mirror, sweat clinging to his curly hair. The muscles in his waist and abdomen contracting with each movement, looking much tighter than at the beginning of the season. The two had been pushed by Ferguson into the strength room, adding an hour of extra training every day, euphemistically called intensified confrontation training. Take a break. Team Dr. Mike walked in, holding a body fat scale. Don't push too hard. If you pull a muscle, it's not worth it. Chapter 60, National Team Match Day summons again, steady performance. As Manchester United's training just ended, Dong Fangzhuo's phone buzzed. The screen displayed national team coaching staff prominently. He tightened his wet jersey and ran to the sidelines, his fingertip brushing against the screen, leaving a trail of sweat. After the crucial title race in the league, the afterglow of the Champions League final hadn't faded, and the national team's call-up notice had arrived. Xiaozhua, come back to the team. The voice on the other end was that of the assistant coach of the national team, carrying a familiar accent. We are playing Iran next Tuesday, a do-or-die match for the World Cup qualifiers. The coaching staff hopes you can return to bolster the midfield. Dong Fangzhuo leaned against the fence and nodded. Hearing his own voice carry a smile, I'll book the flight tomorrow. I promise to make it to the joint training. After hanging up, Rooney leaned over and wrapped his arm around his neck. Is the national team calling you up again? I say you might as well join the England team. It would be lively if the three of us played together. Get lost. Dong Fangzhuo pushed him away but handed the phone to Cristiano Ronaldo. Look, the Iranian team's defensive midfielder is quite strong, perfect to test the results of my special training these days. The Portuguese youth leaned over the screen to take a look at the Iranian team's lineup and suddenly patted him on the shoulder. If you win, bring me some Chinese beef jerky. The spicy kind you brought last time was amazing. Chapter 61. Increasing communication with Li Wei. Sharing overseas experience. The rain in Manchester had been falling for 3 whole days. Dong Fangzhuo was curled up on the sofa in his dormitory, his fingertips sliding across the phone screen. The chat window was open with Li Wei's conversation. Half an hour ago, the youth sent a training video of him practicing back foot passes in the muddy field of the provincial team. The ball rolled awkwardly towards the sideline, and he stumbled while chasing it, his mud-stained face still wearing a smile. Loosen your ankles a bit. Don't be so stiff. Dong Fangzhuo typed on the screen. Thought for a moment, then deleted it, switching to voice message. Don't just use your ankles to power the pass. Turn your waist slightly so the force can follow through. You see, your body was too straight just now. The ball definitely went off. As soon as he hit send, his phone vibrated. Li Wei replied instantly with a voice message, the sound of the provincial team's training whistle in the background. The youth's voice was breathless. Brother Dong, you really watched. I practiced back foot passes all afternoon. My shoes are worn out. Just wanted to pass as accurately as you. Dong Fangzhuo leaned back on the sofa with a smile. Ever since they met during the last national team match day, he and Li Wei had kept in touch. The youth sent training videos almost every day, sometimes shooting, sometimes positioning, and occasionally asking if the Premier League's turf was really softer than at home, or if the steak in the Manchester United canteen was better. Even when the provincial team coach praised him, he would rush to share it. Chapter 62. Maintaining health and condition is crucial during the season. Sprint. The morning fog at the Carrington base had not yet dissipated when Mike dragged Dong Fangzhuo into the medical room. The team doctor frowned as he squeezed his left calf, the ultrasound probe sliding over the muscle. The red signals flashing on the screen were blinding. The season sprint had just started, and his soleus muscle was already showing signals of overfatigue. This week's extra training had to stop. Mike pressed an ice pack against his leg. The force was so strong it felt like he was trying to press the cold into his bones. If he continued to train hard, it would lead to muscle tears, and by then, forget about competing for the championship. He would have to sit on the bench, even in the finals. Dong Fangzhuo gritted his teeth and remained silent, but his fingertips tightened on his training pants. There were only 5 rounds left in the league, and Manchester United was only 2 points ahead of Chelsea. The FA Cup final was next week against Arsenal, and the first leg of the Champions League semi-final against Real Madrid was in 3 days. Every match was a tough battle that couldn't be lost. How could he dare to stop extra training? Don't be stubborn. Ferguson's voice came from the doorway. The old man held a cup of hot tea, the steam fogging up his glasses. If Mike says stop, then stop. I told K-Roz to cut your training load in half. This afternoon, we're only working on tactical coordination, no weightlifting. When Dong Fangzhuo looked up, he saw the old man handing him the tea, the warmth of the cup burning his hands. When I was young, I was just like you, always thought that fighting hard would lead to victory. It wasn't until I broke my leg at Aberdeen that I realized that during the season sprint, it's not just about toughness, it's about using your head. Chapter 63. Scoring key goals in crucial matches. The grass at Old Trafford was soaked from the pre-match rain, and Dong Fangzhuo stood in midfield, stepping on the slippery blades of grass, clutching the collar of his jersey. The copper badge given to him by Sir Ted was pressing against his collarbone. The cold metal sensation ignited a fire in his heart. The scoreboard read Manchester United 0-1 Chelsea. The words felt like a thorn, piercing through the cheers of the entire crowd by an octave. The final round of the Premier League, a decisive battle for the championship. Chelsea only needed to draw away to win the title on goal difference, while Manchester United had to win. In the 37th minute, when Lampard's long-range shot hit the inside of the post and bounced into the net, Mourinho's fist pump on the opposing team's bench felt like a stone weighing down every Manchester United fan's heart. "Don't panic." Rooney's rough shout echoed in his ears. The Englishman pulled on his jersey and charged towards the penalty area, just like they practiced before. "I'll crash into Terry, you pass to the flank." Fangzhuo nodded, and the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Detected that Chelsea's defensive line is leaning left. Terry's turn is delayed by 0.5 seconds. Recommended attack route. Right flank gap. He looked up and indeed saw Terry taking a half step to the left, clearly focusing on Rooney's run. In the 42nd minute, Scholes intercepted the ball in midfield. Fangzhuo didn't wait for the Chelsea defensive midfielder to return, suddenly darting towards the right flank. Cristiano Ronaldo understood the cue, and with a diagonal pass, sent the ball over. The football skimmed across the grass and flew into the gap just as Terry turned around. Chapter 64. Gradually increasing influence in the locker room. In the Carrington base's locker room, Rooney's shout collided with the metal lockers, causing the training kits hanging to tremble and fall. The Englishman was holding a football, his face flushed red. "Can you run a bit faster? I've passed you 3 times, and you didn't catch up." The youth team player Fletcher, standing opposite him, had red eyes, gripping the hem of his jersey, not daring to speak. During the group practice just now, he failed to receive Rooney's through ball twice, and the ball rolled out of bounds, drawing laughter from the substitutes bench. The atmosphere in the locker room instantly froze. Just as Giggs was about to intervene, Fangzhuo suddenly stood up from his seat and placed the water bottle he was holding on the ground. "It's my fault. I should have pulled to the flank earlier," creating space by dragging the defender away. Rooney was momentarily taken aback. "What does that have to do with you? How could it not?" Fangzhuo walked over, picked up the ball that had rolled to his feet, and handed it to Fletcher. "I was too stationary on that play. Both of the opposing defensive midfielders were crowding towards you, making it hard for anyone to receive. Come on, let's practice 3 more times. I'll run to the flank, and you try to see if you can get in." Fletcher's fingertips were still trembling as he held the ball, but he followed Fangzhuo onto the training field. Rooney stood still, watching their backs, muttering busybody, but the corners of his mouth relaxed secretly. He wasn't really angry. He just got a bit worked up and couldn't hold back. Fangzhuo's intervention was just what he needed to ease the situation. Chapter 65. Preparing for the upcoming cup final in the tactical meeting room at Carrington Base. Ferguson's red pen heavily circled the AC Milan emblem of their Champions League final opponent, chalk dust falling onto Fangzhuo's notebook, overlapping with his previously marked Pirlo area. The sunlight slanted in through the window, illuminating the densely packed arrows on the tactical board. With only 3 days left until the final at Wembley Stadium, every particle of dust in the air felt tense. "The old fox from Milan won't compete with us on speed." Ferguson slammed the tactical board onto the table, his Scottish accent wrapped in undeniable certainty. "Ancelotti will definitely have Pirlo drop back to organize, and Gattuso will disrupt the midfield. We must first cut off their passing lines." He suddenly pointed with the red pen at Fangzhuo's name. "You stand here. Don't let Pirlo have an easy time distributing the ball. Wherever he moves, you follow. No need to force a challenge. Just block his passing angles." Fangzhuo drew a diamond shape in his notebook. This was Ferguson's newly designed diamond midfield, and he stood at the front, like a wedge between Milan's defensive midfielders. As his fingertip brushed over Gattuso, he recalled the footage he watched yesterday. Milan's midfield was like a brute bull, their studs sparking against the grass when tackling in the last match against Bayern. He received 2 yellow cards just for fouls. Chapter 66. Experiencing the tense and exciting atmosphere before winning in the players' tunnel of Wembley Stadium. The air felt thick like compressed sponge, suffocating. Fangzhuo leaned against the cold metal wall, listening to the Manchester United chants coming from outside the tunnel, each sound crashing against his eardrums. With only 10 minutes left before the Champions League final kickoff, sweat was forming in his palms, and even the copper badge on his jersey collar felt scorching hot. "What are you shaking for?" Rooney elbowed him in the waist. While the Englishman was using his teeth to open the energy bar wrapper, chocolate sauce smeared at the corner of his mouth. Yet he was deliberately putting on a straight face. You weren't this timid last time against Chelsea. Dong Fangzhuo tugged at the hem of his jersey, not daring to say that he was actually more anxious than last time. He glanced towards the tunnel. Seeing the red scars in the stands rolling like a sea of fire, a fan jumped up holding a banner declaring treble winners, the wind flapping it noisily. The edges brushing past the front row of Milan fans, drawing a chorus of boos. Don't listen to them. Ronaldo, squeezed over from behind, his curly hair, sprayed with hairspray, had become limp with sweat, yet he still pretended to be calm. The Milan fans would shout, "Wait until we score. Let's see if they can still shout then," he said, stuffing a mint into Dong Fangzhuo's hand. My mom says this can relieve anxiety. Chapter 67. AC Milan takes the lead. Tense match. The rain at Wembley Stadium fell diagonally, landing on Dong Fangzhuo's jersey, soaking a small dark spot. In the 28th minute, he received a pass from Scholes in the midfield, just about to turn and carry it towards the flank when Gattuso crashed into him like a red-hot iron plate. The Italian midfielder's elbow dug into his lower back, the force strong enough to bend his spine. As he stumbled forward, the ball was nimbly taken away by Pirlo. Damn! Rooney's roar mixed with the sound of rain exploded. The Englishman clenched his fists and charged at Gattuso, only to be firmly pulled back by Giggs from behind. As Dong Fangzhuo held his lower back and gasped, he saw Pirlo with his head down, dribbling the ball, his gray hair sticking to his forehead in the rain. Each turn of his ankle exuding the calmness of an old-school midfielder. He didn't rush forward, but gently nudged the ball with the arch of his foot, while Milan's teammates slowly pulled apart their formation. Get back! Quick, get back! Ferguson's roar pierced through the rain, the old man's red pen screeching on the tactical board. The red circle, originally marking Pirlo's area, now looked like a red-hot iron ring burning in Dong Fangzhuo's eyes. The pre-match tactical meeting lasted 3 hours, repeatedly emphasizing not to let Pirlo play comfortably in midfield, but Gattuso's rough tackle just now severed the most crucial link. Chapter 68. Own goal, reduced numbers. Hell mowed the rain at Wembley Stadium twisted into ropes, slashing diagonally onto the grass. Dong Fangzhuo wiped the rain from his face, his fingertips brushing over his hot ear. At the end of the first half, the score of 0-1 weighed heavily on his mind, and the last 3 minutes of the second half felt like being dunked into ice water. When the referee's whistle blew amidst the rain, Dong Fangzhuo was running back towards the penalty area. He saw Neville squatting on the grass, his back stiff like a stone, the Manchester United goal net still gently swaying. The dull thud of the own goal hitting the net felt like it was still stuck in everyone's eardrums. It was Neville's clearance that went wrong. When Milan's Jankulovski crossed from the left, the English right-back attempted to kick the ball towards the sideline, but the slippery grass caused the ball to change direction, spinning like an out-of-control top back towards his own goal. Van der Sar leaped out, his fingertips just grazing the ball, but couldn't stop that strange arc 1-1. No, it was 0-2. Milan took the lead with Inzaghi's header in the first half, and now this own goal had completely sunk Manchester United into a quagmire. Gary! Rooney's shout crashed through the rain. He rushed over, but didn't dare to scold. Just pulled Neville's arm up. It's okay. The rain is too heavy. Anyone could miss fire. Chapter 69. The treble and the youth. The scoreboard at Wembley Stadium froze at 3-2, and Dong Fangzhuo was still lying on the grass. Rainwater mixed with sweat on his face, an old knee injury throbbed from the recent sprint, but he couldn't care less. The cheers around him rolled in like a tsunami, vibrating against his eardrums, his teammates' roars, the fans' chants, and even the distant sighs from Milan fans blended together, becoming the most beautiful sound in the world. Dong, what the hell are you doing? Rooney's loud voice hit his back, the Englishman tugging at his jersey, mud splattering all over his face. Hurry up and lift the trophy. We're the treble winners. The words treble winners struck Dong Fangzhuo's heart, and he suddenly realized. League champions, FA Cup champions. Champions League champions. They had won every trophy they could this season, just like Ferguson had drawn in the locker room at the beginning of the season, and they actually bit into it. He looked at Rooney's red-rimmed eyes and suddenly smiled. As he smiled, tears fell down, mixing with the rain on his face, cool yet burning in his heart. Why are you crying? Ronaldo rushed over from behind, pressing him down on the grass, mud from his curly hair getting into his mouth. You should be smiling. We won. The Portuguese youth's voice trembled like a guitar string, but his grin was wider than anyone else's, revealing two little fangs. Chapter 70. The ambitions of young people in the new season in July. The cicadas in Manchester were buzzing loudly, but the grass at Carrington Base was shining with a fresh green after being freshly cut. As Dong Fangzhuo walked towards the training field in the morning light, he could hear Rooney's loud voice from afar. The Englishman was kicking a football into the goal, the studs scraping the grass, making sparks fly. But he was way off target. "Stop kicking, the goalkeeper is going to cry." Dong Fangzhuo threw his backpack to the side of the field and smiled as he approached him. It had only been 3 weeks since the off-season, and the base should have been empty, but he received a message from Ronaldo yesterday to come to the base quickly. Something big was happening, and when he arrived, he found that these 2 bastards had already arrived. Rooney turned around and saw him, kicking the ball into the ground. "Finally, you're here. We've been waiting for you." The Englishman pointed at the tactical board on the side of the field, where the new season's goals were written in red pen, with 3 crooked circles drawn behind it. "We 3 have agreed. This year we're going to win the treble again." As Dong Fangzhuo glanced at the tactical board, Ronaldo suddenly pounced from behind, wrapping his arm around his neck and pressing him down onto the grass. "Best 11, you're late. You should be punished." The Portuguese youth's curly hair was damp with sweat, but he smiled brightly, his eyes sparkling. He held a copy of France Football magazine, the cover featuring a photo of the Champions League Best 11. With Dong Fangzhuo standing in the middle, Ronaldo on the left, and Rooney on the right, the 3 of them squeezed together, laughing, clearly printed. Chapter 71. Sweat and echoes of the summer training camp. The mornings in Manchester always carried a bit of bone-chilling cold. But the grass at Carrington Base had already been trampled into wet marks by countless studs. As Dong Fangzhuo tied his shoelaces, his fingertips touched the salt stains on his socks, remnants of sweat from the previous day's fitness training that hadn't been washed off, mixed with this morning's dew, cool against his skin. "Hurry up, Dong." Rooney's voice boomed from the other end of the field. The Englishman was running towards the sideline, carrying a training marker cone. His belly slightly less than last week, but he still gasped after just a couple of steps. The fitness coach said if he slowed down anymore, he would have to do extra shuttle runs. Dong Fangzhuo chuckled as he got up, just about to walk toward the practice match field when his arm was tugged. Ronaldo shoved a notebook filled with data into his hand, dew still clinging to his curly hair. "Look at my shooting success rate from yesterday. It's 3 higher than the day before." The notebook was densely filled with notes. Left side of the penalty area, 45 degrees. 60 long shots, 45. With a red pen circled next to it. Headers, 38, drawing a downward arrow. "Gotta practice headers." Dong Fangzhuo pointed at that arrow. "Pique and Puyol from Barcelona are both tall. You'll have to rely on yourself to win aerial duels." Chapter 72. Preseason Gathering. The morning fog of Carrington, the July morning fog in Manchester wrapped in humidity, making the grass at Carrington Base shine. Dong Fangzhuo stood by the barbed wire outside the training ground, his fingertips repeatedly stroking the number on his chest. The red jersey, with the golden number 10, glimmered faintly in the mist, the fabric still carrying the scent of soap from the laundry, handed to him personally by Ferguson at the end of last season. "What is the hold-up? The new season hasn't even started, and you've already worn the 10 like it's a relic?" Rooney's loud voice shattered the fog. The Englishman, wearing muddy training shoes, had a rounder belly than last season, clearly having listened to his mother during the off-season about eating more steak. He tugged at Dong Fangzhuo's jersey hem and whistled. "To be honest, I still find it strange. This number used to belong to Cantona and Sheringham. You just secured your starting position last year, and you dare take it?" Dong Fangzhuo pulled back his jersey, not responding. The sound of footsteps approached in the mist, and Cristiano Ronaldo came over, juggling a football, dew glistening on his curly hair, his training top crooked, revealing a new tattoo on his collarbone, said to be designed by his sister, a lucky charm. "Dong, don't mind him." The Portuguese lad flicked the ball into the air, his toe hooking it around in a circle. "Last year, your assist to me with that outside of the foot shot was more accurate than Sheringham's in the video. Why shouldn't you deserve it?" Chapter 73. First training appearance. The footprints of number 10 outside the iron gate of Carrington Base. A crowd had gathered at dawn. Dong Fangzhuo glanced through the car window and saw fans holding Manchester United 10 jerseys, journalists with cameras, and a few school kids peering through the barbed wire. Last year when he came for training, the entrance was deserted, only morning fog. It was nothing like this lively scene. "Look, they're all here waiting for you." The new number 10, Rooney, in the passenger seat, chewed gum and nodded outside. "Last year when I started training with Ronaldo, there were only 3 reporters. You've got a bigger crowd than when Cantona was here." Dong Fangzhuo didn't reply, his fingertips rubbing the collar of his jersey. The freshly ironed number 10 jersey rested on his lap, the golden number glimmering in the morning light. The fabric stiff yet heavier than the substitute jersey he wore last season. That was the weight of expectation. As soon as the car stopped, reporters surged forward. Zong, how many goals can you score this season? What does the number 10 mean to you? Microphones poked in like branches. Dong Fangzhuo pulled his jersey closer to his chest. Just about to open the door when Cristiano Ronaldo suddenly leaned over from the back seat, his curly hair shining in the morning light. Make way. Our number 10 is about to make history. Chapter 74. First goal in a friendly. Confidence on the grass at Celtic Park in Glasgow. The grass was scorched by the afternoon sun. Dong Fangzhuo stood in the center circle, his fingertips brushing the grass clippings on his shoes. This was his first official warm-up match of the new season, and the Celtic players across from him were glancing his way, their eyes sharp as if trying to gauge the new number 10's capabilities. Don't be nervous. Rooney nudged his arm, chewing gum, his jersey collar open, revealing a new tattoo on his neck. These guys just shout. It's not that intimidating once the game starts. Dong Fangzhuo remained silent, glancing at the stands. In the north stand, there was a small group of United fans holding a banner that read number 10 takes off, the wind curling the edges of the banner, revealing Li Wei's face behind it. The boy held a telescope, his face pressed against the railing. The lens trained on him, as if afraid to miss a single move. Last season at this time, he was gnawing on an energy bar on the bench, watching the starters run on the field, sweat in his palms, fearing he wouldn't get a chance. Now, standing in the center circle, the number 10 jersey blazed in the sunlight, the captain's armband, which Ferguson had specifically asked him to wear, snug on his arm, neither too tight nor too loose, but more reassuring than ever. Chapter 75, League Opener. The shout at Old Trafford as the lights at Old Trafford pierced through the twilight. Dong Fangzhuo stood in the player tunnel, hearing the deafening cheers. The sound wrapped in the warmth of red scarves struck against the metal walls of the tunnel and bounced back, mingling with the players' breaths, creating the strongest intoxication. Last season, during the league opener, he was in this tunnel clutching a substitute jersey, shivering, but tonight, the number 10 jersey on his chest shone under the lights. The captain's armband tightening around his arm, warming his heart. Don't shake. Giggs patted his shoulder from behind, the veteran winger's fingertips brushing over his jersey collar. Last year you watched me wear the armband from the bench. This year it's your turn to show them. Dong Fangzhuo smiled down. His fingertips brushed over the badge on his jersey. The plastic emblem, softened by body heat, felt like melted candy. The announcer's voice came from outside the tunnel. Now entering the field is Manchester United's new number 10, Dong Fangzhuo. The rising star from last season's substitute bench is set to debut as a starter at Old Trafford tonight. The cheers instantly rose by an octave. Dong Fangzhuo walked onto the field with his teammates, and, as they turned the corner, he saw the waves of red in the north stand. Fans were holding a giant banner that read number 10 Dong, Red Devil's Soul, with his image from last season when he scored, grinning widely as he ran. In the front row, Li Wei was jumping, his school uniform jacket over a red jersey, holding a homemade number 10 sign, the corners taped repeatedly, fearing the wind would tear it. Chapter 76. First matchup. Midfield duel with Lampard. The grass at Old Trafford was soaked and heavy from the autumn rain. Dong Fangzhuo stood in the center circle, hearing the rustling sound as his studs crushed the grass blades. On the opposite side, Chelsea's Frank Lampard was bent over tying his shoelaces. The sleeves of his deep blue jersey rolled up to his elbows, exposing the muscles on his forearms. He was the benchmark for midfielders in the Premier League, scoring 20 goals and providing 12 assists last season. He was the absolute core. Don't stare at him. Rooney nudged his shoulder, the Englishman popping a piece of gum into his mouth. He'll try to deceive you with late runs. Keep an eye on him. Dong Fangzhuo didn't respond, just clenched his fists. Before the match, Ferguson had drawn 3 red lines on the tactical board, all framing Lampard. His late runs were the fastest in the Premier League. Don't let him receive the ball in front of the penalty area. His long shots were powerful and tricky. Don't give him a chance to turn. Most importantly, the old man paused, pointing at Dong Fangzhuo's chest. Don't be intimidated by his presence. You're Manchester United's number 10. This is your home ground. But when the referee's whistle blew, and Dong Fangzhuo faced Lampard for the first time in midfield, he still gripped his jersey tightly. Chapter 77. First injury. Warning from a knee on the training ground at Carrington Base. The morning frost had yet to melt, and the grass was hard. While doing shuttle runs, Dong Fangzhuo suddenly felt a sharp pain in his left knee, as if a needle had pierced into the bone, causing him to stop abruptly. Bending over to support his knee, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead. What's wrong? Rooney ran over, still chewing half an energy bar, and upon seeing his pale face, quickly tossed the bar aside. Is your knee hurting again? Dong Fangzhuo didn't speak. Just press on the outside of his knee. It was the same spot he had scraped during a confrontation with Lampard last week, and now it felt swollen, a small hard lump compared to his right knee. He straightened up, trying to walk a couple of steps. The sharp pain lessened somewhat, but it felt like a thin thread was wrapped around his knee, pulling with every step. Still saying you're fine? Rooney frowned, pointing towards the medical room. Go let Mike take a look. Don't push through it. Dong Fangzhuo hesitated. Today we are practicing tactical coordination. Ferguson specifically said the number 10 must be present. If he leaves, the main team's midfield will have to let Fletcher take over. And that kid always seems to be half a beat off when connecting with Cristiano Ronaldo and Rooney. But the sharp pain in his knee was truly unbearable. He glanced at the coaching bench where Ferguson was talking to Karaz, not paying attention to this side, and gritted his teeth. Let's practice first. I'll go later during the break. Chapter 78, Substitution. Redemption. At 80 minutes the rain at Old Trafford fell diagonally, soaking the pitch until it became sticky. Dong Fangzhuo sat on the plastic chair of the substitutes bench, his knee pads heated by his body temperature. Last week in the Champions League against Celtic, Fletcher played in midfield for him, and Manchester United won 2-0. After the match, the Manchester Evening News even wrote that the Red Devils' midfield was resilient, and missing the number 10 was not a disaster. This felt like a soft thorn pricking at his heart. It didn't hurt, but it was incredibly irritating. Stop fiddling with your knee pad. Giggs handed him a bottle of hot cocoa, his fingertips brushing against the back of Dong's hand. Mike said your knee can hold up for 20 minutes. Dong Fangzhuo didn't respond, just glanced at the field. The glaring red number 01 on the scoreboard was quite shocking. Tottenham's Bale scored a goal in the 37th minute, running like a gust of wind, leaving O'Shea on the ground, mud splattered all over his face. In midfield, Fletcher, with a bandage wrapped around his forehead from a collision while trying to win the ball, was limping as he ran, always passing to safety zones and never daring to send the ball towards Tottenham's penalty area. The cheers from the stands had weakened considerably. Some fans were waving a sign to substitute the number 10, but were pressed back by those nearby, probably recalling last week's victory over Celtic. Thinking it was worth waiting a bit longer, who knows, they might be able to turn it around. Dong Fangzhuo squeezed the hot cocoa bottle, the plastic deforming under his grip, the fire inside him burning hotter than the warmth in his hands. So what if they won last week? That was Celtic, not this Tottenham team playing like mad dogs. Chapter 79, Master-Disciple Dialogue. Ferguson's tactical notes outside the training ground at Carrington. The setting sun dyed the grass a golden red. After taking his last free kick, the ball hit the post and bounced back. As he bent down to pick up the ball, he heard the sound of leather shoes crunching on the grass behind him. Turning around, he saw Ferguson standing there with his hands behind his back, holding a worn leather notebook with frayed edges and curled corners. Coach! Dong Fangzhuo quickly kicked the ball towards the sideline and brushed off the grass on his clothes. After the last-minute win against Tottenham 3 days ago, Ferguson hadn't specifically sought him out, only standing by the sidelines watching during training, which made him a bit anxious. The calmer the old man appeared, the more likely he was hiding something big. Follow me. Ferguson didn't look at him and turned to walk towards the office building. The hem of the old man's trench coat swept across the grass, stirring up bits of grass. Dong Fangzhuo hurriedly followed, taking a couple of steps before glancing back at Li Wei, who was squatting outside the wire fence, drawing something in a notebook. Upon seeing him look over, Li quickly gave him a thumbs up and then lowered his head to continue drawing. In the office on the 3rd floor of the office building, the kerosene lamp was lit. Ferguson's desk was quite messy. On the left were several videotapes labeled Chelsea versus Manchester United 2004. In the middle was a tactical board with a number 10 circled in red, and on the right was that leather notebook pressed down by a teacup, revealing arrows drawn inside. Chapter 80, European War Lille. New Dong debuts as the night lights at Old Trafford just turned on. Dong Fangzhuo was sitting on the bench in the locker room flipping through that leather notebook. His fingertips traced over the pencil notes, stating that Lille's left back advanced significantly, and the flanks were exploitable. The sound of Rooney snoring filled his ears as the Englishman lay on the locker, a half-eaten sandwich resting on his stomach, sauce smeared all over his jersey. Still looking? Giggs walked in, tossing a long-sleeved jersey onto his lap. The old man specifically saved this for you. Said it'll be chilly tonight, and the knee pads fit perfectly under it. Dong Fangzhuo draped the jersey over his knee. The knee pads Mike had just replaced were slightly lighter than before, but much sturdier. The notebook lay on his lap, the edges curled from being flipped so much. In these 3 days of training, he hadn't practiced free kicks against Cristiano Ronaldo again, but he had often pulled shoals to practice the give-and-go in midfield. The veteran midfielder initially seemed confused, but later laughed as he passed the ball to Dong's feet. The old man's notes weren't for nothing. Dong Yi. The locker room door was pushed open a crack, and Li Wei's head popped in, clutching a crumpled envelope. The boy was wearing a faded Manchester United jacket. The sleeve shortened, revealing his thin wrists. Upon seeing Dong Fangzhuo, he shoved the envelope into his hands. I drew this. The coach said this positioning can block Lille's wingers. Chapter 81. North London away game. Arsenal's encirclement. The cheers at Emirates Stadium felt like a stone soaked in ice, crashing onto Dong Fangzhuo's back as he bent down to tie his shoelaces. The air in the away dressing room was colder than at Old Trafford. Rooney spat on the ground and kicked the locker in frustration. These Arsenal fans, do they have iron throats? They've been shouting for half an hour and still aren't hoarse. Dong Fangzhuo didn't respond, his fingertips brushing over the straps of his knee pads. Before heading out, Mike had specifically tucked a heat patch into the knee pads, keeping them warm, but it couldn't warm the heaviness in his heart. On the tactical board, 3 names were circled in red. Fabregas, Gilberto Silva, Flamini. All Arsenal midfielders, with arrows densely pointing to his position, like a web woven tight. Stop staring at the tactical board. Giggs handed him half a chocolate bar, his fingers reddened from a cold. That old fox winger just wants to encircle you. He did the same to Cristiano last year, and we ended up scoring 3 against them. Dong Fangzhuo stuffed the chocolate into his mouth. The sweet taste couldn't suppress the tightness in his throat. Before the match, Ferguson flipped through his tactical notes and said, Arsenal's midfielders have the highest running distances in the Premier League. They want to challenge you physically, but will wear you down. When you have the ball, Fabregas will try to pin you down, Gilberto will block your passing line, and Flamini will sneak up from behind. Don't give him a chance to encircle you. Chapter 82. Key World Cup qualifier. The grass at Old Trafford was still stained with Arsenal's mud when Dong Fangzhuo had just taken off his knee pads, and his phone vibrated as if it were about to explode. The screen flashed the words National Team Emergency, and his fingertips tingled, trembling as he unlocked the screen. The message was from the Football Association. Coach Ali Han had a sudden heart attack and was hospitalized. Coach Gao Hongba would temporarily take over for the away World Cup qualifying match against Kuwait, and he needed to return to the country immediately to join the team. Damn. Rooney, munching on an energy bar, leaned over and glanced at the screen, pausing for a moment. Ali Han? ISNT, the old guy who always calls you the Chinese kid? Dong Fangzhuo didn't respond, his fingertips pressing on the schedule for the double red match. 3 days later, Manchester United would host Liverpool, and Ferguson had patted his shoulder yesterday, saying, You need to mark Gerrard on the right. He looked towards the coaching bench. Ferguson was standing there with his hands behind his back, grass clippings stuck in his stubble, probably having received the news too. He glanced over at Dong without calling him, just gently nodding. As he went to the locker room to pack his things, Li Wei was squatting at the entrance of the players' tunnel, clutching a neatly folded national team jersey. The boy didn't know where he had heard the news. His eyes were red like a rabbit, and when he handed the jersey to Dong Fangzhuo, his voice trembled. Dong Ji, I checked. Kuwait plays at night. You'll make it back after your match. You can definitely catch the double red. Chapter 83. The double red match. Rain at Anfield. The rain at Anfield had a stinging quality. As Dong Fangzhuo held the captain's armband standing at the front of the players' tunnel, the raindrops were slanting against the glass of the tunnel, making a crackling sound. The sound of Rooney chewing gum was particularly clear behind him, mixed with the deafening singing of Liverpool fans. The melody of You'll Never Walk Alone was weighed down by the rain, like a wet rag stuck in his throat. He adjusted the armband on his arm. The red fabric brushed against his skin, a bit itchy and mostly hot. This was his first time playing in the Manchester United captain's role in a derby match. Ferguson had patted his shoulder before the game and said that the number 10 wearing the captain's armband had to withstand the atmosphere of Anfield. And now that atmosphere was drilling into his bones through the rain. Don't grip too tightly. You'll crush the armband, Giggs said as he handed over a pair of new gloves from behind. The veteran winger's fingertips brushed against his pale knuckles. It's the first time being captain in a derby, and I was shaking for the first 10 minutes the first time I wore the armband. Dong Fangzhuo pulled the corner of his mouth, but didn't say anything, glancing over at the opposing side. The Liverpool players lined up straight, with Gerrard standing at the front, his red captain's armband contrasting with his kit, but it shone a bit brighter than his. That was a kind of "this is my territory" shine. Next to Gerrard, Mascherano was bending down, rubbing his ankle, the studs crunching over the carpet in the tunnel. His profile taut like a drawn bow. Chapter 84. Equalizer. A ground shot from the edge of the box when the door to the changing room was pushed open. The rain followed the wind inside, splattering cool droplets on Dong Fangzhuo's face. Rooney was wiping his face with a towel, mud mixed with sweat on his face. The veins on his neck bulging high. Just now in the tunnel, he had been cursing at Mascherano for being dirty, and Giggs had to hold him back for a long time to calm him down. "Don't hold in," Ferguson said, placing the tactical board on the table. He circled Liverpool's left flank with a red pen, saying they would definitely attack Rooney's side in the second half. "You move into the middle, Dong." The old man pointed at him. "You control the midfield. Don't let Gerrard have the ball comfortably." Just as Dong nodded, he saw Rooney slam a fist on the locker. "Coach, let me go after that son of a bitch Mascherano. If he bumps into Dong again, I'll take him out." "You dare," Ferguson glared. "If you lay a hand on him, I'll substitute you right now. The derby is about football, not fists. Dong is the captain. You have to listen to him." Rooney clenched his neck and didn't speak, but glanced over at Dong Fangzhuo. Dong handed him a bottle of water. "Don't let him get to you. If he bumps into me, I'll pass the ball even more skillfully, making it harder for him to catch up. It's more effective than hitting him." Chapter 85. Rooney's joke. The warmth of the changing room in the Carrington base changing room. The heating made people drowsy. Dong Fangzhuo sat on the bench, pressing an ice pack against his knee. The rainy battle at Anfield had aggravated an old injury. Mike had just done an ultrasound and frowned, saying he needed to rest for 2 days, but there was a hint of relief in his voice, probably because he saw no bone damage. "Dong Ji here." Li Wei's voice came from the door, accompanied by a cold breeze. The boy, with a bulging backpack, set a thermos in front of him, saying, "My mom made pig bone soup, added goji berries. Coach Mike said it's good for the knees." When the lid was lifted, the steam carrying the aroma of meat wafted out, mixing with the faint scent of aftershave in the changing room, warming his nose. "Why are you here again?" Dong Fangzhuo scooted over to make space for the boy. For the past 2 weeks, Li Wei had been coming to the base almost every day, sometimes bringing soup, sometimes drawings, and even the security uncle recognized him, greeting him with a smile as little Manchester United fan. "My uncle found me a job." Li Wei pulled out a notebook from his backpack, filled with tactical arrows, saying he was helping the coach organize training videos and could stay at the base for an afternoon. He flipped to the last page and handed over a photo of Dong Fangzhuo being piled on the grass by teammates after the equalizer on a rainy night at Anfield, with him jumping and holding a sign in the background. "I developed it. Dong Ji, can you sign it?" Chapter 86. Christmas Schedule. A test of a packed schedule. A crowd gathered in front of the bulletin board at Carrington Base, and, as Dong Fangzhuo squeezed in, beads of sweat dripped onto the frozen tactical sheet. The paper had 3 lines marked in red. December 26th League match against Sunderland, 28th FA Cup 3rd round against Reading, and 31st League match against Chelsea. In just 6 days, 3 matches. The back-to-back schedule felt like a frozen iron chain tightening around each player's shoulders. "Damn." The FA Cup is squeezed in the middle. Rooney gripped the wooden frame of the bulletin board, his knuckles whitening. His right ankle was wrapped in kinesiology tape from being tackled during last week's match against Everton. Those kids from Reading specialized in physical play, and he was afraid they might break him apart. Dong Fangzhuo didn't respond, pressing his fingertips against the word Chelsea on the paper. There were ink stains seeping through. It was from Li Wei smudging it while drawing tactical diagrams yesterday. The boy had drawn a crying face next to the Chelsea emblem, with the words Dong Ji. Beat them up beside it. He touched the woolen knee pads in his pocket, knitted by Li Wei's aunt. The wool felt warm against his palm, but his knee still felt heavy. After running through 2 consecutive league matches, the old injury felt like a waterlogged sponge, weighing down his legs. Chapter 87. The Master and the Madman. The rain at Stamford Bridge was colder than at Anfield. Dong Fangzhuo stood on the right flank, his studs crunching over the rain-soaked grass, hearing Mourinho's shouts behind him. The Portuguese man, dressed in a black trench coat, stood in front of the Chelsea bench, his finger pointing rapidly at the United penalty area as if conducting a precise hunt. "Don't look at him," Ferguson's voice floated over from the other side. The old man wasn't wearing a trench coat, just a red sweater. The tactical board he held was getting wet at the edges. He.S. just trying to create a show. Dong Fangzhuo glanced towards the middle. Rooney was gritting his teeth, glaring at Chelsea's center-back Terry, while Scholes crouched on the ground, tying his shoelaces, his fingertips brushing against the grass, as if feeling the slickness of the pitch. Before the match, Ferguson had circled Robben's name 3 times on the tactical board. Mourinho will have him charge down your right. Don't follow him. Guard the inside line. Let O'Shea cover the wing. But just 9 minutes into the match, Mourinho gave Ferguson a wake-up call. After the kickoff, Chelsea didn't let Robben touch the ball, but instead had Lampard move into the middle, drawing United's midfield over. As Dong Fangzhuo took a half step towards the middle, he suddenly saw Chelsea's left-back Ashley Cole sprinting forward. No one was marking him, and Ferguson's tactical board hadn't accounted for that. Scholes was entangled with Lampard, and Rooney was struggling with Makelele, leaving the right side wide open. Chapter 88. The madman's victory. The door of the changing room shook with the shouts from outside, and Dong Fangzhuo clutched the dry towel Li Wei handed him, his knuckles turning white. Just now, Giggs' brother ran in yelling, "Robben is playing tricks again on the right." He pressed close to the door, faintly hearing Rooney's furious roar, the sound wrapped in rain, carrying a reckless ferocity. "Dong G, Rooney G will definitely help you vent." Li Wei peeked through the door crack, his little face smeared with mud from squeezing in to watch the game. The way he stared at Robben looked like he wanted to eat him. Dong Fangzhuo remained silent, just glancing towards the players' tunnel. When he had been sent off in the first half, Rooney had gripped his arm, saying, "Wait for me to get you back." The red veins in the Englishman's eyes were more glaring than Chelsea's jersey color. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, a sudden uproar erupted outside, followed by the referee's whistle. Li Wei shouted through the door crack. He tackled him. Rooney tackled Robben. Dong Fangzhuo stood up straight. He knew Rooney didn't mean to injure anyone, but with Robben's temperament, he might act up again. Sure enough, a shrill scream from outside pierced through the door, sounding like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, mixed with the boos from Chelsea fans, making his ears ache. Chapter 89. Tactical Adjustment. Ferguson's 442 in the tactical room at Carrington Base. Christmas lights were still wrapped around the beams, shining a warm yellow light, but it couldn't warm the match report from Stamford Bridge on the table. Ferguson underlined the words "midfield collapse" with a red pen and tapped the tactical board with his fingertips, making a thumping sound. "We've played 433 for more than half a season, and the opponents have figured it out. Once they press the wings, the middle is so empty you could run a horse through it." Lampard's long shot came from the gaps in our midfield. Dong Fangzhuo sat in the front row on a folding chair, with a faded training jersey draped over his knees, which Li Wei had washed for him after last week's loss to Chelsea. The sleeve still had a crooked number 10 patch sewn on. He pinched the pen between his fingers and drew a crooked triangle in his notebook. The previous 433 midfield was like this triangle, with Scholes holding up one corner alone while he and Rooney surged forward. When counterattacks came, it became like a table with a broken leg. So what to do? We can't have Ronaldo drop back to defend the midfield, can we? Rooney stuffed a piece of chocolate into his mouth, the wrapper tearing loudly, his cheeks bulging. But he didn't forget to glare at the tactical board. "Dong and I have been running up front for most of the half. How are we supposed to have the energy to defend when we come back?" Chapter 90. Fluctuating form. Self-reflection in a low period on the stands of Old Trafford. The Christmas wreaths had not been taken down, but the cheers were colder than the winter wind. Dong Fangzhuo stood on the right wing of the pitch, his studs crunching over the frosty grass, with scattered boos ringing in his ears. Just now, he mispast the ball again. Clearly, Rooney was jumping and waving in the box, but the football flew past the opposing center back's shoulder instead. "Damn, where's I supposed to pass it?" Rooney yelled in the box, his voice bouncing off the stand's barriers, echoing back with a dull thud. Dong Fangzhuo clenched his fists, his sweaty gloves sticking to his fingertips. The heating pad in his knee brace had long lost its warmth, and the old injury in his knee was nagged by the cold wind. This was the first league match after the Christmas holiday against mid-table Aston Villa. Ferguson had shouted in the locker room before the game that they needed to win with 442 to establish their authority, but from the kickoff until now, half an hour into the match, Manchester United played like a pile of loose sand. Dong Fangzhuo stood stiffly at right midfield, unable to resist darting into the middle, colliding with Rooney's runs 3 times. Giggs was steady on the left, but kept having his crosses headed back by the opposing fullback. Even the most reliable Scholes lost the ball twice in midfield. Chapter 91. European Championship Knockout Stage. continued low spirits. 1. The lights at Old Trafford were like a red-hot iron plate, making the back feel tight. Fangzhuo stood on the right wing, gripping his soaked gloves with his fingertips. During warm-up, he had tried to cross the ball, but it flew past the corner flag, drawing murmurs from the stands. The heating pad in his knee brace had been warmed by sweat, but his knee still felt heavy, like a wet sponge dragging him down. The sense of helplessness from the last match against Aston Villa came creeping back. Don't overthink it. Giggs ran over from the left and patted him on the shoulder. His old winger's jersey still covered in training grass. Just play like we practiced, stand firm and pass. I'll pull wide for you. Fangzhuo nodded but didn't dare to look him in the eye. Before the match, Ferguson had shouted in the locker room that they needed to hold firm against Milan with 442, but when he glanced at the tactical board, the right midfield position was circled with a question mark in red pen. That was a sign of the old man's hesitation. Rooney kicked his chair next to him. Don't be timid. No matter how good Kaká is, can he be as strong as Drogba? We got your back. But AC Milan wasn't Chelsea. When Kaká stood in the center circle wearing the red and black jersey, Fangzhuo's heart skipped a beat. The Brazilian hadn't warmed up much. Just bouncing the ball beside the halfway line, the football seemed glued to his foot, bouncing perfectly in rhythm. Fans in the stands waved a sign reading Kaká versus Manchester United number 10, the arrow on the sign pointing at him, glaringly bright. Chapter 92 European Championship Knockout Stage. Continued low spirits. 2. The southern stand of San Siro Stadium was filled with a sea of red and black flags. With chants of Milan, crashing down onto the pitch, returning with a burning intensity. Fangzhuo stood in the warm-up area on the right wing, spinning the ball on his foot, which rolled steadily, feeling much better than last week at Old Trafford. The mugwort sachet in his knee brace had been stuffed there by Li Wei, who said it could ward off evil when worn away from home, and at this moment, it felt warm against his knee, easing the heaviness of his old injury. Not bad at all. Rooney nudged his arm, glancing at the Milan box, where Gattuso was bent over tying his shoelaces, his face as hard as iron. Don't be timid later. If Kaká dares to run into your area, I'll help you tackle him. Fangzhuo sent the ball rolling towards him. Just take care of yourself. Don't run into Gattuso again. At the pre-match tactical meeting, Ferguson slammed the tactical board, making it shine. The 4-42 diamond formation is holding strong. You guard the right wing. Don't chase Kaká's ball. Guard his running line. Rooney, you move centrally, stick to Pirlo. Don't let him have a comfortable pass. Remember, we won't compete with them for possession. Let's focus on counterattacks. The old man handed Fangzhuo a note, which contained a diagram of the defensive vulnerabilities on Milan's left flank. Kaladza is aggressive. You pass behind him. And Ronaldo can make a run. Chapter 93 The unlucky Korean team, the grass at Seoul World Cup Stadium glistened from the rain. And as Fangzhuo stood in the center circle, his studs crunched over the blades, splashing water onto his number 10 jersey. To his left, Zhang Ji was bending down to tie his shoelaces, his fingertips brushing the grass. The old captain always liked to feel the pitch before a match, saying it helped him connect with the ground. To his right, Li Tai spat into his palm and nudged him with his elbow. Run hard later. Let those Korean kids know our strength. Suddenly, a chorus of whistles erupted from the stands as Korean fans blew vuvuzelas, sharp as needles. Fangzhuo glanced at the bench, where Gao Hongbo stood in the rain with his hands behind his back, holding a thermos cup. Before coming, the Football Association had specially arranged for a chef to accompany him, saying Coach Gao loved hot porridge and needed to have it even on away games. At that moment, the old man gestured a circle at him, reminding him to guard the midfield diamond. Nearby, a Football Association official was holding an umbrella, trying to shield the old man, but was waved off. I'll stand in the rain with the players. That's what it means to lead the team. Zong, over here, in a corner of the north stand, Li Wei was leaning over the railing, his voice drowned in the whistle's din. The boy was holding up a red cloth with China Team Go, painted in yellow, the corners soaked and wrinkled, but he held it higher than anyone else. Surrounded by a few Chinese fans, someone held up a sign saying Go Fangzhuo, with Manchester United's crest stuck on it. Brought over from Old Trafford, in this foreign rain, it was glaringly red. Chapter 94 FA Cup Journey. Easy third, round the grass at Old Trafford was a tender green of early spring, and as Fangzhuo lay on the training ground stretching, his nose brushed against the grass blades, carrying a hint of damp earthiness, much softer than the grass at Seoul World Cup Stadium. He still had his knee brace on from when he played against the Korean team, with some mud from Seoul still on it, which Li Wei hadn't scrubbed off when he washed it yesterday, saying to keep it as a good luck charm. Zong, come here. Ferguson's shout floated from the touchline. The old man holding a tactical board, his wool scarf fluttering in the wind like a small flag. Dong Fangzhuo got up and ran over, but as he passed Rooney, he was pulled back. Hey, you played pretty tough against the Korean team. Huh? 2 goals? Didn't hold back a bit? Who dares to hold back? Dong Fangzhuo shrugged off his hand. Coach Gao was watching, and if he slacked off, he'd have to run laps. Ferguson glanced at his knee, then shoved the tactical board into his arms. In the 3rd round of the FA Cup, you're not going to play against Burton. Dong Fangzhuo was stunned for a moment. The tactical board displayed the roster of the Burton team, all unfamiliar names, with a note beside it indicating an amateur team, league level, English 6th tier. He raised his head to ask, but the old man waved his hand. Don't stare, you ran for 90 minutes in Korea. Don't push your knee injury. You'll have 2 days off, go back to your dorm and sleep, or take that little brat to buy some candy. Chapter 95. The secret to Manchester United's revival. The grass at Villa Park was wet with morning dew, as Dong Fangzhuo juggled the ball on the right flank. The football rolled on the top of his foot like a ball of cotton. The knee pad on his left knee was new, a thicker version made by Li Wei's aunt, warm wool against his skin. During a checkup last week, Team Dr. Mike grinned while pinching his knee. You're recovering faster than expected. You can run tactics with the whole team now. Zong, over here, Rooney shouted as he jumped in the penalty area. The Englishman had a new kinesiology tape on his ankle, hastily applied, looking like a crooked caterpillar. Dong Fangzhuo lifted his foot and sent a lofted pass over to him. The ball skimmed the grass and landed perfectly on Rooney's head. The Englishman leaped for a header, hitting the crossbar, and yelled, "Damn, just half an inch off." As Dong Fangzhuo ran back, he heard Ferguson whistle from the sideline. The old man held the tactical board and gave him a thumbs up. Since returning from the Korean team, his form had ignited like a lit fuse, scoring in 3 consecutive away matches. Even Mike said that the national team's matches had unlocked his potential. On the bench, Giggs was helping Cristiano Ronaldo tape his wrist. The veteran winger's leg injury had mostly healed, and he had just returned to full training this week, shouting at Dong Fangzhuo, "Don't just feed Rooney. Pass me a couple too." Chapter 96. One-sided red-blue clash. The North Stand at Old Trafford was filled with a sea of red flags. The song "Glory, Glory Man" United echoed off the grass, returning with a burning intensity. Dong Fangzhuo stood in the center circle, tying his shoelaces, the studs crunching through the grass, splattering dew onto the hem of his number 10 jersey. Li Wei had helped him iron his jersey that morning, ensuring the number was crisp, saying the red-blue clash needed to look sharp. "Don't zone out." Rooney bumped his shoulder from behind, chewing gum, glancing towards Liverpool's half. "Gerrard's watching you. That old guy's got a killer stare." Dong Fangzhuo looked up and indeed saw Liverpool's captain standing midfield, hands on hips, staring over, his red armband fluttering like a flame. Mascherano was squatting on the ground, tying his shoelaces, his fingertips digging into the grass. In the last red-blue clash, Dong Fangzhuo had taken a tumble on his legs, and the Argentine held a grudge. "Dong, go for it," Li Wei shouted from the front row of the North Stand, his voice cut through by the song. The boy held up a spray-painted banner that read "Hat Trick," with a crooked football drawn beside it, made during a late-night session, the corners still wet with paint. The uncle beside him raised a camera, aiming it at Dong Fangzhuo, the shutter clicking. Chapter 97. Salty Fish versus Uzbekistan. The stands at Workers' Stadium were filled with clusters of 5-star red flags. The wind carrying the shouts of China must win that trembled in the air. Dong Fangzhuo stood in the center circle, tying his shoelaces, the studs crunching through the grass, picking up bits of grass on the hem of his number 10 jersey. This was the new jersey Li Wei had specially delivered that morning. The boy squatting in the players' tunnel, drawing a small sun beside the number with a red pen, saying, "Dong, you're definitely going to score today. Little Dong, don't be nervous." Zhang Ji bumped his shoulder, the old captain's wristband worn and tight. Coach Gao said to play as practiced, "I'll cover for you." As Dong Fangzhuo nodded, he caught sight of the defense line, Sun Jihai patting Sun Xiang's back. The two brothers stood side by side on the right flank. Sun Jihai's shoes muddy from training, while Sun Xiang's headband was askew, but he didn't bother to fix it. Since preparing for Uzbekistan, this starting 11 hadn't changed. Their positioning felt as familiar as family. Goalkeeper Liu Yunfei jumped in front of the goal, tapping his gloves against the post, making a bang-bang sound, a pre-match habit of his. Suddenly, Laughter erupted from the stands. Dong Fangzhuo looked up to see Li Wei leaning over the railing, holding a piece of cardboard with the words Dong's hat trick, national team version, written in crooked letters, with 3 round footballs drawn beside it, one painted red. Fans around the boy joined in shouting, the wave of sound crashing in, and Dong Fangzhuo suddenly remembered Gao Hongbao's words from yesterday. Fans are here to cheer us on, not to put pressure on us. Chapter 98. A glimmer of dawn. The grass at Workers' Stadium still carried the mud from the win against Uzbekistan. Dong Fangzhuo sat on the bench in the locker room, his fingertips pinching a kinesiology tape that Li Wei had cut for him that morning. The corners unevenly trimmed, but fitting better than what the team doctor had done. The tactical board on the wall had not been wiped clean, with 6 points. Group first written in red pen, accompanied by a smiling sun drawn by Li Jinyu after scoring. Little Dong, what are you daydreaming about? Zheng Ji patted his shoulder, the old captain holding a bottle of electrolyte water with Go Team China printed on it. Coach Gao said we'll have a dinner tonight to celebrate and discuss the match against Saudi Arabia. When Dong Fangzhuo looked up, he saw Sun Jihai laughing while hugging Sun Xiang. The old fullback held up a phone, waving it. Look at the Korean team, S points, 0 points at the bottom. Last time in Seoul, they were confused by us, and they've been down ever since. Even Saudi Arabia didn't beat them. The screen showed the group stage standings. China 6 points first, Saudi Arabia 4 points second, Uzbekistan 1 point third, South Korea 0 points at the bottom. Sun Xiang leaned over to look, suddenly laughing. Saudi Arabia drew with Uzbekistan? So if we beat Saudi Arabia, we'll be 5 points ahead? Chapter 99. Chelsea again. The clash at Old Trafford. The grass at Old Trafford glistened from the rain before the match. Dong Fangzhuo stood in the center circle, tying his shoelaces, the studs crunching through the blades of grass, splattering droplets onto the hem of his number 10 jersey. This was the jersey Li Wei had specially ironed that morning, the boy squatting in the players' tunnel, drawing a small fist beside the number with a red pen, saying, Dong, you have to be tough today. Don't zone out. Rooney bumped his shoulder from behind, the Englishman chewing gum, glancing towards Chelsea's half. That old fox Mourinho is watching you. His gaze is sharp as a knife. Dong Fangzhuo looked up and indeed saw Mourinho standing in front of the Chelsea bench with his hands behind his back, his black suit wrinkled by the wind, gesturing at Drogba on the pitch. In Chelsea's starting lineup, Lampard stood in midfield, hands on hips staring toward Manchester United's penalty area. Terry and Carvalho stood in a row on the defense line, bumping fists. Last time at Stamford Bridge, these two had shut down his breakthrough. And the taste of a 13-0 away loss felt like an ice lump stuck in his throat. Suddenly, the stands erupted with shouts of Manchester United will win. Fans in the North Stand waved banners reading narrow the gap, which displayed the standings. Chelsea 62 points leading, Arsenal 59 points second, Manchester United 57 points third, Liverpool 53 points fourth. Dong Fangzhuo glanced at the bench. Ferguson was bending over tying his shoelaces, the old man's wool scarf fluttering in the wind. When he saw Dong Fangzhuo looking over, he gave a thumbs up, mouthing bring it back. Chapter 100. Falling behind again, the grass at Old Trafford was sticky underfoot. Just after the whistle for the 60th minute of the second half, Dong Fangzhuo saw Scholes stumble in midfield. The old midfielder wanted to intercept Lampard's ball, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, slowing him down just enough to watch the Chelsea midfielder push the ball towards the wing. He had exerted himself too much in the first half, and Scholes' stamina was visibly depleted. He didn't even have the energy to perform his signature ground shot gesture. Old Scholes, fall back, Rooney shouted in the penalty area, panting heavily himself. He had just collided with Terry while trying to head the Chelsea crossback, and his arm was still numb. But despite the shouting, his strides forward were slow, the grass clippings stuck to his pants fluttered in the wind. Unable to keep up with the speed of Chelsea's winger, Dong Fangzhuo was pushing into stoppage time, his old knee injury flaring up with pain. He wanted to block for Scholes, but just as he got into position, Chelsea's Makelele slipped in from the side. The French defensive midfielder was like a perpetual motion machine. He had run half the field in the first half and looked as if nothing had happened. At this moment, he bumped into Dong, pushing him aside, and sent the ball firmly towards Drogba. Chapter 101. Last-minute equalizer. Ronaldo's head of the scoreboard at Old Trafford flashed the red number 32, stinging the eyes. The wind, carrying rain, swept through at the 80th minute. Dong Fangzhuo spat into his palm and clenched his fist, his sweaty gloves sticking to his knuckles as if they had rusted. The midfield turf had been trampled, and as Carrick tried to step forward, Chelsea's Makelele closed in on him. The French midfielder was like a waterlogged sponge, firmly soaking up Manchester United's midfield. Even Rooney's attempts to break through were thwarted. Move to the wing. Ferguson's shout collided with the rain curtain. The old man's wool scarf was blown around his neck. Yet he was still bouncing in front of the bench. See Ronaldo. Don't crowd the center. As Fangzhuo ran towards the wing, he saw Ronaldo battling with Grimy on the left. The Portuguese teenager's curly hair was plastered to his forehead by the rain. The hem of his shirt rolled up to his waist, revealing his abdominal muscles tight as a slab of stone. Just 75 minutes earlier, he had been pulled down by Grimy while attempting a breakthrough, and now his elbow was still muddy, but he was still drilling into the penalty area, each touch of the ball imbued with a fierce determination. Chapter 102. Tight Race. Championship suspense. The grass at Old Trafford had just been trimmed, and as Fangzhuo stepped on it, the sound of his studs crunching through the blades mingled with the residual warmth from last week's draw with Chelsea. On the tactical room's whiteboard, Ferguson circled 63 points for Manchester United in red, while the adjacent Chelsea 68 points was crossed out with a wavy line. The old man tapped the board with his fingertips. Only 5 points behind, it's not impossible to catch up. Rooney came over with an energy bar, sweat still on his chin from training. Next week against Everton, I'll feed you the ball. Let's aim to cut the gap to 2 points. Fangzhuo handed him a bottle of water and glanced outside to see Li Wei shaking the iron fence. The young boy held up a newly drawn points table. The words Manchester United highlighted in red, with an arrow pointing toward Chelsea. Don't think about Chelsea yet. Giggs placed the tactical board on the table. The old winger's leg injury had healed entirely, and he was running faster in training than the younger players. First, let's take down Everton. Their midfielder Graveson won't be easy to deal with. Last season at Goodison Park, his tackle almost twisted my ankle. Chapter 103. Crucial 3 points. Last-minute goal against Spurs. Next to the scoreboard at Old Trafford, a temporary electronic screen displayed 2 lines of white text. Manchester United 66 points. Chelsea 68 points. The shouts from the stands urging to catch up were carried by the wind, as Fangzhuo tied his shoelaces in the center circle. The crunch of his studs on the grass was filled with a sense of desperation. This match against Spurs was a chance to reach 69 points, leveling with Chelsea. A loss would almost guarantee the title slipping away. Stop staring at that broken screen. Rooney bumped his shoulder from behind, his eyes red. The team had watched Chelsea's pre-match interview the night before, where Mourinho said Manchester United couldn't catch up, and those words felt like a thorn in everyone's hearts. Against Spurs, just play to the death. Their full-backs are weak. You make runs into the space, and I'll cover for you. When Fangzhuo looked up, he saw Spurs Berbatov walking toward the penalty area. The Bulgarian forward had his hands in his pockets, looking relaxed as if he were out for a stroll. Last week, he had said in an interview that Manchester United's midfield couldn't withstand the pressure. Fangzhuo glanced at the bench. Ferguson was gripping a thermos, his knuckles white. The old man hadn't said much in the tactical meeting that morning, just tapped the board with the word Spurs. If we can't win this, we say goodbye to the championship. Chapter 104. Second last round. 6-point battle with Arsenal. The grass at Old Trafford felt cold, and as Fangzhuo juggled the ball in the warm-up area, his old knee injury began to throb again. After last week's last-minute victory against Spurs, Team Dr. Mike had frowned while taping his knee. You need a rest, but when is there time to rest now? He glanced at the midfield, where Rooney was bending over to rub his lower back. The Englishman had collided with the goalpost last week and was still limping. Giggs' calf was wrapped in thick bandages, and the old winger had secretly told him before the match, if you can't run, just stay wide, don't force it. On the tactical room's whiteboard, Ferguson circled 2 names in black. Scholes, suspended for a red card. Carrick, suspended for a red card. The only midfielder left available was Fletcher, who had been coughing throughout warm-ups. He had overexerted himself against Spurs and developed a low fever. Don't expect much from the midfield, Ferguson said, tapping the tactical board, his voice heavier than usual. Fall back and help Fletcher. Rooney, don't crowd the penalty area, stretch the defense. Arsenal's midfield is fast. Don't let them disrupt our rhythm. The banners in the stands were half as many as last week. Li Wei held up a crumpled sign with 69 points written on it, but without any arrows. The boy leaned over the railing, his eyes fixed on Arsenal's warm-up area, where Henry was juggling the ball, the football rolling on his foot as if it were glued there. Go! Arsenal is in great form. Li Wei's voice was anxious. The excitement from the last-minute victory against Spurs completely gone. Can our midfield hold up? Chapter 105. Stand even if you die. The grass at Old Trafford had just been trimmed evenly, and as Dong Fangzhuo ran toward the penalty area, the sound of his studs scraping against the grass blades was still warm from the last round of the league. That day, Manchester United won 3-0 against Blackburn. He scored twice, and Rooney also found the net, but when the final whistle blew, no one celebrated. The assistant coach stood on the sideline with a phone. The screen lit up with Chelsea 2-0 Watford. The 75 points felt like a branding iron, scorching the words league champion into their eyes. Stop trampling the grass. Come practice your crosses. Rooney kicked the ball to him. The Englishman had a bruise under his eye. He had sat in the locker room for half the night after the match last week. The mud on his jersey left untouched. What are you thinking? If the league is gone, it's gone. Next week is the FA Cup final. Just beat Arsenal. As Dong Fangzhuo bent down to pick up the ball, the knee pad rubbed against the skin, warming it. It was a thicker version sewn by Li Wei's mom, and the boy had handed it to him that morning, along with a drawing showing a little figure holding a trophy, wearing jersey number 10, with the word "Stand, even if you die" written beside it. The corners of the drawing were fluttering in the wind, and Dong Fangzhuo tucked it into his training outfit, now pressing against his chest. Chapter 106, 2005 World Youth Championship. The brilliance of young national players and the prelude to going abroad. The rain in Utrecht, Netherlands had just stopped, and the air was filled with the smell of grass and mud. Dong Fangzhuo squatted on the sideline of the training camp, his fingertips brushing against the wet grass blades. Softer than the turf at Old Trafford, but still tightening his heart. The sound of sneakers crunching over the muddy ground came from behind. As Chun Tao ran over holding a worn-out soccer ball, the number 10 on the back of his jersey faded. Brother Zhua, Coach Gao, called us for a tactical meeting. The young Lu Hai's bangs dripped with water, but his eyes were bright. When Dong Fangzhuo stood up, he caught a glimpse of how Junmin stuffing tissues into his soccer shoes, while Feng shouting squatted on the ground, tying his shoelaces, his fingers pulling the laces tight. This group of national youth team players had an average age of only 19. Most of them were playing abroad for the first time. Even the rain in the Netherlands felt unfamiliar compared to home. Stop dawdling. Gao Hongba's voice floated out from the locker room. The old man clutching a wrinkled match schedule in his hand, slapping it down on the tactical board. Turkey, Ukraine, Panama, we are grouped with these three. Let's take down Panama first, build some confidence. He glanced at Dong Fangzhuo. You're the captain, lead them. Don't let the wind in the Netherlands blow away our spirit. Chapter 107. End of the 2005-2006 season. Regret of the runner-up and foreshadowing the exit of veterans. The rain at Old Trafford fell without a pause. Dong Fangzhuo stood in the shadows of the player tunnel, gazing at the trampled grass on the field. The dull thud of the shot that hit the crossbar during stoppage time seemed stuck in his throat. In the last round of the league, Manchester United drew 2-2 with Arsenal, but the rolling electronic screen in the stands had already illuminated the result. Chelsea won 3-0 against Wigan, securing the championship with 89 points. While Manchester United finished with 81 points, again as runners-up. Still looking? The crossbar ISN, going to give you a goal. Rooney shoved him from behind. Mud from the Englishman's jersey smudging his arm. Let's go. The boss is waiting in the locker room. Losing the championship, they couldn't afford to lose their momentum. Dong Fangzhuo squeezed the soaked sleeve of his jersey. He hadn't played badly this season, scoring 17 goals and providing 8 assists in 38 league matches. 10 more goals in the previous season, yet the media always said he lacked the final touch, just like that shot earlier. Clearly just a bit off, but missing that last half-inch. The locker room was dimly lit, only the emergency lights casting a faint glow. Giggs was sitting on the farthest bench, wrapping his knee with a towel, the kinesiology tape soaked by the rain, revealing purple bruises underneath. As Dong Fangzhuo walked over, he heard Giggs gasp in pain. He had been taken down by an Arsenal fullback just now, but still wave his hand, saying, "I'm fine." Chapter 108. Summer Transfer 2006. Park Ji-sung joins, and the youthful midfield layout. July in Manchester was free of the rainy gloom of the league. The sun shining brightly on Old Trafford's grass, the tips of the blades glimmering in golden green. Dong Fangzhuo was squatted by the training ground, tying his shoelaces, his fingertips brushing against the grass stuck in his studs. Last week, Ferguson said the newcomers would arrive this week, and he had specially taken out the pair of falcon boots, gifted by Giggs, and polished them 3 times, the number 10 embroidered on the tongue shining brighter. Brother Zhua, look quickly. The boss is bringing someone over. Li Wei's voice floated in from outside the wire fence. The young man, holding a half-eaten sandwich in one hand and pointing toward the player tunnel with the other. When Dong Fangzhuo looked up, he saw Ferguson walking over with a man dressed in gray sportswear. The man wasn't very tall, his short hair neatly trimmed as if just cut, carrying a slightly worn black backpack. He glanced at the training ground every few steps, his eyes sparkling like they had caught a star. But his lips were pressed tightly together, looking a bit reserved. It was Park Ji-sung. When Dong Fangzhuo stood up, the man happened to look over. And in that instant their eyes met. Park instinctively bowed, the strap of his backpack slipping to his arm without him noticing. Last year, during the Champions League group stage, when PSV Eindhoven played against Manchester United, this guy had intercepted one of his crucial passes, and at that time he had kicked the grass in anger. But now he found the other's earnestness somewhat endearing. Chapter 109. World Cup Group H First Match. 2-2 Tunisia. First World Cup points and record broke in the sun in Kaiserslautern was blindingly bright, and Dong Fangzhuo stood in the player tunnel of the Fritz-Walter Stadium, repeatedly rubbing the starry red flag on his jersey. The fabric was soaked with sweat, sticky yet hot like a flame. Outside the tunnel came the roar of the crowd. The Arabic cheers from Tunisia mixed with sporadic "Go China" chants vibrating against his eardrums. Zhuozi, stop gripping so tightly, you're almost going to tear the flag. Zheng Ji patted him on the shoulder from behind, the old captain's wristbands tightly wrapped. It's normal to be nervous for your first World Cup. Just treat it like playing in the Asian Cup. Dong Fangzhuo took a deep breath and glanced toward the end of the tunnel. The Tunisian players were joking with each other, and forward Msakni even made a 3-0 gesture toward the camera, his blonde hair and white teeth glaring in the sunlight. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. Before coming to Germany, Ferguson had specially called him, "Don't think about breaking records. Just focus on getting the ball in the net. You're the captain. You need to lead them forward." As the door to the player tunnel slowly opened, Li Wei's shout suddenly pierced through the crowd. "Brother Zhuo, go for it." Chapter 110. Victory over Iran. Advancing to the World Cup, the lights at the Workers' Stadium lit up the night sky, and Dong Fangzhuo stood in the shadows of the player tunnel, hearing Zheng Ji behind him tugging at his jersey. The old captain was pressing the word China on the team badge against his chest, as if trying to embed those two characters into his bones. The roar from outside crashed in like a wave. The shouts of advance to the World Cup were loud enough to shake the roof, and Li Wei was at the front row holding up a piece of cardboard that read, "Number 10, take us to Germany." The pen tip having pierced through the paper, revealing the white underneath. "Zhuozi, don't grip too tightly." Zheng Ji handed him a bottle of water. The bottle crumpled in Dong Fangzhuo's grip. "Iran ISN TA soft target. Let us play as we practiced. You pull in the front, I'll support from the back. Can't go wrong." Dong Fangzhuo twisted the cap off the bottle, cool water flowing down his throat, but it couldn't quell the heat in his chest. This was the last round of the Asian qualifiers for the World Cup. Winning against Iran would mean direct qualification, but losing would lead to a playoff. Everyone knew the dangers of the playoffs. They had stumbled there in the last qualifiers, and old fans still rubbed their hands in frustration when mentioning it. He glanced toward Iran's warm-up area, where Ali Daei was bending down to tie his shoelaces. The legendary Iranian forward shoes were covered in grass clippings, yet they shone dazzlingly. In a pre-match interview, he said, "China wants to enter the World Cup? First, get past me." Chapter 111. World Cup Group H Second Match. 0-2 Ukraine. Hope for advancement shattered. The rain in Kaiserslautern was cooler than during the first match. Dong Fangzhuo stood on the grass of the Fritz-Walter Stadium, his ankles crushing the wet blades. He had twisted his ankle during training yesterday. The kinesiology tape wrapped by the team doctor was rubbing against his skin, giving a slight pain. The 5-star red flag fluttering in the stands was less bright than 3 days ago, and the sign Li Wei was holding up, "Get another point," was soaked by the rain. The words blurred, but the young man pressed it down with his hand to keep it from collapsing. "Zhuozi, stop staring at the sign." Zheng Ji draped his jacket over Dong Fangzhuo's shoulders, his voice low. Getting points in the first match was surprising enough. Let us play freely in this one. Even if we lose, let us not lose disgracefully. Dong Fangzhuo glanced toward the warm-up area of the Ukrainian team. Shevchenko was practicing shooting at the goal. The dull sound of the ball hitting the net could be heard even from halfway across the field. And after finishing, the Ukrainian forward smiled at his teammates, his blonde hair and white teeth shining brightly in the rain. Before coming to Germany, Ferguson had shown him a tape of Ukraine. The old man had pointed at the screen saying, "This guy is an old pro in the Premier League. You won't win by trying to outmuscle him. You have to rely on agility." But agility wasn't easy. After drawing with Tunisia in the first match, domestic media were shouting about advancement. And even Li Wei was holding up a newspaper saying, experts calculated it. If we beat Ukraine, we can advance to the round of 16. Dong Fangzhuo didn't break the silence. He knew the gap between the Chinese team and Ukraine was like the difference between the grass at Old Trafford and that at a community pitch. Both looked green, but the quality was world apart. Chapter 112 World Cup Group H final match, 0-1 to Spain. The group stage concludes with marks of growth. The sun in Stuttgart, Germany, heated the pitch, and Dong Fangzhuo stood in the center circle of the Gottlieb Daimler Stadium. The crisp sound of his studs crushing the grass mixed with the sporadic cheers from the stands. Beside China's substitute bench, Li Wei held up a fringed national flag. With a message written yesterday on its pole, fight to the end. The boy's voice had gone hoarse from shouting during the match against Ukraine. And now he just waved the flag, his eyes shining brighter than the sun. Zhuozi stopped staring at the flag. Zheng Ji bumped into his shoulder. The old captain's wristband frayed. The coach said, even if we can't advance, we have to make Spain remember us. Don't let Asian football lose face. Dong Fangzhuo glanced at Spain's warm-up area. Raul was bending down to tie his shoelaces, the cuffs of his white jersey rolled up to his forearms, revealing the captain's armband on his wrist. Villa was practicing shooting in front of the penalty area. The dull sound of the ball hitting the net could be heard even from halfway across the field. Before coming to Germany, Ferguson had shown him a video of Spain, laughing as he pointed at the screen. These kids have good skills, but they're afraid of physical play. If you crash into their penalty area, you'll definitely find opportunities. Chapter 113 Early in the 2006 to 2007 season. The Young Red Devils League trials and growing pains. The grass at Old Trafford glistened with an oily green in the August morning light. As Dong Fangzhuo sprinted toward the penalty area, the crisp sound of his studs scraping against the grass mixed with the panting of Park Ji-sung behind him. The Korean caught up, gripping the collar of his jersey, drops of sweat hitting the grass, making small wet marks. Zhuge, wait for me. Dong Fangzhuo smiled and took a step back. The first public training session of the new season was packed with fans in the stands. Li Wei waved a sign reading victory with the numbers 10 and 13 in the front row, while nearby, an uncle held up a banner saying Welcome Park. The red background and white letters dizzying to the eyes. Stop dawdling, Rooney shouted from the penalty area, holding a football and kicking it against the post. The boss is watching. Dong Fangzhuo glanced toward the coaching bench. Ferguson was discussing tactics with assistant McNally, circling names on the tactical board with a red pen, then pointing in his direction. This summer, Manchester United's midfield had changed significantly. Park Ji-sung came from PSV Eindhoven, and Kara came from Fulham, both only 47 years old combined. 8 years younger than the sum of Scholes and Giggs. Chapter 114 2006 UEFA Champions League Group Stage. Lessons from a crushing defeat and reflections on the lineup. The lights at Old Trafford dimmed by half. Only the tactical room light remained on. Dong Fangzhuo sat on the edge of the bench, his fingertips brushing against the cold tactical board, which still displayed the final score of the last round of the Champions League group stage. Manchester United 1-2 Lille, finishing third in the group, failing to even qualify for the UEFA Europa League. The rain outside tapped against the glass, clashing with the silence in the tactical room, making it hard to breathe. Why is everyone looking down? Ferguson's voice suddenly boomed as he slammed a rolled-up videotape onto the table. The plastic case cracked open. Are you all shrinking back because of loss? When did the Manchester United I-Lead become a bunch of softies afraid of losing? Rooney suddenly looked up. His lips moved, but he didn't dare to respond. In the last match of the group stage against Lille, he had missed a penalty in front of the penalty area, and at that moment, his shirt collar was still stained with grass, like an indelible scar. Park Ji-sung buried his face in his tactical notes, which were filled with red crosses marking his mistakes in the 3 group stage matches. Passes out of bounds, defensive lapses, failed clearances. The most glaring being the away match against Benfica, where he lost the ball in midfield, directly leading to the opponent's goal, with Ferguson marking it with a red pen as headless chicken. Chapter 115 Midpoint of the 2006 to 2007 season. Cup match training ground amidst league fluctuations. In the players' tunnel at Old Trafford, 18-year-old Fletcher was nervously rubbing the collar of his jersey. The young player's shoes were still new, the studs not worn down at all, and he had just missed a clear shot during warm-up, his ears still red. Dong Fangzhuo bumped into his shoulder and shoved half a bottle of lukewarm water into his hand. Don't shake. Just think of it as a training match against the youth team. But this is the quarterfinals of the League Cup. Fletcher's voice trembled. Glancing at the stands where Li Wei was waving a sign reading Manchester United youth team in the front row, alongside a few fans in school uniforms holding a handwritten sign saying "Go Fletcher," the crooked letters still strikingly bright. Ferguson walked over from behind holding a lineup sheet, patting Fletcher on the back. "Kid, your dad called me this morning and said if you dare to freeze up, you'll be grounded when you go home." The old man's Scottish accent was wrapped in laughter, but it only made Fletcher more nervous. As he shrank his hand into his pocket, a mint candy fell out, rolling to Park Ji-sung's feet. "The boss is just teasing you." Park Ji-sung bent down to pick it up and handed it back to Fletcher. The Korean was wearing a new training top today, the sleeves embroidered with a number 13, his Champions League number. After the group stage exit, this was his first time starting in a cup match. The tactical notes in his pocket felt uncomfortable but were much more organized than before, with densely packed red pen corrections on defensive routes. Chapter 116, Securing Second Place Again. Analysis of the point gap with Chelsea. As the final whistle at Old Trafford mixed with the hot wind of late summer, Dong Fangzhuo was lying on the grass, gasping for air. The number 10 jersey on his chest was drenched in sweat, the last-minute winner still swaying in the net, but the cheers from the stands carried an undertone of frustration. On the electronic screen, next to the score of Manchester United 2-1 Everton, another line of small text read like a thin needle. Chelsea 2-0 Bolton, winning the title with 91 points. Another second place. Rooney pounced from behind, pushing him down onto the grass. The mud from the Englishman's jersey splattered across his face. But he smiled even more painfully than he cried. "We won. We actually won." The tremor at the end of his words couldn't be hidden. Everyone knew how light this win felt. In 38 league matches, Manchester United earned 89 points, 8 points more than the previous season. But Chelsea was still a shadow that couldn't be shaken off, squeezing out 2 points. Dong Fangzhuo pulled Rooney up, glancing toward the players' tunnel. Giggs was being supported back by the team doctor. His knee had been tackled again in the last round, limping as he walked. It still turned back to give him a thumbs up. Scholes was leaning against the goalpost smoking, smoke rings floating into the sunlight and dispersing in a mist. Holding a crumpled fixture sheet with the away match against Chelsea circled in red, glowing brightly. Chapter 117 2007 UEFA Champions League Semi-Finals. Narrow home victory 3-2 and away defeat 0-3. The night sky at Old Trafford was illuminated by red fireworks as Dong Fangzhuo stood in the center circle. The crisp sound of his studs on the grass mixed with the deafening "Glory, Glory Man" united from the north stand. The first leg of the Champions League semi-final against AC Milan, a banner reading Revenge 2005 floated above the stands. The Manchester United fans still remembered the miracle night in Istanbul 2 years ago, as Li Wei squeezed into the front row holding a piece of cardboard with 30 comeback written in marker, the tip of the pen poking through the paper, revealing the white underside. "Don't let the cheers get to your head." Giggs bumped his shoulder from behind, the old winger wearing a new pair of Predator boots. With 2007 embroidered on the tongue, the old guys from Milan are tricky. Cafu and Maldini will wear you out. Dong Fangzhuo glanced at Milan's warm-up area. Kakko was bending down to tie his shoelaces. The cuffs of his white jersey rolled up to his forearms, revealing the captain's armband on his wrist. Pirlo was practicing passing in midfield, the ball gliding over the grass with precision as if measured with a ruler. Before the match, Ferguson was banging on the table in the tactics room, shouting, "They are old, but their experience isn't." Park Ji-sung was marking Pirlo. Carrick was blocking Kaka's route, and Zhao Zi was charging forward, not giving them a chance to breathe. Chapter 118. 2007 Asian Cup Group C first match, 5-1 Malaysia. A strong start. The sun in Kuala Lumpur was blazing as if it wanted to burn through the jerseys. Dong Fangzhuo stood in the center circle of Bukit Jalil Stadium, his fingertips grazing the sweat on the grass, hotter than the pitch at Old Trafford, with even the wind carrying a humid stickiness. The stands were filled with large swathes of yellow jerseys, Malaysian fans beating drums and shouting Malaysia, the rhythm vibrating eardrums. But in a corner, a few red jerseys were squeezed together. Li Wei held a wrinkled 5-star red flag, protected by several Chinese students, while a boy held up a sign that read "Zhao Ge leads the way," the red ink smudged by sweat. Zhao Zi stopped looking at the sign. Zheng Ji bumped his shoulder from behind, the old captain's armband tightly wrapped, still containing remnants of grass from the pre-match warm-up. Coach Gao said not to underestimate them. They are playing at home and can be hard to defend when they go wild. Dong Fangzhuo glanced over at the Malaysian team's warm-up area. Their forward, Chong Wei, was practicing shots, the ball hitting the net with a thud that could be heard across the half. After shooting, he flashed a 20 gesture to his teammates, a slight smirk on his lips. Before coming to Kuala Lumpur, Gao Hongbo had shown the team a video of Malaysia banging on the screen, saying, "They have rough skills but are willing to run. Chong Nanchung is fast on the wing. Hot Junmin, you have to keep an eye on him." Chapter 119. Asian Cup Group C second match, 2-2 Iran, a battle of resilience. The rain in Kuala Lumpur was cooler than in the first match. Splashing on the grass of Bukit Jalil Stadium, Dong Fangzhuo was tying his shoelaces in the center circle, his fingertips brushing against the wet studs. Much slicker than the grass at Old Trafford. He almost slipped during warm-up, causing laughter from the Iranian fans in the stands. Li Wei squeezed into the away fan section holding a crumpled national flag. The boys' sign had a new message: fighting is winning. The red ink blurred by rainwater but still shaking vigorously in the air. Zhao Zi, don't look at the sign. Zheng Ji bumped his shoulder again. The old captain's armband wrapped in 2 layers, still with grass from the match against Malaysia. Iran is not a soft target. That old fox Ali Dei is still in the lineup. We have to stay calm. Dong Fangzhuo glanced over at Iran's warm-up area. Dei was bending down to massage his knee, wearing a gray training outfit that looked unremarkable, but his earlier volley had hit the crossbar with a thud that echoed across the half. Nearby, Nikunam was practicing passing a midfield, the ball flying over the grass with precision as if measured with a ruler. This was the hard battle in Group C. The ease of the previous match's 5-1 win had been washed away by the rain. Chapter 120. Asian Cup Group C final match, 1-1 Uzbekistan. A tacit understanding to advance together. The sun in Kuala Lumpur finally broke through the clouds, shining on the grass of Bukit Jalil Stadium, glistening with moisture. Dong Fangzhuo stood in the center circle, kicking the grass, the studs brushing against the water-laden blades, softer than the previous 2 matches, but still with a challenging crispness. The scoreboard in the stands displayed the real-time group standings. Iran 4 points, China 3 points, Uzbekistan 2 points, Malaysia 0 points. Li Wei squeezed into the away fan section holding a new sign that read, "A draw guarantees advancement." Next to a smiling sun drawn in red, the punctured spots taped up, giving a more spirited look. Zhao Zi, don't look at the sign. Zheng Ji handed him a bottle of water. The old captain's armband replaced with a new one, but still wrapped around his wrist twice. This was his habit. When nervous, he would grip the armband tightly. Uzbekistan's defensive midfielder, Jalilov, was tough, having intercepted 3 balls from Iran in the last match. Be careful not to rush forward too eagerly. Dong Fangzhuo glanced over at Uzbekistan's warm-up area. Jalilov was bending down to tie his shoelaces, the sleeves of his black jersey rolled up to his elbows, revealing the muscular lines of his forearms. He sent a ball into the box, and forward Shatskik leaped for a header, the ball striking the crossbar with a loud clang. These two were Uzbekistan's golden duo. Before the match, Gao Hongbo had specifically shown their video, banging on the screen, saying, "Don't think about pressing them. Their counterattacks are faster than Iran's. Chun Tao, stick to Jalilov, and Ha Junmin, guard the wing well." Chapter 121. Asian Cup Quarterfinals, 2-1 Saudi Arabia, advancing to the semifinals. The evening breeze at Rajamangala Stadium in Bangkok was refreshing, and Dong Fangzhuo stood in the shadows of the player tunnel, repeatedly rubbing the 5-star red flag on the collar of his jersey. The fabric was sticky with sweat from his palms, but felt hotter than the badge at Old Trafford. The sounds of cheering from outside the tunnel ebbed and flowed, the cheers from Chinese fans mixing with those of Saudi fans, vibrating eardrums. Li Wei held a piece of cardboard at the front row, with top 4. Charge, written in red, next to a crooked trophy drawing, with dried petals stuck to the punctured area. Zhao Zi, don't grip it too tightly. Zheng Ji patted his shoulder from behind. The old captain's armband wrapped in a new muscle patch. Saudi Arabia was not the soft target of the group stage. Their left winger, Mahbub, was fast, and Ha Junmin had to stick closely to him. Dong Fangzhuo glanced over at the Saudi warm-up area. Mahbub was practicing shots on goal, the ball hitting the net with a thud that echoed across the half. After finishing, he flashed a 30 gesture to his teammates, a slight smirk on his lips. Before coming to Bangkok, Gao Hongbo had shown the team a video of Saudi Arabia, banging on the screen, saying, "Their midfield core, Noor likes to cut into the flanks. Chen Tao, stick to him. Don't be greedy. Defend first before attacking." Chapter 122. Asian Cup Semifinals. Regretful loss to Iraq. A missed opportunity for the finals. The lights at Rajamangala Stadium in Bangkok illuminated the grass, making it appear white. When Dong Fangzhuo stood in the center circle, the crisp sound of his studs on the grass mixed with the occasional sobs from the stands. In the semifinals against Iraq, the number of Chinese fans in the stands had doubled compared to the quarterfinals, but the joy was gone. Li Wei held up a sign that read finals. Charge! The wind blew, curling the edges of the sign, and the finals part was wrinkled from tears leaking through his fingers. Zhao Zi, don't look at the sign. Zheng Ji bumped his shoulder, the old captain's armband frayed, still stained with dried blood from the match against Saudi Arabia. Iraq's midfield was tough, and that kid Yunus could run and collide. Be careful not to clash too hard when pushing forward. Dong Fangzhuo glanced over at Iraq's warm-up area. Yunus was bending down to tie his shoelaces. The sleeves of his green jersey rolled up to his forearms, revealing the muscular lines of his arms. He sent a ball into the box, and forward Akram leaped for a header, the ball striking the crossbar with a loud clang. These two were Iraq's sharp blades. When Gao Hongbo showed the video before the match, he banged on the screen, saying, "They play aggressively. Don't match them physically. Use passing and cutting to break through their defense." Chapter 123. Asian Cup third place match. 2-1 victory over Japan. The weight and glory of third place. The evening breeze in Bangkok carried the fragrance of jasmine into Rajamangala Stadium. Dong Fangzhuo stood in the center circle, kicking the grass, the studs brushing against the dew-soaked blades. The crisp sound mingling with the whistles from stands. In the third-place match against Japan, Chinese fans in the stands held up a banner that read "Third place is also honorable," the red background and white letters shimmering warmly under the lights. Li Wei squeezed in the front row, holding a new sign that he had written with a marker, 20. Beat Japan. Next to it, he drew a little figure holding a trophy, wearing the number 10 jersey, which he highlighted with a gold pen. Zhuozi stopped looking at the sign. Zheng Ji handed him a bottle of electrolyte water. The old captain had a layer of kinesiology tape wrapped around his waist. An old injury for being knocked down by Yunus in the semifinals hadn't healed yet, but he held his head high and laughed. We're familiar with Japan's technical play. Just don't let them set the tempo. Dong Fangzhuo glanced over at Japan's warm-up area. Nakamura Shunsuke was bending down, practicing free kicks. The dull thud of the ball hitting the crossbar after curving over the wall could be heard across the half. Forward Yuta Keiji was juggling the ball just outside the penalty area, skillfully lifting it over the defenders with a twist of his ankle, his technique as delicate as embroidery. Before coming to Bangkok, Gao Hongbo had banged on the table while watching video footage of the Japanese team, saying they love to pass back. Chen Tao, stick close to Nakamura. Don't let him play comfortably. Zhuozi, make runs into the channels. Their center backs are slow to turn. Chapter 124. Summer. Setting sail. Economic company strikes. Youth team's European launchpad, the July sun in Manchester slanted through the glass door of the Chihong company as Dong Fangzhuo pushed the door open, causing the wind chime to jingle. In the small office, Jansen was hunched over the coffee table, flipping through contracts. The Dutch agent's shirt was wrinkled, and there were 5 or 6 club badges piled next to him. PSV Eindhoven from the Eredivisie, Feyenoord, Porto from the Primera Liga, and Borussia Mönchengladbach from the Bundesliga. All just sent over in the last 2 weeks. You finally made it. Jansen looked up and pushed a contract towards him. Chantal's renewal contract, which included a raise in weekly wages and a minimum appearance clause. This kid made 12 appearances as a substitute last season in the Eredivisie, with 3 assists. The coach wants him to be a starter next season. Dong Fangzhuo sat down on the sofa with the contract, running his fingers over the words 8,000 weekly salary, unable to suppress a smile. Last year, when he sent Chen Tao there, PSV only offered 3,000 per week. And that was after Ferguson personally called the head coach to negotiate. Now, the club voluntarily raised the salary, a testament to the confidence built from strength. And this. Jansen handed over a photo showing how Juanmin's back on the pitch in the Dutch second division. A young man wearing the Utrecht jersey, about to cross into the penalty area, mud splattered all over his legs. He assisted 2 goals in the promotion playoffs last week. And Utrecht wants to renew the loan for another year, even saying they are willing to loan him to Groningen in the Eredivisie to train. Chapter 125. 2007 to 2008 early season. Lineup integration completed, and leading the league to grass at Old Trafford glimmered green in the August morning light as Dong Fangzhuo juggled the ball in the center circle. The crisp sound of his studs on the grass, mixed with laughter behind him. Tevez was arguing with Rooney in Spanish about whose shooting was more accurate. The Argentine had just gotten a haircut, and the sweat-stuck strands on his forehead made his eyes squint in a smile. Still clutching a pair of shiny new blue sneakers that Dong Fangzhuo had gifted him yesterday as a welcome present. Cut out. Ferguson's shout drifted over from the sideline. The old man was wearing a red polo shirt today, standing by the tactical board, instantly silencing the training ground. He pointed between Dong Fangzhuo and Tevez. You two push forward, Rooney dropped to the flanks, Park Ji-sung and Carrick hold the midfield. Today we're practicing triangular passing. If anyone loses the ball, you run 10 laps. Tevez bumped Dong Fangzhuo's shoulder and, with his clumsy English, laughed. Feed me the ball later. Let that English kid see what's up. He had just joined from West Ham United in the summer, and during the signing ceremony, he had challenged Dong Fangzhuo to see who would adapt to the tactics first. He ended up scoring an own goal in the first training, and his neck was still red from embarrassment. Chapter 126, Mid-Season. Steady advancement in the Champions League. The night breeze at the Olympic Stadium in Rome made Dong Fangzhuo's neck stiff as he stood in the center circle. Kicking at the grass, the sound of his studs crunching on the dewy blades mixed with the alternating shouts of Roma from the stands. In the first leg of the Champions League knockout stage against Roma, the away fans waved banners reading Revenge 2007, a glaring reminder of last year's group stage exit when Manchester United was eliminated, with Roma fans mocking them on social media for 3 days. The taunts in the crowd felt like ice shards hitting the face. Don't listen to their nonsense. Tevez bumped his arm from behind, chewing gum, his newly dyed blonde hair shining under the lights. That old guy Toddy said before the match that you're afraid of high-pressure pressing. Let us see if we can feed you a ball. Dong Fangzhuo glanced over at the warm-up area for the Roma team. Toddy was bending down, tying his shoelaces. The sleeves of his deep blue jersey rolled up to his forearms, revealing the golden captain's armband on his wrist. He took a free kick, the ball curling over the wall and hitting the crossbar with a loud clang. Turning his head, he smirked at Dong Fangzhuo, his expression reminiscent of last year's interview where he said, "The young ones at Manchester United can't handle the Champions League." Chapter 127, 2008 Champions League Final, 1-1 Chelsea. Overtime winners glory. The rain at Moscow's Luzhniki Stadium was heavier than at Stamford Bridge, as Dong Fangzhuo stood in the center circle. The mud splashed up by his studs soaked his calves, feeling as cold as ice. The stands were a whirl of red and blue, with Chelsea fans waving banners proclaiming defend the Champions League, while Manchester United fans shouted glory, glory, the two waves of sound colliding in the rain. Li Wei squeezed into the front row of the away stand, holding a flag soaked by the rain, the pole wrapped with a note that read Zhuoge, number 10 needs to shine, which Chen Tao had asked him to bring before the trip. The young man had flown over right after finishing his match in the Eredivisie and was currently being held back by security at the entrance. His face flushed as he peered into the field. Don't grip it too tightly. Tevez shoved a piece of gum into his hand. His blonde hair matted to his forehead by the rain, but he grinned, showing his white teeth. That old guy Terry said he wants to break your legs. Let us give him a hug later. Dong Fangzhuo glanced over at Chelsea's warm-up area. Terry was bending down, tying his shoelaces, the deep blue captain's armband glinting in the rain. He kicked a ball against the goalpost, the dull thud echoing across the half. Lampard was practicing long shots nearby, sending a ball skimming across the grass, splattering mud on Drogba's pants. The Ivorian grinned, revealing a gold tooth. These old Chelsea veterans hid their toughness behind smiles, making them even harder to deal with than last year. Chapter 128, End of Season, League Champions. Celebrating the end of the runner-up, Curse the Grass at Old Trafford gleamed golden green in the May sunshine as Dong Fangzhuo juggled the ball in the center circle. The crisp sound of his studs on the grass mingling with the deafening cheers of champions from the stands. In the final round of the season against Wigan Athletic, a banner reading "In the runner-up" curse fluttered in the north stand, red background and white letters flapping in the wind. Li Wei held up a piece of cardboard squeezed into the front row, on which he had written with a marker, 89 points, 90 points. Champion. Next to it was a drawing of a grinning trophy, with a petal from the tulips brought from the Netherlands stuck where the pen had poked through, a gift from Chen Tao the day before. The young man had flown back overnight after finishing his match in the Eredivisie and was now peering over the railing into the field, his eyes shining as if they had caught a star. Stay focused. Tevez bumped his shoulder from behind, wearing a white t-shirt printed with Manchester United. The collar smeared with breakfast jam, but he laughed, showing his white teeth. The boss just glared at you. If you lose focus again, you'll be punished to practice crosses with gigs. Dong Fangzhuo glanced at the coaching bench, where Ferguson was leaning over the tactical board towards Carrick. The old man had already changed his wool scarf for a short-sleeve shirt, yet was still slapping the board with a loud sound. Wigan's defensive midfielder likes to pull to the flanks. Ji-sung Park, stick close to him. Carrick, you guard the edge of the penalty area. Don't let them take long shots. He paused, pointed between Joisy and Tevez. Just play casually if you win tonight. I'll open champagne for you. Chapter 129. Summer. Sir Alex's health concerns emerge and Olympic football call-ups. In July in Manchester, the cicadas chirped, hiding an unusual calm. Dong Fangzhuo stood by the training ground of Manchester United, watching Ferguson bent over coughing, gripping his water bottle tightly. The old man didn't shout at people, as usual when he arrived for training this morning, just leaned against the goalpost, smoking a cigarette, his cough blending with the smoke rings, piercing the ears. Sir Alex has been coughing a lot lately. Giggs bumped his shoulder from behind. The old winger holding a bottle of cough syrup, which he specially took a detour to buy from the pharmacy this morning. Last week, during a tactical meeting, he suddenly covered his head and said he felt dizzy, which startled me. Dong Fangzhuo glanced at the coaching bench again. Ferguson was being helped by assistant coach McNally to sit down. The old man waved his hand, as if to say it's okay, but took out a small medicine box from his pocket and popped 2 white pills into his mouth. He had never seen him take medicine during training before. Ji-sung Park was squatting on the grass, tying his shoelaces, glancing over there, and whispered, "Brother Zhua, yesterday I saw Sir Alex's son Mark came to the training ground. His face didn't look good." During a break in training, Dong Fangzhuo walked over holding a cup of warm water, handing the syrup given by Giggs to Ferguson. "Sir, have some of this to soothe your throat." Chapter 130. Olympic men's football group stage, advancing together. The summer night in Beijing was filled with the fragrance of locust flowers as it wafted into the bird's nest. Dong Fangzhuo stood in the center circle, kicking the grass, the studs scraping against the dewy blades, mixed with the deafening cheers from the stands. On August 7th, in the first match of the Olympic men's football group stage against Brazil, the stand were a sea of red with 5-star red flags. Li Wei squeezed into the front row holding a piece of cardboard, written in gold pen, number 10 National Olympic Team Miracle, with a smiling panda drawn beside it. The spot where the pen pierced was stained with freshly picked locust flower petals, which he said he picked from the locust tree at the Shanghai training base this morning to bring a bit of hometown flavor. "Don't stare at the sign." Zhang Ji bumped his shoulder from behind. The old captain's wristbands were wrapped in 2 layers, still covered in grass clippings from training. "Ronaldinho is watching you. That old fox said before the match that he wants us to lose by 3. Don't let him get cocky." Dong Fangzhuo glanced at Brazil's warm-up area. Ronaldinho was bending over juggling the ball. The sleeves of his blue and white jersey rolled up to his forearms, showing off the Olympic ring bracelet on his wrist. He performed a rainbow flick, the ball flying around the defender, eliciting cheers from the stands. Nearby, Pato was practicing shooting in front of the penalty area. The sound of the ball hitting the net could be heard across the field. This Brazilian team was star-studded, with players like Ronaldinho and Diego, far superior to the National Olympic team's youthful lineup. Chapter 131. Olympic men's football quarterfinals, defeating Italy, advancing to the top 4. The night breeze at Shanghai Stadium made the flags flutter as Dong Fangzhuo stood in the center circle. The sound of his studs crunching on the grass mixed with the cheers from the stands. On August 16th, in the quarterfinals against Italy, the stands were a chaotic mix of 5-star red flags and blue and white stripes. Li Wei squeezed into the front row holding a piece of cardboard, written in red pen, 20, charged for the top 4, with a little figure holding the Olympic rings drawn beside it, and the figure's jersey number was 10. The pen had pierced the paper, revealing the white inside, which was scrap paper brought from the Shanghai training base this morning, with pencil marks from Chun Tao's tactical drawings last night still on the corners. "Don't stare at the sign." Zhang Ji bumped his shoulder again. The old captain's wristbands were new, but still wrapped around his wrist 3 times, a habit he had for tough matches. Italy's center-back Cannavaro is a crafty old fox. His brother Paolo is also playing today, and they will specifically target fast players like you. Dong Fangzhuo glanced at Italy's warm-up area. Cannavaro was bending over tying his shoes, the blue captain's armband glinting under the lights, while his brother Paolo practiced sliding tackles nearby, the stud scraping up the grass and splattering mud on a teammate's pants. Montalivo in midfield was practicing passing, the ball gliding over the grass with precision as if measured with a ruler. This Italian team, though not all first-choice players, brought the ironclad defense of Serie A, winning all 3 group matches without conceding a goal, more intimidating than Brazil's flashy style. Chapter 132. Olympic Men's Football Semi-Finals. Overcoming Nigeria. Advancing to the finals. In the evening at Beijing Workers' Stadium, the wind carried the fragrance of locust flowers to people's faces. Dong Fangzhuo stood in the center circle. Kicking the grass, the sound of his studs scraping against the blades mixed with the deafening shouts of finals. From the stands. In the semi-finals against Nigeria, the stands were filled even denser with 5-star red flags. Li Wei squeezed into the front row holding a piece of cardboard, written in gold pen, "Finals. Here we come," with a smiling Olympic mascot drawn beside it, and where the pen pierced was stained with freshly picked rose petals taken from the stadium's flower bed this morning. He said it brought good luck. "Don't lose focus." Zheng Ji bumped his shoulder from behind. The old captain had a new muscle tape wrapped around his wrist, having been bumped during training before the semi-finals, but insisting it was nothing. Nigeria's winger Martins is as fast as the wind. Hao Junmin, you have to stick close to him, don't let him break free. Dong Fangzhuo glanced at Nigeria's warm-up area. Martins was bending over practicing shuttle runs. The sleeves of his black jersey rolled up to his forearms, revealing the muscular lines of his arms, and when he ran, his jersey flapped like a piece of black cloth in the wind. Mikel in midfield was practicing passing, the ball gliding over the grass, accurately landing at a teammate's feet. This Nigerian team is the African champion, winning all 3 group matches and eliminating Belgium in the quarterfinals. Tough as untempered iron. Chapter 133. Olympic Men's Football Finals. Meeting Argentina, winning the championship and taking gold. The night sky over Beijing's bird's nest was illuminated brightly by lights. Dong Fangzhuo stood in the center circle. The sound of his studs crushing the grass mixed with the deafening cheers of "Go" from the stands. On August 23rd, in the Olympic men's football final against Argentina, the stands were a boiling sea of 5-star red flags and blue and white stripes. Li Wei squeezed into the front row holding a piece of cardboard, written in gold pen, "Gold medal, China," with a little figure holding a trophy drawn beside it. The figure's jersey number 10 was shining brightly. The corners of the cardboard were stained with dried locust flowers, which he had brought from the Shanghai training base during the group stage, having accompanied him through most of the Olympic journey. Dong Fangzhuo glanced at Argentina's warm-up area. Messi was bending over juggling the ball. The sleeves of his blue and white jersey rolled up to his forearms, revealing a silver bracelet on his wrist. He struck a low shot, the ball grazing the grass and hitting the net with a sound that echoed across the field. Nearby, Riquelme was practicing free kicks, the ball curling over the wall and hitting the crossbar with a loud clang. This Argentine team is a favorite to win, with Messi, Riquelme, and Agüero all in the lineup, showcasing more finesse than Nigeria's toughness. Chapter 134. Start of the season. The road to defending the title begins and the core lineup stabilizes. The grass at Old Trafford glistened in the August morning light. Dong Fangzhuo stood in the center circle, juggling the ball. The sound of his studs scraping against the grass mixed with laughter and teasing from behind. Tevez was arguing with Rooney in Argentine about which was heavier, the Olympic gold medal or the Champions League trophy. The Argentine reached out to touch the Olympic gold medal hanging around Dong Fangzhuo's neck, but was pushed away by Rooney. "Don't touch. That's our team's mascot. Everyone stand properly." Ferguson's shout drifted over from the sidelines. The old man was wearing a red training kit today, with a thin waist support wrapped around his waist. After resting for 3 weeks during the summer, as per medical advice, he looked much better than before, but still knocked the tactical board on the ground. In the opening match against Newcastle, anyone who dared to slack off would be punished by training with the youth team on passing. Dong Fangzhuo tucked the gold medal into his jersey and glanced towards the midfield. Park Ji-sung was squatting on the grass, drawing running routes. With his tactical notes spread out beside him, a new page added. The Olympic tactics adaptation was marked in red pen, noting that quick passing and cutting could be referenced. Carrick was standing next to him, holding a training pole, and the position he inserted into the grass was more accurate than last season. After a season of adjustment, the commanding position of the defensive midfielder finally stabilized. Chapter 135. Dominating the Champions League and the League the Winter Wind in Manchester, wrapped in fine rain, swept across the grass at Old Trafford. Dong Fangzhuo stood in front of the penalty area, bouncing the ball, his cleats grinding over the muddy grass blades, splashing water onto his white socks. In the last round of the Champions League group stage against Celtic, the away fans held up banners, shouting for a comeback. But they were drowned out by the Red Devils will win from the North Stand. Li Wei squeezed into the front row, waving a piece of cardboard that read 6 consecutive wins. Champions League qualification, in red pen, with a little figure standing on top of the words group first. The little figure's number 10 jersey was soaked and faded by the rain, but still shone brightly. Stop staring at the sign. Tevez bumped into him from behind. The Argentine was wrapped in a gray training jacket, his nose red from the cold, but he smiled, showing his white teeth. The boss just glared at you. If you zone out again, you'll be punished to practice headers with Scholes. Dong Fangzhuo glanced at the coaching bench. Ferguson was leaning over with the tactical board in front of Carrick. The old man was wrapped in a thick scarf, with the way support barely visible under his training kit, but he still slapped the board, making a sound. Celtic has a big gap on the left, Park Ji-sung. You charge hard. Carrick, you guard the midfield. Don't run around aimlessly. Their defensive midfielder loves to insert into the penalty area. Dong and Tevez. He paused, pointing between the two, kick the ball into the goal. Don't let these Scots make a fool of us. Chapter 136, League Title Defense. The emergence of the Red Devil dynasty, the May sun at Old Trafford, was as hot as molten gold. Dong Fangzhuo stood in the center circle, kicking the grass as the sound of his cleats brushing against the blades mixed with the deafening cheers of defending champions. In the last round of the league against Arsenal, a banner reading back-to-back champions fluttered in the north stand, with red background and white letters. Li Wei squeezed into the front row, holding a piece of cardboard that read 899,091. Dynasty begins. In gold pen, with a stacked trophy drawn next to it. The top one was color gold, and a spot where the pen tip broke was stained with a commemorative badge from the Champions League final, which he picked up last week when he went to Rome to watch a match. He said, "Gotta soak up some championship spirit. Don't zone out." Tevez bumped his shoulder from behind. The Argentine was wearing a commemorative t-shirt printed with 2009, with breakfast jam on the collar, but he smiled, showing his white teeth. "The professor is watching you." Wenger said before the match that he wants us to lose the title. Don't let him be pleased. Dong Fangzhuo glanced towards Arsenal's warm-up area. Wenger was bending over, talking to Fabregas, his suit sleeves rolled up to his forearms, holding a tactical diagram. Van Persie was practicing shooting in front of the penalty area. The ball skimmed the grass and splashed mud onto Gallas' pants. The Dutchman grinned. Although this Arsenal team lacked Henry, they were aggressively driven by young players, closely chasing the league title in the second half of the season. Just 3 points behind Manchester United. A win in this match would allow them to overtake on goal difference. Chapter 137, 2009 Champions League Final. Barcelona. The defeat of a peak showdown the night sky over the Olympic Stadium in Rome was heated by the red and blue lights. Dong Fangzhuo stood in the center circle, kicking the grass, the sound of his cleats brushing against the blades mixed with the deafening cheers of Barcelona, louder than last year's match against Roma. Like countless needles piercing the eardrum, Li Wei squeezed into the front row of the away stand, holding a piece of cardboard that read "The Red Devils never die" in red pen, with a little figure gritting its teeth drawn beside it. The little figure's number 10 jersey was highlighted, and the cardboard's corner was stuck with a Manchester United logo sticker, brought from the hotel that morning. He said, "Stick it tight. It'll bring good luck. Don't hold it too tightly." Tevez bumped his shoulder from behind. The Argentine was wearing a pair of bright blue boots, specially customized for the final, with champion engraved on the heel, but he whispered while gripping Dong Fangzhuo's arm, "Xavi is watching you. That old fox's passing is sneakier than in the videos." Dong Fangzhuo glanced towards Barcelona's warm-up area. Xavi was practicing short passes. The ball stuck to his foot like it had glue, each kick landing precisely at Iniesta's feet. Messi was squatting on the grass, tying his shoelaces. The blue and red striped sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing a silver chain on his wrist. When he looked up, he glanced towards Manchester United, his gaze light like a cloud, but hiding the strength to turn the game around. Nearby, Eto'o was practicing shooting. The dull sound of the ball hitting the net could be heard across the half. This Barcelona team was at the peak of the dream team, going undefeated to win the league and never losing in the Champions League knockout stage. Even tougher and more concealed than last year's Chelsea. Chapter 138. Summer. Expanding the overseas football map with the Eredivisie and Primera Liga, the July sun in Manchester made people feel lazy. Dong Fangzhuo leaned on the sofa at the departure company, flipping through contracts, and when his fingertips brushed over Yu Hai's name with Vitesse in the Eredivisie, he heard Li Wei shout from outside the window. The young man burst in holding a large cardboard box with a logo of Groningen Club printed on it. When it hit the ground, several jerseys with Chinese names rolled out. Hao Junmin, Yu Hai, Wu Shi. The handwriting was crooked. It was embroidered by Li Wei overnight. Zhuge, the Vitesse package. Li Wei laughed while digging through the box, with a thread caught on his nose. Brother Yu Hai's jersey has arrived. He said he wants to wear it for his debut in the Eredivisie. Dong Fangzhuo placed the contract on the coffee table. Jansen was leaning over across from him, looking through materials on the Primera Liga. The Dutch agent had 2 shirt buttons popped open, but he pointed at the name of Benfica B team and shouted, Zhang Qingdong needs to change positions. The Benfica coach said he is more reliable as a fullback than as a forward. Just look at his training video from last week. His defensive positioning is more accurate than his shooting. The phone rang outside. It was a video call from Chun Tao. The young man was running on the training ground in Eindhoven, with Hao Junmin bending over tying his shoelaces in the background. The orange jersey of the Eredivisie shone brightly under the sun. Zhuge, has Yu Hai arrived in Amsterdam? I went to the airport to pick him up with Xiao Hao. The camera shifted, and Hao Junmin was holding a sign that read Welcome Yu Hai, with a corner of the sign stained with a tulip petal picked from beside the training ground. He said, gotta soak up some Eredivisie luck. Chapter 139. The start of the 2009 to 2010 season. Chelsea's counterattack and the stalemate in the league. The September wind at Old Trafford, wrapped in autumn's chill, swept across the grass. When Dong Fangzhuo stood in front of the penalty area juggling the ball, his cleats grazed the frosty grass blades, and the crisp sound mixed with the booing from the stands, not aimed at Manchester United, but at the Chelsea champions banner fluttering from the away stand. In the third round of the league against Chelsea, the Red Devils will win banner from the north stand fluttered in the wind. Li Wei squeezed into the front row, holding a piece of cardboard that read 3 points. Don't let the Blues get cocky, in red pen, with a little figure stepping on a football drawn beside it. The little figure's number 10 jersey was stained with a commemorative badge from the Champions League final, picked up during last year's loss in Rome. He said, you have to bear the pain to win. Stop staring at the banner. Tevez bumped his shoulder from behind. The Argentine had dyed his hair golden, and the strands on his forehead were blowing wildly in the wind, but he whispered while gripping the collar of his jersey, Ancelotti is watching you. That old man signed a Brazilian forward named Anelka over the summer. His movement is sneakier than Ito Os. Dong Fangzhuo glanced towards Chelsea's warm-up area. Anelka was bending over practicing shuttle runs. The sleeves of his blue jersey rolled up to his forearms, revealing the muscle lines on his arms, running like a blue flash. Lampard was practicing long shots in midfield. The football brushed the grass and flew out, hitting the goalpost with a loud clang. This Chelsea team spent $50 million on signings this summer, and after Ancelotti's arrival, they switched to a 4-3-3 formation, winning all their first 2 league matches, closely trailing Manchester United in the standings, more aggressively than last year's Arsenal. Chapter 140. Mid-season 2009 to 2010. Cup disappointment and difficult Champions League breakthrough. The December wind at Old Trafford whipped snow seeds across the grass. Dong Fangzhuo stood at the penalty spot, his studs crunching over the frosted blades of grass, mixed with the sighs from the stands. In the League Cup quarterfinals against Manchester City, they were equalized in the last minute of extra time, and now had to rely on penalties to decide the outcome. Li Wei squeezed into the front row, holding a piece of cardboard with steady, written in red pen, next to a drawing of a clenched fist. The edges of the cardboard smeared with a sticker of Manchester City's logo that had been thrown by the visiting fans during the City Derby. He picked it up and cleaned it, saying it gave him strength. Don't look at him. Rooney bumped his shoulder from behind. The Englishman had just missed his 3rd penalty, his eyes red with tears, but he whispered while gripping Dong Fangzhuo's arm. Hart Dove left. He dove left just now. Dong Fangzhuo glanced over at Manchester City's goalkeeper Hart. The small goalkeeper was bouncing during warm-ups, rubbing his gloves on his pants, a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. When he saved Rooney's penalty earlier, he had deliberately feinted right and then dove left, pinning the ball down on the grass. City's forward Tevez stood at the edge of the penalty area, wearing a blue and white striped jersey, shouting over, shoot right. I know you love shooting right. Chapter 141. Champions League against AC Milan. A deadly regret for away goals. The night wind at San Siro made Dong Fangzhuo's neck stiff as he kicked at the grass in the center circle, his studs scraping over the dewy blades. the crisp sound mingling with the rising chants of Milan from the stands. On April 7th, away against AC Milan, the away fan section was packed like a can. Li Wei, stuck in the middle, held up a wrinkled national flag, with a piece of cardboard in his hand reading 20. Take the away win. The corners smeared with grass clippings brought from Manchester, which he said gave a bit of home vibe. Don't look at the sign. Rooney bumped his shoulder from behind, his short hair tousled by the wind, but he lowered his voice, saying, Pirlo is watching you. That old fox's free kicks are trickier than in the videos. Don't lose focus on the wall. Dong Fangzhuo glanced over at Milan's warm-up area. Pirlo was bending over practicing short passes, the ball sticking to his feet, each kick landing precisely at Gattuso's feet. Inzaghi squatted on the grass, tying his shoelaces. The sleeves of his red and black striped jersey rolled up to his forearms, revealing a silver chain on his wrist. When he looked up, he glanced towards Manchester United, his eyes light as a cloud, but hiding a fierce edge of an old fox. Nearby, Pato was practicing shooting, the dull thud of the ball hitting the netting echoing across the half. Though this Milan was not at its peak, it relied on its Champions League pedigree, having eliminated Real Madrid in the group stage and Bayern in the knockout phase, showing a level of experience that Chelsea lacked. Chapter 142. End of the season, runners-up, Chelsea's championship and the Red Devils' transition. The May sunshine at Old Trafford heated the grass, and as Dong Fangzhuo juggled the ball in the center circle, the crisp sound of his studs against the blades mixed with the chants of champions from the stands. In the final round of the league against Stoke City, a banner on the north stand fluttered in the wind, proclaiming 91 points. 3 consecutive championships. Li Wei squeezed into the front row holding a piece of cardboard that read Manchester United 30, Chelsea Husone, in red pen, beside a drawing of a little figure holding a trophy, with a piece of the Champions League commemorative badge stuck to the little figure's number 10 jersey, which he had picked up when they were eliminated in the quarterfinals, saying, you have to fight through the pain. Don't look at the sign. Rooney bumped his shoulder from behind, his face painted red with the champion stickers Li Wei had put on him that morning, but he lowered his voice, saying, Chelsea is already at 10. He had just checked the live score, seeing Wigan Athletic being dominated by Chelsea, and Ancelotti's team was just one step away from the championship. Dong Fangzhuo glanced over at the coaching bench, where Ferguson was leaning over the tactical board in front of Carrick. The old man's protective waist support slightly visible under his training gear, but he slammed the board, saying, forget about Chelsea. Kick the ball into the net for me. Win this match, and the rest will be up to fate. He paused, poking at Dong Fangzhuo's number 10 jersey. You need to score 2 today to end the season well. Chapter 143. The eve of the 2010 World Cup. Rumors of Sir Alex's retirement and transfer seeds the June wind at Manchester United's training base carried warmth. And, as Dong Fangzhuo tossed his training vest into the laundry basket, he was pulled by Rooney towards the stands. Li Wei was leaning over the railing, waving a newspaper. The bold headline Ferguson to retire at seasons and was glaringly painful to the eyes, and the young man jumped, shouting, Zhuge, this lousy paper is talking nonsense. The boss definitely won't leave. Dong Fangzhuo tugged at the corner of the newspaper, his fingertips brushing over the small print Insider's reveal. When he heard Park Ji-sung cough behind him, the Korean was holding a Dutch newspaper with a photo of Tevez approaching a move to Manchester City. A composite image of the Argentine in Blue Moon training gear, grinning brightly. Don't spread rumors. Carrick bumped his shoulder from behind, his old midfielder's jersey covered in grass clippings, but lowered his voice to say, I saw the boss's son Mark come in this morning, talking with the assistant coach in the office all night. The door didn't even open. Suddenly, the whistle for training sounded. Ferguson stood in the center circle, having changed to a thicker protective waist support, but still slammed the tactical board down. Gather around. Next week, we have a friendly match against the Mexican national team. Anyone who slacks off will be sent to the youth academy to take care of kids. Chapter 144. Expedition to South Africa. The roar of the airplane engines continued at a steady, almost hypnotic frequency, penetrating the double-glazed window, slightly vibrating Dong Fangzhuo's temples. Outside was the vast African continent under a blazing sun, turning the sea of clouds into a dazzling gold and white, as if a velvet carpet laid by the gods to welcome their arrival. The flight carrying the Chinese national men's football team had entered South African airspace, expected to land at Johannesburg's Oliver Tambo International Airport in 30 minutes. The captain's comm announcement was in both Chinese and English. Inside the cabin, The initially somewhat dull atmosphere erupted like a lake struck by a boulder. We've arrived. Finally here. Look, is that Johannesburg down there? World Cup, here I come. Young and not-so-young national team players crowded towards the window, their faces glowing with a mix of fatigue from the long flight and extreme excitement, as phones and cameras clicked, trying to capture this historic moment. This was the third time Chinese football had reached the World Cup finals. 4 years since that bitter 2002, where they failed to score in 3 matches, and 4 years since their breakthrough in 2006. 4 years was enough for a team to renew itself, for a boy to grow into a leader. Chapter 145. Locker room leader. The sunlight in the South African highlands poured through the end of the players' tunnel at the National Stadium, casting long shadows on the ground. With the air filled with a tense atmosphere mixed with the scent of grass, disinfectant, and some intangible gunpowder. The door to the changing room closed heavily behind them, instantly isolating the roaring cheers of the fans outside, the rhythm of the drums, and the loudspeakers, as if they had plunged into a suffocating and heated deep sea before battle. This was the changing room of the Chinese team. Bright red jerseys hung neatly in front of each locker, like silent flames burning quietly. However, most of the young men wearing them appeared somewhat pale, as if the flames had not ignited in their eyes. Goalkeeper Yang Ji repeatedly adjusted the Velcro on his gloves, producing a faint scratching sound, and did this several times. The fine beads of sweat on his forehead, not due to the heat. Right winger Hao Junmin bowed his head to tie his shoelaces, his fingers trembling slightly, struggling to tie a simple knot 3 times before it barely took shape. Even Li Weifeng, the most active defender, sat silently on the bench, staring blankly at the official logo of the South African World Cup on the wall opposite, his Adam's apple bobbing uncontrollably as the sound of swallowing echoed clearly in the overly quiet room. Chapter 146. Group G. First match. Samba baptism. The Johannesburg Soccer City Stadium was like a boiling, massive red furnace. The shouts of 90,000 people converged into a tidal wave of sound, almost overturning the sky. The samba drumming was strong and aggressive, with yellow and green flags wildly waving in the stands, creating a restless ocean. In the midst of this, the relatively thin red of the Chinese team seemed like a small boat in turbulent waves, as if it could be swallowed at any moment. With the referee's whistle, the battle began. Without any probing, the Brazilian team, like trained predators, instantly bared their fangs. Names like Kaká, Robinho, Fabiano, and Elano represented the highest level of attacking power, their passing and running combinations flowing smoothly, filled with the unique rhythm and lethal threat of samba football. The ball seemed enchanted, firmly glued to the Brazilians' feet, circulating through the Chinese team's half. Each precise through ball and clever evasion drew waves of gasps and admiration from the stands. Chapter 147. Reunited with Ronaldo, the air in Johannesburg still carried a faint bitterness from the first match's defeat, but more importantly, there was a rapidly fermenting, burning anticipation for the next do-or-die battle. On the training ground, the intensity of the Chinese team's training clearly elevated a level. The resilience displayed against Brazil acted like a strong heart stimulant, injecting every player's veins with belief that they were not without a chance against Portugal. However, the noise outside was far louder than the shouts on the training ground. The Eastern CR7 faced the real CR7, a Manchester United derby, a World Cup match ahead of schedule, a showdown between brothers. Could Dong Fangzhuo slay his senior? Ronaldo versus Dong. Who is the true inheritor of the seventh spirit of Old Trafford? The huge headlines, paired with comparative images of Dong Fangzhuo and Ronaldo in their respective national team jerseys, occupied the front pages of major sports media. On social media, this topic soared to the top of the trending list. A group match that initially seemed to have a disparity in strength was imbued with too much dramatic color outside of football, due to the shared Manchester United imprint and the media's deliberate portrayal of the contrast between the traditional and the Eastern. Chapter 148. Group G, second match, battle on the Iberian Peninsula. The atmosphere at the Durban Stadium was completely different from that in Johannesburg. The sea breeze from the Indian Ocean brought a damp, briny scent, but could not disperse the almost stagnant, suffocating tension in the arena. In the stands, the red, yellow, and green of the Portuguese flag clashed head-on with the bright 5-star red flag, as songs, drum beats, and shouts collided and intertwined, brewing a storm above the center of the field. This was a true do-or-die battle. The Chinese team, having lost their first match, had no way out, while Portugal, with only 1 point, could not afford to lose. The media hype surrounding the Eastern CR7 Derby further escalated the attention on this match. During the national anthem before the match, the camera focused for a long time on Fangzhuo and Ronaldo. Both wore serious expressions, their eyes burning with an extreme desire for victory. The whistle blew, and the flames of battle reignited. Portugal showcased strong control from the outset, quickly seizing the initiative on the field with superior technique and ball control. Ronaldo was exceptionally active on the left flank, creating significant threats with several breakthroughs, drawing gas from the stands. However, the Chinese team, having been tempered by the Brazilian match, defended with greater steadiness and order. The three lines remained compact, covering for each other, using tenacious running and physical confrontation to repeatedly stifle the budding attacks for Portugal. Fangzhuo withdrew significantly. His defensive positioning and interception awareness became a moving barrier for the Chinese midfield, greatly alleviating the pressure on the backline. Chapter 149. Dawn of qualification. The noise in the mixed zone of the Durban Stadium had not fully dissipated, as the Chinese team's bus traveled quietly on the road back to their hotel. Inside the bus, the atmosphere was heavy, as if filled with lead. No one spoke. The monotonous roar of the engine was the only background sound. The players slumped in their seats, most covering their heads with towels or jackets, trying to isolate themselves from the outside and hide their lost expressions. Several young players had red rings around their eyes, barely holding back tears. The last-minute equalizer in stoppage time, from a historic 3 points within reach to just one, felt like a knife plunged into their hearts at the moment of greatest excitement. Suffocatingly painful, Li Weifeng slammed his fist against the soft armrest of his seat, producing a dull thud, and cursed under his breath, but was quickly swallowed by a deeper sense of helplessness. Hao Junmin stared out the window at the rapidly retreating African nightscape, his gaze hollow, as if his soul remained in the goal pierced by Sameo. Fangzhuo sat in his usual spot, his face unobscured. He tilted his head slightly, eyes closed, his Adam's apple bobbing uncontrollably. The sweat had long since cooled, leaving a sticky discomfort on his skin, but it was nothing compared to the sharp regret in his heart. His 2 goals, the team's nearly perfect tactical execution, and their exhausting tenacity, deserved a sweeter outcome. Chapter 150. The decisive battle against the African elephants at the Nelson Mandela Bay Stadium in Port Elizabeth. It felt like a balloon being squeezed to its limit by invisible tension, ready to explode at any moment. The air was thick and hot, mixed with sweat, grass, and a smoky scent called fate. In the stands, the Chinese red clashed fiercely with the orange and green of Ivory Coast, as songs, drumbeats, and shouts became not just cheers, but the war cries of 2 armies facing off, filled with the determination of either you die or I die. This was truly a cliff's edge. Winning would lead to vast horizons and create history. Losing or drawing would likely mean packing up and heading home. There was no third option. During the national anthem before the match, Fangzhuo's gaze swept across each teammate like a hawk. What he saw was no longer tension and fear, but a fierce determination forged in desperation, a flame ignited by immense hope that could not be extinguished. His eyes met those of Li Weifeng, Zheng Ji, Hao Junmin, and others, and without words, there was only one belief in their eyes: fight to the end. On the other end, Didier Drogba, the captain of the Ivory Coast and a totem of African football, was pounding his chest like a true African elephant, letting out a deep roar to inspire his teammates. His gaze was fierce and aggressive, as if he wanted to swallow the entire Chinese team's defense whole. Chapter 151. National praise for heroes. The din at Nelson Mandela Bay Stadium in Port Elizabeth had not yet subsided, but the deafening roar seemed trivial compared to everything happening thousands of miles away in China. When a referee blew the final whistle and the scoreboard read China PR 2-0 Côte d'Ivoire, an unprecedented, almost frenzied joy erupted like a volcano that had been building for millennia, exploding across every inch of Chinese soil. Beijing, under the night sky at Tiananmen Square. Beneath the giant screen at World Trade Square, all public places in the Sanlitun Bar Street capable of gathering crowds were instantly flooded with surging people. Countless bright, 5-star red flags were wildly waved. Like a burning ocean, young people climbed lampposts, hoarsely shouting China team is awesome. Fangzhuo is awesome. Car horns were held down continuously, merging into a symphony of celebration. The police had to urgently increase personnel to maintain order, but they all wore smiles they couldn't suppress. Shanghai. The viewing platform at the Bund was impassable as cruise ships on the Huangpu River simultaneously sounded their horns. And the light show on the skyscrapers across the river in Lujiazui rarely displayed the words Chinese football glory in the top 16. On Nanjing Road Pedestrian Street, the crowd spontaneously sang the national anthem. Tears and smiles intertwined and shimmered under the neon lights. Chapter 152. Stopping at the top 16 at the FNB Stadium in Johannesburg, which hosted the World Cup opening match. The majestic stadium was once again filled to capacity tonight. However, the atmosphere was entirely different from that of the group stage. The air no longer held the probing and curiosity of newcomers. Instead, it was filled with a heavier, more brutal atmosphere of elimination. As cold as a surgical knife's edge. In the stands, the Chinese team's red was still striking, but it was no longer a solitary flame of bravery. It blended into a mosaic of colors from fans around the world. The stage of the top 16 gathered true powerhouses. And tonight, the Chinese team was to face the traditional giant of the football world, the German national team. Before the match, almost all predictions and analyses overwhelmingly favored Germany. The gap in strength loomed coldly and objectively before them. But this time, the faces of Chinese fans showed less fear and more calm and anticipation. Just being here was already a miracle. They only hoped the team could display their style and fight for their dignity. In the locker room, the atmosphere was different from the all-or-nothing mentality before facing Côte d'Ivoire, and it was also different from the regret and unwillingness against Portugal. It was an extreme calm and focus. Dong Fangzhuo stood in the middle, his gaze sweeping over every familiar face. What he saw was no longer nervousness, but a steadiness tempered by battle, a resolute determination to face the tiger, knowing there might be danger. Chapter 153. Returning home with glory and bad news, the huge Boeing 777 pierced through the clouds and began to descend slowly. Through the window, the outline of Beijing gradually became clear in the morning haze, with familiar streets, towering buildings, and the flag that forever flies in Tiananmen Square, all making everyone in the cabin feel an indescribable thrill. Ladies and gentlemen, please note, our flight is about to land at Beijing Capital International Airport. The ground temperature. The announcement rang out, and the long-suppressed emotions in the cabin were instantly ignited. We're home. Finally home. Mom and Dad must be waiting. The players excitedly leaned against the windows, their faces filled with tired but radiant smiles. The journey of the World Cup was like a long and intense dream. Now that they were awake, they were returning home with honor. Although they stopped at the top 16, they left with their heads held high, their chests filled with the pride of hard work and the respect of the world. Dong Fangzhuo sat by the window, quietly watching the homeland that was becoming clearer below. His fingertips unconsciously tapped lightly on the armrest. The scorching sun of South Africa, the scent of the grass, the deafening cheers, the ecstasy of scoring. The bitterness of defeat flashed rapidly through his mind, ultimately settling into a profound experience that was enough to nourish a lifetime. Chapter 154. New coach Connie. The sky in Manchester was always gray, with leaden clouds hanging low, making it hard to breathe. Continuous light, rain, fell silently, soaking the red brick buildings and lush grass at the Carrington training base, mirroring Dong Fangzhuo's mood at that moment. He pushed open the car door, and a familiar yet slightly unfamiliar cold air rushed toward him, mixed with the scent of wet grass and earth. It felt as if a century had passed since he last left here for the World Cup. At that time, he carried the honor of the nation and the expectations of his mentor. Now, returning, he was left with only heavy worries about Ferguson's health and a fog of uncertainty about the team's future. Outside the base gate, many fans and reporters were still gathered. When they saw him get out of the car, the crowd stirred. Zong, welcome back. You played fantastic in the World Cup. What do you think of the new coach? The flashes of cameras and sharp questions filled the air. Dong Fangzhuo did not stop to respond briefly as usual. He merely nodded slightly, pulled up the collar of his tracksuit to shield his tired and heavy face, and with the help of security, quickly walked through the crowd and entered through the familiar gate emblazoned with the Manchester United emblem. Chapter 155. Tactical shackles. The Carrington training ground underwent a complete transformation the day after Antonio Conte's arrival. During Ferguson's era, although discipline and intensity were emphasized on the training ground, there was always an atmosphere akin to family, encouraging players to express their talents and creativity. The old sir would set the framework, but within that framework, the talents were allowed to improvise, an indispensable romantic element of Manchester United's football philosophy. But now, that romance was thoroughly crushed, replaced by a cold, precise, and almost obsessive military order. Before training began, Conte and his coaching staff stood like javelins in the center of the field. Beneath their feet lay numerous cones, markers, and meticulously drawn tactical diagrams, complex enough to dazzle the eyes. The Italian held a tactical board, his gaze like a precise scanner, capturing every subtle movement and state of each player as they stepped onto the field. Gather. The assistant coach's short, military-like command replaced the previously relaxed whistle. All players, whether veteran heroes or talented newcomers, had to immediately jog over and quickly line up in 2 rows by height, in complete silence. Chapter 156. Difficult adjustments. The preseason training schedule was packed tight, like a precision but cold machine operating under Manchester's gloomy sky. Antonio Conte poured his philosophy, built on extreme physical conditioning and absolute tactical discipline, unreservedly into this team that had just experienced the collapse of its soul. The intensity of training first revealed its fangs in the physical segment. On the foggy mornings at Carrington, before the mist had dissipated, heavy breaths and the harsh sounds of cleats scraping the grass filled the air. Conte's Italian fitness coaching team, known for their devilish qualities, pushed the players to their physiological limits. High-intensity interval runs, weighted shuttle runs, and core string circuits are each time to the second, with demands so strict they verge on brutal. One more set. Lift those legs. You're Manchester United players, not old ladies. The fitness coach's shouts hit every player on the brink of exhaustion like a whip. Fangzhuo gasped for breath, sweat blurring his vision, his lungs feeling as if they were being rubbed raw by coarse sandpaper, burning with pain. He can feel his muscle fibers screaming, but at the same time, he senses that under this near, self-torturous ordeal, a dormant power deep within his body is being forcibly awakened. A more resilient and enduring physical foundation is being honed. Chapter 157. A poor start to the season. The curtain rises on the Premier League amid a subtle, yet uneasy atmosphere. The media no longer overwhelmingly praises Manchester United as the reigning champions. Instead, they scrutinize and question the new coach Conte and his controversial 352 formation. Outside Carrington, the fans' banners have quietly changed, with words encouraging both tradition and flexibility now appearing alongside the usual support. However, Antonio Conte seems like a self-moving, unwavering fortress, ignoring all external voices. The issues exposed in the preseason friendlies do not seem to prompt any reflection or adjustments from him. His tactical board still contains only that one plan, and his training content remains obsessively focused on refining every detail of the 352 formation. In the first match at Old Trafford, they faced the average newly promoted West Ham United. The stands of the Dream Theater are still packed, a sea of red boiling with excitement as fans anticipate a strong start to the new season, eager to see a more mature Fangzhuo and Rooney after the World Cup, and hopeful that the new coach can bring a fresh atmosphere. At the start of the match, Manchester United, buoyed by home momentum and clearly superior individual skills, dominates the field. The players strive to execute Conte's tactics, with the wingbacks pushing extremely high, frequently distributing the ball to the flanks, then sending high crosses into the box to target the 2 aerial threats. Chapter 158. Fractures in the locker room. Defeat acts like a highly corrosive acid, silently eroding every inch of air in the Carrington training base. With 2 draws and 1 loss in 3 league matches, falling out of the top 10 for Manchester United players used to victory and championships. This is not just a number on the scoreboard, but a deep-seated sense of defeat and humiliation. The atmosphere on the training field grows increasingly tense. Conte's roars become more frequent and piercing. Any small mistake, whether it's a slightly too strong pass, a half-second slow run, or a defensive positioning error, can provoke his fierce reprimands. His 352 tactical blueprint seems to have become an unquestionable Bible, with any deviation viewed as sacrilege. The fractures first publicly erupt during training. In a practice drill of an attacking routine, Rooney, following tactical instructions, receives the ball with his back to goal at the edge of the penalty area, intending to return it to the overlapping wingback. However, he keenly senses a gap behind the center back, and Fangzhuo is quietly making a forward run. In a flash, Rooney, Relying on years of experience and instinct, flicks his ankle and attempts a penetrating through ball. The pass is imaginative, and Dong Fangzhuo understands and is about to make his move. Chapter 159. Setbacks in the Champions League. The Champions League theme still resonates grandly. But when it plays at Old Trafford, it seems to have lost some of its past magic, almost like a prelude to the upcoming torment. For Manchester United, mired in the league's quagmire, the Champions League should be an oasis to temporarily forget troubles and regain ambition. However, under Antonio Conte's already rigid tactical system, this oasis quickly reveals its more brutal desert nature. The draw for the Champions League group stage is not particularly favorable either. Grouped with the tactically astute AC Milan, the tough Bundesliga side Schalke 04, and the formidable Turkish club Fenerbahce, it's a death group. Every match is a tough battle with little margin for error. In the first match, they face AC Milan away. At the San Siro, this football sanctuary, with its rich history and fervent atmosphere, gives Manchester United a harsh welcome. Conte still fields his unchanging 352 formation, demanding the team execute high-pressing and rapid wing play from the first minute. However, he is up against AC Milan, coached by tactical master Ancelotti. Ancelotti's team is experienced, technically refined, and their passing flows like water. They give Manchester United no chance to apply high pressing, quickly tearing apart United's seemingly fierce, yet actually inflexible front pressing net with precise and fast short passes. Chapter 160. A fruitless winter. The disgraceful exit from the Champions League group stage feels like a bucket of ice-cold water, drenching Manchester United from top to bottom. The clouds over Carrington are no longer a metaphor, but have transformed into the incessant cold rain of a Manchester winter, drizzling endlessly, soaking all enthusiasm and hope into a heavy numbness. In the Premier League, Manchester United continues to struggle in the mire. Conte's 3-5-2 formation seems to have been thoroughly studied by all opponents. Every team knows that by stifling the midfield and pressing United's double pivots while allowing their ineffective wing crosses, they can greatly limit United's offense and seize counter-attacking opportunities behind the wingbacks. United's performance fluctuates. Winning even a single match feels exceptionally difficult, and their ranking hovers on the edge of the European competition zone, with title contention becoming a distant dream. The immense pressure and endless doubts make Conte more paranoid and irritable. His roars on the training field become increasingly piercing, and his demands for tactical details reach nitpicking levels. Any improvisation that deviates from the preset plan incurs the harshest reprimands. The fractures in the locker room deepen, with silent rebellion and open confrontation occurring from time to time. The facade of calm that Dong Fangzhuo strives to maintain hides an undercurrent of turmoil, with cracks spreading everywhere. Chapter 161. Mourinho's call on a cold winter night in Manchester. The biting chill and icy rain tap against the apartment windows, creating an irritating sound. Inside, the heating is cranked up, but it cannot dispel the chill and emptiness in Dong Fangzhuo's heart. The TV is replaying yet another uninspiring league draw for Manchester United. On the screen, he appears like a busy yet inefficient soldier, repeatedly retreating to the edge of the frame to participate in defense. Occasionally appearing in attack, but mostly getting caught in a crowd, returning empty-handed. The commentator monotonously analyzes the team's lack of creativity and single-dimensional attacking patterns, and those words pierce through him like needles. He turns off the TV, tosses the remote aside, sinks into the sofa, and closes his eyes. Silence instantly engulfs the room, leaving only the endless sound of rain outside. All is empty. This phrase haunts him like a nightmare, swirling repeatedly in his mind. Halfway through the season, it seems destined to yield nothing. What a profound failure this is. It's not just the absence of trophies, but also the loss of direction. The loss of that innate pride and spirit that comes with being a Manchester United player. Conte's stubborn and angry face, the suffocating silence in the locker room, the endless roars targeting execution on the training field, and the fans' eyes shifting from expectation to disappointment and finally to anger. All of this weaves together into a huge, suffocating net, tightly ensnaring him. Chapter 162. Inner struggle. Mourinho's call was like a precisely launched torpedo into a deep pool, explosively detonating in Dong Fangzhuo's heart, which appeared calm, but was actually turbulent beneath the surface. The aftershocks were relentless, dragging him into an unprecedented, tearing inner struggle. Training continued day after day. and the sky over Carrington remained gloomy. Connie's roars, teammates' silent resistance, the cold and rigid lines on the tactical board. All of it seemed to be shrouded in a layer of blurry frosted glass. His body was still mechanically executing commands, but his soul had already detached, swinging violently between two completely different futures. On one end was the deep red of Manchester United. This shade of red had long been woven into his very bones. From that electrifying afternoon in 2004, when he was reborn, to his first encounters with Neville and Ronaldo during his initial training at Carrington. From the anxious anticipation on the bench to the glory of being the core wearing the number 10 jersey. From the joy of winning the Premier League to the brilliance of conquering the Champions League. From the expectations in Sir Ferguson's occasionally stern, occasionally kind blue eyes, to the deep bonds forged in a locker room while battling alongside Rooney, Giggs, and Ferdinand, sharing laughter and fury. Chapter 163. Deep conversation with Sir Alex. The rain in Manchester fell softly and persistently, chilling to the bone, as if it would never cease. Fangzhuo's black Land Rover slowly drove into that familiar, tree-lined, tranquil street, finally stopping in front of an unremarkable two-story building. The engine was turned off, and the car was instantly enveloped in a suffocating silence, with only the monotonous sound of raindrops tapping on the roof. Like the heavy beating of his heart at that moment. He had lingered outside for too long. The struggle within him and his concern for his mentor's illness eventually overcame all hesitation. He needed to see Sir Ferguson, even if just for a brief moment. He needed to draw a glimmer of light from that lighthouse, that paternal figure in his football life, even if this light might be faint. Taking a deep breath, as if summoning all his courage, Fangzhuo pushed open the car door, and the cold raindrops immediately brushed against his cheek. He pulled up his collar and quickly crossed the damp path in front of the door, ringing the doorbell. The few seconds of waiting felt as long as centuries. His heart pounded like a drum in his chest, and cold sweat beaded on his palms. The door opened. It was Mrs. Ferguson. Upon seeing Fangzhuo, she displayed a gentle yet weary smile. Chapter 164. A hasty conclusion to the season. The final match of the Premier League was held at Old Trafford, against a mid-table team that had long since lost all ambition. The stands were sparsely filled with fans, with large sections of red seats empty, resembling a silent protest. The once roaring Dream Theater was now enveloped in a near funeral-like silence and indifference. The match itself was a microcosm of this disastrous season, dull, lifeless, and lacking passion. The Manchester United players were still mechanically executing Connie's 3-5-2 formation, but their eyes had long lost their sparkle, and their movements were filled with routine indifference. The attack still relied on ineffective crosses from the flanks, while the defense occasionally faltered due to lapses in concentration. Fangzhuo ran near the midfield line, feeling a sense of alienation that clashed with the grass that had once bestowed upon him endless glory. Each touch of the ball, each run, felt like completing a meaningless program that had already been predetermined. The sporadic cheers from the fans, and even the occasional boos directed at Connie, seemed distant and blurred. Ultimately, the match ended in a 0-0 draw, a hasty and fitting conclusion. Chapter 165. The official confrontation. The morning in Manchester was shrouded in a thin mist, the air carrying the cool dampness after a night of rain. But this tranquility was about to be shattered by a storm capable of shaking the entire football world. In a top hotel's executive suite in the city, the curtains were tightly drawn, blocking out the early morning light. Only a few warm yellow wall lamps were turned on, casting a soft yet insufficient light to illuminate every corner, much like the heavy and secretive atmosphere in the room. Fangzhuo sat face-to-face with his agent on the sofa, separated by a coffee table cluttered with a laptop, an encrypted phone, and a pile of documents. Both wore exceptionally serious expressions, with no small talk exchanged. "Are you ready?" Fangzhuo's voice was low, carrying a barely detectable dryness. He and T slept all night. His eyes were bloodshot, yet his gaze was unusually clear and determined. The agent nodded, sliding his fingers on the laptop's touchpad, finally confirming the documents on the screen. "It's ready." This was a formal, written, and meticulously worded transfer request. It emphasized considerations of professional development and respect for the club's future, avoiding any potentially controversial wording. He paused, looking at Fangzhuo. "Once sent, there's no turning back. Are you sure?" Chapter 166. The last meeting with Connie in the head coach's office at Carrington Training Base, the door was firmly closed, like a strict boundary that completely isolated the interior from the external chaos. However, this heavy wooden door could not block the almost palpable cold, an oppressive low pressure that seeped out. Dong Fangzhuo stood before the door, taking a deep breath as if to inject himself with enough courage. His fingertips felt slightly cold as he gently knocked on the door. "Come in," came Conti's characteristic Italian accent, devoid of emotion. Dong Fangzhuo pushed the door open. The office was furnished simply to the point of being stark. A huge tactical board occupied an entire wall, still densely covered with diagrams of the 3-5-2 formation and movement lines. Conti sat behind a large desk, not standing up, merely raising his eyes. His sharp, hawk-like gaze pierced through his glasses, directly aimed at Dong Fangzhuo, revealing no surprise, only a cold scrutiny that suggested he had long anticipated this moment. He did not invite Dong Fangzhuo to sit down. The air was thick with unspoken confrontation. "Coach," Dong Fangzhuo spoke first, his voice calm, but carrying an undeniable seriousness. "I received a notification from the club. I think we need to talk." Chapter 167. Farewell to Manchester in the press conference hall at Old Trafford. The flashlights were like dense lightning, illuminating the podium area in a glaring white that was almost blinding. The air was hot and stagnant, mixed with a faint burnt smell from numerous camera vents and a heavy silence that felt like it could crush shoulders. Below the stage was a sea of media reporters, armed with cameras and ready for action, every face filled with anticipation, scrutiny, and a hint of barely detectable melancholy. This was a press conference destined to be recorded in Manchester United's history. Everyone knew they were about to witness the end of an era, a heartfelt and possibly painful farewell. In the backstage lounge, Dong Fangzhuo stood alone. He wore a neatly pressed dark suit, his tie impeccably tied, trying to suppress the turmoil within him with an appearance of solemnity. His agent adjusted his collar one last time, whispering a few reminders, but he barely registered them. His gaze was somewhat vacant, resting on a wall-mounted team photo of Manchester United, which included Sir Ferguson's kind yet authoritative smile. Outside, the staff began a low countdown. Time was up. Chapter 168. Joining hands with Mourinho Milan under a clear blue sky. The azure sky resembles a meticulously polished canvas, with sunlight generously pouring down, illuminating this city where fashion intertwines with football, making it bright and vibrant. In stark contrast to Manchester's continuous rain and heavy farewells, the air here seems to pulse with a unique Latin enthusiasm and anticipation. The headquarters of Inter Milan on Dorelli Street is now enveloped in a festive atmosphere. A massive blue-black club emblem hangs on the building's exterior, while below, countless Inter fans, having heard the news, crowd the streets tightly. They wear blue-black striped shirts, wave scarves, sing the club songs, and their faces are filled with excitement and curiosity. The media area, equipped with cameras and microphones, is organized and orderly, with reporters from around the world eagerly waiting for the star who is destined to make headlines today, Dong Fangzhuo. Inside the building, in a VIP room adjacent to the meticulously arranged press conference hall, Dong Fangzhuo has just completed his final grooming. He is changed into a well-tailored dark suit, with the Inter Milan badge pinned to his left chest, the classic blue-black colors contrasting sharply with the Manchester United imprint that has yet to fade from his attire. Chapter 169. First arrival at Miazza, the hustle and bustle of Milan Malpensa Airport is completely different from the industrial heaviness of Manchester's noise. Here, the sounds are higher and more rhythmic, filled with Latin passion and vitality. As Dong Fangzhuo steps out of the VIP passage under the escort of club staff and security, a wave of cheers and camera flashes instantly engulfs him. Benvenuto a Milano, Dong. Welcome to Milan, Dong. Forza Inter. Ciao, Capitano. Hello, Captain. The enthusiastic calls, a mix of Italian, English, and even sporadic Chinese, come from a large crowd of Inter Milan fans and media who have been waiting here. They wave blue-black scarves and hold up signs with his name and number 10, their faces radiating sincere welcomes and immense expectations. Compared to the slightly reserved enthusiasm of English fans, the emotional expressions of Italian fans are more open and direct. Dong Fangzhuo smiles, trying to slow his pace, waving to the fans on both sides. Unlike when he left Manchester, avoiding the cameras, he strives to present an open and integrated demeanor. He even attempts to respond in Italian, which he hurriedly brushed up on during the flight, albeit with slightly awkward pronunciation. Grazie molto gentile. Thank you. Very kind. Chapter 170. Mourinho's tactical classroom. The tactical meeting room at the Pintina training base is starkly different from the one at Carrington, filled with Connie's stubborn lines and cold atmosphere. Here, the lighting is soft. A massive electronic tactical board occupies an entire wall, and the surrounding seats are comfortable and modern, with a faint aroma of coffee in the air. However, an invisible, highly focused tension fills the room, more breath-catching than Connie's roars. The first tactical meeting of Inter Milan's summer training camp is about to begin. New signings, veterans, and staff are all present, engaged in low conversations, waiting for that man to arrive. Don Fangzhuo sits in a forward position, next to Sneijder and Zanetti. He can feel his heartbeat quickening, a mix of anticipation for the new beginning and slight anxiety about the unknown. What will Mourinho's tactical system be like? Without warning, the meeting room door swings open. Mourinho strides in, not carrying any documents, just holding an electronic stylus. Dressed in black training gear, his eyes sharp as an eagle, he scans the room, and the previously murmuring room falls into instant silence. "Good morning, gentlemen." His voice is not loud, but carries a natural authority, clearly reaching everyone's ears. The holiday is over. It's time to focus and get to work. Chapter 171. Integrating into the new team, the dressing room at the Pintina training base is filled with a completely different atmosphere from Carrington. There is none of the suffocating silence and oppression. Instead, there is a lively, slightly noisy, Southern European vibe. The air is thick with the scent of stronger coffee and aftershave, and a mix of Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, and various accents of English creates a unique background sound. Don Fangzhuo's locker is conveniently placed between veterans and newcomers. He quietly organizes his gear while his ears act like radar, picking up everything around him. He observes and learns, trying to quickly understand the language, culture, and interpersonal relationships of this new team. The first to extend a strong signal of goodwill to him is Captain Javier Zanetti. This Argentine legend seems like a natural leader and the elder brother of a big family, personally introducing Don Fangzhuo to each teammate before his first full team training session. "Dong, this is Ivan Cordoba, our rock. You'll enjoy playing behind him," Zanetti introduces in a clear Italian accent tinged with a strong Spanish influence. Chapter 172. Preseason preparation. The summer sun at Pintina is far more generous and intense than that in Manchester. It pours down unreservedly on the meticulously trimmed training field, mixing the grass's fresh scent with the sweat of the players, creating a unique atmosphere filled with competition. The rhythm of preseason preparation, under Mourinho's iron-fisted control, is like a finely tuned machine, fast, precise, and allowing no room for slack. The hellish training of the physical conditioning phase has long passed, and the current training content focuses almost entirely on tactical refinement and match simulation. Within this increasingly clear tactical system, Don Fangzhuo's role has been assigned unprecedented clarity and importance by Mourinho. During a targeted offensive drill, Mourinho calls the entire team to the tactical board once more. On the electronic screen, there are no longer rigid, fixed running lines, but dynamic arrows in different colors indicating the flexible movement areas and passing options for the attacking players. "Look here," Mourinho points with his stylus to the critical area between the opponent's defensive line and midfield. "This space is key to tearing apart the defense. We need someone to operate here who can support the midfield, directly threaten the goal, and create space for our wingers to make runs." Chapter 173. Setting sail in the Apennines. The night at Miazza's stadium, San Siro, is ignited by a nearly tangible, boiling blue-black passion. All 85,000 seats are filled, and a massive tifo covers the entire south stand, depicting Inter Milan's classic snake emblem and the slogan "Benvenuti alla guerra," welcome to war. The air is thick with the smell of gunpowder, sulfur from flares, the rustling of blue-black flags, and deafening cheers that seem to shake the city of Milan. Forza Inter. Forza Inter. This is the opening match of the new Serie A season, with Inter Milan hosting fierce rivals Lazio. For the blue-black army, which experienced turmoil last season and has reshaped its roster this summer, this is not just a league debut. It is a declaration of restoring glory. For Don Fangzhuo, who donned the blue-black number 10 and stepped onto the Serie A field for the first time, this was the true starting point of a brand new journey. In the locker room, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. Mourinho stood in front of the tactical board, making the final confirmations before the match. His gaze was like a sharpened blade, sweeping over the faces of each player, Chapter 174. The season's first setback, the passion and glory of the Miazza's opening match, had yet to cool in memory when the harshness of Serie A eagerly revealed its fangs. Just a week later, Inter Milan traveled to Verona to face the Chievo team, known as the Flying Donkeys. The Bentegodi Stadium was far less grand than the Miazza, and the stands appeared somewhat outdated, but it nurtured a raw and resilient energy that was completely different from the grandeur of the big clubs. The local Chievo fans turned this small stadium into a suffocating cauldron with their almost frenzied shouts and synchronized chants. For them, facing the reigning champions Inter Milan was their final. Before the match, the atmosphere in the locker room remained confident. Mourinho meticulously deployed tactics, as usual, emphasizing Chievo's quick counterattacks and set-piece characteristics, instructing the team to control the game from the start and avoid giving the opponents any opportunity. The players listened to the coach's analysis, nodding in agreement, but there lingered a hint of the ease from their last victory in their expressions. After all, the opponents were just Chievo. However, when the whistle blew to start the match, all expectations were instantly overturned. Chapter 175. Encounter at the fans' bar, the passion and glory of his Serie A debut, like a sudden cold rain in the Apennine autumn, rapidly cooled, leaving only the bone-chilling cold and muddy embarrassment. In the second round of the league, facing the Flying Donkeys of Chievo away, Inter Milan unexpectedly lost 0-1. Dong Fangzhuo sat in the last row of the bus returning to Milan, the scenery outside the window rushing past. But it couldn't take away the heaviness in his heart. With his hat pulled low and silence in his headphones, he needed this absolute quiet to digest the shock of experiencing a Serie A-style wake-up call for the first time in his career. Unlike the thunderous roars in the first round at Miazza, the Bentegodi Stadium was small yet packed, with the home fan shouts resembling close-range roars, filled with the unique fervor and hostility of grassroots teams facing giants. From the first minute, the Chievo players seemed to have injected adrenaline, pressing crazily throughout the match. Their movements rough yet effective, with every confrontation feeling like a life-or-death struggle. He felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire. The tactics emphasized by Mourinho before the match were difficult to execute fluidly under the opponent's almost savage running and interception. He tried to drop back to receive the ball, but was immediately surrounded by a forest of muscle. He attempted to make runs forward, but found the passing lanes consistently blocked. The entire team felt as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats, playing in a suffocating and struggling manner. Chapter 176. Champions League draw. The bitter fruit of losing to Chievo acted like a powerful wake-up call, filling the entire Pintina training base with an unprecedented seriousness and sense of urgency. Mourinho's stern face, without anger yet commanding respect, saw a significant increase in the frequency of his roars during training, and his demands for details reached an outrageous level. The players no longer had any sense of luck. Each of them was sweating and engaging in almost extreme confrontations, reinterpreting the cruel power contained in the 5 words that there are no weak teams in Serie A. Setbacks are strong adhesives. After experiencing a brief setback at the start of the season and a shared disappointment, Inter Milan instead became a more resilient unit. Dong Fangzhuo felt the responsibility on his shoulders becoming clearer. He was no longer the new recruit who had just arrived. He was now one of the indispensable offensive cores of the team. On Mourinho's tactical board, his name frequently appeared in key positions, shouldering the responsibilities of linking, organizing, and finishing. He became more focused in training, actively communicating with Sneijder, Ito, and Melito about positioning and coordination details, and also invested more energy in defense. Like a tireless warrior, this effort quickly translated into performances on the pitch. Chapter 177. Champions League Debut. Goal Frenzy. The Champions League theme song resounded magnificently at the Miazza Stadium, its waves penetrating the night sky and stirring every blue-black heart. The atmosphere of Champions League nights was completely different from that of Serie A. The stands were no longer a single block of blue and black. There were many fans from Germany, holding Werder Bremen green and white scarves, but more importantly, there was a grand party atmosphere created by Inter Milan's die-hard supporters with their more fervent and international shouts. The giant tifo slowly unfolded, and the Champions League star logo shone brightly under the lights. Dong Fangzhuo stood in the players' tunnel, taking a deep breath. The air was mixed with the fragrance of the grass, the fans' intense anticipation, and a unique pressure known as the pinnacle of Europe. He gently touched the brand new Champions League armband on his chest, feeling the accelerated heartbeat that was so different from the Premier League and World Cup. This was his Champions League debut with Inter Milan, and he yearned to leave his mark here, to respond to Mourinho's boast of finishing first in the group with his performance, and to compete against opponents from the Bundesliga. Remember, control the pace, exploit their weaknesses. Mourinho's final shout echoed in his ears. Bremen was known for its attacking prowess, skilled in possession and organization, but their defense was not without flaws. Chapter 178. The national derby, the smoke and controversy of the Champions League opener had yet to fully dissipate when the eyes of the Apennine Peninsula quickly focused on a more historically significant clash. The Italian national derby, Derby d'Italia. Inter Milan, hosting at the Miazza, faced their arch-rivals Juventus. This was not just a battle for points on the table. It was a fierce collision of a century-old feud, two colors, blue-black versus black-white, and two beliefs. The enmity between Turin and Milan ran deep, and its intensity and attention even surpassed that of the Milan Derby. For any player representing these two clubs, the National Derby was the ultimate test of their quality and loyalty. A week before the match, the atmosphere in Milan had already changed. Media hype reached a fever pitch, with discussions on the streets and headlines in newspapers almost entirely dominated by the upcoming battle. The terms National Derby and Italian Derby repeatedly appeared, stimulating everyone's nerves. Outside the Pintina training base, more fans than usual gathered, holding up encouraging banners and shouting curses at the Old Lady, Juventus' nickname. Chapter 179. Attention to young players abroad. The joy and exhaustion of victory in the National Derby had yet to fully fade when the Pintina training base returned to its usual order and hustle. Fangzhuo was more confident in training. The trust of his teammates and the recognition from the coach gradually helped him find a sense of belonging in Milan and within this prestigious team. However, on personal social media and within domestic news updates, he often caught glimpses of some news that made it difficult for him to feel completely at ease. Reports about other Chinese players playing abroad often carried undertones of anxiety and regret. In particular, there were reports about how Junmin, a midfield player who had risen to prominence around the same time as him, known for his technical finesse, whose situation at Schalke 04 in the Bundesliga seemed increasingly difficult. Limited playing time, position changes, and language and cultural barriers painted a picture Fangzhuo was all too familiar with. It was a struggle of isolation and helplessness, a winter that every Chinese player venturing into Europe might experience. There was also the younger Wu Lei, who shone brightly on the domestic stage and was seen as the hope of his entire village, with rumors about his move abroad swirling. Behind the anticipation lay immense pressure and unknown challenges. Looking at these news, Fangzhuo always recalls the confusion he felt when he first arrived at Manchester United, remembers the luck of growing under Ferguson's wing, and more deeply understands the pain of those oppressive years under Conte. He has now emerged, thriving in Mourinho's system, but the lessons and experiences gained from his solitary exploration should not be wasted. Chapter 180. Defeat in North London. The Serie A machine seemed to have entered a relatively stable track after Inter Milan won the National Derby. The team no longer exhibited the alarming fluctuations seen at the beginning of the season, showcasing the steadiness and resilience expected of a top club. They could steadily secure planned victories and, when faced with a tough match, were able to break through the opponent's defense and take away 3 points thanks to their stronger overall strength or a moment of brilliance from a star player. On the standings, the Blue-Black Army closely pursued their city rivals AC Milan, firmly holding second place. However, unlike AC Milan, which sometimes splashed across the field and at other times stumbled, yet always managed to score points, the victories under Mourinho's Inter Milan were often built on a solid defense and efficient, sharp counterattacks. The style may not have been flashy, but it was practical enough, serving the results with a typical Mourinho imprint. Yet this stability in the league did not ease the team's tense nerves, as a challenging test with a different rhythm and overwhelming intensity loomed ahead. The first leg of the back-to-back Champions League group stage match against Tottenham Hotspur. White Hart Lane in North London, at that time, Spurs had not yet moved into their new stadium, was known for its small, compact pitch and the almost primitive fervor of English fans. Before the match, it had already transformed into a boiling sea of white. For Harry Redknapp's young guards, facing the reigning Serie A champions and regulars in the Champions League, Inter Milan, at home, was undoubtedly an excellent test of their European credentials and a stage to showcase their attacking talent to all of Europe. Chapter 181. Heart to heart in the bar, the defeat in North London felt like a damp, cold cloth wrapped around his heart, impossible to shake off. The 1-3 scoreline. The fact that Spurs completely dominated the match, and the near-freezing silence in Mourinho's locker room after the game all left Don Fangzhuo with an indescribable sense of frustration. After training, he didn't go home directly. The air outside the Pintina base seemed heavy with the weight of reviewing the loss. He needed a change of environment, a space to temporarily escape the pressures of being a professional player and the burden of defeat. Almost instinctively, his steps led him back to that familiar alley, to the warm light, to the blue-black flag that read Nerazzurri nel core. Pushing the door open, the familiar warm atmosphere and rich aroma of coffee enveloped him. It was still early, and there weren't many customers in the bar. Behind the counter, Suwon was focused on carefully polishing a glass, her profile appearing serene and concentrated under the dim light. Hearing the door chime, she looked up. When she saw it was Dong Fangzhuo, a clear surprise flickered in her eyes, quickly turning into a knowing and gentle smile. "Mr. Dong?" She put down the glass, her tone laced with familiar concern. "So early? Is training over?" Chapter 182. The pain of the Milan derby, the smoke from the Champions League match against Spurs had yet to settle when a more nerve-wracking clash that could ignite adrenaline across the entire city of Milan thundered in. The Milan derby. This time, Inter Milan would host their city rivals AC Milan at the San Siro. The atmosphere during Derby week was unique. The entire city seemed to be invisibly divided into blue-black and red-black camps. Media hype, the good-natured teasing or pointed provocations among fans on the streets, and the increasingly heated and expectant gazes outside the training base all indicated that this would be an extraordinary war. The air in Pintina felt electrified. In a tactical meeting, Mourinho elevated the threat posed by AC Milan to the highest level. "They're different now." Mourinho's expression was unusually stern. Leonardo had made them play more aggressively. But the most critical point was his electronic pen heavily tapping on the tactical board, marking Ibrahimovic's name, almost piercing through the screen. "Zlatan. He is their axis, their god. We must limit him at all costs. We cannot allow him to receive the ball comfortably. We cannot allow him to turn easily." Chapter 183. Strategic abandonment. As the calendar turned to November, the weather on the Apennine Peninsula grew cooler, while the heat in the football world continued to rise. For Inter Milan, a devilish schedule had already arrived. The Serie A matches were relentless, and the Champions League group stage situation was becoming tense, especially after the away defeat to Spurs, where every Champions League match became crucial and could not be lost. In midweek, the team had just managed a difficult draw against Werder Bremen in the Champions League group stage, which took a significant toll. Just 3 days later, in the 12th round of Serie A, they would have to travel to Sardinia to face Cagliari, a team known for its strong home performances. And it didn't end there. 4 days later, they would have the most critical match of the Champions League group stage, a revenge battle against Tottenham Hotspur at home. The faces in the medical room and among the fitness coaches at the Pintina training base grew increasingly grave. Lucio had muscle fatigue, Sneijder had ankle discomfort, Eto'o needed rest, and even the Ironman Zanetti showed signs of fatigue. Mourinho stared at the schedule, his brow furrowed like a general weighing the battlefield situation. The second leg against Spurs in the Champions League was undoubtedly a do-or-die match that would determine their fate in the group stage. At home, they must win to regain control of their advancement and avenge the away loss. This meant the team needed to meet this fierce battle with the fullest physical condition, the most focused attention, and the most complete roster. Chapter 184. Early qualification. The night sky over San Siro was illuminated by the flames of revenge. For days earlier here, Inter Milan united as one, with Eto'o's brace and the entire team's tenacious defense successfully avenging Tottenham Hotspur, regaining control over their advancement in the group stage. That 2-0 victory washed away the shame of North London and allowed the team's tense nerves to relax slightly. However, the qualification situation remained delicate. Inter Milan and Tottenham Hotspur both had 7 points, with Inter leading the group based on the head-to-head record, but they still needed to fight for a win in the final round to ensure absolute safety. The pressure had not completely dissipated. In the 5th round of the Champions League group stage, Inter Milan traveled to the Netherlands to challenge 20, the theoretically weakest opponent in the group. Meanwhile, Tottenham Hotspur would host Werder Bremen, who had nothing to play for. Before the match, Mourinho continued to emphasize the need to not underestimate the opponent. 20 is very tough at home. They still have a theoretical chance to advance, and will give it their all. We must treat this match like a final. However, the progress of the match surprised everyone. At the Arc Stadium in Enschede, Inter Milan faced 20 stubborn resistance. McLaren's team was disciplined, with a tight defensive organization and counterattacks that posed a threat. Although Inter dominated the field, they struggled to break through the opponent's goal. Fangzhuo, Ito'o, Sneijder, and others took turns attacking. But their final shots were always just a hair's breadth away or were heroically saved by the opposing goalkeeper. Chapter 185. Progress in the Coppa Italia. The joy of early qualification in the Champions League group stage was like a warm ray of sunshine, briefly dispersing the tense clouds hanging over Pintina. However, Mourinho did not allow the team to linger in relaxation for too long. The competition in Serie A remains intense, with AC Milan maintaining a slight lead in the standings. Any drop points in a match could lead to irreparable consequences. Meanwhile, another battleground quietly ignites as the Coppa Italia kicks off. For Inter Milan, who aim to compete for all possible honors, this domestic cup is also an important target. Especially at a point where the pressure from the Champions League has temporarily eased, the Coppa Italia serves as an excellent stage to maintain team form, develop squad depth, and compete for the season's first trophy. In the tactical meeting a day before the match, Mourinho announced the starting lineup for the game against the Serie B team Crotone, hypothetical opponent. As expected by outsiders, this is a heavily rotated lineup. For tomorrow's match, Mourinho scanned the locker room. For players who haven't exerted too much in the Champions League and those needing match time to find their rhythm, this is an opportunity. Pandev, Mariga, Cordoba, Santon, you're in the starting lineup. Chapter 186. Ups and downs in the league. The easy progression in the Coppa Italia did not overshadow the brutality and tension of Serie A. In the standings, AC Milan remains like a stubborn boulder, firmly occupying the top position, with Inter Milan closely behind, but the gap has never narrowed. Each round of matches feels like walking on the edge of a cliff, leaving no room for error. Following this, two tough matches against capital teams test the stability and attacking ability of the Nerazzurri. First, they head to the Olympic Stadium in Rome to face the Blue Eagles, Lazio. Lazio is not a title contender, but they have a history of being tough opponents, especially at home, where they excel at quick counterattacks. From the start of the match, Lazio implemented their preferred tactic of solid defense, waiting for opportunities to counterattack. Their midfield interceptions were fierce, and the defensive line was tightly packed, leaving very little space for Inter's forwards. Fangzhuo, Ito'o, and Sneijder found themselves tangled in a physical battle in the opponent's territory, struggling to produce fluid combinations. In the 32nd minute, Lazio's quick counterattack bore fruit. After a corner kick attack by Inter failed, Lazio's goalkeeper quickly threw the ball out to initiate an attack. After a couple of quick passes, the ball found its way to forward Zarate. Zarate used his individual skill to break through Samuel and fired a shot from a tight angle into the net. Chapter 187. Mourinho's warning. The ups and downs of the league, particularly the defensive issues exposed in the away loss to Lazio, felt like a sharp thorn deeply embedded in Mourinho's heart. For this coach, who views defensive organization as the cornerstone of winning, any flaw in the system is intolerable. The thrilling progression from the Champions League group stage did not relax his demands. Instead, it made him more vigilant, knowing that opponents in the knockout stage would only get stronger and any minor vulnerabilities could be magnified, leading to total defeat. The atmosphere at the Pintina training base, after a brief ease from the Coppa Italia, suddenly turned more serious and strict than ever. Mourinho's roars echoed in every corner of the training ground, with his demands for detail reaching new heights. This time, his focus was notably on the team's attacking core, Fangzhuo. A high-intensity defensive tactical drill was underway. Mourinho stood on the sidelines, arms crossed, his gaze sharp like a hawk, closely observing every transition between attack and defense. Stop! The piercing whistle suddenly rang out, interrupting the training. Mourinho's face darkened as he strode onto the field, heading directly towards Fangzhuo, who had just completed an attacking move but was slow to return to defense after conceding a goal. Chapter 188. Christmas blessings. December on the Apennine Peninsula brings a growing chill. The city of Milan dons its Christmas finery, with twinkling lights hanging from the streets and exquisite holiday displays in shop windows, while cheerful Christmas carols fill the air, softening the winter's cold. For football players, This is the busiest time of the year, the last few tough battles before the Christmas break. Inter Milan has just endured a grueling league match, and the team is immersed in the tense atmosphere of preparing for the next game. After training, Dong Fangzhuo returned to his apartment, where delicate snowflakes began to fall outside, landing on the windowsill and quietly melting. This tranquil holiday atmosphere made him involuntarily think of Manchester, Carrington, and the teammates he once fought alongside. Just then his phone buzzed, breaking the silence inside. The first notifications to pop up were several private messages on social media. Upon opening them, he found a message from Cristiano Ronaldo. In a photo, Ronaldo was wearing casual clothes, with what seemed to be a Christmas tree in Madrid in the background, flashing his signature brilliant smile, with a caption, "Hey brother, Merry Christmas. How's it going in Milan? Heard you're doing well, scoring some nice goals. Keep it up. See you in the Champions League next year. Hope I don't run into you too soon." Chapter 189. Blossoming feelings in the last league match before the winter break. Inter Milan secured 3 points at the Miazza Stadium without any major scares, marking a somewhat satisfying conclusion to a busy first half of the season. The brief holiday for Christmas and New Year arrived as scheduled, and the bustling Pintina training base finally quieted down, with players heading off for their vacations to enjoy rare leisure and family time. However, the city of Milan did not fall silent due to the team's break. Rather, it was immersed in an increasingly vibrant festive atmosphere. The streets in front of the Santa Maria del Grazie were adorned with decorations, and crowds flocked to the Galleria Vittorio Emanuele II, while the air was filled with the rich aroma of mulled wine and cheerful music. Dong Fangzhuo chose not to travel far. The long season and the mental exhaustion from adapting to a new environment made him yearn for a quiet period of reflection. He planned to stay in Milan, make simple adjustments, read some books, and sort out his thoughts. That afternoon, he took a solitary walk near Sforza Castle. The winter sun filtered through the bare branches, casting mottled shadows. Dressed in simple casual wear, with a hat and sunglasses, he enjoyed the rare anonymity and relaxation. As he passed a bustling Christmas market, he was drawn to the exquisite leather goods at a craftsman's stall and paused to watch. Chapter 190. The call of a nation and the storm of the Club de Winter at the Pintina base was enveloped in a new, more tearing tension. The excitement of drawing Bayern in the Champions League had not fully settled. An official fax from the Far East struck like a thunderclap, reverberating on Mourinho's desk, with its shockwaves sweeping through the entire club and even European football. The Chinese Football Association officially summoned Dong Fangzhuo to report in Qatar on January 3rd, to compete for the national team in the Asian Cup. Event period, January 12th to February 10th. When the secretary delivered the document, her hands trembled slightly. The office was first filled with a deathly silence. Then came a low growl, suppressed to the extreme, yet still shocking to those outside, like a trapped beast's roar. Dong Fangzhuo was called in. He pushed the door open, feeling a palpable, cold anger. Mourinho stood with his back to him, facing the window, clutching the fax in his hand, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. "Explain." One word, cold as a knife, devoid of any emotion, yet more suffocating than any roar. Dong Fangzhuo's throat tightened, and he could even hear his own heartbeat. "Coach, this is a mandatory call-up for the national team. The Asian Cup is once every 4 years." And, as the captain, he tried to find the right words, but under Mourinho's stormy presence, all explanations felt pale and powerless. Chapter 191. The Champions League round of 16 draw. The brief warmth of the winter break was instantly blown away by the fierce cold winds of the Apennine Peninsula. When Inter Milan's team reconvened at Pintina, the air was no longer filled with the laziness of the holiday season, but rather a nearly stagnant tension and a lingering scent of gunpowder. The shock of the final round of the Champions League group stage had not completely subsided, although they narrowly advanced as second in the group by virtue of their head-to-head record against Lyon. The twists and turns of the process revealed deep-seated issues, leaving everyone with lingering fears. That almost humiliating away draw was like a thorn, piercing the hearts of every player, and Mourinho's face remained grim throughout the winter break, as if he could wring water from it. During training, the frequency and intensity of the Special One's roars significantly increased. Every passing error, every positional mistake, would earn him merciless scolding. He did not dwell on the luck of the group stage, but directed all his energy towards the upcoming, more brutal knockout phase. "Forget how you crawled in here." His voice echoed on the training ground, cold and sharp. "Remember, starting from the round of 16, every match is a final. There are no second chances. Any mistake means going home. Chapter 192. A difficult conversation with the special one. The door to the head coach's office at Pintina felt as heavy as the gates of hell in Dong Fangzhuo's eyes at this moment. Inside was the storm center he had to face, a furious Jose Mourinho. Outside, the silent gaze of the entire club and the atmosphere of the dressing room that was about to tear apart. He took a deep breath, as if trying to suppress all hesitation and anxiety deep within, then raised his hand and knocked on the door. Come in. Mourinho's cold voice came from inside, devoid of any emotion, making it even more unsettling. Dong Fangzhuo pushed the door open. The curtains in the office were half drawn, the light dim. Mourinho was not sitting behind the desk, but standing in front of the huge tactical board, facing away from him. The board was empty except for two dates viciously circled in red marker. January 15th Derby and Feb Bayern. The handwriting penetrating through the board, filled with a fierce rage. The air was so thick, it was almost hard to breathe. Coach, Dong Fangzhuo was the first to speak, his voice slightly dry from nerves. Mourinho slowly turned around. He did not immediately explode, but instead used that extremely cold, scrutinizing gaze to look Dong Fangzhuo up and down, as if he were a complete stranger. This silent pressure was more uncomfortable than a roar. Chapter 193. Setting off, under pressure, the VIP passage entrance at Milan Malpensa International Airport felt like a battlefield without gunpowder today. Media reporters who rushed over were like sharks sensing blood, their cameras stacked high, trying to capture the slightest expression on the face of Inter Milan's number 10. Flashbulbs flashed wildly, almost tearing apart the cold air of the winter morning. Dong Fangzhuo wore sunglasses that covered most of his face, but his tightly pressed lips and rigid jawline still revealed the immense pressure he was under. Unlike his usual departure in club training gear, he wore simple, dark civilian clothes, a small detail that the media keenly captured and magnified. His team of agents and the club's assigned security personnel struggled to carve out a path. Questions from reporters shot at him like bullets, sharp and direct. Dong, has Mourinho put immense pressure on you? Do you feel guilty for missing the Milan Derby? How do you balance Chinese and Italian fans? Do you think winning the Asian Cup is more important than winning Serie A? Dong Fangzhuo said nothing, only lowering his head and walking quickly under the protection of security. The sunglasses did a good job of hiding his emotions, but his slightly hunched shoulders and faster pace betrayed the turmoil inside him. The short distance of just a few dozen meters felt incredibly long. He could feel the anger and doubt from Italian fans behind those cameras, as well as the hope and support from Chinese fans, with two completely opposing forces pulling at him. Chapter 194. The group stage begins. Proving in the storm, the blazing sun in Qatar resembled a giant incandescent lamp, mercilessly scorching the Khalifa International Stadium. The air distorted slightly due to the high temperature, with a burning sensation entering the nostrils. In the stands, a sea of red surged in the heat waves, consisting of a massive number of Chinese fans who had come from afar, enough to catch the opponent's attention. A huge five-starred red flag unfurled in the stands, jumping like flames, as the cheers of Go, China team, converged into a surging tide of sound, crashing against the boundaries of the green pitch. However, at the center of this red tide, Dong Fangzhuo felt far more than just the power of support. The heavy, almost solidified expectations and scrutiny in the air were even more scorching than the sun overhead. He could clearly see the tightly packed, long-focus lenses in the front row press area, like dark gun muzzles aimed at him. He could imagine the complex or cold gazes from the Pintina training base in distant Europe. This match was not just an ordinary debut for him, who was burdened with immense controversy and caught in a storm of public opinion, but rather a battle of self-proving with everything on the line. Take a deep breath. The voice of the Chinese national team coach, Gao Hongba, echoed in the locker room, his expression serious and grave, his piercing gaze fixed on every player. What the outside world says is noise. Focus on the pitch. Remember our tactics. Control the ball, move, find opportunities. Kuwait is not a strong team, but they're experienced and defensively tough. We must be patient. Chapter 195. An unexpected defeat. The sun in Qatar seemed to grow no milder after a victory, instead exuding a disturbing heat before the second group match. Facing the host nation Qatar, almost all predictions before the match leaned towards China winning easily, taking all 3 points and securing qualification early. The Khalifa Stadium was once again drenched in red, with the cheers of Chinese fans even more fervent than in the first match. They longed to witness a resounding victory that would elevate Fangzhuo to a higher pedestal. However, the football field never believes in the obvious. From the very first minute of the match, a strange and ominous atmosphere began to spread. The Qatar team played extremely aggressively, even to the point of being rough. There were constant small fouls, and the referee's whistle varied in frequency, making the standards hard to grasp. What was even more suffocating was that the home advantage was amplified to the extreme. Every time the Chinese team gained possession, a deafening chorus of boos would crash down like a tsunami. Every time there was physical contact, Qatar players would fall to the ground, and the referee would always tend to call fouls against the Chinese team. Fangzhuo found himself trapped in the opponent's carefully laid, muscular forest. He was closely marked by at least 2 players, with every touch accompanied by pulling, shoving, and fierce tackles. He tried to use technique and movement to break free, but the opponent's defensive strategy was simple yet effective, continuously fouling and using physical confrontations to disrupt the flow of the game and throw off the rhythm of the Chinese team. Chapter 196. A life-and-death battle, and the distant Derby the air in Doha seemed to solidify, heavy enough to suffocate. In the final round of the group stage, facing Uzbekistan, for the Chinese team that had won the first match but suffered an upset in the second, this was a true life-and-death battle. Only a victory could firmly grasp their fate of qualification in their own hands. Failure or a draw could mean going home. It could mean irreparable loss. And it could mean that all the controversies and pressures that Fangzhuo has endured will transform into a towering wave that will completely engulf him. The Khalifa Stadium is once again covered in Chinese red, but this time, the cheering voices are mixed with too much obvious anxiety and unease. Every misplaced pass elicits suppressed gasps from the stands. Every opponent's attack raises hearts to throats. Fangzhuo can feel the invisible burden on his shoulders, heavier than ever before. When the national anthem is played before the match, he presses his lips tightly together, his gaze resolutely fixed on the enormous 5-star red flag, his chest rising and falling violently. He knows that this is not just a game. It is a testament to his choices, a response to the expectations of billions of people, and the most powerful rebuttal to those distant doubts and mockeries. Chapter 197. The fierce battle for the quarterfinals. The crown of thorns under the night sky of Qatar, the Khalifa Stadium resembles a massive, echoing furnace of anxiety. In the quarterfinals of the Asian Cup, the Chinese team faces the dark horse Jordan team. The air is no longer simply hot, but mixed with a stinging tension that pricks the skin. Every step could be the end, and every second is a matter of life and death. The Chinese fans in the stands are still shouting with all their might, but the lightness of the group stage is long gone, replaced only by a near-prayer-like fervor. Fangzhuo can clearly sense this change. With every touch of the ball, he feels the heightened expectations from the stands, followed by the huge sighs that come when he fails to create a miracle immediately. This pressure is more suffocating than the fierce tackles from the Jordanian defenders. He knows that this time, he bears not only the hopes of the nation. In the locker room, the atmosphere is as heavy as before an execution. Gao Hongbao's tactical instructions are extremely simple. Patience. No defensive mistakes. Seize the opportunity. Pass the ball to Fangzhuo and let him solve the problem. This simple directive feels like a heavy burden resting solely on Fangzhuo's shoulders. He takes a deep breath, looking around to see faces filled with trust, yet unable to hide their tension. He must become the one who shoulders everything. Chapter 198. The distance from Milan, the euphoric wave of reaching the semi-finals of the Asian Cup gradually settles in a luxurious hotel in Doha, replaced by a deeper, indescribable fatigue and loneliness. The post-match celebrations, media adulation, and the flurry of congratulatory messages from home all feel like they are separated by a layer of frosted glass. He can feel the warmth, but cannot truly warm his heart. In the stillness of the night, he sits alone on the balcony outside his suite, gazing at the brilliant yet cold artificial lights of Doha Bay. The phone screen lights up, showing several unread messages, but he hesitates to open them. An inexplicable premonition makes his heart race. Messages from Italy would surely not be congratulatory. Sure enough, the phone vibrates, and the name that pops up makes him catch his breath, Suwon. He immediately answers, and, on a video call, Suwon's familiar apartment backdrop contrasts with her pale face under the lights, her brow slightly furrowed, missing the usual relaxed smile. Still awake? Dong Fangzhuo tries to keep his voice normal. Just got off work. Suwan's voice carries a barely perceptible fatigue. She pauses, as if weighing her words. How are you over there? The match was tough. Congratulations on advancing. Chapter 199. Crossing the kangaroo core, the air in Doha seems to be tightened by an invisible force, each breath carrying a burning weight. Al Janoub Stadium resembles an erupting volcano, with the bright yellow of Australia and the vibrant red of the Chinese team clearly demarcated. The clash of voices and anticipation has already intensified before the match. In the semi-finals of the Asian Cup, the Chinese team faces the physically strong and tactically disciplined Australian kangaroo core, the most formidable and insurmountable obstacle to the finals. In the locker room before the match, the atmosphere is almost frozen with tension. Gao Hongbao's voice is low but powerful, striking every heart. The opportunity is right in front of you. 90 minutes, even 120 minutes. Give it your all. Forget all external noise in your eyes. There should only be your teammates beside you and the opponents in front of you. His gaze finally lands on Dong Fangzhuo. Without extra words, just a heavy nod. In that look, there's unreserved trust and a heavy reliance. Dong Fangzhuo takes a deep breath, tightening the captain's armband on his wrist. He can feel countless expectant, encouraging, questioning, and even malicious gazes from all directions, even crossing oceans. Mourinho's cold text message, the mockery from the Italian media, and the curses from extreme fans. All these mix, compress, and ultimately transform into a nearly burning, silent fighting spirit in his chest. Chapter 200. The eve of the final, the hustle and bustle of Doha reaches its peak on the eve of the final, then strangely settles down, transforming into a pervasive sense of tension in the air. Flags and slogans for the Asian Cup are everywhere on the streets. And sports news constantly broadcasts technical analyses and historical matchups between the Chinese and Japanese teams. For Dong Fangzhuo and the Chinese team, this luxurious Middle Eastern city seems to have turned into a vast, resplendent arena, with the final battle about to commence. The hotel where the Chinese team is staying has implemented the highest level of security, isolating the frenzied media and overly enthusiastic fans. After training, Dong Fangzhuo stays alone in his room, trying to calm his restless thoughts. The television is replaying highlights from the semifinals, showing scenes of him striving for headers and the deafening cheers. But at this moment, they fail to truly touch him. His thoughts drift far away, from the cold winds of Milan in winter to the scorching sun of Qatar, from the icy distance in the Pinatina locker room to the roaring Khalifa Stadium, from Mourinho's brief, cold text message to the frenzied idolization by domestic media. Everything feels like bizarre fragments swirling and colliding in his mind. Chapter 201. The pinnacle showdown. Lusail Stadium shines like a massive, brilliant diamond embedded in the night sky of Doha. This grand stadium built for the World Cup welcomes the highest honor battle in Asian football tonight. In the stands, the deep blue Japanese fan section confronts the vast, overwhelming sea of Chinese red, the sound waves crashing like two massive tides, creating a nearly suffocating, epic atmosphere for the final. Dong Fangzhuo stands at the forefront of the player tunnel, wearing the captain's armband. He can clearly hear the heavy sound of his heart pounding in his chest and feel the heavy breaths and slightly trembling bodies of his teammates behind him. The air is filled with the fresh scent of watered grass and an intense sense of tension. He takes a deep breath, tightening his shoelaces one last time, his gaze intensely focused on the brightly lit green field ahead. Gao Hongbao's final instructions echo in his ears. The strength of the Japanese team lies in their cohesion and possession. Never fall into their rhythm. Be solid in defense. Quick and fierce in counterattacks. Pass the ball to Dong Fangzhuo and let him solve the problem. Give it your all. Leave no regrets. Chapter 202. Penalty king time in Lusail Stadium seems to stretch and freeze under an invisible force. The whistle, signaling the end of extra time, does not bring relief, but rather an even more extreme, suffocating agony. The 2-hour battle drained physical strength and exhausted mental energy. At this moment, all the sweat, collisions, shouts, and struggles were compressed to the penalty spot, a mere few meters in diameter, awaiting the final judgment. Everyone on the Chinese team's bench and coaching staff stood up, shoulder to shoulder, hands tightly clasped together or resting on each other's shoulders. Gao Hongbao's face was serious, his lips pressed tightly together, his gaze fixed intently on the field. In the stands, tens of thousands of Chinese fans held their breath, the immense tension turning the previous noise into a suppressive, prayer-like silence, with only sporadic chants trembling to life before being swallowed by silence again. On the field, the Chinese team players formed a circle, with Dong Fangzhuo slumped on the ground in the middle, receiving emergency treatment from the team doctor. His right calf muscles were still tight and painful, his face pale, and sweat dripped continuously from his hair. But he pushed the doctor's hand away and struggled to stand up with the help of his teammates. "Everyone come here." His voice was hoarse from exhaustion and excitement, yet carried an undeniable captain's authority. All the players, including goalkeeper Yang Ji, gathered tightly around him. Chapter 203. Heroes and Deserters. The flight from Doha to Beijing seemed to shuttle between two entirely different universes. At the capital international airport, Dong Fangzhuo and his teammates encountered an unprecedented, almost frenzied welcome. Tens of thousands of fans surrounded the international arrivals hall, holding up giant national flags, posters of Dong Fangzhuo, and banners proclaiming, "Welcome home, hero." When the players appeared, the thunderous cheers almost lifted the roof off. Flashing lights were as bright as daylight, with countless hands reaching out to touch them. Microphones and cameras for media reporters almost thrust into their faces. "Dong Fangzhuo, look here. Captain, share your feelings about winning the championship. You are China's pride." He was surrounded by a passionate sea, unable to move an inch. Leaders from the National Sports Administration and the Football Association were present to greet them, with flowers, applause, and praise pushing him toward the pedestal of heroism. He was a national hero, the king at the pinnacle of Asia, an idol admired by countless young people. Every media outlet in the country reported his achievements on the front page, repeatedly broadcasting images of him lifting the trophy and shedding tears on the field. The feeling of being enveloped in absolute admiration and love was intoxicating, like the richest wine. Chapter 204. Reclaiming the old mountains and rivers. The air at the Pintina training base was filled with an unspoken tension. The celebration of the Asian Cup and the bitter defeat in the Milan Derby were like two starkly different scars, deeply etched into the walls of the locker room and in everyone's hearts. Dong Fangzhuo's return did not immediately mend this rift. Instead, it was like a stone thrown into a still lake, stirring up layers of complex and indescribable ripples. The polite welcome had been exchanged. Congratulatory banners still fluttered in the wind, but the real test began the moment Dong Fangzhuo stepped onto the grass in his training gear. He could clearly feel the distance. His teammates did not deliberately exclude him. They still passed the ball to him during drills, but the tacit understanding and natural teasing during breaks seemed to have diminished. More often, everyone focused on their training tasks, with communication limited to tactical instructions. Ito would still crack a few jokes with him, but the meaning behind the smiles was ambiguous. When Snyder discussed positioning with him, the tone was more direct and businesslike. Zanetti and Cambiasso tried to create a united atmosphere, but an invisible barrier indeed existed. His absence had been seen by many as a key reason for the team's winter collapse, a stigma that could not be washed away by a single Asian Cup championship. Chapter 205. The battle to prove oneself. The air at the Miazza Stadium always contained a unique, almost sacred tension. But for Dong Fangzhuo today, this tension was mixed with more complex elements. This was his first appearance after winning the Asian Cup and returning in glory. A battle for recognition as he stepped onto the ground that once revered him but now looked at him with mixed emotions. During warm-ups, he could clearly feel the gazes from all corners of the stands. There were applause and cheers, but more were silent scrutiny and sporadic boos quickly silenced by those around. The loyal fan section in the south stand unfurled a massive banner that read, "Welcome home, but remember, the blue-black heart above all." This slogan was like a double-edged sword, carrying both welcome and warning. He took a deep breath, focusing entirely on the ball at his feet and the sensations in his body. During warm-ups, a few sprints and sudden stops reminded him of the lingering tightness in his right calf, signaling that he was not in optimal condition. Mourinho clearly informed him before the match, "You will not start. I need to observe your physical reaction. You need time to readjust to the pace and intensity of Serie A." Chapter 206. Round of 16. Home ground loss. The Miazza Stadium had never been so silent on a Champions League night. The once thunderous chants of Pazza Inter were replaced by a heavy and oppressive silence, with only a few thousand Bayern fans creating a piercing uproar in the southeast stand. The glaring score of 0-0 One on the scoreboard hung like a cold verdict over every Inter Milan fan's heart. In the first leg of the Champions League round of 16, facing the Bundesliga giants Bayern Munich at home, Inter Milan suffered a bitter defeat. The course of the match was far more suffocating than the score suggested. From the very first minute, Bayern Munich showcased their formidable control and tactical discipline as a top European club. Robben's cutting in from the right was like an unsolvable equation, repeatedly attacking the left defended by Zivkovic. Ribery's breakthroughs on the other side were filled with creativity and unpredictability. In midfield, Schweinsteiger and Kroos calmly orchestrated, firmly controlling the pace of the match. Inter Milan struggled throughout, playing defensively. They found it hard to effectively push the ball past the halfway line, with most attacks relying on sporadic counterattacks and individual skills. The core of the problem was clearly exposed in every shot. Fangzhuo. Chapter 207. The Miracle Night at Allianz Munich. Allianz Arena. This modern and magnificent structure transformed into a heart-pounding red furnace on Champions League night. The shouts of 65,000 Bayern fans were like a continuous thunder, unified and powerful, giving endless support to the home team while trying to crush and devour any visiting opponents. The air was filled with the aroma of beer and sausages, along with a uniquely German, rigorous yet fervent fighting spirit. Inter Milan, facing a 0-1 deficit from the first leg at home, stepped into this well-known fortress of nightmares. They faced not only a powerful opponent, but also a nearly impregnable stronghold and a boiling hostile sea. Before the match, almost all predictions favored Bayern Munich to advance easily. In the locker room, the atmosphere was tense to the point of freezing. Mourinho stood in the center, his gaze piercing as he scanned every face. He did not roar. His voice was low but contained the energy of a volcano about to erupt. "Gentlemen," he began, each word hitting the floor, "everyone outside thinks we are already dead. They think we are here in Munich to complete a farewell ceremony." Chapter 208. Quarterfinal draw. The joy and shock of the miracle night at Allianz were like a strong adrenaline injection, its effect continuing to resonate in the Inter Milan locker room and in the hearts of all Nerazzurri fans. Reversing the elimination of the powerful Bayern Munich was not just a step towards advancement, but a baptism of the soul and an ultimate elevation of confidence. The team seemed to be reborn, sweeping away the previous decline and doubts in the league, replaced by a strong belief that we could defeat any opponent. However, the journey in the Champions League did not pause for a moment. Just a few days later, the world's focus once again turned to the UEFA headquarters in Nyon, Switzerland. The draw for the Champions League quarterfinals would determine the next opponent for this blue and black army that had just undergone a rebirth. The conference room, the Pintina base, was once again filled with people. The atmosphere was markedly different from the round of 16 draw. It was less tense and more filled with anticipation and confidence. Having turned around against Bayern, the players believed that no matter whom they drew, they had the strength to compete. On the screen, the emblems of the 8 quarterfinal teams shone brightly. Barcelona, Real Madrid, Manchester United, Chelsea, Inter Milan, Schalke 04, Shakhtar Donetsk, and Tottenham Hotspur. Each name represented the pinnacle of European football, with no truly weak team. Chapter 209. Growing emotions. The ecstasy and shock of the Allianz Miracle Night swept through like a tsunami, leaving behind a lingering agitation and a profound survivor's fatigue. On the flight back to Milan from Munich, the aftershocks of excitement were still being shared among teammates, but Fangzhuo leaned against the window, gazing at the snow-capped Alps below, feeling an odd sense of emptiness. After the peak of extreme emotions, a fall into emptiness is often unavoidable. Such ups and downs require time to digest. On the training ground, teammates still high-fived and laughed when they met, reminiscing about that incredible night. But the fatigue deep within their bodies was real. Mourinho wisely adjusted the training intensity, allowing the players to gradually recover both mentally and physically. On a calm afternoon without high-intensity training scheduled, Fangzhuo sat alone on his apartment balcony, looking at the gray-blue sky over Milan. His phone continued to buzz with news and analyses about the match, but he had grown somewhat numb. He needed something that could truly relax and calm him. Away from football, almost instinctively, he dialed Suwon's number. Chapter 210. A nightmarish home game. The optimistic expectations for the road to Wembley were like an overinflated balloon, instantly burst and shattered in the suffocating night sky of the Miazza Stadium by Schalke 04 in the most brutal and humiliating manner. In the first leg of the Champions League quarterfinals, facing Schalke 04, which was seen as an easy opponent. Almost all pre-match opinions believed that Inter Milan would win easily, laying a solid foundation for advancement. The Miazza Stadium was packed, with fans arriving in anticipation of victory and more goals, ready to witness the team's first step towards the semifinals. However, from the very first minute of the match, ominous signs began to loom over the stadium. The Inter Milan players, perhaps influenced by the overwhelming external optimism, or perhaps due to the opponent's preparation exceeding expectations, appeared unusually lax and sluggish. Frequent passing errors, lack of vitality and movement, and severe lapses in defensive focus were evident. It was as if the Allianz miracle had drained them of all their energy and focus, while the illusion of a favorable draw made them lose the necessary vigilance. Schalke 04, led by legendary striker Raul, displayed an astonishing desire to fight and tactical execution from the outset. They showed no fear, continuously challenging Inter's seemingly solid, yet actually loose defense with aggressive pressing and quick, concise passing. Chapter 211. Struggling on the edge of a cliff, the nightmare at the Miazza was like an unending fever, continuously burning every nerve of Inter Milan. The 2-5 home defeat to Schalke 04 not only pushed the team to the edge of a cliff, but also left a deep scar of humiliation engraved in everyone's hearts. The atmosphere at the training base became extremely oppressive, with media criticism overwhelming and fans' anger and disappointment nearly spilling over the screen. However, the Champions League schedule would not be delayed due to a single defeat. Just a week later, the entire team had to travel to Schalke's Veltins Arena in Gelsenkirchen, carrying the heavy psychological burden and nearly zero hope of advancement for the second leg. Trailing 1-3 in the first leg still left room for a comeback. But a 2-5 scoreline meant that Inter Milan needed to score at least 4 goals away while minimizing the opponent's scoring to create another miracle. This was almost an impossible task. In the final tactical meeting before the match, Mourinho's expression was as hard as iron. He did not revisit the disaster of the first leg, nor did he deliver an impassioned rallying cry. His voice was low and hoarse, but carried a sense of determination. Chapter 212. The helplessness of the league, the brutal exit from the Champions League felt like a precise and heavy blow, striking at the heart of Inter Milan. Although there were no visible scars on the surface, the internal rhythm and spirit had suffered immeasurable damage. The victory brought back from Gelsenkirchen, fought for dignity, could not offset the immense psychological shadow and physical exhaustion inflicted by the nightmare at the Miazza. The atmosphere at the Pintina training base became subtle and oppressive. Training continued as usual, with Mourinho's demands still strict, but an indescribable sense of fatigue and loss began to quietly grow like damp mold in the corners of the locker room and in the players' hearts. The pursuit of the Champions League, the club's highest honor, had once been the core goal of the team's efforts throughout the season, but now, with the dream shattered, everyone felt a sense of emptiness and directionlessness after losing their objective. The competition in Serie A was not over, but the situation had become extremely severe. AC Milan maintained a stable lead in the standings. For Inter Milan to turn the title around, they not only needed to win all their upcoming matches, but also had a hope for continuous mistakes from their competitors. This hope was already slim, and under the heavy blow of elimination from the Champions League, that flickering flame was even more on the verge of extinguishing. Chapter 213. Coppa Italia. The last hope, the ambition for the Champions League had long been shattered, turning into a sigh under the German night sky. The dream of the league title was also completely crushed on that cold night against Lecce, leaving only a faint theoretical possibility. Inter Milan's season resembled a giant ship that had weathered fierce storms, battered and bruised, having lost its initial goal, struggling through the fog in search of any harbor to dock. However, amidst this fog of disappointment, there remained a flicker of light stubbornly shining, the Coppa Italia. This competition, often seen by domestic giants as a mere formality or a chance to train newcomers, now became Inter Milan's last hope to salvage this failed season and avoid the embarrassment of a fourfold failure. The atmosphere at the Pintina training base thus underwent a subtle change. A sense of determination, a do-or-die mentality began to replace the previous confusion and loss. Mourinho keenly grasped this psychology of the players, redirecting all his energy and tactical focus to this cup competition. "Gentlemen," he declared in a decisive tone at the tactical meeting before the second leg of the Coppa Italia semifinals, "forget the league standings. Forget the exit from the Champions League. Now, before us lies only one path, one trophy, the Coppa Italia. This is the final account for all our efforts and sacrifices this season. It is the honor we must bring back to the Miazza. Chapter 214. Final preparations. The final spot at the Rome Olympic Stadium is secured. But the air is filled not with pure joy, but with a more complex and heavy emotion, a determination to fight to the end and an immense pressure that cannot be ignored. The Coppa Italia, which might have been merely a bonus in previous seasons, has now become the only last straw for Inter Milan in this shattered and disappointing season. Every inch of the grass at the Pintina training base seems to feel this heavy burden. The training intensity has not decreased. Instead, it has become more targeted due to the extreme focus on the goal. However, a silent tension has replaced the previous scattered and confused atmosphere. Everyone knows what losing the final would mean. It will be the final and most humiliating stamp on this failed season. In the last pre-final preparation meeting, Mourinho stands in front of the tactics board, his gaze sweeping over each face like a hawk. He does not play highlights of the match against Palermo, nor does he elaborate on tactical details. The lights in the meeting room dim, and on the screen are a series of painful moments from Inter Milan season. Chapter 215. Rome's coronation. The Rome Olympic Stadium, under the night sky, resembles a colossal ancient Roman Colosseum, with lights illuminating the pitch as if it were daytime. The distinct blue-black of Inter Milan and pink of Palermo clash on the stands, and the roar of the crowd resonates against the ancient city walls, stirring up the unique, blood-pumping energy of the final. Dong Fangzhuo stands at the entrance of the players' tunnel, taking a deep breath of the humid Roman summer night air. Unlike the passionate excitement before the Asian Cup final months ago, he now feels a calmness that has been tempered by peaks and valleys. The glory of the Asian Cup, the shame of the Champions League, the disappointment in the league. All these highs and lows seem to have sharpened his nerves, allowing him to eliminate all distractions before such an important final, leaving only the purest desire for victory and the clearest focus. He gently touches the captain's armband on his arm, his gaze calmly fixed ahead, like a samurai about to draw his sword, undistracted. Gao Hongbao's shout before the Asian Cup final overlaps in his mind with Mourinho's cold, iron-like gaze, merging into a single command: seize victory. As the game begins, Palermo indeed sets up a solid defensive formation as expected, trying to create threats with fierce interceptions and quick counterattacks. Their players' eyes gleam with the unique excitement and fearlessness of underdogs. Chapter 216. Season summary. The champagne aroma and festive noise of the Rome night gradually fade away, replaced by the inevitable reckoning and reflection that comes after the season ends. The Coppa Italia trophy quietly sits in the honor room of the Pintina base, shining with the light of redemption. Yet it cannot completely mask the enormous regrets and many questions left by the entire season. The statistical report of individual data is quickly released by the media. For Dong Fangzhuo, his first complete series, a season presents an extremely complex, yet overall outstanding report card. Total appearances across all competitions: 48 games, goals, 25 assists, 18 among them. Series, 32 games, 14 goals, 10 assists, missed many matches due to the Asian Cup. Champions League, 10 games, 7 goals, 4 assists, including key goals in qualifying and against Bayern. Coppa Italia, 5 games, 3 goals, 3 assists, contributed in the final. Asian Cup, 6 games, 5 goals, 3 assists, tournament MVP, core of the champions. This is an indisputable double-double record, with goals and assists both ranking among the top 3 in the team. He has become one of the most dazzling new signings in Inter Milan's history for a debut season. However, behind the data lies a significant rupture in the season's trajectory. Media and fan evaluations also present a dialectical tone, ultimately leaning towards understanding and affirmation. Chapter 217. Gazing at the Throne. A final of farewell and legacy. The aftertaste of the Coppa Italia champagne has not yet completely faded from memory. While the eyes of European football are fully focused on Wembley Stadium in London, England, the ultimate showdown of this season's Champions League is about to take place here: Manchester United versus Barcelona. A peak confrontation between the Red Devils of Old Trafford and the Universe team of Camp Nou has captured the attention of the entire world. For Dong Fangzhuo, who has just finished the season and entered vacation mode, this match holds far more significance than for an ordinary fan. There's his old club, where he served for many years and has deep emotional ties. There's Sir Alex Ferguson, who nurtured him like a mentor and father. there are old friends like Ronaldo, Rooney, and Giggs, with whom he has fought side by side, and their opponents are Barcelona, who just eliminated Real Madrid and are regarded as the summit that almost every team in football today aspires to conquer. He received VIP box tickets sent by the club in advance, a customary courtesy for distinguished former players. Thus, on the day of the final, he flew alone from Milan to London, stepping into the grand and bustling Wembley Stadium with a unique mindset. In this legendary stadium, feeling the roar of the crowd like a tsunami, Dong Fangzhuo's emotions are hard to calm. Dressed in casual wear, he sits in a box with an excellent view, his gaze sweeping over the familiar red warming up on the pitch, and countless memories of Carrington and Old Trafford flood back to him. He sees Sir Alex Ferguson standing on the sidelines, chewing gum, his expression as serious as ever. But there's a flicker of longing for the highest honor in his gaze. Yet beneath that gaze, there seems to be a hint of weariness and determination that is harder to discern than before. Rumors have circulated before the match that this might be the last season for Sir Alex, as his health has prompted thoughts of retirement. This final thus takes on a more special significance. It could be an epic farewell. Chapter 218. Summers promise the passionate and fervent atmosphere of Wembley night. Sir Alex Ferguson's complex emotions as he waves goodbye, and the rekindled ultimate desire for the pinnacle of Europe gradually settle into a more concrete and urgent drive after the season ends. Dong Fangzhuo returns to his home country, briefly accompanying his family and enjoying a few rare days of leisure. However, that night in London, Ronaldo's words in the locker room, "Next season, it's our turn," and Sir Alex's hopeful gaze are etched in his mind like a brand, preventing him from truly relaxing. He knows that this summer cannot be merely a time of rest. A brief adjustment is necessary, but it must not be indulgent. He needs to elevate his body and condition to another level to face the harsher competition of the next season and fulfill that heavy expectation. He dials that familiar number. After a few rings, the call is answered. The background noise is somewhat chaotic, as if he is at an awards ceremony or commercial event. Cristiano, Dong Fangzhuo speaks. Zong, Ronaldo's voice comes through, the background noise quickly diminishing as if he has moved to a quieter place. I was just about to contact you. Wembley was unbelievable, right? For the boss. His tone carries the joy of victory, but also a hint of unmasked melancholy belonging to a loser. His Real Madrid has just been eliminated by their final opponent, Barcelona. Chapter 219. A new journey. The scorching sun and sand of Dubai seem to be imprinted on his skin. As Dong Fangzhuo drags his luggage out of Milan Malpensa Airport, he does not feel tired, but rather a sense of abundant strength and calm confidence. The noise from all around seemed to be separated from him by an invisible barrier. His mind still echoed with the sound of the ball colliding on the desert training ground, Cristiano Ronaldo's stern commands, and his own heavy breathing after repeatedly pushing his limits. This summer, named the Redemption Plan, forged and refined all the glory of winning the Asian Cup and the comfort of regaining dignity in the Italian Cup into more tangible muscle memory and technical precision. The mutual spur of both friendship and rivalry with Ronaldo gave him a deeper understanding of what it means to be at the top. It is not just talent, but also the daily, almost obsessive self-demand. He did not head straight back to the apartment, but first went to the Pintina training ground. It was still early, and only a few staff members and players undergoing recovery training were present. The locker room was empty, and his locker was neat and new. He changed into his training gear and walked alone towards the training field. The grass felt soft and familiar under his feet. He began with simple ball exercises, juggling, short passes, long passes, sudden stops, and changes of direction during sprints. Each movement was fluid and powerful. He could clearly feel that after the summer training. The enhancement of his core strength made him more stable in confrontations and balance. The improvement in explosiveness made his starts more threatening. And the countless technical actions completed in a fatigue state made his muscle memory more reliable in crucial moments. Chapter 220. The shadow of the trophy. The sunlight in northern Italy lazily spilled over the shabby stadium of Crotone through sparse clouds. A preseason friendly match was underway, with Inter Milan facing Crotone from Serie B. The pace of the game was as slow as a snail on a hot summer afternoon. The ball was passed lazily on the grass, and the players' movements resembled a routine morning jog, lacking sharpness and purpose. The few local fans in the stands made the loudest noise when opening their beer cans. Dong Fangzhuo received a pass in the opponent's half, and with a simple feint, he used his absolute speed and explosiveness to shake off the defender. His movements remained fluid, carrying the rhythm unique to top players, but upon closer inspection, the final pass after the breakthrough lacked the decisiveness and flair of the past. The ball was carelessly swept towards the center, easily intercepted by the opposing defender. He frowned slightly, slowed his pace, and instinctively looked up at the glaring sunlight. In that instant, the scene before him seemed to distort and fade, covered by an entirely different yet unforgettable image. The deafening cheers, the flying blue and black streamers, the dazzling lights of the Rome Olympic Stadium, and the silver gleam of the Italian Cup trophy held high by Zanetti, with champagne bubbles splashing onto his face, cold yet with a hint of bittersweet sweetness. Chapter 221. Late night, in the office. The night at the Pintina training ground was so quiet that the faint sound of distant traffic from the highway could be heard, like an ever-present background hum. Most of the windows in the main building were dark, except for the stubborn light in an office at the end of the second floor, like a star that refused to set. Dong Fangzhuo stood before that familiar dark wooden door and took a deep breath. After the afternoon training, he received a brief message from Mourinho's assistant. The coach wanted you to come to his office after dinner. No reason was given, but everyone knew this wouldn't be a casual chat. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Come in. Mourinho's voice came from inside, devoid of emotion. Dong Fangzhuo pushed the door open. The office was lit with a cold light, and a huge tactical board occupied an entire wall, still bearing some smudged marks from dry erase markers. Mourinho was not sitting behind his desk, but standing in front of the tactical board, facing away from the door, seemingly studying something. Several game videotapes and a stack of technical analysis reports were scattered across the desk. Close the door. Mourinho did not turn around. Dong Fangzhuo obeyed and closed the door, and the silence in the room became even more oppressive. He stood still, waiting. Chapter 222. Targeting the transfer market. In the conference room at the Pintina training ground, the curtains were tightly drawn, keeping the bright summer sun of Italy at bay. The only light came from the projector, accompanied by the low hum of the air conditioning. The air was filled with the rich aroma of coffee and a more serious, decision-making atmosphere. Jose Mourinho and sporting director Piero Azzilio sat across from each other, with a long table in between covered in thick player dossiers, data analysis reports, and a densely marked potential transfer list. The meeting had been ongoing for nearly 2 hours. Piero, we are not playing a football manager game. Mourinho's voice broke the silence, carrying an undeniable sharpness. We are not collecting star cards. What we need are soldiers who can immediately join the fight and win the toughest battles. He emphasized this by heavily tapping the defensive analysis report on the table with his finger. Here, the projection screen displayed highlights of several goals conceded in last season's 25-0 defeat against Schalke 04 in the Champions League. In the footage, Lucio and Samuel, once a world-class center-back duo, appeared slow and hesitant, repeatedly torn apart by the opponent's simple runs. Each goal conceded felt like a thorn, piercing the nerves of everyone in the conference room. Chapter 223. The call of new blood. The breeze by the Ligurian Sea in Genoa seemed unable to disperse the turmoil in Andrea Ranocchia's heart. His agent had just finished a long phone call, his face bearing an uncontrollable excitement. Andrea, Inter Milan. They are serious. The agent took a deep breath. Jose Mourinho personally called your name. They don't want a substitute. They need you to become a cornerstone. Ranocchia, a towering center-back of only 23 years old who had already shown a composure beyond his years, listened in silence. His fingers unconsciously stroked the table. His gaze turned to the window, as if he could transcend time and space to see the grand San Siro stadium and the blue and black jersey of Milan. Inter Milan. For him, it was not just a Serie A giant, but a call of dreams. Standing alongside legends like Lucio and Samuel to prove himself on the highest stage was the leap he had longed for in his career. Coach Mourinho, Ranocchia whispered the name, his tone filled with reverence and a hint of challenge. He knew what it meant to serve this coach. Extremely high demands, ruthless competition, but also a shortcut to the highest honors. Chapter 224. The first lesson of preseason of the training ground at Pintina had never been filled with fresh faces and a sense of energy ready to explode like it was today. The new signings had completed their medical exams and introduction ceremony, officially donning the blue and black striped jerseys, standing mixed among the veteran players. The sun poured down without reservation, merging the smell of freshly cut grass with sunscreen and athletic tape, creating a unique scent exclusive to football that sent adrenaline soaring. Andrea Ranocchia's tall figure stood out prominently in the crowd. He wore a serious expression, his eyes scanning the new environment around him, like a lion cautiously entering new territory. Eager yet restrained, Gary Medal was bouncing slightly, as if the energy inside him was about to overflow. The nickname Bulldog seemed to be written on his eager face. Other new signings also carried varying degrees of nervousness and excitement. The veteran players are relatively calm, but after experiencing a failed season and Mourinho's late-night talk, there is a new focus and determination in everyone's eyes. As the captain, Zanetti is actively communicating with the new recruits in low voices, easing their nervousness. Dong Fangzhuo stands beside Sneijder, stretching his ankles, and he can clearly feel that the atmosphere of the team is quietly changing. Chapter 225. The forging of the iron defense, the training ground in Paintina, is clearly divided into two areas. On one side, the attacking group is engaged in passing and shooting drills, with a relatively relaxed atmosphere, occasionally filled with laughter. On the other side, the atmosphere is tense and serious, resembling a real battlefield. Here, Mourinho is personally overseeing a defensive tactical drill. Bright orange markers and barriers are set up on the grass to outline a smaller defensive area, simulating the narrow spaces in front of and on the wings of the penalty area. Jose Mourinho stands like a cold battlefield commander in the center of the area, his voice not loud, but carrying a chilling, penetrative quality that cuts through all the noise. Distance. Keep your distance. He roars at the entire backline engaged in movement drills. Lucio, the gap between you and Samuel is enough to drive a bus through. Tighten up. I want a chain, not a few lonely cones. Lucio and Samuel. The two veteran players exchange serious glances and immediately move closer to each other, adjusting their positions. The physical decline that comes with age has caused subtle cracks in their mutual understanding and synchronization at certain moments. Chapter 226. The edge of the blade on the training ground in Paintina. The atmosphere is completely different from the tense and serious mood of the past few days while forging the iron defense. The air is filled with a more urgent and explosive energy. Mourinho shifts his focus from defense to midfield and begins to meticulously refine the most lethal aspect of his tactical system, the rapid transition from defense to attack, a sharp blade capable of tearing through any opponent. The training area is expanded to cover almost the entire half. Mourinho stands near the center circle, surrounded by dozens of footballs, like a maestro about to conduct a symphony, and his instruments are the world's top attackers. Speed. The speed of thought. The speed of passing. The speed of running. Mourinho's opening remarks are like 3 bullets fired in succession, emphasizing the same core message. After we successfully defend, the opponent's formation is at its most chaotic. That is the best time to kill the game. It may even be the only opportunity. What we need to do is, in the blink of an eye, stab the knife into their hearts. The drill begins. Mourinho personally passes the ball to Cambiasso or Medal, who are playing the role of ball interceptors in the backline. Chapter 227. The trial of the warm-up match in Miami, USA at the Hard Rock Stadium, dazzling lights, hot and humid air, and an attendance far exceeding that of an ordinary warm-up match all signal that this International Champions Cup showdown between Inter Milan and Real Madrid is extraordinary. This is not just a simple preseason friendly, but the first heavyweight test of the entire summer training results. Mourinho stands on the sidelines, dressed in his usual black, with a stern expression. He does not give excessive instructions. What needs to be said has already been communicated in the locker room. At this moment, he resembles a calm scientist, about to observe the chemical reaction of his new formula in a real environment. The opponent is the powerful Real Madrid, led by newly appointed coach Ancelotti, featuring superstars like Cristiano Ronaldo, Kaká, and Benzema. This is precisely what Mourinho desires. Only the strongest opponents can test the true quality of his team. From the very beginning, the match enters a high-speed confrontation. Real Madrid quickly takes control with their strong individual skills and technical advantages, launching wave after wave of attacks into Inter Milan's half. The new defense of Inter Milan faces its first severe test. Cristiano Ronaldo receives the ball on the left, attempting to break past Maicon with his signature bicycle kick. However, this time, Maicon does not easily commit. He receives strong support as new recruit Ranocchia swiftly moves in, precisely blocking Ronaldo's path to cut inside. At the same time, Medal, like a bulldog sensing blood, quickly retreats to the top of the penalty area, cutting off Ronaldo's possible passing or shooting routes. In the end, Ronaldo can only choose to make a forced cross, which Samuel easily clears. Chapter 228. the positioning of the core after returning from the United States to Milan. The training rhythm at the Pintina base has not slowed down. Instead, it has become more targeted. The issues exposed and the highlights showcased during the warm-up matches have become the most valuable material. On this day, the entire team is called to the tactical meeting room for a crucial preseason tactical analysis session. The curtains are drawn, the lights are turned off, and a huge projection screen begins to show a carefully edited video compilation. There is no background music, only Mourinho's calm and penetrating voiceover, along with the live sound effects from the footage. First, clips from last season's losses are played, especially the disastrous Champions League defeat and the crucial league goals conceded. Mourinho mercilessly points out the defensive mistakes, lack of focus, and disarray in cooperative defense. The atmosphere in the meeting room becomes somewhat oppressive, but soon, the footage switches to this summer's warm-up matches, particularly the game against Real Madrid. Look here. Mourinho pauses the video, showing the moment when Cesar throws the ball to initiate an attack. Pay attention at this time when we successfully defended and the opponent's formation is scattered. He uses a laser pointer to highlight several figures on the screen. Chapter 229, the final piece on the last day of the summer transfer window. The atmosphere in Milan seems to carry a subtle tension. Not only Inter Milan, but the entire football world is witnessing a frenzy of last-minute bids, urgent medical examinations, and sleepless phone negotiations by agents. In the office of the sporting director at the Pintina base, Piero Azzilio's coffee cup has gone cold, and the ashtray is filled with cigarette butts. The phone receiver seems to have grown to his ear as he speaks rapidly, switching between English and Italian, engaging in final negotiations with various parties. Jose Mourinho, on the other hand, appears relatively calm. He spends most of his time in his office, studying the schedule for the new season, occasionally receiving internal calls from Azzilio to exchange brief opinions. His main targets, defensive leader Ranocchia and midfield shield medal, have already been secured. On this last day, his requirements are clear: to fill any gaps and only bring in players who can be immediately useful, never just for the sake of spending money. We need a third goalkeeper, experienced and stable in the locker room, Mourinho tells Azzilio, and we need a versatile winger who can play on both sides with a focus on defense. Chapter 230. The league begins, crushing everything at the Miazza Stadium in early September. The sun is blazing, and the air seems to tremble with the anticipation and excitement of tens of thousands of fans. The curtain of a new Serie A season finally rises on this day. In the stands, blue and black flags wave like surging waves, and a massive tifo displays the fans' earnest hopes for the team's new season. The air is filled with a special scent, the fresh grass, the sweetness of popcorn and beer, and a fervent energy that has been building throughout the summer, ready to be unleashed. In the locker room, the atmosphere is completely different from the preseason warm-ups. A solemn feeling of impending battle envelopes everyone. The players silently adjusted their socks, tightened their shoelaces, and exchanged glances and simple high-fives without needing many words. Jose Mourinho stood in the center, not delivering a lengthy mobilization speech, but scanning his warriors with those eyes that could see through everything. 90 minutes. His voice was low and clear, bringing out all the sweat we had poured out in the summer, all the hardships we had endured, and everything we had practiced. From the very first second, he made it clear who the master here was. His gaze lingered slightly on core players like Fangzhuo, Ranocchia, and Medal, before he suddenly waved his hand. Go on the field. Chapter 231. The march of consecutive victories once the Serie A season kicked off. It was like an endlessly turning gear, rolling forward with one match after another. The new season's Inter Milan was like a blue war machine with its engine fully revved, mercilessly crushing every opponent that stood in its way. Following a bloodless 3-0 victory in the first round, the Nerazzurri showcased astonishing stability and consistency. In the second round, they faced Bologna away. Also a mid-table team in Serie A, Bologna attempted to create trouble with hard physical confrontations and high-intensity pressing. The match was once locked in a stalemate, with both teams failing to score in the first half. During halftime, Mourinho did not get angry, but calmly emphasized, stay patient, control the tempo. Their stamina cannot support that level of pressing for 90 minutes. As expected, in the 58th minute of the second half, Sneijder delivered a brilliant over-the-top pass from the center, allowing Fangzhuo to chest the ball down and without waiting for it to hit the ground. He unleashed a stunning volley that found the back of the net. Goal. Star value. In the 78th minute, Substitute Biabiani used his speed to overpower his opponent on the wing, delivering a low cross that Melito easily converted. Chapter 232, Milan Derby. Part 1. The storm approaches. Inter Milan's explosive start with 4 consecutive victories stirred up a fierce blue-black whirlwind on the Apennine Peninsula. However, when the league calendar turned to the 5th round, the attention of all of Italy and even Europe was instantly fixed on Milan. Because here, one of the most passionate, hostile, and exhilarating spectacles in the football world, the Milan Derby, was about to unfold. The entire city seemed to be quietly split by an invisible boundary. In the subway car, fans wearing blue-black striped shirts and red-black striped shirts sat at opposite ends, exchanging glances filled with unabashed hostility and provocation, the air crackling with unspoken electricity. In the street bars, either giant Inter Milan flags hung, or AC Milan's red and black symbols adorned the walls, starkly distinct with no confusion. Occasionally, opposing fans accidentally wandering into enemy territory would be met with a chorus of boos and mocking laughter. The front pages of sports newspapers at the newsstands were almost entirely dominated by derby topics. The headline of the Gazzetta dello Sport was the Battle of Leaders, Ranocchia versus Thiago Silva, while Tuttosport focused on Ibrahimovic. The Derby killer returns? Chapter 233, Milan Derby. Part 2. Blue Conquest. The San Siro stadium had never transformed into a boiling volcano like it did that night. In the stands, the blue-black and red-black waves were clearly defined, clashing against each other, erupting in shouts and curses loud enough to pierce eardrums. The air was scorching, as if it could ignite from a mere spark. The unique atmosphere of the Italian derby, mixed with gunpowder, fervor, and a century of grudges, filled every corner. At the sound of the referee's whistle, the battle was ignited. Just as Mourinho had anticipated, AC Milan tried to use Ibrahimovic as a pivot to launch their attacks. But Inter Milan's defense showcased incredible intensity and discipline from the very first minute. Ibrahimovic felt immense pressure as soon as he received the ball with his back to the goal. Ranocchia stood like a moving wall, pressing against him, constantly using his strong body to interfere, preventing him from turning easily. Almost simultaneously, Metal pounced on him like a hunting dog sensing blood, perfectly combining with Ranocchia for a double team. Pass back. Force him to pass back. Ranocchia shouted during the confrontation. Under the fierce and coordinated pressing of the two, Ibrahimovic was in a very awkward position, barely managing to pass the ball back to his teammate. Mourinho's meticulously crafted trap for Ibrahimovic was starting to show results. Chapter 234. Leading the standings, the passionate aftershocks of the Milan Derby victory did not fade with the passage of time. Instead, they acted like the highest quality fuel, continually injecting energy into the engine of Inter Milan's precise war machine. That thrilling comeback victory not only brought 3 points but also a transformative experience, known as the intangible asset of champion confidence. The atmosphere at the Pintina training base changed quietly. The previously slightly tense seriousness was now replaced by a calm and uplifting tone. When players exchanged glances, there was more unspoken certainty. The passing and running combinations in training flowed more smoothly, as if they carried a natural rhythm. The boost in morale brought by consecutive victories, especially against a fierce rival, was unmatched by any verbal encouragement. The league journey continued forward. Riding the momentum of the derby, Inter Milan began another round of scoring frenzy. In the 6th round, they faced Udinese away. The Friuli Stadium had always been difficult to conquer, as Udinese was known for their tenacity and physical play. The match turned into a grueling tug-of-war, with the opponents attempting to stifle Inter Milan's attacking fluidity through dense defense and frequent fouls. Chapter 235. A new home in Milan. The momentum of consecutive victories in the league was like an unstoppable wave, keeping Inter Milan firmly at the top of the standings. Training, matches, victories, celebrations. This high-intensity, fast-paced life occupied nearly all of Dong Fangzhuo's time. But beyond the blue-black noise and battles, deep within him, he always longed for a peaceful harbor, a place where he could completely relax and shed all his armor. This harbor finally became a reality after countless discussions and dreams with Suwon. They ultimately chose a high-rise apartment in a quiet neighborhood of Milan. It was not too far from the Pintina base, conveniently located, yet avoiding the extreme noise of the city center. Standing on the spacious terrace, one could gaze at Milan's unique skyline, with the spire of the Duomo Cathedral faintly visible in the distance. The moving day fell on a rare day off. They did not hire a moving company, and there wasn't much to move. It was more about the warmth of the space they set up together. Dong Fangzhuo pushed open the door to their new home, carrying a heavy cardboard box filled mainly with his various sports gear and a few important trophy replicas, including the Coppa Italia and the Asian Cup MVP trophy. The warm afternoon sun streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, casting bright spots on the floor. The air carried a faint smell of new furniture and paint, along with a refreshing sense of a new beginning. Chapter 236. Distant concerns. The nights in their new home in Milan were quiet and warm. The city's neon lights filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a hazy glow on the living room floor. The air still held a hint of new furniture, mixed with the fragrant jasmine tea Su-Wan had just brewed, which she had specially brought from China, claiming it could relieve fatigue and alleviate homesickness. Dong Fangzhuo sat cross-legged on the soft carpet, leaning against the sofa, holding a warm teacup, watching Su-Wan busily preparing some fruit snacks in the open kitchen. The mundane and authentic feeling of home life allowed his tense nerves to relax completely. The wall clock's hands pointed to 9 in the evening. Dong Fangzhuo calculated the time difference. It should be 4 in the morning in China. He hesitated for a moment, but still picked up his phone. At this hour, his uncle and aunt should be asleep, right? Su-Wan walked over holding a plate of cut fruit and softly asked, "My mom has light sleep. Sometimes she wakes up at this time." Dong Fangzhuo smiled, his eyes revealing a hint of nostalgia and an imperceptible nervousness. "I want to tell them about us as soon as possible." He opened WeChat, found the familiar family group chat, and initiated a video call request. The ringing only sounded a few times before the screen lit up, revealing his mother's slightly sleepy but pleasantly surprised face. Chapter 237. Parents' approval. In the arrival hall of Milan Malpensa International Airport, the crowd was bustling. Dong Fangzhuo, dressed in a smart casual outfit, stood shoulder to shoulder with Su-Wan at the arrival gate, their hands instinctively clasped tightly together. Unlike his usual calm demeanor on the field or relaxed state at home, today Dong Fangzhuo showed a hint of subtle tension in his eyes, reminiscent of a boy about to face an important exam. Su-Wan keenly sensed his emotions, gently squeezed his hand, and whispered, "Relax, my parents are not referees. They won't give you a red card." Dong Fangzhuo laughed at her joke, feeling much less tense. "I'm more nervous than facing Buffon one-on-one." The flight information display finally changed status. Soon, a refined and elegantly dressed middle-aged couple appeared, pushing a luggage cart. Su-Wan immediately tiptoed and waved Dad. "Mom, over here." Su-Wan's parents spotted their daughter at once, their faces breaking into warm smiles. They hurried over, first embracing their daughter. Then their gaze fell upon the tall, slightly awkward young man beside her. "Hello, Uncle." "Hello, Aunt. Thank you for the journey." Dong Fangzhuo stepped forward and naturally took the luggage cart from Su-Wan's father. Chapter 238. The marriage proposal. On a rare weekend afternoon without a match, the sunlight in Milan streamed through the spacious floor-to-ceiling windows of their new home, casting a warm and bright glow on the floor. The air was filled with the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee and the sweet scent of freshly baked almond cookies. Dong Fangzhuo lounged lazily on the sofa, watching Su-Wan sit on the carpet opposite him, a thick art book spread out in front of her. However, she seemed distracted, her fingertips unconsciously sliding over the pages. The smooth progress of a league, along with their parents' approval and visit, seemed to inject a powerful stabilizer into their relationship. A deeper, unspoken understanding about the future quietly grew, just waiting for the right moment to be gently broken. "Hey," Su-Wan suddenly closed the art book, looked up, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Dong Fangzhuo. "It seems we haven't officially discussed that matter." "What matter?" Dong Fangzhuo teased her intentionally, taking a sip of coffee with a smile. "Stop playing dumb." Su-Wan grabbed a cushion beside her and threw it at him. "It's the look you gave me after my dad talked to you alone before leaving." Dong Fangzhuo caught the cushion and burst out laughing. He set down his coffee cup, moved beside her, sat cross-legged on the carpet, and held her hand. "All right, no more playing dumb. It's time to discuss it officially." "Miss Su-Wan," he intentionally used a serious tone, "may I ask if you would marry me at some point in the future?" Chapter 239. Support. Behind the scenes in the 11th round of the Serie A League, Inter Milan faced Chievo away. The match did not reflect the discrepancy suggested by the league standings. Chievo played extremely tenaciously at home, using tight chain defenses and frequent physical confrontations to break the game apart. Although Inter Milan ultimately secured a hard-fought 1-0 victory thanks to Dong Fangzhuo's clever rebound in the 78th minute of the second half, the entire process was exhausting, resembling a brutal fight in a quagmire. When Dong Fangzhuo dragged his exhausted body through the door of their new home in Milan, it was already past midnight. The living room was lit by a warm floor lamp, dispelling the chill and loneliness of the late night. A faint, comforting aroma of food wafted through the air. Suwon was not asleep. She was curled up on the sofa, covered with a thin blanket, and an open book had fallen at her side. Hearing the door open, she immediately woke up, rubbed her eyes, and smiled gently. "You're back? Are you hungry? There's chicken soup warming in the pot. Let me serve you a bowl." Without much conversation, this natural weight and care felt like a warm current, instantly dissipating Dong Fangzhuo's fatigue and the chill from the away game. He kicked off his heavy shoes, tossed his backpack at the entrance, and took a deep breath. "Smells great." Chapter 240. Champions League Draw. Good draw? In Nyon, Switzerland. At UEFA headquarters, the Champions League group stage draw ceremony was as star-studded as ever, with glamorous outfits and an air of tension characteristic of a top European football feast. Representatives, coaches, legends of major clubs, and global media gathered together, waiting for the wheel of fate to turn, dividing 32 elite teams into 8 groups, starting a new season of the European Kings Battle. In a meeting room at the Pintina training ground, the entire Inter Milan team gathered together to watch the live broadcast on a big screen. The atmosphere was relatively relaxed, a stark contrast to the tension before last season's draw. The strong lead in the league and the depth of the squad gave the players greater confidence facing the upcoming European battles. One group after another was drawn, and the matchups elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. Whenever the camera swept over famous coaches like Guardiola, Ferguson, and Mourinho, represented by club representatives, it sparked discussions. Finally, it was Inter Milan's turn. The guest reached into the glass bowl, took out a ball, and unfolded it. Inter Milan. Then, the draw for the group opponents began. Chapter 241. Expedition to the cold in the deep autumn of Moscow. The cold was already biting. The leaden sky hung low, as if it would snow at any moment. The white breath dissipated quickly in the cold air. The somewhat outdated appearance of Luzhniki Stadium, or Central Army Sports Club, looked even more solemn in such weather, carrying a hint of unapproachable coldness. For Inter Milan, this first away match in the Champions League group stage was far more than just a 90-minute football battle. It was a comprehensive test of will, body, and adaptability. Problems became apparent during the pre-match training on the field. "This place is way too cold." Etoile, wearing a knitted hat and huddled in his neck, stood on the somewhat stiff artificial turf, unable to refrain from complaining. This type of artificial turf, designed for low-temperature environments, had a ball speed and bounce pattern that were completely different from natural grass, making it very uncomfortable for players used to the top pitches in Serie A. The ball moved faster, and its rebound trajectory was more difficult to predict, imposing nearly harsh requirements on the precision of stopping and passing. Dong Fangzhuo struggled to control the ball a few times, his brow furrowing as he continually adjusted his touch and power. Chapter 242. Homecoming Feast, escaping from the cold of Moscow and the struggles of artificial turf. Returning to Milan and the familiar natural grass of San Siro was like a warm homecoming for Inter Milan, a return of strength. In the second round of the UEFA Champions League group stage, Inter Milan faced the Turkish powerhouse Trabzonspor at home, and the atmosphere before the match was completely different from the previous round. The San Siro Stadium radiated all its glory on Champions League night. A giant UEFA Champions League themed banner hung in the center of the stadium, and tens of thousands of fans waved blue and black scarves, creating an overwhelming and oppressive roar. Unlike the chilly hostility in Moscow, here it was pure, passionate, and unreserved home fervor. The 12th man that Inter Milan players were most familiar with. During the warm-up, Dong Fangzhuo gently stepped on the soft and even grass, feeling as if every blade of grass was responding to his footsteps. He engaged in light passing drills with Sneijder and Eto'o, and smiles returned to their faces. Returning from an extreme environment to a comfortable zone, that sense of technical confidence and control returned instantly. Mourinho's final instructions in the locker room were also more positive. "Remember the experience in Moscow. But tonight, forget it. This is our home. Control the game and destroy the opponent in the way we know best. From the first minute, let them feel despair." Chapter 243. Double victory over Lille as the UEFA Champions League group stage reignited. Inter Milan welcomed back-to-back matches against the League One champions Lille. This was widely regarded as a key battle for the top spot in Group B. However, contrary to the fierce battles anticipated by Inter Milan fans, the blue and black army showcased to all of Europe what mature control and a stable, strong presence look like in these two matches. First, at home in San Siro, Lille was no pushover. Under coach Rudy Garcia, they had a compact formation, resilient defense, and a threatening counterattack. After the match began, they indeed caused some trouble for Inter Milan, trying to disrupt the home team's rhythm with midfield pressure. However, today's Inter Milan was no longer the same. Under Mourinho's meticulous honing, the team's tactical discipline and cohesion had reached a new height. Faced with Lille's pressing, Inter Milan did not rush through the midfield, but patiently sought openings through the backline, especially Ranocchia, and goalkeeper Caesar's calm distribution. Sneijder dropped back to receive, while Cambiasso and Medel constantly moved to receive and switch, functioning like a precise gear set, slowly wearing down the opponent's stamina and patience. Chapter 244. Rotation and undefeated. The situation in Group B of the UEFA Champions League had long been settled. Inter Milan had won all 4 matches, accruing 12 points, standing tall above all, and had secured the top spot 2 rounds early. The last 2 matches had turned from life-and-death battles into mere formalities. However, even in these formalities, Mourinho and his team were determined to perform beautifully and with dignity. In the final round of the group stage, Inter Milan traveled to Turkey to challenge Trabzonspor, who had already been eliminated but were fighting for honor. The starting lineup announced before the match fully revealed Mourinho's strategic intention to field an entirely substitute lineup. Goalkeeper Luca Bucci made his first start since joining. Defense Santon, Cordoba, Chivu, and Cabai formed a brand new backline. Midfield Stankovic, Thiago Motta, and Mariga took the stage. Forward line Pandev, Milito, and Biabini launched their attack together, including Dong Fangzhuo, Sneijder, Eto'o, Zanetti, Ranocchia, Maicon, and Medel. All core players were not even included in the squad, staying back in Milan to rest. This was undoubtedly a bold decision, especially in the devilish home ground of Turkey. Chapter 245. The inertia of the league. The perfect conclusion of the UEFA Champions League group stage acted as a powerful booster, not causing any slowdowns in Inter Milan's domestic campaign, but rather fostering an almost instinctive rhythm of victory. The team was operating so smoothly and their confidence so high that even during league matches and between Champions League fixtures, they could continue to harvest victories in a stable and efficient manner. The Serie A schedule was tight, with midweek matches becoming the norm. However, under Mourinho's brilliant rotation strategy and the team's strong overall strength, Inter Milan seemed like a finely tuned precision machine, steadily pushing forward. In the 15th round, they faced Genoa away from home. The Marassi Stadium was known for its intense atmosphere. Considering the upcoming knockout stage of the Champions League, Mourinho made significant rotations to the lineup. Key players like Sneijder, Maicon, and Ranocchia sat on the bench. However, the match progressed surprisingly smoothly. Just 7 minutes into the game, substitute Stankovic scored a stunning long-range shot to break the deadlock. 10. A lightning start. After taking the lead, Inter Milan played even more comfortably. In the 35th minute, Eto'o cut in from the left and scored with a low shot to extend the lead. Chapter 246. The Derby, eye-conquering Turin, Juventus Stadium. This modern stadium transformed into a surging ocean of black and white stripes on the night of the Italian National Derby. The air was filled with a kind of hostility that was completely different from the Milan Derby, yet equally suffocating. There was no urban clamor of a city rival, but rather a class confrontation and long-standing grievances between two northern giants built over a century. Before the match, media hype had reached its peak. La Gazzetta dello Sport published a headline stating, "The old lady strikes back at the blue and black train," while Corriere dello Sport responded with conquering Turin. Marching to the throne. On the points table, Inter Milan had a clear advantage, but everyone knew that the National Derby was never about points, only about guts and will. In the locker room, Mourinho's expression was colder than ever. The tactical board emphasized the defensive setup against Juventus's core player Andrea Pirlo repeatedly. "Choke Pirlo, and you choke Juventus's throat." Mourinho pounded Pirlo's name with a pen, saying, "Gary Medel, your task is to stick to him like a shadow. From the first minute to the last minute, give him no breathing or observation space. Even if you foul, You must stop him from playing comfortably. Chapter 247. The cup decision. The drums of the Italian Cup quietly sounded, but for Inter Milan, who was sailing smoothly on both the League and Champions League tracks. The arrival of this domestic cup competition felt more like a shallow area that needed to be carefully navigated, rather than a segment worth sprinting through. The schedule clearly indicated that the opponent in the round of 16 of the Italian Cup was Novara, a team from Serie C, which theoretically posed no threat to Inter Milan. However, the match would take place at Novara's small, fervent home ground, known for creating upsets. During the tactical meeting the day before the match, Mourinho showed no hesitation. Standing in front of the tactical board, he scanned the team and spoke in a calm but unmistakable tone. Tomorrow night against Novara. The starting lineup is as follows. Goalkeeper Castelli. Defense: Santon, Cordoba, Chivu, Cabai. Midfield: Stankovic, Mariga, Obi, Youth Promotion. Forwards: Pandev, Melito, Biabiani. As the list was announced, the locker room fell silent, and everyone quickly understood the coach's intention. This was a complete substitute youth team lineup. All core players, including Dong Fangzhuo, Sneijder, Ito O, Zanetti, Ranocchia, Maicon, and Medal, were not even included in the squad. Chapter 248. The National Derby. Part 2. Regret at home at the Miazza Stadium. The desire for victory in the National Derby has never been so intense. The last successful assault in Turin has filled the Nerazzurri fans with fervent anticipation of completing a double over their archrivals at home. On the stands, flags wave, songs echo, and the air is filled with a fervor that suggests a determination to win. However, the script on the football pitch never follows simple linear logic. Unlike Inter Milan's smooth sailing and rapid advance, Juventus, after losing the first leg, has experienced a downturn and desperately needs a strong dialogue victory to boost morale and fight for next season's Champions League qualification. They step onto the Miazza pitch with a mindset of sorrow and revenge. In contrast, while Inter Milan maintains an advantage in strength and form, subtle factors inevitably influence their subconscious. A significant points lead, the league title is almost in their grasp, resulting in a sense of urgency and hunger to win that is, in some ways, weaker than that of Juventus, who must win. The vague distraction of the Champions League, the draw for the knockout stage, is approaching, and the names of formidable opponents like Barcelona, Real Madrid, and Bayern have already begun to circulate in the media and locker room, potentially diluting their absolute focus on domestic rivals. Chapter 249. The championship inside the shadow of the home defeat in the National Derby did not linger long on the course of Inter Milan's giant ship. It was like a brief gust of wind and waves, striking against the sturdy hull, making the helmsman and crew more clearly recognize the direction, calibrate the compass, and then continue to move forward at a more stable speed towards their established goal. The league journey continues. Inter Milan quickly adjusted from the setback of the defeat, displaying astonishing stability and maturity. They no longer pursued overwhelming victories in every match, but steadily harvested wins in a more economical and efficient manner, continuously expanding their points advantage to a desperate extent. In the 21st round, they faced Fiorentina away. The Stadio Artemio Franchi is no easy venue. The match was once caught in a deadlock. Fiorentina's young players fought fiercely, creating quite a bit of trouble for Inter Milan. At a critical moment, it was the veterans who stepped up. Stankovic scored a trademark long-range shot in the 70th minute from a corner kick, piercing through Fiorentina's goal. 1-0, an economical away victory. In the 22nd round, they hosted Parma. Chapter 250. Round of 16 opponent. Marseille, the UEFA headquarters in Nyon, Switzerland, once again became the focus of European football. The draw for the Champions League round of 16 is far more tense and significant than the group stage draw. At this moment, any name drawn signifies two 180-minute must-win battles. In the meeting room at the Pintina base, the atmosphere was heavier than during the group draw. Inter Milan's players and coaching staff gathered, their eyes fixed on the screen. Although they advanced as group winners and theoretically avoided top teams like Barcelona and Real Madrid, there are no truly weak teams at this stage of the Champions League. Names were drawn one by one, with strong matchups eliciting gasps. When the guest reached into the glass bowl representing Inter Milan's opponent, the room fell silent enough to hear breathing. The ball was unfolded, revealing the name Olympique de Marseille, France. Instantly, a complex sigh of relaxation and caution filled the meeting room. Cambiasso pondered, they are tough to play against. French teams are physically strong and hard-hitting. The Sham team will surely have solid defense. Zanetti added that he knows this old Juventus teammate well. Chapter 251. The Pro at the Velodrome in Marseille, France, at the Stade Velodrome. This stadium, located by the Mediterranean Sea and famous for its passionate atmosphere, and La Marseillaise, transformed into a boiling white sea on Champions League night. The salty sea breeze seemed to carry the scent of gunpowder as tens of thousands of Marseille fans welcomed the Serie A leaders with an overwhelming chorus of songs and shouts. Before the match, Mourinho's instructions in the locker room were extremely clear. This is their fortress. They will try to overwhelm us from the first minute. Our strategy is defend firmly, be patient, and seize counterattacks. Absolutely do not be drawn into their tempo. Defend. He emphasized that the four lines must remain compact, and the distance must not be widened. Andrea, Ranocchia, command the defense, especially in aerial situations. Gary Medel, your task is clear. Stick to Valbuena and make him disappear. Turning to the attack, he said, patience. Use their pressing against them. Dong, Samuel, Eto'o, your starts must be decisive. Wesley, Sneijder, your passes must be precise and quick. From the first whistle, Marseille played like a beast released from its cage, launching a tide of attacks against Inter Milan's defense, taking advantage of their home ground. Just as Mourinho anticipated, they attempted to establish an advantage in the opening stages with high-intensity pressing and rapid wing attacks. Chapter 252. The overwhelming return to Miazza, the precious away victory and goal brought back from Marseille, acted like the most effective energizer, allowing the entire Inter Milan team to return to their fortress, the Miazza Stadium, with unparalleled confidence and composure. Unlike the cautious and passive first leg at the Velodrome, this time, they were the hunters, the dominators, ready to deliver a fatal blow to their opponents on home turf. The atmosphere for the second leg of the Champions League round of 16 had already reached a boiling point at the Miazza Stadium. The blue and black flags in the stands surged like roaring waves, and when the Champions League theme song played, the eruption of sound seemed ready to lift the roof. This was a fervor imbued with absolute confidence, a prelude to victory. Marseille faced an all-or-nothing battle. They needed to score and as many goals as possible to overturn the deficit. Coach Deschamps fielded a more aggressive lineup, trying to take the initiative from the start. However, from the very first moment the referee's whistle blew, the rhythm of the match was completely under Inter Milan's control. Mourinho's tactical arrangement was extremely clear. With stronger overall strength and the momentum of playing at home, they aimed to suppress their opponents from the outset, shattering any hopes of comeback. Inter Milan gave Marseille no breathing room. The high-intensity pressing that began from the front made it exceptionally difficult for Marseille's defense to distribute the ball. The midfield trio of Sneijder, Cambiasso, and Medel completely controlled the situation, with fluid and penetrating passing. Chapter 253. The suspense of the quarterfinals. The drums for the Champions League quarterfinals had not yet officially sounded, but the air was already thick with the scent of gunpowder and speculation. For Inter Milan, who had easily passed the Marseille hurdle, their eyes were not on celebration, but were already cast towards the other ongoing round of 16 battles, especially the focal clash that would directly determine their quarterfinal fate, Bayern Munich versus Porto. In the first leg at Porto's Dragao Stadium, Bayern Munich did not exhibit the absolute dominance expected of the Southern Kings, instead being held to a draw by the resilient Porto. This result left a significant suspense for the second leg at the Allianz Arena. For Inter Milan, this meant that their quarterfinal opponent would emerge between the familiar Avenger Bayern and the potential dark horse Porto. The atmosphere in the tactical conference room at the Pintina base was somewhat subtle. A huge screen was playing the video of the first leg match between Bayern Munich and Porto, but everyone's thoughts were clearly more focused on the upcoming second leg result. Porto is tough to play against, sports director Ozilio analyzed. They are well-organized, defensively resilient, and they score an away goal in the first leg. Bayern will definitely go all out and attack at home, but this will leave space for Porto to counterattack. Chapter 254. Encountering the Southern King again, the drums of war for the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals had not yet officially sounded. But every corner of the Pintina base was already shrouded in a solemn atmosphere of impending battle. The air seemed to stop flowing, with shouts from the training ground and the sound of the ball colliding, carrying a metallic texture and urgency unlike any other day. The name of the opponent, Bayern Munich, felt like a heavy brand engraved in everyone's hearts. The curtains in the tactical conference room were tightly drawn, blocking out external light. Only the cold light emitted by the projector cast alternating shadows on Mourinho's expressionless face. Below, all the players of Inter Milan sat upright, their eyes focused on the continuously replaying footage of Bayern Munich's recent matches, especially the segments where they struggled to eliminate Porto and dominated in domestic competitions. Robben's signature cutting shots, Ribery's ghostly breakthroughs, Gomez's powerful headers, Muller's elusive movements and positioning, Kroos's precise coordination of Bayern's attacking force. All of it hit everyone's visual nerves like a cold stream of data over and over again. After the video finished, the conference room fell into dead silence, with only some heavy breathing breaking the quiet. Chapter 255, Strong Shield and Sharp Spear, Home Game, on Champions League night. The San Siro stadium transformed into a blue and black furnace. Unlike the usual fervor, tonight's atmosphere was filled with a heavy, almost grim expectation. The air was charged with silent electricity as tens of thousands of gazes focused on the green pitch, waiting for the ultimate clash with the German giants. The banner reading "Welcome to Hell, Bayern" was particularly glaring under the lights. Inside the players' tunnel, the atmosphere was tense like a drawn bowstring. The Bayern players' eyes burned with an unabashed thirst for revenge, with Robben, Ribery, and others' facial features tightly drawn. On the Inter Milan side, they responded with a cold calmness. Zanetti and Cambiasso had determined gazes, while Fangzhuo took a deep breath, mentally reviewing Mourinho's tactical instructions one last time. This was not an ordinary match. This was a war. The referee's whistle blew, and the battle began. Bayern Munich indeed tried to take the initiative from the first minute, leveraging their strong ball control and individual abilities on the flanks to launch attacks into Inter Milan's territory. Robben frequently received the ball on the right, attempting to cut inside. Ribery sought breakthroughs on the left. However, what they faced was a meticulously forged, indestructible blue giant shield. Chapter 256, The Agony of Allianz Munich, Allianz Arena. As Inter Milan's bus slowly approached this modern stadium, resembling a giant glowing tire, one could feel a cold and heavy sense of oppression. Starkly different from that at the San Siro. The stands were already submerged by a red wave of Bayern fans and a massive revenge. The air was thick with a near-solid hostility, indicating that it would be a long and arduous night. Holding a 2-0 advantage from the first leg, Inter Milan's players and coaching staff were more alert and clear-headed than ever. They understood that the Bayern Munich in front of them, pushed to the edge, would undoubtedly unleash the wildest counterattack. Mourinho's pre-match deployment was brutally simple. Forget the score. Forget the advantage. This is hell. All we have to do is one thing: fight, defend, then seize any opportunities that may arise. However, when the match truly began, the intensity and determination of Bayern Munich's attack still exceeded everyone's expectations. From the very first second, Bayern unleashed a tidal wave of offense. The ball was almost completely suppressed in Inter Milan's half, with red waves crashing against the blue-black defense. Robben and Ribery took turns attacking from the flanks, cutting inside, crossing, shooting from distance, using every possible tactic. Muller's elusive runs in the box continuously tore at the defensive formation. Kroos and Schweinsteiger used accurate long passes to constantly direct the attacking flow. Chapter 257, Heroes and Warriors on the Flight. Departing from Munich, the cabin was unusually quiet. Fatigue felt like thick ink, soaking every Inter Milan player's body. Many fell into a deep sleep as soon as they boarded, their faces still showing the pallor from the fierce battle and slight twitches from muscle tension. However, beneath this silence, a sense of relief and immense accomplishment was quietly surging, nourishing each person's spirit. When they arrived at Milan Malpensa Airport, the scene welcoming them was starkly different from the somber atmosphere when they left. Hundreds of die-hard fans and media reporters had already gathered there. There was no grand championship parade, but the applause, cheers, and flashing lights filled the air with genuine respect. Fans held up banners reading Warriors return and Steel defense. They understood that the team brought back not just a ticket to the semifinals, but also a great victory of spirit and will. Media accolades surged like a tide, almost drowning out all voices of doubt. The front page of the Gazzetta dello Sport read, Allianz Inferno refines true gold. Steel Inter triumphs over Bayern's remains. Advances to the semi-finals. The accompanying image showed Ranocchia helping the limping metal off the pitch after the match. Chapter 258, The fateful showdown of the semifinals, the thorny path to the pinnacle of the UEFA Champions League, became clear after the smoke of the quarterfinals cleared. There was no need for a sacred draw ceremony to manipulate fate, according to the established schedule. The final matchups were evident. Two Southern European giants would engage in two bloody battles for the sole qualification to the Bright Stadium. Inter Milan vs. Real Madrid Barcelona vs. Chelsea. This was not a cold pairing of a computer program, but rather the inevitable encounter resulting from UEFA's framework, group stage results, and home-away progression. At the moment the dust settled, the entire football world suddenly focused, as if captured by a massive gravitational pull, firmly locking onto the first matchup, the Blue-Black Legion versus the White Battleship in a narrow encounter. The invisible drums of war had already sounded globally. The media, this massive information machine, quickly adjusted the spotlight onto the two protagonists, Don Fangzhuo and Cristiano Ronaldo. The front page of the Gazzetta dello Sport was instantly replaced with a composite image of Don Fangzhuo and Ronaldo roaring on the UEFA Champions League stage. The headline in bold, dynamic font roaring, "Fateful Final Battle. The Eastern Dragon strikes at the Bernabeu. The Western King guards the Madrid throne." Subheading: The Golden Boot Battle preempts here. Mourinho's iron declaration on his return. Chapter 259. Blitzkrieg at the Bernabeu Stadium. As Inter Milan's bus slowly drove into this area, known as the holy place of football, one could feel a majestic and heavy royal pressure, starkly different from the wildness of the San Siro and the coldness of Allianz. The stands have long turned into an endless white sea, with the huge team emblem and the slogan Hala Madrid fluttering like battle flags. The air is filled with the scent of history and glory, but also carries a hint of unassailable arrogance. For Inter Milan, stepping into the Bernabeu is like intruding into the lair of a giant dragon. Mourinho's pre-match strategy is brutal and clear. Endure, then deliver the fatal blow. They will dominate the game. They will control the ball. They will attack. What we have to do is withstand it. With our discipline and unity, absorb all their firepower. Then, seize that fleeting opportunity and strike them with the fastest and fiercest method. The match begins, and the script unfolds exactly as Mourinho envisioned. Real Madrid, taking advantage of their home field and strong technical prowess, firmly controls the pace of the game from the very first minute. Xabi Alonso's precise orchestration, Ronaldo and Di Maria's relentless assaults from the flanks, and Benzema's support in the center surge towards Inter Milan's penalty area like waves. Chapter 260. The Roar of Miazza. Part 1. Milan awakens from its slumber, but a different atmosphere has already surged through the city's veins. As dawn breaks, sporadic blue and black flags begin to appear along the streets leading to the Miazza Stadium. As the sun rises, this color spreads at an astonishing pace, gathering into a turbulent blue and black sea. UEFA Champions League semi-final, second leg. Inter Milan versus Real Madrid. The day of the showdown. With hours to go before the match, the area around the Miazza Stadium is already bustling with noise. The fan songs rise early, no longer cheerful melodies, but deep, powerful chants filled with combat spirit, like the battle songs of ancient tribes before they go to war, resonating, layering, and ultimately coalescing into a heart-pounding roar. A giant tifo slowly unfolds in the stands, depicting a warrior slaying a dragon. Its meaning is self-evident. Every corner is filled with a nearly tangible, burning anticipation and resolute belief. The precious away goal brought back from the Bernabeu has ignited the fighting spirit of the entire blue and black world to a boiling point. At the Pintina training base, however, there is a stark contrast to the external frenzy and ice-cold calm. In the locker room, the players have already changed into training gear, silently making their final preparations. No one is speaking loudly. Only the slight sounds of breathing during stretching and the rustle of equipment can be heard. The air is filled with the faint medicinal scent of massage lotion and a tense, explosive energy. Chapter 261. The Roar of Miazza. Part 2. At the end of the player's tunnel, the moment the door swings open, a wave of sound almost materializes, crashing over everyone like a tsunami, instantly engulfing all senses. The Miazza Stadium transforms into a boiling blue and black volcano. Every inch of the stands occupied by wildly waving flags and screaming faces. On the massive tifo, a knight holding a blue and black sword and shield is engaged in a life and death struggle with a white dragon, creating a visually striking scene. The air trembles with the synchronized battle cries of tens of thousands. Inter, inter, inter. This roar is a command, a blessing, the burning soul of the 12th man. Real Madrid players are clearly momentarily stunned by the intensity of the opening, but soon their pride as superstars steadies their footing. The match kicks off under extreme pressure. Inter Milan faithfully executes Mourinho's instructions at the start, launching a fierce attack. From the front line, Fangzhuo, Eto'o, and Sneijder charge towards Real Madrid's defense like three blue lightning bolts. Casillas barely has time to take a calm goal kick. This relentless high pressing effectively disrupts Real Madrid's attacking rhythm in the early stages. Chapter 262. Heartbeats on the penalty spot. The final whistle of extra time sounds like the release of a taut spell, akin to the opening of another, even more brutal ritual. The Miazza Stadium falls into a brief, almost vacuum-like silence, soon replaced by a heavy atmosphere of extreme oppression, waiting for the final judgment. Sweat has soaked every inch of the pitch. Fatigue hangs like heavy lead on every player's limbs, but at this moment, all physical pain is overshadowed by a stronger mental pressure, the penalty shootout. Players collapse on grass. Team doctors and coaching staff rush forward to provide final massages and hydration. Every second of breath is precious. Mourinho and Real Madrid coach Zidane quickly gather their respective coaching staffs to urgently discuss the penalty list. This is a moment where the team's fate rests on the shoulders of 5 players, and every choice carries immense weight. The 80,000 fans in the stands are almost all standing. They hold their breath, hands clasped or pressed against their chests, eyes fixed on the starkly lit penalty area in the center of the pitch. The air is thick, seemingly unable to flow, and each heartbeat seems to be amplified infinitely. Chapter 263. Early coronation. Aiming at Munich, the Pintina training base basks in the warm April sunlight, the grass lush and neatly trimmed. The air is filled with the unique freshness of freshly cut grass, mixed with a hint of sweat and the smell of shoe soles scraping against the ground. The euphoria from eliminating Real Madrid in the Champions League semi-finals via penalties has not yet faded, and the players are undergoing recovery, training and preparation for the upcoming league matches. The league championship seems to be a foregone conclusion, but the specific announcement still lacks an opportunity. Just then, a figure rushes from the administrative building toward the training ground. It's the assistant coach. He wears an expression of uncontainable excitement, waving a freshly printed fax document in his hand, shouting as he runs, "We won. We are champions." This shout is like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly shattering the rhythm of training. Everyone stops and focuses their gaze. What? The closest Zanetti asks first. Juventus lost. Fiorentina beat them. The assistant coach's voice trembles with excitement as he raises the fax in his hand. The 33rd round of the league has just concluded. No matter the results of our last 5 rounds, the points cannot be surpassed. We are league champions. 5 rounds in advance. Chapter 264. Know yourself and your enemy. Mourinho's blueprint for the Blues in the core tactical meeting room of the Pintina base. The curtains are tightly drawn, isolating all external light and noise. Only the cold light from the projector casts dazzling images and streams of data on the huge screen. The air is filled with the bitter aroma of coffee and a sense of intense focus, as if even the dust hangs suspended, afraid to disturb the strategizing within. The entire Inter Milan team is gathered here. The ease and joy of just being crowned league champions have long been swept away, replaced by a solemn focus as the great battle approaches. Their gazes are all fixed on the man standing in front of the tactical board, dressed in black. With eyes sharp as an eagle, Jose Mourinho. The tactical board is no longer blank. It is filled with dense blue lines, red circles, and familiar names and numbers. That is Chelsea's complete lineup and preset tactical movement routes. Mourinho holds a laser pointer, the red dot moving back and forth on the tactical board like the tip of a scalpel. Gentlemen, his voice breaks the silence, low and clear, carrying an undeniable authority. Welcome to our last and most important tactical lesson before Munich. Our opponent, the red dot of the laser pointer, heavily strikes the Chelsea emblem, Roberto Di Matteo's Chelsea. Chapter 265. Final preparations before the night at Allianz Munich. This elegant Bavarian city is quietly changing its atmosphere under the impending storm of football. The massive oval shell of Allianz Arena shimmers with a soft glow under the clear sky, but the air surrounding it is increasingly tense, filled with the unique static of excitement and nervousness before the Champions League final. The hotel, where the entire Inter Milan team is staying, is far from the city center. Surrounded by tranquil forests, like a carefully chosen fortress that maximally isolates them from external disturbances. However, inside the fortress, a precise and efficient pre-war machine is in operation. The last full team training is scheduled at the training base of Munich 1860, the officially designated venue before the match. The pitch is in excellent condition, identical to that of Allianz Arena. Mourinho stands on the sidelines, his expression stern. He speaks little, continuously changing the training content through the assistant coach's whistle and flags. A group of players wears blue vests, simulating Chelsea's tactics. Long pass. Find a high point. Mourinho shouts. The players simulating Chelsea immediately start high balls, lifting them into the penalty area, mimicking Drogba's role as a pivot, seeking the second drop. Inter Milan's defense, under Ranocchia's loud command, moves in coordination, positioning, competing for headers, and clearing the ball in an orderly manner. Samuel and Lucio constantly use their bodies to confront Drogba, practicing the early interference emphasized by Mourinho. Chapter 266, Crowned European Kings. Munich, Allianz Arena. Under the night of the Champions League final, this modern, grand structure has transformed into a boiling furnace. In the stands, blue-black and deep blue flags crash against each other like two tides, surging and erupting with deafening shouts and songs. The air seems ignited, filled with the suffocating fervor and anticipation unique to the Champions League final. Inside the players' tunnel, the atmosphere is as heavy as iron. Zanetti and the Inter Milan players have resolute expressions, while Terry and the Chelsea players remain calm. Both sides understand that these 90 minutes, perhaps longer, will define the quality of their entire season, even their careers. The presence of superstars like Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi in the VIP area emphasizes the global attention on this match. With the referee's whistle, the peak showdown ignites instantly. As Mourinho predicted, Chelsea attempts to control the rhythm of the game through high-intensity, high-frequency, physical confrontations from the very first minute. Drogba charges like a tank at Ranocchia and Samuel, while Lampard and Mikel fiercely contest every inch in midfield, and Ashley Cole and Bozingua make significant defensive actions. The match is frequently interrupted by the referee's whistle, devolving into a tense battle. Chapter 267. Season summary. The brilliant lights and thunderous cheers of Munich's Allianz Arena seem to still echo in the ears. But Inter Milan's charter plane has already landed on the runway of Milan Malpensa Airport, carrying Europe's new king. When the cabin door opens, Captain Zanetti is the first to step out, holding high the gleaming Champions League trophy, instantly igniting the wild passion of the tens of thousands of fans gathered in the airport waiting area. The song Champions OL 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 Champions sweeps him like a tsunami, and blue-black smoke bombs ascend, coloring the sky in glory. This is just the beginning of the celebration. The road to Piazza del Duomo in Milan is already completely submerged by the surging crowd. The club's open-top double-decker bus, prepared in advance, slowly arrives. As the players board the bus one by one, lifting the Champions League trophy and Serie A championship trophy again, the entire city of Milan falls into a boiling blue ocean. The bus progresses slowly and happily at walking speed. Along the streets, balconies, and windows, every inch of standing space is filled with fans shouting excitedly. Blue-black confetti falls from high buildings like snowflakes, and the sounds of singing, drumming, and cheering are deafening, shaking the entire city for its heroes. Veterans like Zanetti, Cambiasso, and Materazzi have tears in their eyes, vigorously waving their arms to the fans who have waited for them all season. Core players like Dong Fangzhuo, Sneijder, and Eto'o interact passionately with the fans, enjoying this ultimate moment of glory. New signings like Ranocchia and Metal feel the unprecedented shock, their eyes filled with anticipation for the future. Chapter 268. Heroes return home. The champagne feast and the echoes of the championship parade in Milan have yet to fully dissipate, but Inter Milan, this newly crowned European king, has already altered its course, crossing the Eurasian continent towards the distant east. With the plane's tires heavily kiss the runway at Shanghai Pudong International Airport, a distinctly different yet equally fervent wave of welcome has gathered here into a boiling ocean. Outside the airport's International Arrivals Hall, the area is already packed tightly. Tens of thousands of fans, mostly wearing Inter Milan's blue-black striped shirts, with many draped in vibrant five-star red flags, fill every passage and every gap. Huge banners hang down from above. Welcome the European king to the Pearl of the Orient. Dong Fangzhuo, you are China's pride. Inter Milan, the champion team. Countless eyes eagerly gaze towards the exit of the passenger channel, and the air is filled with an almost frenzied excitement. When the well-dressed, slightly tired but spirited Inter Milan players, led by Captain Zanetti, slowly appear pushing their luggage carts, this momentarily quiet ocean erupts. Chapter 269. The wave of business and the dual heroes conference. The trip to Shanghai is far more than just a triumphant parade. For Inter Milan, who has just reached the pinnacle of Europe, this Eastern economic engine is also a boiling blue sea full of infinite business possibilities. The team's itinerary is precise to the minute, filled almost entirely with various commercial activities, aside from necessary rest and adaptive training. The first major event is the Grand Press Conference of Inter Milan's global main sponsor. The venue is decorated in a blue-black theme, with a huge replica of the Champions League trophy and the Serie A championship trophy shining at the center of the stage. The players, dressed in sharp suits, take turns to the stage. The flash of cameras is like a galaxy pouring down, flashing wildly. Undoubtedly, Dong Fangzhuo becomes the absolute core focus of the event. He sits between the sponsor's senior executives and Mourinho, with more microphones in front of him than anyone else. He answers questions fluently in a mix of Chinese and English, discussing the championship journey, personal feelings, and future prospects. Every subtle expression, every well-phrased yet personal statement is captured by the cameras and broadcasted nationwide. The sponsor's executives look at him as if they see a walking gold mine, their eyes filled with admiration and expectation. His commercial value, following his double goal in the Champions League final, has already soared to an unprecedented height. Chapter 270. A feast of delicacies. Pudong Football Stadium, this modern massive structure, is completely awakened by brilliant lights on a summer night. In the stands, it is no longer a clear division of blue-black and pure white, but a flowing sea of vibrant colors. Countless fans wear Inter Milan's blue-black striped shirts, Real Madrid's white jerseys, jerseys of Chinese Super League teams, or simply cultural shirts printed with Dong Fangzhuo or Cristiano Ronaldo's names. The air is hot and restless, filled with the aroma of fried snacks, the scent of sweat, and a festive, joyful anticipation. This is not a battleground of life and death, but a feast dedicated to fans, rewarding sponsors, and showcasing stars. As the two teams of players enter to the stirring UEFA Champions League theme song and a dazzling laser show, they were met with deafening cheers that lacked any hint of rivalry and were instead filled with pure appreciation and excitement. Dong Fangzhuo stepped onto the familiar grass of his homeland, waving to the stands, immediately provoking the most fervent cheers. He spotted the box where his father was seated, which brought him much reassurance. Not far away, Cristiano Ronaldo was doing the same, responding with a bright smile to the cheers of the fans. Their eyes met from a distance, and they nodded in mutual understanding, both wearing smiles. Chapter 271. The Promise of Home, Chinese Ceremony. The hustle and bustle of Shanghai and the waves of commerce gradually receded as the entire Inter Milan team boarded their return flight, continuing their summer plans. Meanwhile, Dong Fangzhuo, along with Su Wan and a few close friends who had specially taken short vacations, including Zanetti, quietly flew to his hometown, a familiar city in the north. There were no fans roaring at Pudong Airport, no blinding flashlights, only the warm and gentle sunlight of early summer afternoons, and the faint scent of locust flowers wafting through the familiar streets. The destination was not a luxurious hotel, but a stylish Chinese courtyard hotel hidden deep in an alley. With its gray bricks and tiles, red doors and bronze rings, and a few bamboo stalks shading the wall, everything exuded tranquility and elegance. Here, a Chinese ceremony would be held, exclusive to family and close friends. The main hall of the courtyard was meticulously arranged. A large embroidered backdrop featuring a dragon and phoenix replaced commercial posters, while redwood tables and chairs took the place of the high stools used for press conferences. The table was adorned with exquisite Chinese tea sets, longan, red dates, and peanuts, symbolizing early offspring, among other traditional auspicious items. The air was filled with the faint scent of sandalwood and tea, replacing the aroma of champagne. Chapter 272. Farewell and departure. On the last day of their trip to China, the sun shone gently through thin clouds, casting its warmth on this northern city. The warmth and tranquility of the previous day's Chinese ceremony had yet to dissipate, but Dong Fangzhuo and Su Wan had collected their emotions, ready to conclude this meaningful return journey with a fulfilling and socially responsible ending. The final public activity was not a commercial endorsement or fan meeting, but a carefully arranged charity youth training day. The venue was chosen to be the newly renovated outdoor area of the City Sports Center, with participants being over 100 promising young players selected from various parts of the country, as well as some children from local special education schools. When Dong Fangzhuo and Su Wan appeared on the training field together, the light in the children's eyes was far more brilliant and moving than any flash of a camera. Dong Fangzhuo changed into familiar training gear, while Su Wan wore a sleek sports outfit, serving as the coordinator and translator for the event. As the event began, Dong Fangzhuo did not perform difficult skill demonstrations, but patiently guided the children through the most basic passing, receiving, stopping, and off-the-ball running exercises. He moved between the various groups, bending down, demonstrating, correcting movements, his tone calm and encouraging. Chapter 273. The waiting time for marriage in Milan. The plane landed smoothly at Milan Malpensa Airport, and the familiar moist air and Mediterranean sunshine greeted them. After ending the hustle and bustle of the Far East, Dong Fangzhuo and Su Wan returned to their home in a quiet neighborhood of Milan, marking the final and most intense sprint phase of their European wedding preparations. The house had long been occupied by various wedding-related samples and brochures. The tranquility was replaced by a sweet busyness. Unlike the solemnity and intimacy of the Chinese ceremony, the preparation for the European wedding felt more like a precise and elegant project management. The primary task was the final confirmation of the venue and the arrangement plan. The core members of the wedding planning team traveled from Switzerland and Florence to the Villa d'Este Hotel by Lake Como for a final lengthy video conference with Dong Fangzhuo and Su Wan. Real-time drone footage was transmitted to their laptops, ensuring that every corner of the scenery was perfect. The floral arch for the ceremony area would feature Austin roses and white wisteria, echoing the lake view and the castle backdrop. The long table for the dinner would be adorned with Italy's finest linen tablecloths, silver candlesticks, and exquisite porcelain. Chapter 274. The Century Wedding, Ceremony Part. Lake Como, known as the Garden of Milan, poured all its romance and elegance unreservedly into the Villa Balbiano castle by the lake on this day. The early summer sun filtered through thin clouds, transforming into countless golden threads that sprinkled over the rippling lake surface, refracting sparkling light. The ancient stone walls were covered in ivy, and in the meticulously trimmed garden, roses and lilies bloomed in competition, filling the air with a refreshing floral fragrance and the crisp scent of lake water. The lawn by the lake was arranged as a sacred wedding hall. Pure white chairs were arranged in a fan shape, with a long, intricately embroidered white carpet laid in the center. At the end of the carpet stood a floral arch enveloped in tens of thousands of white roses, Austin roses, and wisteria, resembling a gateway to a fairyland of happiness. In the distance, the snow-capped peaks of the Alps were faintly visible against the blue sky, creating an unparalleled picture together with the lake and mountains. Guests began to arrive in succession, dressed elegantly and chatting cheerfully. All the members of Inter Milan, dressed in sharp suits or elegant dresses, formed the most eye-catching blue scenery. Zanetti, Cambiaso, Snader, Itoo, Ranocchia, Maicon, and Caesar, heroes who once roamed the field, transformed into sincere well-wishers at this moment. Mourinho and the coaching staff also arrived, wearing rare expressions of relaxation and joy. Even some former teammates from afar, like Cristiano Ronaldo and Wayne Rooney, were present. Su Wan's family and close friends, along with a few of Dong Fangzhuo's closest relatives from home, blended into this beautiful foreign scenery. Media reporters with long lenses were strictly restricted to designated areas, only able to capture this grand scene from a distance. Chapter 275. The Century Wedding, Celebration Part. The solemnity and emotion of the ceremony gradually transformed into the brilliance and joy of the evening party. Like the sunset glow fading over Lake Como, the wedding venue shifted from a lawn under the floral arch to the grand banquet hall with a glass dome inside the castle. The enormous crystal chandelier illuminated the hall as if it were daylight, and through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, the shimmering lake surface and the hazy outlines of the distant mountains could be seen, creating a breathtaking view. The long table was extravagantly arranged with silver cutlery, sparkling wine glasses, exquisite floral arrangements, and flickering candlelight. The air was filled with the fragrant scent of high-end champagne, the subtle aroma of cigars, and the enticing smells of various delicacies. Professional waiters moved among the guests, serving fine food and drinks. The string quartet was replaced by a skilled jazz band, playing lively and rhythmic melodies that set a relaxed and enjoyable tone for the party. The atmosphere instantly became lively. The stars, having shed their battle gear for formal wear, relaxed completely, revealing a lively side distinct from field. The first to ignite the atmosphere was the talent show segment. It was unclear who started it, but Sneijder and Ito were pushed to the small stage in the center. Sneijder surprisingly picked up a guitar and collaborated with lead vocalist Ito to perform a popular Dutch pop song. Although Sneijder's guitar playing was clumsy and Ito's singing left much to be desired, their efforts to be goofy elicited laughter from the entire audience. Chapter 276. The headline of the world, the brilliant stars and festive lights by Lake Como will eventually fade away. But the flame ignited by Dong Fangzhuo and Su Wan's century wedding has just begun to spread across the global public opinion stage. As the first ray of sunlight casts upon the rose petals left on the terrace of Villa Balbiano, another dimension of this feast, the global public influence, has swept in like a tsunami. In the early morning Italian time, the official social media accounts of Inter Milan and the private verified accounts of Dong Fangzhuo and Su Wan, managed by the team, were simultaneously activated, like a precisely designed engine, launching this globally anticipated information release. A series of high-definition wedding photos, shot by a top wedding photography team and carefully selected and edited in post-production, were released first. The first one is classically eternal, on the mist-covered lake. Under the ancient arch, Dong Fangzhuo, dressed in a black velvet Tom Ford suit, gazes affectionately at Su Wan, who lifts her veil. She wears a satin wedding dress by Vera Wang, bathed in golden morning light, her smile exquisite and her eyes sparkling. In the distance, the snow-capped peaks of the Alps create a perfect backdrop for the immortal couple. Chapter 277. The starting point of a new journey, the sunlight of the Aegean Sea, is completely different from the delicacy of Lake Como and the fashion of Milan. It is more intense, pure, and pours unreservedly onto the azure sea, igniting the vast blue waves into a glittering dance of gold. A private yacht quietly docks in a secluded bay, its white hull contrasting with the deep blue water, while distant white cottages create a picturesque scene. On the deck, Dong Fangzhuo reclines in a comfortable lounge chair, wearing sunglasses, letting the sun kiss his skin. Beside him, Su Wan is still asleep, breathing evenly, with a hint of sweetness unique to honeymooners at the corners of her mouth. The sea breeze is gentle, brushing against his cheeks, bringing a salty and free scent. The world seems to have pressed the mute button, leaving only the soothing rhythm of the waves lapping against the hull. In this ultimate tranquility and happiness, a profound and indescribable echo slowly ripples within his heart. His gaze does not focus on the beautiful scenery before him, but seems to penetrate time and space. Seeing the slender boy tirelessly practicing shooting against a wall on a dusty basketball court in a northern city. At that time, the dream was simple and fervent: to play football, to play well, and perhaps one day to wear the national team's jersey. Chapter 278. Refusal to settle. The summer sun scorches the grass of Appiano Gentile, the air slightly distorted in the heat wave, filled with the scent of grass, earth, and sweat. The Pintina training base welcomes its owners once again. The returning Inter Milan players, with varying skin tones and some relaxation on their faces after vacation, greet each other and exchange stories from their holidays. However, this relaxed atmosphere abruptly disappears the moment everyone steps into the familiar tactical meeting room, replaced by an invisible, stern tension. On the wall at the front of the meeting room hang 3 large, visually striking photos. In the center, after the Champions League final, the entire team surrounds the UEFA Champions League trophy, celebrating wildly at Allianz Arena, with Dong Fangzhuo raising his arm in a roar and Zanetti in tears. On the left, after winning the Serie A title, players toss Mourinho high into the air, with blue-black ribbons flying everywhere. These 2 photos silently narrate an unparalleled, record-setting perfect season of a double champion. The players gaze at these photos, their eyes reflecting pride and nostalgia. Some smile at the corners of their mouths, while others share knowing glances with teammates. Everything on the honor wall is the supreme glory they earned through their blood and sweat over the entire season. Chapter 279. FIFA virus and agreement, the preseason preparations at Pintina Base are in full swing, following the rigorous rhythm set by Mourinho. Physical conditioning, tactical drills, and high-intensity confrontations. Every drop of sweat is laying the foundation for the championship defense. However, a shadow that all European giants deeply despise is approaching as the new season calendar turns, the international match days. For Inter Milan, which is just crowned as double champions and boasts a lineup filled with national team players, the threat of the FIFA virus is particularly significant. South American players need to travel long distances, and European internationals must face crucial European Championship qualifiers. Meanwhile, the team's absolute core, Fangzhuo, faces a summons from the distant east as the call for the critical World Cup qualifiers in the Asian region is about to sound. This is destined to be a sensitive and complex issue. On one side is the club's grand championship defense, which has just gotten on track. On the other side is the national team's honor and responsibility, carrying the expectations of millions of citizens. As the focal point connecting these two ends, Fangzhuo's attitude and choice are crucial. This time, Fangzhuo and his management team did not passively wait. Before the international match day window officially opened, a three-party communication initiated by Fangzhuo quietly unfolded. Chapter 280. The first step towards title defense. The summer heat has not completely retreated, but the air of the Apennine Peninsula is already filled with a new, restless energy. The Serie A League, the sanctuary of Apennine football, has once again opened its doors. The kickoff of a new season is like the sound of a starting gun, announcing the beginning of another long competition lasting 10 months. For Inter Milan, the starting line of this season is completely different from any previous year. They are no longer challengers or pursuers, but the defending champions standing on the throne, waiting for all to come and challenge them. Outside the Miazza Stadium, a huge poster displays the glorious image of the entire team lifting 3 trophies. With a striking slogan below, La Storia Continua, the legend continues. In the opening match, they faced newly promoted Lecce at home. As per tradition, the Serie A champion trophy from the previous season is placed in the center of the field, shining under the spotlight. The entire Inter Milan team lines up, receiving a tribute from Lecce, as the thunderous applause and cheers of "We are the champions" resonate throughout the stadium. At this moment, glory is frozen. But it also means that past brilliance has now become history. New challenges have already begun from the moment the whistle blows. Chapter 281. The start of consecutive wins. Once the Serie A League train starts, it rushes forward along the predetermined track without allowing for a breather. The victory in the opening match is like the first stone thrown into a calm lake. The ripples quickly transforming into the powerful driving force propelling the blue giant of Inter Milan forward. In the following weeks, the schedule is packed and intense. Inter Milan travels to different stadiums, facing opponents with varying styles, some struggling to stay up, some mid-table teams eager to topple the champions, and others equally ambitious title challengers. However, regardless of the challenges faced, the stability and dominance displayed by the Blue-Black Army are astonishing. In the second round away match, facing the resilient defense and home momentum of Chievo, Inter Milan does not play spectacularly, and the game feels somewhat dull. However, the team's defensive system is as solid as a rock, giving the opponents no chance to capitalize. In the end, thanks to Fangzhuo seizing a not-so-great opportunity in the second half, he cleverly poked the ball into the net during a scramble in the penalty area, winning 1-0. An economical and practical victory, 3 points secured. In the third round, back at Miazza, they faced Genoa. The opponent attempts to disrupt Inter Milan's rhythm with high-intensity pressing and physical confrontations. However, the current Inter Milan has long since adapted to such intense challenges. Sneijder broke the deadlock with a precise free kick that went directly into the net, followed by Eto'o extending the lead with a close-range header from Macon's cross. The 2-0 victory was more commanding than the scoreline suggested. Chapter 282. The absence of the qualifiers, the final composition of the group of death, Group A, sounded like a thunderclap over the blue and black army. Inter Milan, Italy. Porto, Portugal. Paris Saint-Germain, France, and Dynamo Kiev, Ukraine. No match would be easy. Each one would be a tough battle. The first match was an away challenge against the ambitious Paris Saint-Germain, who had spent heavily in the summer to bolster their squad. Almost simultaneously, the final stage of the Asian World Cup qualifiers had also ignited. After a difficult journey, the Chinese team found itself in Group B alongside Japan, Australia, Iraq, and Oman. A group with no weak teams. The first match would see them host their old rival Iraq at the Workers' Stadium in Beijing. The opening matches of the two groups of death nearly overlapped in time, with their focus converging on one person, Dong Fangzhuo. In the office, at the Pintina base, a tense and efficient tripartite video conference was underway. On one end of the screen were Inter Milan's sporting director Ozilio and head coach Mourinho, while on the other end were the head coach and team leader of the Chinese national team, with Dong Fangzhuo and his agent participating as a core party. Chapter 283. The group of death is revealed in Nyon, Switzerland. The lights at UEFA headquarters focused once again on the crystal bowls that determined their fate. The draw ceremony for the group stage of the new season's Champions League always carries a unique magic, a mix of anticipation and anxiety. For Inter Milan, who had just been crowned European champions and were sweeping through Italy with unstoppable momentum, this night held special significance as they awaited their first challenger as defending champions. In a tactical meeting room at the Pintina base, the atmosphere was slightly different from any previous draw. There was less tension and more regal composure, but the focus remained undiminished. The players sat loosely, their eyes locked on the large projection screen. Mourinho sat in the front row, hands clasped under his chin, his gaze sharp as ever. First, as the defending champions, Inter Milan automatically fell into Pot 1, entering Group A. The host's voice came through the speakers. This meant they avoided other league champions, such as Barcelona and Manchester United, but everyone knew that the real test lay in the subsequent draws. One by one, names were drawn, determining the fates of various powerhouses. Groups B, C, and D began to emerge, showcasing strong matchups and clear divisions of strength. Chapter 284. The record approaches. The draw results for the group of death, Group A, felt like a bucket of ice water mixed with fire, pouring over the hearts of the entire Inter Milan team. The ice represented the extremely harsh qualification situation, while the fire was the heightened fighting spirit that had been ignited. Mourinho successfully transformed the immense external pressure into a powerful internal motivation to unite against a common enemy. This force did not lead the team to become conservative or distracted before the Champions League arrived. Instead, it catalyzed their even stronger performances in domestic competitions. The Serie A journey had become an unstoppable blue train accelerating forward. After a hard-fought victory over Parma, Inter Milan had achieved an astonishing 10 consecutive league wins, equaling the club's best winning streak in history, while in front of them loomed the illustrious names of Serie A history and the seemingly unattainable milestone of 17 consecutive wins, the longest in Serie A history. From the 11th league match onward, each game, regardless of the opponent's strength, seemed to carry a special significance beyond its three-point value. The media's angle of reporting underwent a subtle yet significant change, linking the league's consecutive wins with the Champions League's group of death in a remarkable way. Chapter 285. The shocking education in Paris. At the Parc des Princes in Paris, the Champions League night transformed into a boiling white sea. In the stands, the giant typho reading ICICST Paris, "This is Paris," unfolded like a battle flag, and the roaring chants of tens of thousands of fans created a palpable pressure that hit every visiting player on the field. The air was thick with ambition built on money and an urgent desire for a new dynasty. For the defending champions, Inter Milan, this stadium had never seemed so unfamiliar and powerful in its intimidation as it did tonight. As the Inter Milan players walked out of the tunnel, they felt a completely different atmosphere. The Paris Saint-Germain players across from them burned with not just fighting spirit, but also a strong confidence that they were no longer the same as before. Stars like Ibrahimovic, Thiago Silva, Pastore, and Lavezzi had names that shone brightly, backed by the staggering energy injected by the Qatari conglomerate, capable of shaking the very foundations of European football. Mourinho's pre-match strategy was extremely clear: play defensively on the road, focus on counter-attacking efficiency, and exploit the spaces left by the opponent's aggressive play. The strategy was correct, but the challenges faced during execution far exceeded expectations. Chapter 286. The dilemma at the Dragons Stadium, Portugal, Porto, Estádio do Dragão. Its name carries a primitive, heart-pounding intimidation. As Inter Milan's bus slowly approached, what could be felt was a deep and wild power, starkly different from the luxurious modernity of the Parc des Princes. The stands were already covered in blue and white stripes, as Porto fans transformed the place into a true fortress of football with their continuous, oppressive singing and drumming. For José Mourinho, This was the starting point of his glorious coaching career, a place filled with honors and memories. But tonight, he was the head coach of the visiting team, tasked with leading the defending champions to victory from here. Before the match, Mourinho repeatedly emphasized the terrifying aspects of Porto. They were not just skilled, their tactical discipline was ingrained in their bones. They would wear us down with constant running and passing. Their defensive organization was extremely tight, and he paused for emphasis. Their little tricks and ability to pressure referees were among the best in Europe. Here, you must maintain 120 focus, with not a single second of laxity allowed. Chapter 287. The defeat in Tokyo, the cold wave of early winter, seemed to simultaneously invade both ends of the Eurasian continent. On one side was the increasingly cold weather in Milan, while on the other, the atmosphere at the National Stadium in Tokyo was filled with a chilling sense of despair for Chinese football. In the second round of the World Cup Asian Qualifiers Group B, the Chinese team faced off against the Asian powerhouse Japan away. Meanwhile, in Milan, the Miazza Stadium was busy preparing for another crucial battle in the Champions League group of Death Group G, the second leg of back-to-back matches, where Inter Milan would host the Portuguese powerhouse Porto. These two crucial matches nearly overlapped in time, once again placing Fangzhuo at the center of the storm. Based on the selectively agreed participation protocol reached earlier, and after another round of more intense, even contentious tripartite discussions between the Chinese Football Association, Inter Milan Club, and Fangzhuo's team, a very difficult, even risky decision was ultimately made. Fangzhuo would stay with the team during this international match day, fully preparing for the crucial Champions League match against Porto, and would miss the away match against Japan in the qualifiers. The reason is cruel and realistic. Playing at home against Porto is a 6-point match for advancing in the Champions League group stage. Winning gives us absolute control, while losing or drawing may force us into a desperate situation. The competitive pressure, economic value, Champions League bonuses, and broadcasting revenue, and strategic importance of the club are prioritized in the assessment. Under immense pressure, the Football Association ultimately compromised, hoping the team could create a miracle in Tokyo, or at least secure a draw. Chapter 288. Back-to-back, the chill from a 0-2 loss in Tokyo has not completely faded from the back of Chinese football. And another, even colder, sense of crisis looms like the dense fog of early winter over the Apennine Peninsula, enveloping the Pintina training base. In the Champions League group of death, Group G standings show Inter Milan with 2 draws and only 2 points, ranking third, trailing Paris Saint-Germain and barely ahead of Porto. In the next round, the home match against Porto is no longer just an ordinary Champions League group match, but a true life-and-death battle. A loss or even a draw could almost guarantee our ticket to the Europa League. Mourinho's opening remarks at the tactical meeting were brutal and direct, like a dagger piercing each player's heart. The large screen in the conference room repeatedly played clips of the 1-1 draw at the Estadio do Dragão, especially the controversial penalty and Fangzhuo hitting the post. Porto stole a point from us, and now they want to come to our home and steal our hope of advancing. Do you accept that? No. A roar of anger and defiance erupted in the locker room. The external pressure from the loss in Tokyo and the precarious situation in the Champions League turned into a blazing fire of unity against a common enemy. Chapter 289. 20 consecutive wins. The fierce battles in the Champions League group of death have momentarily subsided. On the standings, Paris Saint-Germain, 2 wins, 1 draw, leads with 7 points. Inter Milan, 1 win, 2 draws, closely follows with 5 points. Porto, 2 draws, 1 loss, struggles with 2 points. And Dynamo Kiev, 1 draw, 2 losses, sits at the bottom with 1 point. For Inter Milan, the 3 points from defeating Porto at home were like a long-awaited rain, pulling them back from the edge of the cliff into a safe zone, but it was far from time to relax. However, the pitch is like a battlefield, with no moment to breathe. Just out of the life-and-death struggle of the Champions League, Inter Milan, like a giant ship, unhesitatingly sailed at full speed into the turbulent waters of the Serie A League, astonishingly pushing their winning streak to an unprecedented, near-mythical height. Starting from the 14th round, each Serie A match became a coronation step for Inter Milan towards the historical temple. Regardless of whether the opponent was a strong contender for European competition spots or a team fighting for relegation, they could not halt the determined and ruthless march of this blue-black army. In the 15th round, they faced the Blue Eagles, Lazio, away from home. The atmosphere at the Olympic Stadium did not intimidate Inter Milan. They easily won 3-1 thanks to Eto'o's brace. Chapter 290. After the record, the jubilant cheers at the Miazza Stadium and the dazzling aura of the 20 consecutive wins, like the most brilliant fireworks of summer, ultimately returned to the silence of the night sky after their peak. The record has been set, history has been written, but the cruel laws of the football world have never changed. It never allows anyone to linger too long on past achievements. After glory, there often comes the coldest touch of reality. In the 21st round of Serie A, Inter Milan traveled to face Udinese, a team fighting for relegation. The atmosphere at the Friuli Stadium was completely different from the reverent worship at the Miazza. It was filled with a wildness of fighting for survival and a restlessness of trying to slay the king to elevate their own status. Perhaps the opponent had thoroughly studied Inter Milan's tactics, or perhaps there was an inevitable slackening of spirit and stamina after creating history, or simply bad luck. In this match, Inter Milan stringo remarkably. The previously fluid coordination became awkward, and their once solid defense showed rare vulnerabilities. In the 17th minute, Udinese capitalized on a non-clear chance from a cross, with their striker heading the ball past Ranocchia to score. Chapter 291. Taming the Australian kangaroo. As the airplane door opened, a wave of cold and unfamiliar air rushed in. Fangzhuo stepped onto the ground of Kyiv Boryspil International Airport in Ukraine and immediately opened his phone. A series of message alert sounds rang out, like his suddenly racing heartbeat. He had missed the team's Champions League campaign in Eastern Europe, and according to the increasingly heavy agreement, he should have been preparing with the national team. But he still felt deeply concerned about the Miazza, about the pitch where he was creating history. The messages were from teammates and his agent. The away game ended 0-0. The artificial turf and weather in Kyiv were truly a nightmare. Almost fell. A text from Maikon expressed relief from a close call. We barely took 1 point. Mr. Firepower Dong. Snyder's message was short yet meaningful. Then came a message that almost took Dong Fangzhuo's breath away from his agent. Stunning upset. Paris lost 0-1 to Porto away. The group stage situation is completely chaotic. The next home match against Paris will be a true life-and-death battle. The standings instantly flashed in his mind. Paris Saint-Germain. 3 matches, 2 wins, 1 loss, 6 points. Chapter 292. A turn of events. The smoke of the national team had not yet completely dissipated from his lungs when Dong Fangzhuo hurried back to Milan. The exhilaration from the 2 consecutive wins in the qualifying rounds still lingered, but a more urgent and severe challenge loomed like the sword of Damocles, hanging over the Miazza. In the penultimate round of the Champions League group stage, they faced Paris Saint-Germain at home. This was undoubtedly a real final, which would greatly determine who could break out of this group of death. The atmosphere at the Pintina base was so tense, it could almost be wrung out for water. Mourinho repeatedly sketched out Paris's attacking arrows on the tactical board, especially the defensive strategy against Zlatan. We must contain Zlatan, cut off his connections with Mata and Pastore. But at the same time, we cannot neglect their wing assaults. His voice was hoarse yet powerful. Attack. We must seize the gaps after they push forward. Be efficient. Be lethal. Before the match, the Miazza was enveloped in an almost tragic fervor. The fans knew the significance of this match. They turned the stadium into an impregnable fortress with their loudest songs and most imposing tifos, vowing to protect the team's hope of advancing. Chapter 293. The final battle at Miazza in the last round of the Champions League group stage. It felt like the last card in the hands of the goddess of fate, the most ambiguous one. In Group A, the fates of 3 teams intertwined, hanging by a thread. For Inter Milan, the situation was simple yet cruel. They must defeat the already unambitious Dynamo Kyiv at home. As long as Inter Milan wins, they will secure advancement. If they draw, they will have to see if Paris and Porto can determine a winner. The worst-case scenario, if they draw, would place Inter Milan 3rd in the group. The atmosphere at the Miazza Stadium has never been so complex. There was both the determination of fighting for survival and the anxiety of fate hanging in others' hands. A giant tifo in the stands depicted a warrior holding a sword, standing on top of a giant dragon, elements of the Kyiv team emblem. But all the fans' eyes occasionally glanced at the big screen, eagerly awaiting the live score from the Parc des Princes in Paris. The match began in a strange yet tense atmosphere. Inter Milan launched a tidal wave of attacks on the goal of Dynamo Kyiv from the very first minute. They needed to score quickly and as many goals as possible to secure an advantage in goal difference. Although Dynamo Kyiv had no chance of advancing, as a strong Eastern European team, they displayed remarkable professionalism and fighting spirit, refusing to give up easily. Chapter 294, Steady Steps. The tumult of the Champions League death group finally settled, and Inter Milan, who had narrowly escaped from the edge of the cliff, seemed to have undergone a limit-testing tempering of both spirit and physical endurance. When they refocused on the league stage of the Apennine Peninsula, an unprecedented calmness began to permeate the team. The record-breaking 20 consecutive wins that they chased and eventually achieved, followed by an abrupt halt, seemed to have lifted a heavy psychological burden that required constant proof of themselves. The dramatic reversal of fate in the final moments of the Champions League group stage allowed them to understand more deeply that the essence of football is not always about pursuing glamorous dominance, but rather maintaining strong control and stable scoring efficiency throughout a long season. Thus, on the Serie A stage, people witnessed an Inter Milan that was drastically different in temperament from the winning streak period, yet equally despairing. They no longer sought overwhelming victories in every match, nor were they obsessed with destroying opponents with storm-like attacks. Instead, they exhibited a calm demeanor and achieved economical victories. In round 22, they faced the desperate Lazio away. The opponents, leveraging their home advantage, played extremely tenaciously. Inter Milan dominated possession throughout the match but failed to create absolute chances, ultimately winning 1-0 thanks to a clever poke shot by Fangzhuo, seizing a not-so-opportune opportunity. A typical economical 3 points. Chapter 295. The art of rotation. The lead in the Serie A League had become a chasm, with the championship trophy almost within reach. After the thrilling advancement in the Champions League, the smoke of the knockout stage had yet to settle. At this point in the season, for Inter Milan, who aimed to compete for titles on multiple fronts, the greatest enemy was no longer the opponents on the standings, but rather physical limits and the curse of injuries. Against this backdrop, Jose Mourinho, hailed as a tactical master and one who understands management philosophy, began to showcase another aspect of his coaching art, the art of rotation. At the Pintina training ground, the line between starters and substitutes began to blur. Mourinho boldly included substitutes and rotation players such as Stankovic, Pandev, Mariga, Cordoba, and Chivu in the starting lineup, even calling up promising young player Santon from the youth team for assessment. Initially, the media and some fans expressed concern. The Milan Sports Daily questioned, would such a large-scale rotation disrupt the team's good rhythm and provide an opportunity for pursuers? However, Mourinho responded with results. In round 28, away against mid-table team Cagliari, a nearly entirely substitute starting lineup, led by Stankovic, played diligently and won 1-0 thanks to a goal from Pandev. Chapter 296. Victory in the National Derby. Returning to Milan after the exhilarating yet exhausting victory over Japan with the national team, Fangzhuo felt a palpable tension in the air at the Pintina base, starkly different from the relaxed atmosphere during the league's garbage time. All the ease and rotation had come to an end, with everyone's focus on a match that required no motivation, the Italian National Derby away against Juventus. Despite having a significant lead in the league, the significance of this match transcended the points themselves. It was a battle of dignity, a direct confrontation with a bitter rival, and a golden opportunity to crush the opponent's psychological defenses. The Allianz Stadium would gather the attention of the Italian and even global football community. In the final tactical meeting before the match, Mourinho's tone was as stern as the winter in Turin. Gentlemen, forget the standings. In Turin, there is only one war. Juventus will treat this match as a final. They would do everything they can to stop us and humiliate us. Our response must be one, with victory. Show them who the true king of Italy is. Completely extinguish that pitiful spark in their hearts. Inside the locker room, the fighting spirit was boiling. Veterans like Zanetti, Cambiaso, and Materazzi had sharp eyes, fully aware of the importance of such a match, while core players like Fangzhuo and Sneijder were eager to prove themselves on the biggest stage. Chapter 297. A narrow victory at the Rose Garden. The smoke and passion of the Turin National Derby had not yet fully settled in their veins when the entire Inter Milan team headed south to Spain, basking in the warm sun and gentle sea breeze of Malaga. However, this beautiful city by the Mediterranean did not greet them with a vacation-like comfort, but rather the pervasive tension and hostility unique to the Champions League knockout stage. La Rosalita Stadium, not particularly grand, but with an extremely vibrant atmosphere, was about to host one of the most important matches in its club's history. Before the match, nearly all opinions favored the reigning champions, who had more strength and experience. However, Mourinho extinguished any potential feelings of complacency during the tactical meeting. "Forget who they are as dark horses," Mourinho said, tapping the tactical board covered with analysis reports on Malaga's key players Isco, Joaquin, and Baptista. "Look at who their coach is. Manuel Pellegrini, an extremely clever and tactically astute coach. Look at how they play. Possession, patience, teamwork." Their top finish in the group stage ahead of AC Milan was no fluke. Chapter 298. Smooth advancement with a valuable away victory and a golden away goal brought back from La Rosalita. The entire Inter Milan team returned to the familiar Miazza with a calm and confident demeanor. 2 weeks was enough time for the blueprint of advancement to be repeatedly sketched in the hearts of the blue-black supporters. And the significant strategic advantage made the stadium exude a sense of relaxed anticipation for victory on match night, rather than the tension of a do-or-die battle. In the final tactical meeting before the match, Mourinho's tone remained serious, but the content shifted from strategic caution to tactical execution. "Gentlemen, we have the advantage. But an advantage does not equal victory. In 90 minutes or longer, anything can happen. Pellegrini will not sit idly by. He will definitely make adjustments to try to disrupt our rhythm. What we need to do is control. Control possession, control the tempo, control our emotions. Let them run, let them panic. When opportunities arise, be as lethal as a viper." The players understood. For this reigning champion, who had experienced too many big moments, how to convert an advantage into a final victory had become an almost instinctual knowledge. The Miazza Stadium was packed to capacity. The giant blue-black banners slowly moved in the stands as fans sang songs of support for the team, creating a powerful and warm home atmosphere. As Malaga stepped onto the field, facing tens of thousands of eyes eager for advancement, the psychological pressure they bore was far greater than 2 weeks ago in their own Rose Garden. Chapter 299. The stage for youngsters. The joy of smoothly advancing to the quarterfinals of the Champions League had not yet dissipated when the schedule pulled Inter Milan into another critical battle on a different front, the second leg of the Coppa Italia semifinals. In the first leg, thanks to the performance of the main lineup, Inter Milan had secured a certain lead. However, faced with a tight schedule and the upcoming fierce battle in the Champions League quarterfinals, Mourinho made a bold and decisive decision. In the starting lineup announced before the match, people saw an almost completely unfamiliar Inter Milan. Goalkeeper, Viviano. Defenders, Santon, Calderola, Rivas, Donati. Midfielders, Obi, Cressida, Coutinho. Forwards, Biabiani, Destro, Alibek. This was a completely makeshift lineup of substitutes and youth players, with an average age likely below 22. Upon the news, media and fans were in an uproar. The Gazzetta dello Sport questioned, "Mourinho's gamble? Abandoning the Coppa Italia?" Tuttosport, with a hint of mockery, suggested, "The Nerazzurri have come to view cup competitions as insignificant." Preparing for a strategic abandonment? Even the opponents, presumably strong teams like Roma or Napoli, felt somewhat underestimated, stating before the match that they would show Inter Milan's kids a thing or two. Chapter 300. The stifling battle at Miazza, as the surprise and praise brought by the youth storm in the Coppa Italia semifinals had yet to fully settle. The Miazza Stadium welcomed another completely different and more powerful youth storm under Jurgen Klopp's Borussia Dortmund. The pre-match media hype of experience versus youth was presented in the most direct way in the first minute of the match. From the moment the whistle blew, Dortmund, true to its nickname of the Yellow Wall, launched a frantic, relentless high pressing against Inter Milan's ball-holding players. Young figures like Gatza, Reyes, and Blasizikowski, Kuba, acted like an unending engine, constantly sprinting, intercepting, and pressing in Inter Milan's half. Their defense was not passively waiting but proactively aggressive, aiming to regain possession at the first opportunity and quickly launch counterattacks. This unprecedented high-intensity, high-tempo pressing made even the experienced Inter Milan players extremely uncomfortable. Cambiasso and Sneijder found it difficult to comfortably organize play in midfield, as passing lanes were severely limited and anticipated. The defensive line of Lucio and Samuel was frequently forced to make long clearances, but the ball often quickly returned to their own half. Chapter 301. The collapse at Westfalen Dortmund, Westfalen Stadium. As Inter Milan's bus slowly approached, one could feel a raw, violent energy that was completely different from that at Miazza. The yellow wall of the south stand, Yellow Wall, resembled a massive, boiling, living entity, with over 25,000 fans chanting, jumping, and drumming in perfect unison, creating a terrifying sound wave that seemed to want to swallow the visiting team whole. The 0-0 score from the first leg felt like a cold shackle locking Inter Milan's options. They had to score, they had to win, or at least achieve a scoring draw. Their opponents, the Yellow Wall, led by Jurgen Klopp, had the ideal situation. They could patiently wait and punish any opponents daring to push forward with their quick counters and high pressing. Mourinho's pre-match deployment was filled with risk. We cannot wait to die here. We must attack, but be smart. Watch out for their counters, especially the speed of Götze and Reyes. Defensive line, remain highly vigilant. However, the theoretical deployment appeared so pale in the face of reality at Westfalen. Chapter 302. The early crowning, the sting and bitterness from the defeat at Westfalen Stadium permeated every Inter Milan player's bones like the cold rain of North Rhine-Westphalia. The sense of defeat from the shattered dream of defending the Champions League lingered heavily on the flight back to Milan, silent and weighty. However, the world of football never gives one a long time to lick their wounds. Just a few days later, the drums of Serie A once again sounded. For Inter Milan, who had just suffered a heavy blow, the league arena suddenly transformed from a leisurely stroll into a place of healing, self-proving, and ensuring at least one significant championship for the season. Mourinho's voice on the training ground was colder than ever. The Champions League is over. Forget it. But now is not the time to be downcast. We still have a championship to win. A championship that we have fought for all season, earned through victory after victory. Now go and take it back with dignity. Wash away the taste of defeat with victory. The players were ignited by the coach's words, transforming their disappointment and resentment from the Champions League exit into energy for the final sprint for the league title. In round 33, they faced the struggling Lazio away. Inter Milan showcased an incredible resilience, with Fangzhuo, Milito, and Ito each scoring a goal, achieving a clean 3-0 victory. Chapter 303. The unexpected crown, the celebratory ribbons from the early crowning of the Serie A title had not yet been completely cleared away when Miazza Stadium welcomed the last match of the season. The Coppa Italia final, which had not initially been expected to hold much promise. The opponent was the equally strong Roma. However, unlike Inter Milan's full-strength lineup in the league finale, Mourinho made another surprising decision. In the starting lineup for the final, people still saw the same squad that created miracles in the semifinals, dominated by substitutes and young players. Viviano, Santon, Calderola, Rivas, Donati, Obi, Cressida, Coutinho, Biabini, Destro, Ali Beck. Media and fans had much to say about this. Some believed it showed disdain for the cup and the opponent, a huge risk. Others felt it was Mourinho's ultimate trust and development of young players. Before the match, in the locker room, Mourinho faced this group of young players whose eyes were mixed with nervousness, excitement, and desire, and his mobilization was short and powerful. Remember the semifinals? Remember that feeling. Now, the stage is bigger, the lights are brighter. Many outside think we are just here to go through the motions, that the championship rightfully belongs to the big names. But I tell you, on the football field, nothing is taken for granted. The opportunity is at your feet. With your runs, your sweat, tell the whole world your names. Go and snatch that trophy back for me. Chapter 304. Season summary. The summer sun in Milan shone brilliantly on the grass of the Pintina training base. But it could not dispel the complex emotions that lingered in the air after a fierce season ended. All the noise, struggle, ecstasy, and disappointment had returned to calm with the final whistle. At this moment, it was time for summary and reflection. In the honor display room of Inter Milan, two heavy trophies quietly added: the Serie A Champion Trophy, Scudetto, and the Coppa Italia Champion Trophy, Coppa Italia. The double crown is a success that most clubs would dream of having in a season. In the league, they set an astonishing record of 20 consecutive victories, crowned early with undisputed dominance, leaving their competitors far behind. In the Coppa Italia, a squad mainly composed of substitutes and young players fought valiantly, overcoming challenges along the way, and ultimately defeated a strong opponent in the final, lifting this unexpected yet sweet crown. Most media season summaries were filled with praise. The Gazzetta dello Sport's front page headline read, "Double Crown. The Nerazzurri dynasty continues," with unparalleled dominance in domestic competitions. Chapter 305. The results of the World Cup qualifiers. The season's summary meeting at the Paintina base concluded. The lockers in the locker room gradually emptied, and the once boisterous Miatsa Stadium temporarily returned to tranquility. Fort Dongfangzhuo. After experiencing a complex season intertwined with the bitterness of Champions League defeat and the glory of winning 2 championships, he can finally take off the blue and black jersey temporarily and embark on his journey back to his homeland. This time, he is not burdened with urgent match tasks, but is truly on a vacation to relax and adjust. Outside the airplane window is a vast sea of clouds, and Dongfangzhuo's mood is rare and relaxed. The fatigue of the season needs to be eased, and more importantly, he and his fiancée, Su Wan, have already planned to use this holiday to work on an important matter, establishing their own independent brand. Upon returning to the country, he inevitably faces another round of media pursuit and short commercial activities. But soon, Dongfangzhuo and Su Wan locked themselves in a quiet studio. The table was covered with design sketches, market research reports, and supply chain information. "I have thought of a brand name," Su Wan said, pulling out a tablet, with several meticulously designed Chinese and English logo options displayed on the screen. DZHUO, which not only incorporates her name, but also symbolizes excellence. The positioning is a high-end sports leisure series, blending Eastern aesthetics with modern technology. Chapter 306. Club adjustments. The rhythm of summer in Milan is relaxed, but in the Paintina base office, it is far from vacation time. The dust of the season has settled, but the work to construct the blueprint for the next season has already begun in full swing. After briefly returning home to handle personal matters and enjoying time with his family and fiancée, Su Wan, Dongfangzhuo returned to Milan early. He has an important topic to discuss openly with head coach Jose Mourinho. In Mourinho's office, adorned with tactical boards and filled with match videos, the two sit opposite each other. The atmosphere is not tense, but filled with mutual respect and pragmatism between a professional player and a distinguished coach. "Jose," Dongfangzhuo stated directly, his tone sincere, "this summer, I have had in-depth discussions with the national team and my own team. Next year is the World Cup, which is significant for me and my country. I hope, and I must be in the best physical and competitive condition in Brazil." He paused for a moment, observing Mourinho's expression, who was listening intently, and gestured for him to continue. "This means that in the new season, I may need to allocate my physical energy more scientifically and reasonably. I hope to work with you and the medical and fitness teams to develop a more refined plan. Perhaps in some less critical matches, or when the team situation is already determined, I can accept rotation or being substituted early to rest." He articulated his core demand, which requires sacrificing part of his playing time and statistics in club matches. Chapter 307. New goal. Summer in Milan is scorching, but the Paintina base has resumed its usual rhythm. The clamor of the season has faded, but true professional players understand that both glory and regrets belong to the past. And the secret to maintaining peak performance lies in relentless effort and a clear gaze toward the next summit. For Dongfangzhuo, the goal for this offseason has never been so clear and personal. His candid communication with Mourinho lifted a psychological burden, allowing him to focus more on planning his future. His goals are no longer vague aspirations to maintain form or pursue honors, but two extremely specific and interrelated coordinates. 1. At Inter Milan, continue to maintain top competitive levels and help the team remain competitive on all fronts. 2. Ensure that next summer, he steps onto the World Cup stage in Brazil in absolute peak physical and competitive condition, representing China to achieve a historic breakthrough. These two goals complement each other, but also contain inherent tension. How to allocate energy reasonably amidst a busy club schedule and avoid excessive depletion has become the core issue he faces. He is no longer the young player who only needs to sprint ahead. He needs to evolve into a wiser, more resourceful top athlete and career manager. Chapter 308. Prelude to a new era. In July, Milan is scorching hot, and the grass at the Appiano Gentile training base is slightly steaming in the heat. For Inter Milan, this summer's preparation period is filled with a subtle yet tense atmosphere, a sign of the profound changes that are about to come. This is the third year of Jose Mourinho's return to Miazza. The two Serie A championship trophies have established his authority and provided him with the absolute capital to implement a necessary yet ruthless roster revolution that has long been brewing in his mind. The veteran players have earned their glory, but time is unforgiving, The barriers on the European stage clearly remind that if the team wants to truly compete with top clubs, it must inject new vitality, speed, and hunger. Dong Fangzhuo arrived at the training ground early. This is his third season with the Blue and Black Army. He has gradually grown from a Chinese lightning bolt, needing to prove himself into a key figure in the team's locker room, an indispensable core on Mourinho's tactical board. He greeted the staff skillfully and conducted a well-organized warm-up, but his keen eyes also caught the unusual atmosphere in the locker room. Captain Zanetti remained calm, but there was a hint of contemplation in his brows. Cambiasso and Melito's whispers lacked the usual relaxation. They all understood that in Mourinho's team, there is no such thing as complacency. Chapter 309, Summer Transfer Storm. Major signings begin in July. The air in the city of Milan seems to be heated to a boil by the undercurrents of the transfer market and the scorching sun. Inter Milan fans refresh the news daily, with anxiety and anticipation intertwining. They can feel that the club is brewing a storm, one that could shake the Apennine Peninsula and even the entire European football scene. Finally, on a particularly glaring Tuesday morning, Inter Milan's official social media account unusually erupted in a near-celebratory flurry of posts. 3 announcements, like deep-water bombs, detonated the quiet transfer market that had been silent for days. The first one, we are pleased to announce that the club has permanently signed midfielder Marouane Fellaini from Manchester United. The Belgian international is known for his powerful physical presence and unparalleled aerial ability. His addition will greatly enhance the team's midfield toughness and defensive interception capabilities. Welcome Fellaini. Inter is coming. The accompanying image shows Fellaini sporting his signature afro, wearing the blue and black striped shirt and holding a scarf with his name on it, smiling shyly yet powerfully in front of the backdrop of the Pintina training base. The comment section erupted among the Nerazzurri fans. We need a tough guy like this. Mourinho has finally found his new Matic. The midfield barrier is here. Chapter 310, Farewell to Veterans. The finale of an era. The excitement and noise brought by new signings have not completely subsided. Yet the Appiano Gentile training base must welcome a day that is destined to be heavy and sorrowful. The wave of change surges forth, and while pushing fresh blood ashore, it inevitably pulls some former cornerstones into the deep blue sea of memories. The club officially and solemnly announced that it would mark the end of an era with a formal farewell ceremony for Dejan Stankovic, Walter Samuel, and a group of veterans who have contributed significantly to Inter Milan's recent glory. Upon hearing the news, an indescribable, complex emotion enveloped the Nerazzurri world. People cheered for the arrival of a new era, but could not hide their deep sorrow in parting with old heroes. The ceremony was held at the Miazza Stadium, a sacred place that has witnessed countless sweat, tears, and peak glory from these veterans. Without the noise of a match, the stands were filled with fans who had come to bid farewell spontaneously. A huge tifo slowly unfolded, featuring a classic image of Stankovic celebrating in anger and Samuel's ironclad defense, with a simple yet heavy caption, Grazie di cor legenda, heartfelt thanks. Legends. Chapter 311, The Opportunity for the Young Squad. Training camp begins. The bittersweet echoes of Stankovic and other heroes bidding farewell had not yet fully dissipated at Appiano Gentile when a new, raw, and restless energy began to infuse the training ground. The preseason training officially kicked off, and this time it was significantly different from previous years. Mourinho's determination for reform is reflected not only in the heavyweight signings, but also in his deep exploration of the team's future. The club officially announced that up to 8 top young talents from the reserve team will be called up to join the first team for the entire preseason training. This was not just a formality. It was a crucial part of Mourinho's evolution plan. He needed fresh blood, hungry ambition, and the purest spirit of Interismo from the youth academy to stimulate and supplement the first-team roster. As soon as the news broke, it caused a seismic effect within Inter's youth academy. Being singled out by the madman meant a shortcut to the top stage was unfolding before them. The young players were excited, nervous, and eager to showcase their skills, knowing that this might be an opportunity to change the course of their lives. On the first day of training, the morning air still carried a hint of coolness, but the training base was already buzzing. The familiar faces of the first team, centered around Dong Fangzhuo, Zanetti, and Cambiasso, along with new signings like Bale, Fellaini, and Kaká, arrived one after another, looking calm and focused, displaying the usual concentration of professional players. Chapter 312, Warm-Up Match. The first test of new tactics, the sweat and shouts of the preseason training still lingered in the air at Appiano Gentile, when Inter Milan welcomed the first warm-up match to test their training results. The opponent was the strong team BSC Young Boys from the Swiss Super League. Choosing a solid yet not top-tier team was clearly Mourinho's intention, to ensure victory, to build confidence while fully exposing issues, providing the most authentic testing ground for the new tactics. In the pre-match locker room, the atmosphere was different from the usual league preparations. There was less of a smoky scent and more of an exploratory anticipation. Mourinho stood in front of the tactical board, his sharp gaze sweeping over each player. "Gentlemen," he began, his voice steady and powerful. "Over the past few weeks, we've sweated, faced criticism, and learned new things. Now it's time to see how well we've trained." The tactical board clearly displayed a 4-2-3-1 formation. This was a signal, a clear indication of change. Compared to last season's more balanced and defensive formation, the 4-2-3-1 was evidently more aggressive, demanding higher requirements for wing assaults and midfield connections. Chapter 313, Warm-Up Match. The refinement of new tactics, the joy of a big win in the first match did not linger too long at Appiano Gentile, as Mourinho quickly shifted the team's focus to the next match, which was also the most significant test of the preseason, hosting the strong French team Marseille at the Miazza. Unlike the first opponent, Marseille had a tough style and strict tactical discipline, and they were also in the sprint phase of their preparation for the new season, making them unlikely to go down easily. This was precisely what Mourinho wanted. He needed a real whetstone to refine his new tactics and expose deeper issues. At the pre-match press conference, Mourinho's tone was noticeably serious. "BSC Young Boys showed us the possibilities in attack, but Marseille is another level of opponent. They will put us under immense pressure. This will be a very good test for our defensive organization and our ability to execute tactics in difficult situations." In the locker room, the atmosphere was equally serious. Mourinho reiterated the detailed requirements of the 4-2-3-1 system on both offensive and defensive ends, particularly pointing out the looseness exposed in the transition from defense to attack in the last match. Against a team like Marseille, you don't get 2 or 3 seconds on the ball, you get 1. Make the right decision. Fast. Chapter 314, Warm-Up Match. A display of speed and strength. The refinement from the match against Marseille had not yet faded when Inter Milan's preseason warm-up journey welcomed another highly talked-about opponent, Tottenham Hotspur from the Premier League. This was not just an ordinary friendly match. It was also Gareth Bale's battle against his former club. The media had already focused on the Welshman, dramatizing the return of the Prince, which added an extra layer of excitement and anticipation in the air at the Miazza. Before the match, Mourinho's deployment in the locker room was concise and stirring. "Gentlemen, forget about the struggles of the last match. Today, I want to see something different." His gaze was sharp. "Tottenham will try to control the tempo. They will come at us. That's exactly what we want." He slapped the tactical board hard. "Remember what our weapons are? Speed, strength, counterattacks." "Gareth," he looked at Bale, "you don't need to be polite against your old friends. Show them that you are stronger now than when you left." "Moraine," he turned to Fellaini, "the midfield is your domain. Go dominate it. Crush their passing lines. Zong, Schneider, Ricardo. Once we regain possession, I want to see you pierce through them like lightning." Chapter 315, Trofeo Berlusconi. A test of new and old integration, the last and most significant warm-up of the preseason, which could ignite the city's passion, arrived as expected. The Trofeo Berlusconi, or TIM Cup triangular tournament, but the plot can be adjusted to a more combative traditional derby warm-up match. The opponent was the city rivals, AC Milan. This was far from an ordinary warm-up match, the air at the Miazza Stadium, shared by both Milan clubs. But this time Inter was the home team, was already filled with the scent of battle. For Inter Milan's new signings and young players, this would be a crucial lesson in their careers, experiencing the true intensity of the Milan derby. In the pre-match locker room, the atmosphere was starkly different from the previous warm-up matches. The expressions of the veteran players reflected the usual pre-derby tension. Zanetti silently wrapped his bandages. Cambiaso's gaze was sharp like an eagle, and even the usually gentle Milito wore no smile. They needed no words. Every inch of their muscles was ready for this battle. Mourinho's voice was low and powerful. "Gentlemen, welcome to the true festival of Milan. Forget the previous scores. Forget that this is a warm-up match. Here, only one result is acceptable: victory." Chapter 316, Finalizing the tactical board with the smoke of the Trofeo Berlusconi dissipated, the noise of preseason preparations gradually settled. The Appiano Gentile training base did not relax because of this. Instead, it entered a deeper, more intense rhythm concerning the destiny of the season. All the warm-up matches, all the experiments, all the successes and exposed problems ultimately converge into one point, the ultimate tactical blueprint for the new season of Inter Milan. In the coach's meeting room, the atmosphere is so tense that it could almost squeeze water out. Heavy curtains block out external light, leaving only the glow of the projector flickering in the darkness, illuminating the serious faces of Mourinho and his core coaching team. Assistant coach Giuseppe Barisi, fitness coach Rui Faria, goalkeeper coach Silvino, and the analysts. Thick tactical notes, data reports, and screenshots of match videos are scattered across the table. Every key moment from the warm-up matches over the past few weeks has been replayed, analyzed, and debated. What do we see against Marseille? Mourinho's voice echoes in the room as he manipulates the remote, freezing the frame on a critical interception by Fellaini, showing how the front player's slow response led to the counterattack being thwarted. Defensive solidity, Fellaini is key, but in transitioning from defense to attack, we are like a loose sand. Not enough speed, poor choices. Chapter 317. The league kickoff and the declaration of 5 consecutive wins in August, the Apennines are scorching under the sun. Yet it pales in comparison to the fervor of the blue and black colors inside the Miazza Stadium. The curtain for the new Serie A season slowly rises amidst this almost boiling atmosphere filled with desire and expectation. For all Inter Milan fans, this is not just an ordinary opening match, it is a grand product launch. The turbulent transformations of the entire summer transfer window, the sweat and debates from arduous preparations will be subject to the most rigorous inspection within 90 minutes. The opponent is the formidable Fiorentina, a team equally eager to make an impact in the new season. But this does not dampen the home crowd's enthusiasm at Miazza. In the stands, a giant blue and black tifo slowly unfolds, depicting the awakening of a lion, accompanied by striking words, La Nuova Era, the new era. The fan singing is deafening as they chant the names of every new hero, Bale, Kaká, Fellaini, and of course their core, Don Fangzhuo. In the pre-match dressing room, Mourinho completes his final deployment. Without too many words, his eagle-like gaze sweeps across every face, from the composed Zanetti and Cambiasso to the eager Bale and Kaká, and to the rock-solid Fellaini, finally landing on the calm, yet intense Don Fangzhuo. Chapter 318. Champions League draw. A favorable draw and new goals. The ecstasy of 5 consecutive wins in Serie A has not yet faded when the focus of European football quickly shifts to the Grimaldi Forum in Monaco. The upcoming Champions League group stage draw will determine the first leg of Inter Milan's journey after returning to the Champions League. For the blue and black army aiming to restore their glory, this is undoubtedly a crucial part of the new season's strategic landscape. In the meeting room at the Pintina training base, the atmosphere is slightly relaxed. The coaching staff, management representatives, and players without training tasks gather in front of a giant screen, with coffee cups and snacks scattered on the table. The perfect start to the league season serves as a booster, instilling a sense of calm and confidence in everyone. Even the usually serious Mourinho has a barely perceptible curve at the corner of his mouth. "Come on, let's see who we will face," smiled sporting director Azeglio. Breaking the silence. On the screen, the draw guest's hand stirs in the glass bowl, pulling out familiar and unfamiliar club names one by one, dropping them into their respective groups. Group A, Group B, and the dreaded Group C appear, eliciting murmurs and sighs of relief in the meeting room. Finally, it's time for Group G. Chapter 319. The Death Group? A smooth departure. Vienna, the city of music and art, is enveloped in the fervor of football on this September night. The Ernst Happel Stadium is brightly lit and bustling with people. Fans of Austrian champions Rapid Vienna hope to inject their heroes with strength through their thunderous cheers, attempting to create a miracle against a formidable opponent. However, from the moment the referee blows the whistle to start the match, the situation on the field clearly develops in the opposite direction to the home fans' expectations. Inter Milan, with the momentum of 5 consecutive wins in Serie A and Mourinho's strict orders, takes control, quickly setting the match to their familiar rhythm without hesitation. Like a conductor of a symphony orchestra, Riccardo Kaká stands in the core midfield area and begins his elegant performance. There are no urgent through balls, no blind long passes. He simply handles each incoming ball in the most reasonable and concise way. Whether it's a pull back to evade pressure, a quick pass to channel the attack, or a sudden acceleration with the ball to change the pace. Under his command, the ball flows like magic, moving with ease amidst the frantic attempts of rapid Vienna players to press. It's as if he is telling the opponents, urgency belongs to you, calmness belongs to us. Chapter 320, League Battle. The regret of the National Derby, the joy of a commanding away victory in the Champions League has not yet fully settled in Milan when the drums of Serie A war beat again. Starting with a heavyweight clash away against Juventus. The Allianz Stadium in Turin, this fortress of black and white stripes, is about to welcome a new round of the National Derby against the Blue and Black Army. The atmosphere is distinctly different from the start, lacking the ease of Vienna, replaced by the tension and smell of gunpowder before the battle. For Inter Milan, who have started with 5 consecutive wins and are unstoppable, this match is a touchstone to test their true quality. For their old rivals Juventus, this is the best opportunity to thwart the league leaders and declare that their dominance still stands. The media portrays this clash as a battle of spear and shield, a collision of old and new forces with unprecedented heat. In the pre-match dressing room, Mourinho's expression is more serious than ever. Gentlemen, welcome to the real battlefield of Italy. His voice is deep and powerful. Here, skill, speed, and talent are important, but they are not everything. What is needed here is this. He pounded his chest, declaring courage, grit, willpower, and absolute discipline. Chapter 321. The Cold War in the North and the captain's responsibility. The second round of the Champions League group stage takes Inter Milan to the distant northern city of St. Petersburg, Russia, to challenge Zenit, known as the Polar Bears. If the first match in Vienna was an elegant waltz, this expedition is destined to be a survival battle forged in ice and fire. Even before stepping onto the famous artificial turf of Petrovsky Stadium, the entire Inter Milan team has already felt the challenges coming at them. The cold autumn rain in St. Petersburg is bone-chilling, contrasting sharply with Milan's mild climate. Even more troublesome is the modern stadium's artificial turf, which is flat but lacks elasticity, making the ball move quickly and unpredictably, feeling entirely different from the natural grass of mainstream European leagues. During the pre-match adaptation training, Bale's few accelerations and turns seem a bit cautious, and Kaká's passes repeatedly show discrepancies in power control. Mourinho's brow is furrowed. He knows that technique and chemistry will be significantly reduced here, and the match will depend more on willpower, physicality, and adaptability. In the pre-match dressing room, the atmosphere is tense. On Mourinho's tactical board, the keywords are no longer complex movements, but focus, confrontation, second balls, and willpower. Chapter 322, Youth in Progress. The art of rotation in the league after bringing back a bloody victory from the Cold War in the northern Russian front. Inter Milan rushes back to the domestic arena. The Serie A schedule is intense, especially for the powerhouse teams competing on multiple fronts. How to reasonably allocate physical energy and maintain team form is a topic that Coach Mourinho must carefully consider. In this round of the league, Inter Milan hosted the newly promoted Pescara, who were at the bottom of the standings. Given the opponent's limited strength and the immense fatigue from a midweek trip to Russia, this was undoubtedly the best opportunity for squad rotation. At the pre-match press conference, Mourinho made it very clear, we will make some changes. Some players need a rest, while others urgently need to prove themselves through matches and earn opportunities. Every player is crucial to the team. In the locker room, Mourinho announced the starting lineup. As expected, there was a significant rotation in the squad. Key players like Fangzhuo, Bale, Kaká, Fellaini, and Sneijder all sat on the bench. In their place were young faces full of eagerness. Philippe Coutinho was pushed to the attacking midfielder position, serving as the core of the attack for this match. Mattia Destro was positioned at the forefront as the center forward. The lightning-fast Jonathan Biabini occupied the right wing. In midfield, the youth academy products Joel Obi and Davide Castaños started together, partnering with the relatively experienced Gargano. In defense, Andrea Ranocchia and Juan Jesus formed the center-back pairing, while Yuto Nagatomo and Jonathan played as the fullbacks. Chapter 323. The draw and revelation at the Dragon Stadium. The journey in Group G of the Champions League has not always been smooth sailing. After easily overcoming Vienna and battling to defeat Zenit, Inter Milan faced the sly and experienced Portuguese giant Porto in the group stage. The Dragon Stadium, known for its fervent atmosphere and suffocating pressure on visiting teams, welcomed Mourinho's side for a return to his old stomping ground. Before the match, the media focused on Mourinho's connections with Porto, but he deliberately downplayed it at the press conference. This is an important Champions League match, that's all. Porto is a well-organized team with excellent technical skills, boasting a great coach and a glorious tradition in European competitions. This will be a very difficult match. His caution was not without reason. Upon entering the Dragon Stadium, the deafening, rhythmic cheers enveloped them, as if the whole stadium was pulsing with the shouts of the home fans. The Porto players' eyes shone with confidence and ferocity, fully aware that defeating Inter Milan at home would significantly increase their chances of advancing. From the very beginning, the match entered a rhythm completely different from the previous two group games. Porto's coach, Vitor Pereira, had meticulously planned a tactical strategy that paid off. They denied Inter Milan any easy transition from defense to attack, instead controlling the midfield with quick, precise passing, firmly establishing dominance. Chapter 324, the stabilizer of the league. Fangzhuo's moment. The echoes of the draw against Porto in the Champions League had not yet faded when Inter Milan was swept forward by the relentless schedule of Serie A. However, fate seemed intent on testing this title-contending team, as an unexpected wave of injuries loomed over the Pintina training base like dark clouds. First, Gareth Bale felt tightness in his thigh during training, and the team doctor recommended resting for a week to avoid worsening the condition. Next, Ricardo Kaká suffered a recurrence of an old injury and needed more time to recover. To make matters worse, midfield barrier Marouane Fellaini was suspended due to accumulated yellow cards. In an instant, Inter Milan's glamorous attacking line and solid midfield lost more than half of their core strength. Facing reporters' probing questions, Mourinho frowned. This is a difficult time, but it's also when other players need to step up and take responsibility. We are a team, not reliant on one or two stars. Nonetheless, everyone knew that with a week of consecutive matches ahead, the absence of their most threatening player, Bale, the attacking metronome, Kaká, and the toughest midfield interceptor, Fellaini, would significantly diminish the team's strength. Chapter 325, Early Qualification. A Champions League night for the youngsters after the draw against Porto in Group G. The situation became increasingly delicate. However, as the fourth and fifth rounds progressed, the situation gradually clarified. Inter Milan returned home and, bolstered by goals from Fangzhuo and Bale, defeated visiting Zenit St. Petersburg 2-0. Meanwhile, Porto also successfully defeated Rapid Vienna. Thus, before the final round of the group stage, Inter Milan had already accumulated an impressive 13 points from 4 wins and 1 draw, securing first place in the group a round early. Mourinho's strategic goal of ensuring the top spot with minimal expenditure had been successfully achieved. This meant that the final round away match against Porto had become a complete honor match for Inter Milan, significantly diminishing its strategic significance. Meanwhile, in the domestic league, the title race was reaching a boiling point, and the tight schedule left no room for error. At the pre-match press conference, Mourinho's smile was much more relaxed. We have accomplished our goal in the group stage, which is fantastic. Now, we need to prepare for more important battles. When we go to Porto, I will give those players who have been training hard all season and deserve the opportunity a stage. Chapter 326, The Battle for the Crown. A fierce clash with Roma as the season progressed. The title race in Serie A had transformed from a small spark into a raging fire. After enduring a challenging period of injuries, Inter Milan stabilized their footing with Fangzhuo's remarkable performance. Now, with Bale's lightning speed, Kaká's elegant magic, and Fellaini's iron barrier all back in the fold, the Nerazzurri were strong and full of morale, launching an unstoppable assault on the championship throne. However, the crown of the Apennines is never easily granted, as they faced fierce rivals Roma, led by the formidable Totti, who were also in peak form and hot on their heels. In this round of the league, Inter Milan at home was not just facing a strong opponent, but a match that the media and fans hailed as potentially decisive for the entire season's championship. The two teams were closely matched on the standings, and the winner would likely ascend to the top of the table, gaining immeasurable psychological advantage. Before the match, the entire city of Milan was already in a state of anticipation for the showdown. The front pages of newspapers were dominated by giant posters of the clash, and experts on television were endlessly analyzing tactical advantages. In bars, fans debated late into the night. Outside the Miazza Stadium, hours before kickoff, the atmosphere was electric. with blue and black flags and scarves undulating like waves, while the rousing team songs and cheers created a deafening roar, as if they would lift the stadium's roof entirely. Every molecule of air seemed infused with smoke and passion, and every inch of grass silently called for the birth of heroes. Chapter 327. The Christmas Express. A test of depth and perseverance. The euphoria and adrenaline from conquering Roma in the battle for the crown had not yet fully dissipated in Milan when Syria mercilessly entered its most brutal and exhausting stretch of the season. The Christmas fixture. In just 15 days, 4 rounds of matches were crammed into the schedule, the intensity and pressure of which were like a high-speed grinding machine, capable of overwhelming any thinly staffed team with weaker willpower. For Inter Milan, who aim to maintain their lead in the league until the end. This is not only a tactical competition, but also an ultimate pressure test of squad depth, physical reserves, on-the-spot adjustment capabilities, and the collective willpower of the team. The media's tone quickly shifted from praising the crucial match to worrying and questioning the Christmas schedule. Mourinho's team boasts a star-studded starting 11, but can their bench support them through a grueling week of double matches? How much fuel do core players like Fangzhuo, Bale, Kaká, and Fellaini have left in the tank? This will be a golden opportunity for pursuers like Juventus and Roma to narrow the point gap or even overtake them. Pessimistic opinions began to dominate the headlines, as if Inter Milan, having just endured a fierce battle, was about to show cracks under the relentless hailstorm. Chapter 328. The rivalry of the knockout stage. Meeting the Yellow Submarine again, the brief warmth of the Christmas holiday and the joy of family reunions had not fully slipped away when the chilling winds of the Apennine Peninsula swept through every corner of Milan, rekindling the fighting spirit. The Serie A League ignited first, and Inter Milan secured precious points during the Christmas rush, firmly occupying the top spot, with the team's morale at a peak. However, whether players, coaches, or fans, everyone's thoughts were irresistibly drawn to another event with a more global impact, one that could shake the nerves of European football. The draw for the Champions League round of 16, set to take place at UEFA headquarters in Nyon, Switzerland. This tranquil town by Lake Geneva once again became the eye of the storm in world football. In the large transparent draw bowl, the small balls containing the names of Europe's top 16 clubs seemed to hold endless possibilities, glory, and the flames of revenge. In the tactical meeting room at the Pintina training base, players who had just finished a high-intensity morning training session trickled in, still carrying the steam and scent of sweat. The big screen lit up, showing guests in suits and a familiar host. The atmosphere was relaxed yet tinged with an imperceptible tension. Amidst the chatter, everyone's eyes unconsciously darted towards the screen. Mourinho and his core coaching staff sat in the front row, their expressions consistently calm, but their slightly leaned forward bodies and focused gazes revealed their inner seriousness. Chapter 329. The Revenge of Westphalen. Tactical victory as the flight landed at Dortmund Airport. A cold, bone-chilling air filled with invisible hostility enveloped the entire Inter Milan team. On the bus heading to the renowned football temple, Westphalen Stadion, everywhere they looked was a surging wave of bright yellow. Dortmund fans hung giant banners with provocative slogans. Welcome back to the Nightmare Land. History will repeat itself. This stadium, about to host a showdown, had already transformed into a volcano ready to erupt, waiting for the defeated guests from a year ago, seeking revenge. In the pre-match locker room, the atmosphere was starkly different from the unified fervor in Milan. Instead, there was an extreme, almost cold focus, like a stormy sea before a tempest. Mourinho stood before the tactical board, already filled with dense, intersecting symbols and lines, resembling a meticulously woven hunting net. Forget all emotions, forget all slogans. Even forget the very word revenge. Mourinho's voice was as cold as a Siberian chill, instantly freezing all restless elements in the locker room. From now until the final whistle, your minds, every nerve, are only allowed to be occupied by one thing. Execute the tactics. Chapter 330. Defense and Advancement. The fortress of Miazza, the precious away goal brought back from Germany's Ruhr area, was like a spark preserved in the cold, carefully escorted back to Milan by the entire Inter Milan team. However, no one felt at ease at this moment. The air was filled with an intense heaviness as the great battle approached. Everyone knew that this slight 10-point advantage was as fragile as a candle in the wind on the stage of the Champions League knockout rounds. Dortmund, a team full of youthful vigor and indomitable spirit, would not go down without a fight. They would surely retaliate like a cornered beast. launching the most frenzied and reckless counterattack at Miazza Stadium. Milan seemed to have hit the mute button, the usual clamor replaced by silence that built up strength. Outside Miazza Stadium, a sea of blue and black had gathered hours in advance, flags waving, the songs no longer cheerful cheers but low and powerful battle hymns. Like the oaths of ancient Roman legions setting out, vowing to build an invisible barrier with their shared faith, breathing together with the warriors inside. In the pre-match locker room, the atmosphere was heavy enough to drip with tension. The mix of sweat, the smell of muscle liniment, and the adrenaline stimulated everyone's nerves. Mourinho stood at the front, his expression more serious than ever, his gaze sweeping over every determined, yet slightly nervous face. Chapter 331. Meeting the Galacticos again. The duel of fate, the smoke of the Champions League quarterfinals had not fully dissipated at Miazza, as the soldiers fought valiantly. The exhaustion and elation of narrowly eliminating Dortmund still intertwined in their hearts, when the lights of UEFA headquarters in Nyon lit up again, refocusing the eyes of all of Europe and even the world on the transparent draw glass bowl that would determine their fate. For Inter Milan, reaching the quarterfinals meant they had returned to the pinnacle of European football, but each subsequent step would be a steeper and more perilous ladder towards ultimate glory. The next drawn opponent would greatly influence whether their dream journey would be a smooth path or a treacherous climb filled with thorns. The tactical meeting room at the Pintina base was once again filled with people, the atmosphere even more tense than during the round of 16 draw, tinged with a sense of fatalism. There are no weak teams among those who made it to the quarterfinals. Every matchup would be a top-level clash akin to a meteor colliding with Earth, tugging at the heartstrings of billions. When the host announced Inter Milan's name and pulled their ball out first for the undecided area, the air in the meeting room seemed to be instantly sucked out. Everyone's breathing unconsciously halting, their eyes fixed on the screen. Chapter 332. Home victory. Perfect tactical execution. Miazza Stadium had never felt like it did tonight, as if it were a volcano brimming with endless energy about to erupt. The air was scorching, not only igniting the fervor of the Champions League quarterfinal clash, but also intertwining with Mourinho's complex feelings towards his former club, the spectacle of the new and former kings, Ronaldo and Fangzhuo, and the dramatic tension amplified by the media. In the stands, blue and black flags surged like waves in a storm. A massive tifo slowly unfolded, depicting a heroic scene of a medieval knight slaying a dragon, with a simple yet powerful caption: Forza Inter la nostra casa, la nostra fortezza. Go Inter. Our home. Our fortress. In the pre-match locker room, the atmosphere was heavy to the extreme, as if the oxygen had been sucked out, leaving only heavy breathing and the sound of hearts pounding like drums. Mourinho stood in the center, his gaze sharp as an eagle, slowly sweeping across every face filled with fighting spirit, tension, and absolute trust. Forget all the headline nonsense in the newspapers. Forget all the melodramatic stories concocted by the TV stations. His voice was deep, yet carried a metallic quality and undeniable penetrating power, clearly reaching into the depths of everyone's soul. Tonight, there was no Jose Mourinho against Real Madrid, no Cristiano Ronaldo against Fangzhuo, only Inter Milan against Real Madrid. Just one match, 90 minutes, to determine who could board the flight to Madrid with the upper hand, with the initiative. Chapter 333. The collapse at Bernabeu, the gap and realization. The plane landed at Madrid Barajas Airport, the sunlight outside the window bright and blinding. But it couldn't dispel the heavy gloom that hung over the entire Inter Milan team. They arrived with a 2-0 lead from the first leg, which should have been a journey filled with composure and confidence. But the air was thick with a near-tragic sense of impending doom. The Bernabeu Stadium, that magnificent white building hailed as a temple of football, lay quietly in the center of the city, waiting to unleash its majesty and almost terrifying home advantage to devour any challengers attempting to take victory from it. In the away team's locker room before the match, despite holding a 2-goal advantage, Mourinho's expression was more serious than when he was in Milan, cold and even tinged with a hint of imperceptible worry. He repeatedly emphasized 2 words: vigilance, focus. Forget that damn 2-0. His voice carried an unprecedented, almost stern seriousness as his gaze swept across each seemingly calm yet tumultuous face. Here at the Bernabeu, that score meant nothing. It was as fragile as a piece of paper. They would come at us like a pack of hungry wolves from the first minute. They would try to completely overwhelm us with a tidal wave of attacks. We need to be 10 times tougher than we were at Miatsa, 100 times more focused. Hold the line at the start. Withstand their initial and fiercest onslaught. Then, wait for our opportunity. Chapter 334. The League Finale. The Achievement of a Three-Peat. The shadow of the collapse at Bernabeu weighed heavily on every Inter Milan player like a cold and heavy lead block, lingering and inescapable. On the long flight back from Madrid to Milan, the atmosphere was stifling, almost suffocating. The cabin was silent. No one spoke. No one had the heart to review the painful match footage, and few even raised their heads to make eye contact with their teammates. The bitterness of defeat, especially that deep sense of powerlessness from being crushed by absolute strength, was like a parasite that needed time to digest and soothe. However, the cruelty and allure of professional football lie in its refusal to give you too much time to dwell on the past. When the plane finally landed at Milan Malpensa Airport and the team bus silently drove back to the familiar Appiano Gentile training base, Mourinho stood in front of all the downcast players who looked like defeated soldiers, and he broke the uncomfortable silence in a nearly brutal manner. "Lift your damn heads up." His command echoed like thunder, carrying an undeniable steel-like power in the locker room. Yes, we lost thoroughly and lost badly. We were thoroughly schooled at the Bernabeu by those guys in white jerseys, in a lesson about money, stars, and heritage. But this is not the end of the world. No. Chapter 335. World Cup Journey. Assembly and Expectation. The aftertaste of champagne from winning the Serie A title had not yet fully faded from his fingertips, and the cheers at Miatsa still seemed to resonate in his ears. But Don Fangzhuo had no time to indulge in the club's glory. A more noble and significant mission, carrying the dreams of billions of people, was calling him to represent the People's Republic of China at the 20th FIFA World Cup held in the football kingdom of Brazil. This would be his third World Cup journey, and the responsibility on his shoulders was far heavier than in the previous two. Outside, the VIP passage at the airport, hundreds of passionate fans and dozens of media reporters were already packed in tightly. They waved bright five-star red flags, held up huge posters of Dong Fangzhuo lifting the trophy with Inter Milan, and signs filled with encouraging words, eagerly awaiting his arrival. When that familiar figure appeared, the scene erupted with thunderous applause and a flurry of camera shutters like a sudden downpour. Dong Fangzhuo, Brazil is watching you. Third World Cup. Lead the brothers to charge again. Even in the group of death, we must fight to advance. Dong Fangzhuo, dressed in simple national team training gear, still bore the slight fatigue from a grueling season, but his eyes were exceptionally bright, resolute, filled with the steadiness and determination of a veteran. He stopped, showing remarkable patience, smiling as he signed autographs for enthusiastic fans, and briefly accepted a group interview from mainstream media. Chapter 336. First match against Chile, Blitz and Defense. Brazil, Cioba. The Pantanal Arena felt like a gigantic steamer placed on the equator, with South America's scorching sun mercilessly baking every inch of grass, causing the air to shimmer slightly. Infused with a tense atmosphere of mingled wet grass, sweat, and invisible gunpowder. In the stands, the red formation of Chinese fans stood out prominently and steadfastly amidst the sea of red Chilean supporters. They waved their national flags, and their songs echoed strongly in this foreign land, though inevitably tinged with a subtle tremor and hope. This was the stage of the World Cup, a battleground where dreams intertwined with harsh realities. Opposite them was the formidable and aggressive South American Red Devils, the Chilean team, boasting stars like Sanchez and Vidal from European powerhouses. For Dong Fangzhuo and his Chinese team, who were stepping onto this field for the third time, bearing the immense pressure of billions of expectations and the group of death, this was not just a confrontation. It was a life-and-death battle demanding all their courage, wisdom, and a touch of luck to achieve victory. In the pre-match locker room, the atmosphere was as tense as the low pressure before a storm, almost palpable. The mingling sense of sweat, the heat of muscles, and the coolness of pain relief spray filled the air, with heavy breathing and the occasional soft clinks of equipment clearly audible. Head coach Gao Hongba stood in front of the tactical board, which was already filled with dense arrows and symbols, focusing on strategies to limit Chile's engine, Vidal, and sharp knife, Sanchez. Chapter 337. Second match against the Netherlands. The Power of Stars. Brazil, Salvador. The new Font Nova Arena felt like a massive sound wave resonator. Completely different from the stifling atmosphere of Cuiabá, here, there was no tentative caution, no weak luck. The air was thick with a near-stagnant, suffocating awe and the immense pressure brought by top teams. In the stands, the orange tide nearly drowned out all other colors, and the song of Dutch fans was powerful and synchronized, resembling a well-trained army about to engage in a crushing battle. The red formation of the Chinese team still stood resolutely, their cheers bolstered by the rare confidence and hope from their unexpected victory over Chile in the first match. But in this sea of orange, they ultimately seemed weak and outmatched, their confidence unable to hide their instinctive dread and respect for the truly world-class opponent they were about to face. In the pre-match locker room, the atmosphere was even more serious than before the first match, as if the oppressive heat before a storm had intensified. Detailed, technical analyses of several core Dutch players were posted on the walls, especially the repeatedly marked route map of Arjen Robben's signature cutting shot and the eerie positioning diagram of Robin van Persie in the penalty area, which was shocking to behold. Chapter 338, Final Battle Against Spain, The Crushing of the System. Brasil, Fortaleza. The atmosphere at the Castrol Stadium was entirely different from the previous two group matches, as if it had suddenly plunged from an arena filled with unknowns and passion into a suffocating courtroom with a known outcome. There was no longer the anxious anticipation and hidden ambitions before the first match against Chile, nor the heroic spirit and determination to challenge the strong before the second match against the Netherlands. Instead, there was a sense of almost desperate gravity and resignation. In the stands, the red of Chinese fans was scattered like dying embers. Their faces were etched with fatigue from the consecutive battles and the helplessness of having already foreseen the cruel outcome. Opposite them was the deeper and purer red sea of Spanish fans, whose cheers and songs carried the innate calm, confidence, and pride of the defending champions, as if they had come not to witness a life-and-death match concerning qualification, but to enjoy a coronation rehearsal that had long been arranged, showcasing their football philosophy and aesthetics. In the pre-match locker room, the air was heavy as if filled with lead, making each breath feel laborious. The content on the tactical board seemed to lose much of its meaning at that moment, because all the players, from the coach to the team members, were fully aware that what they were about to face was a football philosophy system that transcended individual star abilities, operating almost perfectly like a precise machine. Head coach Gao Hongbao's voice had lost its usual fervor and motivation, replaced by a weighty, candid acceptance of reality. Chapter 339, Reflection on Elimination. The gap in responsibility outside the airplane window, the outline of the Brazilian coastline gradually blurred, ultimately replaced by an endless sea of clouds. Inside the cabin, an unusual silence contrasted sharply with the fervent anticipation of their arrival. No one spoke, no one watched match footage, and few even looked up. The bitterness of failure hung in the recycled air of the cabin, oppressive and stifling, enveloping every national player returning home. 3 group matches, 1 miraculous victory, and 2 stark defeats, especially the last match, where they were crushed by Spain's system, felt like a cold surgery, cutting through all illusions and laying the harsh reality bare before everyone. Dong Fangzhuo leaned against the window, his gaze unfocused on the rolling clouds. Unlike some teammates who tried to escape by covering their heads with clothes, he did not succumb to anger or resentment. His face bore an extreme fatigue, coupled with an unusually clear and heavy contemplation beneath that fatigue. The third World Cup journey had come to an end, perhaps also marking his last as a player. Unlike previous exits, this time the elimination brought not just simple regret or sorrow, but a deeper questioning of the roots and a profound sense of responsibility. Chapter 340, The club's major changes. The calm before the storm, the heaviness brought on by the smoke of the World Cup, and the resulting reflections was temporarily blown away by the Mediterranean sun and salty sea breeze. Dong Fangzhuo chose to spend a brief holiday in a secluded seaside town in Italy, attempting to ease his weary body and mind, as well as his tense nerves. Away from the media's scrutiny and the fans' eager gazes, he simply jogged along the coastline each day, watched the sunset sink into the horizon, and occasionally video called his family. This was a rare time in his professional career to completely unwind. However, in the world of top stars, true relaxation was almost a luxury. On what seemed like a normal afternoon, just after finishing his jog, his phone buzzed urgently, as if sending an alert. It wasn't just one call. It was a continuous stream of calls and messages from his agent, close reporters, and even a few teammates, instantly flooding his screen. A familia. Tense feeling belonging to the world of football returned in an instant. He furrowed his brow and was the first to dial his agent Mark's number. Zong, did you see the news? Mark's voice lacked its usual calmness, tinged with urgency and disbelief. Chapter 341, The Departure of the Mentor. A break in ideals. The brief holiday ended abruptly in the wake of a shocking upheaval at the club, prompting Dong Fangzhuo to return to Milan early. The atmosphere at the Pintina training base was starkly different from when he left. The focus, enthusiasm, and even the slight pressure reminiscent of Mourinho's style had vanished, replaced by pervasive anxiety, speculation, and an unspeakable oppression. The players trained as usual, but when their eyes met, there was a shared, unspoken question and unease. Representatives from the new management occasionally appeared at the training ground, their suits and ties seeming out of place, their gazes more evaluative and calculative than encouraging and involved. During Dong Fangzhuo's first training session back, Mourinho appeared much more haggard, his brow furrowed. His directives during training remained clear and stern, but he seemed to lack some of his former sharpness and the confidence that everything was under control. He would spend long periods talking seriously with his assistants during breaks. Dong Fangzhuo could sense that his mentor was under immense pressure, with a storm brewing. Sure enough, a few days later, an otherwise routine preseason planning meeting became the catalyst that ignited everything. The details of the meeting were not fully disclosed, but insiders revealed that Mourinho had a heated conflict with the club's newly appointed sporting director, assigned by Blue Star Capital, over transfer strategies and season goals. Mourinho insisted on the need to bring in an experienced, ready-to-use world-class center back and a creative midfielder to address the squad's shortcomings and maintain Champions League competitiveness. The new director presented a data analysis report, emphasizing the constraints of FFP, financial fair play, and recommending several younger players from Asia and South America with greater commercial potential, arguing that they were more valuable investments and suggesting that Champions League qualification was a realistic goal, but not the only one, needing to balance brand growth. Chapter 342, A Confused Crossroads. The captain's concerns on the drive to the Pintina training base, the familiar tension of an impending battle, did not arise. Instead, there was an inexplicable emptiness and sense of detachment. Outside the base's gate, the waiting fans seemed to have diminished, and the slogans included doubts about the new management and nostalgia for Moratti and Mourinho. The atmosphere in the locker room confirmed his unease. The usual noise and vitality had vanished, replaced by a stifling silence and an unmistakable sense of anxiety. Players arrived in small groups, speaking in low, brief tones, their eyes evasive, filled with uncertainty. The familiar lockers were empty, with several veteran players who had fought hard in the Champions League against Dortmund and battled Roma in the league having quietly left. Javier Zanetti's locker was empty. This banner player who had served the club for nearly 20 years, the stabilizing force in the locker room, received a friendly suggestion from the management after Mourinho's departure, stating that he was too old and should consider moving into management or starting a coaching career to make way for the youth and new plans. Although the official statement was worded delicately, calling it a graceful exit, everyone understood that this was a ruthless purge. When Zanetti left, there was no grand farewell ceremony. He simply posted a long, grateful, and reluctant message in the WhatsApp group, urging everyone to always fight for the jersey. His departure removed the last stabilizing weight from the locker room. Chapter 343, A Call from Paris. The mentor's blueprint. The autumn rain in Milan was cold and dense, tapping against the windows of the Pintina training base, much like Dong Fangzhuo's current mood, damp and gloomy. Training had long since ended, and he was the only one left in the empty gym. The heavy barbell plates were lifted repeatedly, then fell heavily, the sound of metal clashing echoing in the silent space, as if it were a physical release of the turmoil and confusion within him. Weigui's possession-based tactics made him feel constrained, and the unfamiliarity and commercial atmosphere in the locker room suffocated him. The departures of players like Zanetti and Cambiasso left a void that no one could fill. Wearing the captain's armband, he felt lost, burdened only by heavy responsibility and unprecedented loneliness. Just as he was about to be engulfed by this suffocating atmosphere, the phone on the bench suddenly lit up, displaying a familiar number accompanied by a special ringtone. It was Jose Mourinho's private number. Dong Fangzhuo's heart raced. Since their hasty farewell, they hadn't been in direct contact. Taking a deep breath, He wiped the magnesium powder off his hands and answered the call. On the other end, Mourinho's familiar voice came through, steady and strong, even tinged with a barely perceptible excitement. This was a stark contrast to the fatigue and anger he had exhibited when he left. Chapter 344. Comprehensive Consideration. The plan for the next 20 years. Mourinho's call was like a stone thrown into a deep pond, stirring up ripples in Dong Fangzhuo's heart that were difficult to calm. After the initial shock and excitement, he knew well that this was not a decision to be made lightly or impulsively. It concerned the final chapter of his career and, more importantly, the sense of responsibility that transcended personal honor. He needed to conduct the most calm, rational, and comprehensive assessment. He did not respond to Mourinho immediately. Instead, he did something very much in line with his current identity and situation. He immediately summoned his core team, experienced agent Mark, longtime personal lawyer Andrea, and a new addition, a senior consultant focused on the sports industry and brand strategy, Lena. An urgent strategic meeting concerning the future was convened in a highly private conference room in downtown Milan. Outside the window was the ancient scenery of Milan, but the atmosphere inside was unusually serious and modern. On the large LCD screen, 3 core assessment dimensions were displayed: competitive prospects, commercial value, long-term impact, youth training ideals. Lena operated the computer, presenting various data and analytical charts one by one. Chapter 345. The dust settles. Farewell and new beginnings. The atmosphere in Milan was subtle and complex, filled with a mix of farewell, sadness, and curiosity for new beginnings. The press conference hall at the Pintina training base was packed with media from around the world. Cameras were aimed at the podium, where the Inter Milan logo and an empty seat were displayed. Everyone knew that today would witness the formal end of an era and the departure of a flag bearer. Backstage, Dong Fangzhuo, dressed in a sharp dark suit and the iconic blue and black tie of Inter Milan, sat quietly, his gaze lowered, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the phone case featuring photos with veterans like Zanetti and Cambiasso. Agent Mark and the club's new CEO whispered to confirm the final procedural details, their voices seeming to come from a distant place. "Are you ready, Dong?" Mark asked softly. Dong Fangzhuo took a deep breath, raised his head, his expression complex but resolute. "I'm ready." He stood up, adjusted his tie and suit buttons, and walked toward the large door leading to the stage. When he appeared at the press conference, the sudden sound of shutters clicking was like a torrential rain, dazzling flashlights, almost overwhelming. He sat down in the center of the podium, flanked by the somewhat formulaic-looking club CEO and the newly appointed sports director. Chapter 346. A New Journey. The Oath under the Eiffel Tower. Paris, a city known for romance and fashion, was now welcoming a new hero in its most passionate way. Under the Eiffel Tower, the stage for the unveiling ceremony set up by Paris Saint-Germain became the focal point for global sports media. Compared to the heavy and melancholic atmosphere of the farewell press conference in Milan, this place was filled with dazzling brilliance and infinite hopes for the future. Dong Fangzhuo wore the latest home jersey of Paris Saint-Germain, with a deep blue base adorned with striking red stripes and the famous Eiffel Tower logo on his left chest. He stood in the center of the stage, beside the smiling club president Nasser Al-Khelaifi and the confident, sharp-eyed head coach Jose Mourinho. Below, thousands of jubilant Paris fans waved scarves and sang welcome songs, with many faces painted with a combination of the Chinese flag and the PSG logo, reflecting the club's anticipation for the vast market behind him. The flashes of cameras were like unending lightning, illuminating the scene as if it were daylight. President Nasser was the first to speak, his tone filled with ambition. "Today, we are not only welcoming a world-class forward, but also a winner, a leader." Dong's joining clearly announces Paris Saint-Germain's ambition. "We will not only conquer France, but also conquer Europe." His experience, his goals, his desire to win are the key pieces we need to chase the highest honor in the Champions League. Welcome to Paris, Dong. Chapter 347. Dual Identity. Pioneer of youth training and brand builder. The season for Paris Saint-Germain came to an end, and although they did not capture the Champions League, winning a League One championship trophy and domestic cup success made Dong Fangzhuo's first season in Paris a success. However, the off-season for him did not mean rest. The final whistle of the season was merely a signal to switch battlefields. Unlike most of his teammates who immediately flew to vacation spots in the Caribbean or Dubai, he boarded a flight back to China at the first opportunity. His second battlefield, the Dalian Fangzhuo football training base, was entering the most critical stage of substantial construction and recruitment. The plane landed at Dalianzhou Shui International Airport, and a familiar air and dialect greeted him. Unlike the fervent fans in Paris, he was welcomed by the project manager and several core team members with serious and eager expressions. In the car, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, the conversation quickly turned to the main topic. Director Dong, here's the latest construction progress report. The main structure of training ground now. 1, and the complex building has been topped out, but the interior decoration and smart turf irrigation system have encountered some supply chain issues. The equipment delivery from Germany may be delayed by 2 weeks. Chapter 348. The new king of Parc des Princes. The summer sunlight in Paris streamed through the transparent structure of the Parc des Princes stadium roof, casting light on the grass trimmed like green velvet. However, today, the focus of this green field was not the upcoming match, but the grand stage set up in the center. The air trembled slightly with anticipation, and the stand were already filled with a surging crowd in blue and red, the main colors of Paris Saint-Germain, flags waving and songs ringing out, as if celebrating a grand festival. Backstage, Dong Fangzhuo took a deep breath, his fingertips unconsciously brushing over the fabric of his new Paris Saint-Germain jersey. The deep blue base with striking red stripes and the famous Eiffel Tower logo on his left chest marked a significant departure from the blue and black striped shirt he had worn for many years, signaling the beginning of a new journey. He could clearly hear the waves of cheering from the stands, each louder than the last. Dong, dong, dong. Agent Mark helped him adjust his collar one last time, whispering, "Relax, Dong. Today is your day." Dong Fangzhuo nodded, his gaze calm. After experiencing the ups and downs at Manchester United, the glory and turmoil at Inter Milan, and the baptism of the World Cup, he was no longer the naive youth who first stepped onto the European continent. At this moment, his eyes reflected a steadiness born from weathering storms and a clear desire for the future. Chapter 349. The Paris stamp of Mourinho's tactics. Paris Saint-Germain's training center in Boulogne-Billancourt transforms into a fortress shrouded in strict discipline and extreme demands during the pre-season preparation period. Before the morning sun has dispersed the mist along the Seine, the players' vehicles arrive one after another. There are no unnecessary greetings. The atmosphere is tense from the first minute. Jose Mourinho stands like a battle-ready general in the center of the training ground, arms crossed over his chest, his cold gaze sweeping over every arriving player. His very presence exudes a silent pressure. "Good morning, gentlemen." His voice pierces the cool morning air, carrying an undeniable authority. "Welcome to real preseason preparation. Forget your summer holidays. Forget everything you've won in the past. Here, every day is a battle. Every minute must be used to make yourself and your teammates stronger." The first training drill is suffocating. A high-intensity, high-density defensive shape movement exercise. The assistants drive the players with whistles and shouts. Spacing. Stay compact. For lines. Move as one. Mourinho's roar is the main theme of the training ground. Chapter 350. The first experience in League One. The beginning of conquest in August. Paris still holds onto the heat of summer, but the atmosphere inside the Parc des Princes is already boiling with the anticipation of the new season. The blue and red flags wave wildly in the stands, and a huge tifo unfolds, depicting the awakening of a lion with the caption, "Henri Nouvelle and New Era." The fan singing is deafening. They yearn to witness the dawn of a new dynasty, eager to see the new signings, especially the significant addition from the East. Write a new legend on this familiar pitch. In the locker room, the atmosphere is strikingly different. A heavy seriousness and focus pervade the air before the great battle. Mourinho stands in front of the tactical board, his gaze sharp, sweeping over every face. The tactical board is already filled with the defensive weaknesses of their promoted opponents, Troyes, and the attacking routes of Paris. "Gentlemen," Mourinho's voice is low and oppressive. "I want to see discipline, intensity, and efficiency. Troyes, they will come here, park the bus, try to disrupt our rhythm with fouls and petty tricks, dreaming of a ridiculous draw or even stealing a victory." Chapter 351. Seedlings from the East. The hustle and bustle at the Paris Saint-Germain training base is different from usual. No longer just professional players and staff, but a dozen youthful, nervous, and curious faces from the East have joined. They're all dressed in sportswear printed with Dalian future stars. Resembling a group of fawns lost in a steel jungle, timidly surveying everything before them. The impeccably trimmed top-quality grass, the grand modern gym, the posters of superstars on the walls, and those players who can only be seen on television casually walking by. These are the first elite trainees selected from Fangzhuo's Dalian Youth Training Base. They have traveled thousands of miles to the football temple of their dreams for a 2-week immersive training experience. A bus emblazoned with the PSG logo slowly enters the base. The doors open, and the children stream out, struggling to contain their excitement as they form a rather disorganized line. Their eyes search around, finally locking onto the tall figure approaching them from a distance. Fangzhuo is not in training gear, but dressed in simple club casual wear, wearing a gentle and encouraging smile. His appearance immediately stirs an uncontrollable commotion among the children. Chapter 352. The League's Dominance. Unstoppable. The journey of League One for Paris Saint-Germain seems like a meticulously choreographed tour, showcasing absolute dominance. The perfect start of the opening match is like the sound of a starting gun, followed by a stunning wave of crushing victories. Facing traditional powerhouse line away, the atmosphere at the Groupama Stadium is electric. The opponents attempt to create trouble for Paris with intense physical confrontations and quick transitions. However, in the 33rd minute, Verratti's seemingly casual lob pass from midfield instantly tears through Lions' defense. Fangzhuo makes a ghostly diagonal run, striking the ball directly without stopping, sending it into the net like a cannonball. 1-0. This imaginative and technically brilliant goal completely disrupts Lions' plans. In the second half, Cavani and Lavezzi score 2 more goals, and Paris triumphs easily 3-0. Returning to the Parc des Princes to face Nantes, the opponents set up a defensive wall, tightly guarding their penalty area. Paris's attacks flow like mercury, but initially bear no fruit. After a stalemate, in the 61st minute, Fangzhuo receives the ball with his back to the goal at the top of the penalty area, attracting a 3-man press before cleverly distributing the ball to the open space on the right, where Lavezzi bursts in to score. 1-0. In the 78th minute, Cavani breaks through on the left and crosses, and Fangzhuo makes a decisive touch in front of the goal, sealing the victory. 2-0. Chapter 353. Champions League Group Stage. The challenge of the group of death. The overwhelming victories in League One have brought immense confidence to the Paris Saint-Germain locker room, but they have also quietly fostered a nearly taken-for-granted inertia of victory. However, this inertia is shattered one evening at the end of August by a ceremony held far away at the Grimaldi Forum in Monaco. The club has set up a viewing area in the media center at the training base, with a large screen broadcasting the Champions League Group Stage draw live. The coaching staff, most first-team players, and management members gather here. The atmosphere seems relaxed, with drinks and snacks on the table, but the air is filled with a tense anticipation. The Champions League is the true stage to measure the caliber of club, the ultimate litmus test for all ambition and investment. Fangzhuo sits with Thiago Silva and Marco Verratti, whispering to each other. Cavani appears somewhat anxious, glancing at the screen from time to time. Mourinho sits slightly ahead, arms crossed, his expression calm. But those who know him can see the intense scrutiny beneath that calm facade. The draw guests take the stage one by one, retrieving balls from a glass bowl, unfolding them, and reading out each prominent name. The first to be confirmed is the seeded teams. When Paris Saint-Germain is drawn as the League One champions into the first pot, it does not cause much of stir. Chapter 354. First Champions League match. The resilience of Amsterdam on an autumn night in Amsterdam. The chill seeps into the bones. But the atmosphere inside the Johan Cruyff Arena is like a boiling furnace. The orange wave of Dutch fans sweeps through the stands, singing their rousing anthem, welcoming the noble Paris Saint-Germain from afar with eyes full of challenge and defiance. This is Ajax's home ground, the fortress of the European Youth Guard, and they fear no giants. In the locker room, the Paris players can clearly feel the vibrations from the walls and the imposing presence of the opposing fans. Mourinho stands in front of the tactical board, his expression colder than ever. Forget all the matches you've won in the league. His voice is decisive, overpowering the noise outside. This is the Champions League. This is Amsterdam. They are young, they can run, they're full of hunger, and they will try to tear us apart with frantic running and pressing from the very first second. He points emphatically at the names of several key young Ajax players. De Jong, his passing can penetrate any defense. Matthijs de Ligt, don't be fooled by his youth. He is a giant. Hakim Ziyech, his left foot is magic, and their entire front line's pressing is like a pack of tireless hounds. Chapter 355. National Derby. The touchstone of domestic battle to smoke from Paris Saint-Germain's difficult draw against Ajax in the Champions League has not yet completely cleared, and they are immediately faced with the most special and crucial match in Ligue 1, away against their bitter rivals Marseille. The French national derby transcends the mere battle for 3 points. It is a war concerning city pride, fan dignity, and historical grievances. At Marseille's Stade Velodrome, on match day, it transforms into a boiling, hostile blue sea. The air is scorching, seemingly filled with the scent of sulfur. The deafening boos, abusive and highly aggressive banners, have not ceased since the Paris players began their warm-up. The atmosphere here is starkly different from the prestigious elegance of the Parc des Princes. It is more primal, coarse, and filled with vibrant hostility. In the locker room, Mourinho's voice is even colder and harder than it was in Amsterdam, carrying an undeniable murderous intent. "Gentlemen, welcome to hell." He scans each player, forgetting about technique and beautiful football. Here, there is only battle, muscle, sweat, guts, and even some little tricks and provocations. The people of Marseille will try to provoke you, interrupt our rhythm with fouls, and disturb your thoughts with noise. Chapter 356: The Bridge of Youth Training. Dalian selection Paris Saint-Germain is soaring in both the League and the Champions League, with each victory at the Parc des Princes attracting global attention. However, in the distant eastern city of Dalian, a selection process unrelated to the aura of superstars, yet equally concerning the future and dreams, is quietly entering its most brutal and critical stage. The Dalian Fangzhuo football training base, after months of intense construction and preparation, is taking shape. The brand-new training ground, modern dormitory buildings, and rehabilitation center stand out against the backdrop of the northern blue autumn sky. But at this moment, the air in this hopeful venue is thick with near-solid tension. Hundreds of elite U15 and U17 players from across the country, after initial screening and regional selections, have gathered here for a 3-day final assessment. The ultimate winners among them will gain the precious opportunity to train at the Paris Saint-Germain Youth Academy for mid- to long-term training, which is almost the highest starting point that every young Chinese who dreams of football can imagine. The assessment is personally led by Pierre Martin, the youth training director sent by Paris Saint-Germain. Mr. Martin is a slender Frenchman with hawk-like sharp eyes who has worked for many years at the Clairefontaine National Football Academy, known for his scientific training methods and rigorous selection criteria. He is accompanied by several equally serious French youth training coaches and a Chinese support team. Chapter 357: Nightmare and Response. Parc des Princes versus Barcelona, the journey of the Champions League group stage, after a hard-fought point in the storm of Amsterdam, quickly reaches its climax at the Parc des Princes, where they face the Group S top rival and the focal point of a complex sentiment for countless Parisians, Barcelona. In Paris before the match, the air seems to be charged with high voltage. Media hype reaches its peak, with Mourinho's grievances against Barcelona, the terrifying power of the MSN trio, and whether Paris can take revenge at home and gain an advantage in the death group. Every topic paints this group match as a prelude to a decisive battle. On the night at Parc des Princes, the atmosphere reaches a boiling point. A massive tifo in the stands depicts the story of a knight slaying a dragon, while the blue-red sea rolls with songs and cheers never ceasing, carrying an almost tragic fervor. This is not just a match, it is a battle for redemption. A challenge from the new nobility to the traditional dynasty. In the locker room, Mourinho's expression is as stern as iron, his gaze slicing through each player like a scalpel. "Who are they?" he begins, his voice low yet carrying immense pressure. "Are they one of the best teams in the world? Yes. Do they have players who can decide the match on their own? Yes." Chapter 358: Distant Concerns. The call of the Asian Cup. The euphoric aftermath of Paris's victory over Barcelona has not yet fully settled, and the celebratory scent of champagne still lingers in the locker room air. But Dong Fangzhuo must quickly pull his thoughts away from the glory of the European battlefield. A heavier and inescapable responsibility from the distant East is calling him: the Asian Cup. Ligue 1 enters a brief hiatus, making way for the national team's match window. For Dong Fangzhuo, this means a cross-continental journey and a sudden shift in identity. 1 second, he is the core of Paris Saint-Germain's attack, a Champions League hero, basking in adoration. The next second, he must transform back into the captain of the Chinese national team, the absolute core and spiritual leader, shouldering the immense pressure of leading the team to defend the Asian championship. At Paris airport, there is no grand farewell ceremony. Only his agent Mark and a few club staff come to see him off. Mourinho gives him a brief hug. Go. Take care of things over there. Stay healthy. Remember, you are always a part of Paris, and we'll wait for you to come back and continue the fight. The words are simple, but contain understanding and expectation. Dong Fangzhuo knows the coach's subtext is, don't get injured. Chapter 359 Asian Cup Journey. A good start. The winter sun in Qatar is intense. But the air inside the Khalifa International Stadium seems to have solidified, filled with a unique, suffocating tension before a major competition. In the stands, the red formation of Chinese fans is particularly striking, waving national flags. They're singing and shouting laced with a barely perceptible anxiety and immense hope. This is the stage of the Asian Cup, the first step on the road to defend the title for the Chinese team, facing off against the strong West Asian team, Saudi Arabia. There is no room for testing. Only victory can lay a solid foundation for this journey. In a locker room, the atmosphere is heavy. Head coach Gao Hongbo is making final preparations, with the tactical board already filled with Saudi Arabia's attacking routes and defensive weaknesses. The Saudis are technically skilled, with delicate footwork, but their physical confrontation and absolute speed are not top-notch. Coach Gao's voice is steady, trying to instill confidence in the players. Defense must be compact. We must never give them an easy chance to shoot. Offense requires patience. Seize counterattack opportunities. Dong Fangzhuo's role as a pivot in the front line is crucial. He looks at Dong Fangzhuo. Xiao Dong, you will be their primary target and may be surrounded. You need to drop back more to receive the ball, attract the defense, and create space for your teammates. Wu Lei, Yu Hai, your off-the-ball runs must be decisive. Chapter 360 The Battle for Group Top Spot. Come back against Uzbekistan. The lights at Khalifa International Stadium seem even more dazzling than in the first match against Saudi Arabia. And the air feels thicker, as if it is laden with heavier pressure. In the stands, the cheers from Chinese fans remain loud, but the tension mixed in is evident. In the second group match, the opponent is the strong, physically robust Central Asian Wolves, Uzbekistan. This match is not only about advancing, but is also a key battle for the top spot in the group, its importance even surpassing the first match. In the locker room, the atmosphere is more serious than in the previous game. Head coach Gao Hongbo's expression is grave, with the tactical board highlighting Uzbekistan's aerial advantage and long-range shooting ability. Uzbekistan is completely different from Saudi Arabia. The voice of coach Gao carries a warning. Their bodies are stronger, their impact is greater, and they excel in physical confrontations and set pieces. Jepalov and Ikamadov's long-range shots are quite threatening. Defense must pay extra attention to the second ball and protect the top of the penalty area. He looks particularly at the defensive line. Feng shouting, Zhang Limpeng. Your task today is heavy. Hold off their center forward. In midfield, be brave in physical confrontations. Do not let them shoot easily. Finally, he turns his gaze to Dong Fangzhuo. Xiao Dong, your space may be more compressed today. They will use more aggressive defense against you. You need to have a larger running range and be more proactive in dropping back to support, drawing their defense out. Chapter 361. The Pace of Paris. No one absent as Dong Fangzhuo leads the Chinese team to fight for glory in the Asian Cup under the sun of Qatar. The distant Paris, the Parc des Princes, and football fields across France have not lost their luster due to his temporary absence. On the contrary, this luxurious and ambitious team is demonstrating its deep squad depth and terrifying momentum with an almost ruthless efficiency. The Ligue 1 and French Cup battles continue to ignite every week. Without Dong Fangzhuo, the sharpest spear in the front line and the most crucial tactical pivot, Mourinho made necessary adjustments to the lineup. Up front, Edinson Cavani was completely pushed into the center forward position, becoming the focal point of the attack and the target in the penalty area. Beside him, Ezekiel Lavezzi and Lucas Moura, Little Lucas, provided speed, breakthrough, and creativity. The effect was immediate. In round 19 of the league, Paris faced a tough opponent in Lille away. The match was not easy. The opponent's defensive organization was quite tenacious. In a deadlock, in the 67th minute, Verratti sent a highly penetrating through ball from midfield. Cavani, understanding the situation, successfully timed his run to avoid offside, and calmly chipped the ball over the on-rushing goalkeeper into the net. 1-0. With this goal, Paris took 3 points away from the match. Cavani celebrated wildly, releasing his long-suppressed desire to score. Chapter 362. The quarter-final threshold. Easily defeating Australia, the atmosphere at Janub Stadium in Qatar reached its peak since the start of the tournament. In the quarterfinals, They faced Australia's traditionally strong team, known for their physicality, the Kangaroo Army. This was no small matter, but a real battle on the road to the pinnacle of Asia. The winner advances to the semifinals, while the loser goes home with no room for maneuver. In the stands, the Red Army of Chinese fans was unprecedented in scale, their songs and cheers merging into a powerful wave, competing with the cheers of Australian fans. The air was hot, filled with the smell of smoke from the impending battle. In the locker room, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could be wrung out for water. Head coach Gao Hongbao's expression was unusually serious, and the tactical board was filled with the attacking characteristics and defensive weaknesses of the Australian team. Australia, physicality, strength, high balls. These are their labels. Coach Gao's voice was resolute. They would use their bodies to collide with us, using long passes and headers to bombard our penalty area. But their defensive line turns slowly, and their recovery ability is our opportunity. He emphasized the defensive areas, defense, especially the crosses from the two wings and the protection of the second ball in the middle. Feng shouting, Zhang Limpeng, today is your time to prove yourselves as Asia's top center backs. In midfield, be brave in confrontations, cutting off their supply to the forwards. Chapter 363, Semifinals. Dominating the hosts reaching the semifinals of the Asian Cup injected a powerful stimulant into the Chinese team's locker room. Confidence, a kind forged through tough battles and built on solid victories, began to take root within the team. However, after a brief celebration, everyone's gaze turned to the next opponent. The tournament hosts and dark horse, the UAE. The semi-final venue moved to Zayed Sports City Stadium in Abu Dhabi. The atmosphere here was completely different, almost entirely submerged by the home team's fans in their white robes and flags. The massive roar, rhythmic drumming, and the natural momentum from the hosts created a new challenge for the Chinese team. In the pre-match locker room, head coach Gao Hongbao appeared calmer than during the match against Australia. He knew that facing such an opponent, mindset was more important than tactics. The UAE reached the semifinals not by luck. Coach Gao's voice was clear and calm. They're the hosts, have momentum, good technique, and skilled ground coordination. But they also have weaknesses. Their defense is not flawless, and they bear the immense pressure of playing at home. They want to win more than we do, and they may fear losing even more. Chapter 364, Finals. A fierce battle against the Taeguk Warriors Abu Dhabi, Zayed Sports City Stadium. This modern and magnificent structure became the ultimate stage for all of Asia's football focus tonight. The Asian Cup Final, China versus South Korea. A classic showdown that needs no embellishment to ignite all emotions. In the stands, the waves of red and white were distinct. The songs of Chinese fans clashing with the cheers of South Korean supporters, interweaving into a deafening, hostile, and passionate roar. The air seemed ignited, with every breath carrying the hot scent of smoke. History, grudges, glory, shame, all complex emotions were compressed onto this green field, waiting for the final release. In the locker room, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Head coach Gao Hongbao stood in the center, his voice slightly hoarse with excitement. But every word struck like a hammer on the players' hearts. South Korea. He nearly squeezed out the name through clenched teeth. They never tire. They press hard. Their style is tenacious. This is ingrained in their bones. But today we stand here, not to relive past fears of South Korea. We are here to break it, to stand on their shoulders, and once again, justifiably lift the championship trophy. Chapter 365. The hero returns with a new contract. The clamor and glory of the Qatar Asian Cup gradually settled into a colorful chapter in memory. With the immense joy of defending the title and the heavy Golden Ball award, Fangzhuo boarded the flight back to Paris. Outside the cabin was a vast sea of clouds, but his heart had already flown to the next battlefield, the Parc des Princes, where his team awaited his return and unfinished European dreams. The plane landed smoothly at Charles de Gaulle Airport. When Fangzhuo walked out through the VIP passage, the sight before him made him pause slightly. Dozens of die-hard Paris Saint-Germain fans had been waiting there, holding welcome signs that read, "Welcome home, our Asian king." Zone, Paris is proud of you, along with large designs of the Asian Cup trophy and the Golden Ball Award. They erupted into enthusiastic cheers and applause, as if welcoming a triumphant emperor. Merci donc. Bienvenue la maison. The flashlights kept flashing, and reporters tried to squeeze forward for brief interviews. Fangzhuo smiled and waved to the fans, briefly saying in the newly learned French, "Merci too. C'est bon terre de retour." Thank you all. It's good to be back. This heartfelt, intercontinental recognition and welcome from the fans filled him with warmth, as the glory of the Asian Cup truly connected with the city of Paris. Chapter 366. The end of the league. Crowned 8 rounds early, the glory of the Asian Cup and the joy of the new club contract did not make Dong Fangzhuo slack off in the slightest. On the contrary, with the confidence of a champion and in peak form, he was like a finely honed blade, eager to return to the European stage and test his brilliance. League One became the best platform for him to unleash his passion and reinforce his reign. In his first match back, he faced mid-table team Guingamp away. The game held little suspense, but everyone was focused on Dong Fangzhuo's performance. The answer came quickly and directly. In the 28th minute, he received a through ball from Verratti at the edge of the penalty area, deftly bypassed the defender, and before the ball touched the ground, he struck with his left foot in a volley, sending the ball into the net like a cannonball. 10. A goal filled with confidence and skill, marking his perfect return. Ultimately, Paris won easily with a score of 3-0. Next, they hosted Nancy at home. Dong Fangzhuo again took center stage. He first scored with a header from a Lavezzi cross in the 15th minute. Then, in the 60th minute, he put on a display of individual heroism. Receiving the ball with his back to the midfield, he turned forcefully to shake off 2 defenders, made a long run across half the field, and calmly slotted the ball into the far corner after entering the penalty area. A brace. The fans at Parc des Princes stood up to applaud him, chanting his name. Chapter 367. Twin Star Shine. The Dalian agreement takes flight. The celebratory atmosphere at Parc des Princes, already crowned ahead of time, was still lingering, as blue and gold ribbons occasionally fluttered from the corners of the training base. However, beneath the clamor celebrating the victory in the top league, another plan crucial to the club's long-term future and deeply tied to Dong Fangzhuo's personal dreams was quietly reaching a milestone. In the press conference hall at the Paris Saint-Germain Training Center, a different kind of press conference was taking place. In addition to the regular French sports media, there were many faces from China, making the atmosphere more formal and filled with anticipation. On the podium sat the club's youth training director Pierre Martin, the head of international cooperation projects, and 2 East Asian teenagers, Li Ming and Zhang Wei, dressed in brand-new Paris Saint-Germain youth team uniforms, looking nervous yet excited. The PSG crest on their chests sharply contrasted with their youthful faces, signaling the start of an extraordinary journey. Dong Fangzhuo sat in the front row, not in training gear, but in a sharp suit, wearing a content and steady smile. His gaze occasionally turned to the 2 slightly shy children on stage, filled with encouragement. Chapter 368. Champions League Group Stage Finale. The defeat at Camp Nou, having narrowly advanced from the group of death and dominating the domestic league. The atmosphere within the Paris Saint-Germain team was cautiously optimistic. However, the final group stage match at Barcelona's Camp Nou was never a game that could be taken lightly. Regardless of the point situation, before the match, the situation was already clear. Paris had secured qualification, but to finish top of the group over Barcelona, they needed to win at Camp Nou or achieve a scoring draw based on head-to-head results. Meanwhile, Barcelona found themselves in a desperate situation, needing to win to keep their fate in their own hands. On the flight to Barcelona, the atmosphere was different than usual. Mourinho's expression was not relaxed. He knew what it meant to face a Barcelona team with no way out and top-tier strength at Camp Nou. But he also faced a practical choice: to go all out for victory to take the group lead, or to rotate players appropriately to conserve energy for the upcoming busy schedule and the more crucial Champions League knockout stage. In the end, pragmatism prevailed. Mourinho hinted at a pre-match press conference: "We will respect the game, but we must also consider the players' physical condition. Some players need rest, and we will give opportunities to others." Chapter 369. Round of 16 Clash. The faithful Blues, the faint shadow of defeat at Camp Nou, was quickly replaced by the new focus brought by the Champions League round of 16 draw. UEFA headquarters in Nyon, Switzerland, once again became the vortex center of global football attention. In the media room at Paris Saint-Germain's training base, the atmosphere was even more tense than during the group draw, with the air thick with anticipation. On the screen, names were drawn one by one, each potential clash eliciting a murmur of surprise or sighs when the guest placed the small ball with Paris Saint-Germain into the bowl of potential opponents. All the players leaned forward instinctively. The guest's hand then slowly retrieved the ball that would determine their fate. Chest. The moment the name was announced, a complex wave of reactions surged in the media room, with gasps, low murmurs of wow, and almost simultaneous glances towards head coach Jose Mourinho. Mourinho, sitting in the front row with his arms crossed, felt his muscles tense slightly upon hearing the name, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of familiarity, intense challenge, and countless unspoken past emotions. Chelsea, Stamford Bridge, the place where he built the ironclad Blue Army Dynasty, garnered immense love and controversy, and ultimately left in silence. Fate had it that he would now face his most familiar adversaries in the narrow path of the Champions League knockout stage. Chapter 370. The stalemate at Parc des Princes. The night at Parc des Princes was enveloped in the unique, almost stagnant tension of the Champions League knockout stage. In the stands, the blue and red waves still surged, but the songs and chants carried an almost tragic determination. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, as if every breath was building strength for the impending brutal battle. In the round of 16, the first leg at home was against Chelsea, known for their toughness and resilience. This was destined not to be an elegant performance, but a brutal struggle for every inch. In the locker room, Mourinho's expression was colder than ever, his gaze scanning each player like a hawk. "Who are they?" he began, his voice low and filled with pressure. "They're Chelsea. They're here not to play a beautiful game, but to survive, to get a result they can take home, one that will keep them alive in the second leg." He forcefully pointed at the tactical board, which was filled with Chelsea's defensive formations and attacking routes. They will compact, they will defend. They will use their bodies to fight for every inch of the pitch. They will try to make the game fragmented, filled with fouls and stoppages. This is exactly what they want. Chapter 371. The strangulation at Stamford Bridge. The cold and dense spring rain in London quietly soaked the ancient stands and every inch of grass at Stamford Bridge. However, this damp and cold weather did nothing to extinguish the burning fighting spirit in the stands. The blue flags waved like surging waves, and the songs and stomps of Chelsea fans converged into a heart-pounding, continuous wave of sound, violently impacting the eardrums and hearts of every visiting player. The air felt thick, almost solid, mixing the dampness of the grass, the chill of the rain, and the hot mist exhaled by tens of thousands, creating a suffocating sense of pressure unique to the Champions League knockout stage. The score of 1-1 from the first leg at Parc des Princes was like a cold, precise formula clearly etched in everyone's minds. For Paris Saint-Germain, they needed a goal, a precious away goal to throw the immense pressure back onto their opponents. For Chelsea, they had the home advantage and that crucial away goal, needing only a 0-0 draw to eliminate Paris with this slight edge. This delicate balance has made this showdown filled with calculation, vigilance, and an imminent tension from the very beginning. Chapter 372. The heroes on the penalty spot. The lights of Stamford Bridge blurred into a pale white halo in the cold night rain, weakly dispelling the heavy darkness that enveloped the pitch. After 120 minutes of brutal slaughter, all tactics, physical strength, and will have been exhausted, leaving only the 20 or so players near the center circle, nearly supporting each other to stand, utterly exhausted, and the tens of thousands of fans in the stands, holding their breath, with hearts nearly leaping out of their chests. Penalty shootout. These four words hang over everyone like a final judgment, cold and cruel. It erases all previous advantages, passivity, brilliant combinations, or mistakes, simplifying the complex game of football into the most primitive psychological battle and game of chance. Rainwater drips from the players' hair and cheeks, indistinguishable from rain, sweat, or the repressed tears of some. The referee calls the captains of both teams for the coin toss. Fangzhuo and Terry walk toward the center circle, their steps heavy with extreme fatigue. After a simple coin toss, Paris gains the right to take the first penalty. The players slowly walk toward the arc of the center circle, gathering together, arms resting on each other's shoulders, forming a trembling yet close circle. No one speaks. Only heavy breathing and the subtle sound of rain hitting the grass can be heard. Every face is filled with exhaustion, tension, and a sense of helplessness. Chapter 373. Meeting Barcelona again. The fate of the quarterfinals. The smoke and ecstasy of the penalty shootout at Stamford Bridge had not completely dissipated in the Paris Saint-Germain locker room. The immense sense of achievement from surviving a disaster and defeating a strong opponent still surged through every player's veins. However, the brutal schedule of the UEFA Champions League does not allow for prolonged indulgence. Almost as soon as they returned to Paris from London, UEFA officially announced the quarterfinal matchups. Pouring a bucket of cold water over them, mixed with the chill of fate, revealing that their opponent in the quarterfinals was, without the need for a draw, their group stage nemesis, the team that had brought them peak joy and left painful lessons, Barcelona. Again, when the assistant coach announced this news at the pre-training meeting, Blaise Matuidi was the first to exclaim in disbelief, his face filled with incredulity and a near absurd feeling. The locker room was instantly in an uproar. Is fate playing a joke on us? Ezekiel Lavezzi shook his head with a bitter smile. Haven't we had enough of the group stage? The young Presnel Kimpembe muttered under his breath. Even the usually composed Thiago Silva took a deep breath, his expression extremely serious. This means we have no room for error. The group stage is one thing. The knockout stage is a completely different battle. Chapter 374. Home ground in ruins, a tactical defeat. Parc des Princes. Usually seen as the solid fortress of Paris Saint-Germain, tonight seems shrouded in an invisible unease and excessive heat. In the stands, the blue and red waves are still dancing wildly, with tens of thousands of fan songs and shouts attempting to merge into a force that can crush the will of any opponent. However, beneath this seemingly overwhelming enthusiasm flows a hint of anxiety, a desperate eagerness to prove something, and a strong counterreaction to the general pessimism from the outside world. The air is no longer just filled with the smell of gunpowder. It feels heated to the critical point, ready to be ignited by a single spark. The pre-match pressure from public opinion, the luck, the randomness, and the harsh tones of restored order did not crush the Paris players. Instead, they acted like fuel forcibly stuffed into a furnace, accumulating, transforming, and eventually burning into a nearly obsessive battle intent to completely clear their name. They are too eager to prove themselves, too eager to deliver an unassailable victory, to slap all the skeptics in the face, to the point where this force has nearly overflowed uncontrollably before the match even begins. In the away team's locker room, Mourinho's expression is harder than before any previous match, but deep within his gaze burns an unusual, almost gambler-like sharpness. It is a determination to bet everything and break the norm after being strongly stimulated by the outside world. Chapter 375. Despair at Camp Nou. Stopping at the quarterfinals. On the flight to Barcelona, the atmosphere is as oppressive as a lead weight. The cabin is unusually quiet, lacking the usual banter, with only the monotonous roar of the engines repeating. Most players wear headphones, pretending to sleep, but their furrowed brows and occasional heavy sighs reveal the turmoil within. The painful first-leg home loss of 1-3 is like a wound that runs deep, still aching. A comeback? They need to score at least 3 goals without conceding, or score 2 goals to take the match in extra time, which seems almost impossible at Camp Nou against a Barcelona team in peak form and determined to win. However, the dignity of professional players and a faint hope for a miracle support them as they embark on this almost tragic journey. Camp Nou, on a Champions League night, transforms into a boiling blue ocean with over 90,000 gathered. The Catalan flags dance like flames, and a massive Somi Barago, Barça, Tifo in the stands brings a suffocating visual pressure. The roar here is different from that at Parc des Princes, is more ancient, more arrogant, carrying a historically rooted confidence in victory. For Paris Saint-Germain, this stadium has never brought good memories. Chapter 376. Domestic Double Champions. The closure of the French Cup. The despair and silence at Camp Nou loom like a heavy and cold nightmare over the entire Paris Saint-Germain team's journey home. Lingering in the air above the Boulogne-Billancourt training base. The brutal exit from the Champions League, especially in such a fully passive and nearly defeatist manner, brings a sense of frustration and self-doubt that cannot easily dissipate overnight. On the training ground, the once boisterous laughter filled with swaggering confidence has diminished, replaced by a more somber atmosphere focused on technical movements. The players silently complete their training drills, as if they want to numb their inner disappointment with physical exhaustion. However, the schedule of professional football never allows for a moment of licking wounds. Just shortly after returning from Barcelona, the last trophy of the season, the French Cup final, is already imminent. The opponent is the dark horse team Auxerre from Ligue 2. This should have been a no-contest final, a mere formality between the domestic powerhouse and a lower league team. But in the context of the Champions League defeat, this match takes on an entirely different meaning. It is no longer a celebration, but a redemption, no longer a display of prowess, but a restoration of reputation. Chapter 377. Season summary and reflection. The city of Paris basks in the bright sunlight of early summer, with a leisurely atmosphere by the Seine River. However, in the central conference room of the Paris Saint-Germain training base, the atmosphere is in stark contrast to the relaxed setting outside. An important meeting regarding the past and future. The season summary conference is taking place. Sitting around the long conference table are club president Nasser Al-Khelaifi, sporting director Antero Enrique, head coach Jose Mourinho, captain Thiago Silva, key player Dong Fangzhuo, and several other crucial members. On the huge projection screen, a series of dazzling statistics and achievements from this season are displayed side by side. League 1, champion with 8 rounds to spare, setting a historical record. 38 league matches, 33 wins, 4 draws, 1 loss, totaling 103 points, scored 108 goals and conceded 19 goals. French Cup, champion. UEFA Champions League, quarterfinals, eliminated by Barcelona. Dong Fangzhuo personal, League 1 Golden Boot, 28 goals, League 1 assists leader, 16 assists, 8 goals and 4 assists in the Champions League. Asian Cup champion and Ballon d'Or. This report card is remarkable from any perspective, especially the overwhelming dominance displayed in domestic competitions. Chapter 378. The Rise of the Brand, Dongs in Paris. The smoke of Paris Saint-Germain's season gradually dissipates, and the players begin to enjoy a rare vacation, either heading to sunny beaches or returning home to rest. However, in the heart of Paris's fashion and business scene, a battle related to football, but entirely different, is quietly reaching its climax. The protagonist of this battle is Su Wan, along with her independent designer brand Dongs, to which she has devoted countless efforts. Thanks to Dong Fangzhuo's astonishing success at Paris Saint-Germain, the immense influence of winning the Asian Cup and the Ballon d'Or, and his unique image combining Eastern calmness and Western strength, the name Dongs has gained unprecedented attention in a short period. But Su Wan knows well that popularity is like the tide, coming quickly and receding just as fast. She must take advantage of this momentum to firmly establish the brand in the challenging and benchmark-worthy soil of Paris. Her partner, French-Chinese designer Sophia, excitedly bursts into their studio on the left bank of the Seine with a market analysis report. Wan, the time has come. The response to your design series at the graduation exhibition, combined with Dong's ongoing brilliance on the field, especially after the Asian Cup, has led to a 300% surge in our social media attention in Asia and Europe. Several high-end boutiques have sent inquiry letters. We must seize this opportunity and establish a foothold in Paris. Chapter 379. The first monthly exam of youth training. With the season of Paris Saint-Germain concluded, the first team stars have scattered on vacation, and the Camp de Loges training base seems to have entered a resting rhythm. However, at the youth training academy's similarly modern but slightly smaller training ground, the toil of sweat and dreams has never ceased. Here, there are no glaring spotlights. Only the monotonous training day after day, strict assessments, and quiet expectations for the future. 2 young boys from Dalian, Li Ming and Zhang Wei, have spent their most unforgettable and grueling first month of their careers and lives here. In the early morning, Dong Fangzhuo sits in his spacious office, overlooking the tranquil training base outside. What lies before him is not a commercial endorsement contract or a tactical analysis report for the next season, but an encrypted email attachment from the youth training director, Pierre Martin, Li Ming Zhang Wei, first month adaptation assessment report. He takes a deep breath and opens the document. This report spans more than 10 pages, with meticulous detail. Cold data and objective descriptions form the main tone, supplemented by subjective comments from the coaching staff. The first section, physical and technical adaptability. Chapter 380, the new cycle of the national team. The bitterness of the Champions League loss and the glory of the domestic double crown intertwine within him like ice and fire, but the brief vacation has arrived. For Dong Fangzhuo, so-called vacation does not mean real rest. It merely signifies a switch from one high-intensity, highly focused competitive mode to another equally demanding off-field mode. His flight destination is not a sun-drenched resort, but a long journey back to the place where his dream began, Dalian, China. As the plane lands, it is early summer in the north, with a familiar, slightly briny, humid air, without the blockade of Parisian media and fans. He is met by the project manager and several core coaches from the Dalian Fangzhuo football training base. As he rides in the car towards the base, Dong Fangzhuo gazes at the familiar, yet slightly strange street scenery outside the window. A heavy sense of responsibility replaces the fatigue of travel. The gate of the base slowly opens, revealing a wide view. Compared to his last visit months ago, the facilities here are more complete, and the scale has expanded significantly. Several standardized natural grass pitches and an indoor training facility are now in use, with the shouts of young players and the coaches' whistles coming from the distant training ground, filled with vibrant energy. Chapter 381. The Evolution of Tactics, Mourinho's Thoughts. The summer sun in Paris is scorching, but in the core conference room of the Camp de Loges training base, a weighty atmosphere, even colder than the air conditioning, pervades. The noise of the season has long faded. The aroma of champion champagne has dissipated, and the place feels more like a strategic command center, engaged in a ruthless simulation and reflection for the next, more arduous battle. At the Oval Conference table sit head coach Jose Mourinho and his core coaching team, assistant coaches, tactical analysts, fitness coaches, goalkeeper coaches. Each person has an open laptop in front of them, displaying uncomfortable footage, the two-legged match recordings of Paris Saint-Germain versus Barcelona in the Champions League quarterfinals. Especially those 90 minutes at Camp Nou have become a shared thorn in everyone's heart in the room. Mourinho stands at the front, arms crossed, his sharp gaze sweeping over each assistant. He shows no signs of relaxation from returning from vacation. Instead, he resembles a more ravenous cheetah after resting. Gentlemen, his deep voice breaks the silence. The vacation is over. It's time to confront the wounds we least want to face, but must dissect. He points to the screen showing a panoramic view of Camp Nou. What happened here? It wasn't just a loss. How do we lose? Chapter 382. The Summer Transfer Window. Angels arrive in Paris. The summer transfer window in European football is like a war without gunpowder, but equally thrilling. Major clubs are sharpening their swords, attempting to enhance their strength through clever maneuvers, adding weight to the competition for the new season. For Paris Saint-Germain, aiming for a comeback, particularly desiring breakthroughs in European competitions, this summer is especially crucial. The loss at Camp Nou serves as a constant reminder to the management and coaching staff that while the current squad dominates domestically, further upgrades and optimizations are required to conquer Europe. Under the joint leadership of head coach Mourinho and sporting director Antero Henrique, Paris Saint-Germain's summer transfer strategy is clear and targeted to supplement immediate combat power, especially improving creativity and depth in the midfield and forward positions, while optimizing the salary structure and clearing out some redundant players. Transfer market rumors are often a mix of truth and falsehood. But when Paris Saint-Germain's official website and major authoritative media simultaneously release the bombshell news, it still shakes the entire football world. Paris Saint-Germain Football Club is pleased to announce that we have reached an agreement with Manchester United Football Club for the transfer of Angel Di Maria. The Argentine international will sign with the club until 2020. Chapter 383. Preseason Preparations, Tactical Puzzle. In July, Paris is blazing under the sun, and the Camp de Loges training base resembles a giant steamer, with heat waves distorting the distant scenery. However, hotter than the weather is the almost boiling enthusiasm for training and the atmosphere of tactical experimentation on the training ground. The arrival of new signings is like injecting higher-octane fuel into an already powerful engine, bringing new challenges that require recalibration and adjustment. Head coach Jose Mourinho stands on the sidelines, wearing a sun hat, his sharp gaze behind sunglasses, tracking the ball and every player's movement like an eagle. His assistants are scattered across different areas, shouting loudly, executing his instructions. This is a brand new puzzle game, and the pieces in his hands, whether the existing core or newly added weapons, need to be placed precisely in the most suitable positions. Undoubtedly, the focus of the training is on the integration of the attacking combinations in the front line. The addition of Angel Di Maria is not just to increase the rotation players, but a key part of Mourinho's tactical evolution to enhance creativity in the front line and the ability to break through dense defenses. In the practice match, Di Maria mainly appears on the right flank, but his erratic runs and strong desire to cut inside create an interesting interaction and positional rotation with Ezequiel Lavezzi, who is accustomed to playing on the left, and Javier Pastore, who prefers to receive the ball in the central left area. Chapter 384. The league begins. Continuation of dominance. The lingering heat of midsummer has not completely faded, but the warmth inside the Parc des Princes has already been replaced by the surging passion ignited by the new season. In the stands, the blue and red waves surge. with a massive typho depicting a roaring lion, accompanied by slogans of "The King returns" and "Conquest continues." After a summer of waiting, with surprises and signings and subtle tactical evolutions, fans are eager to witness how this rejuvenated Paris Saint-Germain will embark on their title defense journey, and what kind of energy the exciting new pieces will unleash. The opponent in the opening match is the formidable Lion team, known for being a tough nut to crack in League One. However, on this day filled with expectations, they seem more like the first test stone for Paris's new weapons. In the locker room, the atmosphere has subtly changed compared to last season. Confidence remains, but there's a calmness forged through the crucible of Champions League defeats and a focus on the new tactical system. Mourinho is making the final preparations, his voice steady and strong. "Gentlemen, welcome back to the real battlefield." He scans the locker room, his gaze lingering on both new signings and veterans. A summer's worth of sweat, all the signings and tactical drills have led to this moment. Lion will try to challenge us. They will create problems for us with physical confrontation and quick counterattacks. But remember, we are Paris Saint-Germain. This is our fortress. Chapter 385. New signings shine. The Angels' wings, the fierce battles of League One are in full swing, and Paris Saint-Germain continues its strong momentum. However, the real test does not come from mid-table teams, but from those equally ambitious challengers eager to shake the throne. In the 7th round of the league, the Parc des Princes welcomes a heavyweight opponent, Monaco, who has started the new season in scorching form and invested heavily in new signings. Under Jardim's guidance, this youthful team is known for its vibrant attack and sharp counterattacks, seen as the most capable team to challenge Paris's dominance this season. This clash of titans undoubtedly becomes the best test for Paris's new season quality and an excellent stage for new signing Angel Di Maria to prove his worth at the Parc des Princes. The atmosphere before the match is particularly vibrant, with the stands packed. Unlike before, many home fans are not only focused on players like Fangzhuo and Cavani, but are also eagerly anticipating the Argentine wearing the number 11 shirt. Di Maria has performed well in the previous rounds, providing several brilliant assists, but has yet to fully showcase a dominant performance that matches his price and expectations. The fans of the Parc des Princes are eager to see the Angel truly spread his wings. Chapter 386. The challenger appears. Lille's blockade Paris Saint-Germain's journey in League One is like a well-equipped aircraft carrier cutting through relatively calm seas. Continuous victories, especially a strong defeat of rivals like Monaco, have created an almost invincible atmosphere both within the team and outside. The perfect integration of new signing Di Maria, the flourishing attack line, and the terrifying depth of the squad seem to confirm the optimistic expectations of the media and fans that the suspense of this season's League One championship may have already ended. However, the world of football is always full of unpredictability, and beneath the calm surface often lie deadly reefs. In the 11th round of the league, Paris will challenge Lille away. This team is not a traditional powerhouse, but under the guidance of tactically astute young coach Christophe Galtier. They are known for their strict tactical discipline, resilient defense, and efficient counterattacks. They may lack superstars, but as a whole, they operate like a precisely functioning machine. For Paris, who aims for the Champions League and may subconsciously underestimate domestic opponents, such teams are often the most dangerous. The northern weather has taken on a hint of coolness, and the atmosphere at Lille's Pierre Marois Stadium is warm and hostile. The fans here understand the vast gap in strength between their team and Paris, but are eager to witness a classic battle of the underdog triumphing over the strong. Chapter 387. The Shadow of the Champions League. The trial by Real Madrid, the smoke of defeat in League One has not completely dissipated. The sense of frustration cultivated by Lille's iron discipline still lingers painfully in the Paris Saint-Germain locker room. However, the drums of a higher-level European competition have already sounded, leaving no room for them to indulge in their disappointment. All eyes are once again on the UEFA headquarters in Nyon, Switzerland, where the draw for the new season's Champions League group stage is about to take place. The media center at the Paris Saint-Germain training base is once again filled with people, but the atmosphere is different from the mixed anticipation and tension of the last draw. After a season of Champions League baptism, especially the painful lesson at Camp Nou and the narrow escape at Stamford Bridge, the faces of the players and coaches show more composure and a more pragmatic caution. They know full well that, regardless of who they draw, the Champions League group stage will not be an easy path. On the big screen, familiar and awe-inspiring names are drawn. Bayern Munich, Barcelona, Manchester City, Juventus. When the guest places the ball with Paris Saint-Germain's name into the first pot, everyone's breath momentarily holds. Chapter 388. Champions League Opening Victory. Smooth sailing after a strong start in the domestic league and a tough national derby. Paris Saint-Germain's season focus finally shifts to the Champions League, the highest stage that all the giants dream of conquering, which slowly opens its curtain. For Paris, aiming to conquer Europe, every group stage match is crucial, and a smooth start is undoubtedly key to laying the foundation for advancement. The Parc des Princes, adorned for Champions League night, appears even more dazzling. The huge Champions League star logo is projected onto the center of the pitch. The familiar theme song echoes through the air, and the blue and red waves in the stands roll with a fervor that is distinctly different from the league. More international and ceremonial. The first opponent is Malmö FF, the champion team from Sweden. Although the opponent is relatively weaker, no Champions League match can be taken lightly. In the pre-match locker room, head coach Jose Mourinho's expression is not relaxed due to the opponent. "Gentlemen, welcome to the Champions League." His voice is steady and clear. Remember, here, there are no easy matches, only matches that must be won. Malmö will give their all. They will challenge us with defense and discipline. I need you to maintain focus and patience from the first minute. Chapter 389. National Derby. Fierce battle in Marseille. The joy of a comfortable victory in the opening match of the Champions League group stage has not yet fully settled, and the brutal reality of Ligue 1 has already come crashing in. For Paris Saint-Germain, there stands an insurmountable mountain in their league journey, the away challenge against their archrivals, Olympique de Marseille. This is far from an ordinary league match. It is a battle carrying a century of grudges, city pride, and extreme emotions from the fans, with its intensity often surpassing any continental showdown. The Velodrome Stadium in Marseille transforms into a true boiling blue furnace on match day. The air is no longer filled with mere smoke. It is thick with palpable hostility and fervor that is almost suffocating. In the stands, Marseille fans weave a massive net of psychological warfare with their deafening and aggressive roars, insulting banners, and synchronized, oppressive chants. The atmosphere here is starkly different from the grandeur and elegance of the Parc des Princes. It is more primal, rugged, and filled with a fierce animosity. The Paris players, just back from the Champions League, arrive in this hostile city with some fatigue but more focus. In the pre-match locker room, Mourinho's voice is lower than usual, sharp like a finely honed blade, each word carrying a cold, killing intent. Chapter 390. Expedition to Eastern Europe. Comprehensive victory over Shakhtar. The smoke and passion of the national derby in Marseille have not yet fully dissipated from the players' muscle memory, and Paris Saint-Germain must once again turn their attention to the European stage. The challenge in the second round of the Champions League group stage does not come from a familiar Western European powerhouse, but rather from a trip to Eastern Europe. Facing the Ukrainian stronghold Shakhtar Donetsk away. This is not just a football match. It is a comprehensive test of the team's adaptability, focus, and professionalism. The deep autumn in Ukraine brings a clear chill. Due to the domestic situation, Shakhtar Donetsk has temporarily set their home ground at the Medalist Stadium in Kharkiv. The atmosphere here is completely different from the frenzy of Marseille, yet equally filled with formidable hostility. Although the stands are not full, the loyal fans of Shakhtar create a resilient and powerful home advantage with their harmonious, regionally distinctive songs and beats. The long flight, contrasting climate, unfamiliar venue, and the opponent's unique style of play are all invisible obstacles that Paris needs to overcome. In the pre-match locker room, Mourinho's expression is serious and focused. Tactical analysis charts of Shakhtar hang on the wall, highlighting several Brazilian attackers and their quick counterattack routes. Chapter 391. Response in the League. A series of victories. The chill of the Eastern European expedition and the joy of the comprehensive victory in the Champions League have not yet fully dissipated from the players' bodies when Paris Saint-Germain's ship turns around once again, sailing into the turbulent seas of Ligue 1. The shocking away defeat to Lille hangs over them like the sword of Damocles, constantly reminding everyone that even a moment of complacency on their domestic throne can invite countless challengers to tear at them. Mourinho and his disciples understand that the only way to respond is not through words, but by delivering one undeniable victory after another, crushing the fantasies of all challengers and expanding their lead in the standings to a seemingly hopeless extent. The upcoming schedule is dense and arduous, but the entire Paris team is filled with a determination to vent their anger over the defeat. On the training ground, Mourinho's demands are more stringent than ever, with the intensity of tactical drills exceeding that of preseason preparations. The attacking line, composed of Fangzhuo, Di Maria, and Cavani, is honed repeatedly, requiring their movements and passing combinations to achieve a level of telepathy. First match, home against Nantes. At the Parc des Princes, fans are eager to see a response from the team. The Paris players demonstrate strong pressure from the very first minute. Chapter 392, Peak Showdown. Prince Park against Real Madrid. The 5 consecutive wins in the league have injected a surge of power into Paris Saint-Germain, completely dispelling the slight shadow cast by the previous defeat to Lille. The team's morale is at its peak, with the attacking line fully unleashed and the defense solid as a rock. However, all the domestic glory and might seem like mere prelude and preparation in the face of the impending Champions League night. The Parc des Princes is set to host the most heavyweight showdown of the season, a home match against the European king, the defending champions Real Madrid. This is not just a group stage match, it is a true litmus test, the ultimate examination of whether Paris Saint-Germain truly possesses the strength to stand at the pinnacle of Europe. The media hype has reached a boiling point, with Mourinho facing his old club, Ronaldo going head-to-head with Fangzhuo, and the rise of a new European power challenging a traditional giant. All storylines converge here, turning this match into a final at the group stage. On match day, the Parc des Princes transforms into a boiling sea of blue and gold. The moment the Champions League theme song plays, the roar nearly shakes the roof. The air is filled with a nearly stagnant, pre-battle atmosphere, mixed with extreme anticipation and immense pressure, far more intense than any domestic match. Chapter 393, Sudden Defeat. Another loss to Marseille. The sting from Marseille's cold arrow has not yet faded, and Paris Saint-Germain must step onto the most prestigious and intimidating stage in club football, the Santiago Bernabéu Stadium in Madrid. The second leg of the back-to-back Champions League group stage match is far more perilous than the draw at the Parc des Princes. Here, any small mistake can be magnified infinitely and met with the harshest punishment, carrying the frustration of the domestic defeat and a hint of unwillingness. The Paris players need to prove that the previous draw was not mere luck. They have the confidence and strength to compete with the European king on any field. The grandeur and historical weight of the Bernabéu, along with the atmosphere of white terror created by tens of thousands of Real Madrid fans, is enough to instill awe in any visiting player. However, having been tempered by the tactical battle at the Parc des Princes, the Paris players feel more of a stirred, eager challenge in their eyes. In the pre-match locker room, Mourinho's expression is unusually stern. He knows everything here like the back of his hand, including the glory and the pressure. Welcome to the Bernabéu. His voice echoed in the silent locker room, where even breathing feels wrong if you're not strong enough. But we're not here to breathe. We are here to fight. Forget Marseille. Forget everything. Now, there's only one thing allowed in our minds. Execute the tactics and defeat them. Chapter 395. The value of Stambouli. The regret of defeat at the Bernabéu seeped into the bones like a cool breeze from Madrid. However, for Paris Saint-Germain, there was little time to dwell on the Champions League setback. The journey in Ligue 1 offered no respite, especially after the recent losses in the National Derby, which slightly eroded their lead in the standings. Every league match became crucial. Yet, fate seemed to enjoy placing obstacles at critical moments. The indispensable midfielder Blaise Matuidi suffered a muscle strain in training and would miss at least the next 2 crucial matches. This news caused quite a stir among the media and fans, like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Matuidi's relentless running, interceptions, and inexhaustible stamina were key to balancing and hardening PSG's midfield. His absence cast a shadow over the upcoming match against the strong Team Lion, who could take on this heavy defensive responsibility in midfield. At the pre-match press conference, all questions focused on Matuidi's replacement. José, Blaise's absence has a huge impact on the team. How will you adjust the midfield? Chapter 396, Group Stage Conclusion. Strong advancement. The regret of the defeat at the Bernabéu served as a heavy yet timely wake-up call for Paris Saint-Germain. It made them clearly aware that in the top jungle of the Champions League, any slight negligence or bad luck could lead to the loss of previous efforts. Although they failed to earn points against Real Madrid, the initiative for advancing from the group stage remained firmly in their hands. As long as they secured victories in the last 2 matches against Shakhtar Donetsk, home, and Malmo, away, qualifying for the round of 16 was a certainty. The entire team, from the coach to the players, was filled with a determination to eliminate the gloom with undeniable victories and firmly secure their advancement. At the Parc des Princes, the Champions League theme song played once again. Facing the visiting Shakhtar Donetsk, Paris Saint-Germain displayed a more dominant posture than against Real Madrid. From the first minute, they firmly controlled the ball, launching a continuous offensive towards the opponent's half. Mourinho made slight rotations in the lineup, but the core framework remained unchanged. He demanded the team to control the game from the start, wear them down with passing and movement, score early, and completely kill off any suspense. Chapter 397, Round of 16 matchup. Encountering the Blues again, the draw for the Champions League round of 16 always carries a unique, intense atmosphere, mixed with anticipation and anxiety. For the elite teams that have already emerged from the brutal competition of the group stage, it is akin to a reallocation of fate, directly determining the challenges they will face on the path to glory. In the media room at the Paris Saint-Germain training base, the atmosphere was less about the unknown excitement of the group draw and more about a cautious seriousness based on strength. Successfully advancing as group runners-up meant they would inevitably face a strong group winner in the first knockout round. On the big screen, possible opponent names flashed by: Bayern Munich, Manchester City, Juventus, each one tightening the heart. When a guest placed the ball with Paris Saint-Germain's name into the bowl, Fangzhuo instinctively straightened his back. Thiago Silva took a deep breath, and Marco Verratti unconsciously rubbed his fingers. Then, that hand of fate reached into another bowl, slowly unfolding. When that name was called out, the media room erupted into a mix of surprise, bitter smiles, and a complex murmur of just as expected. Chapter 398, Victory at the Parc des Princes. Gaining the upper hand, the smoke of the round of 16 match enveloped the Parc des Princes in a fateful manner. Unlike the cautious probing of the group stage, the knockout rounds were filled with a brutal air of life and death from the very first second. When the opponent was Chelsea, the iron-blooded Blues, who had pushed Paris Saint-Germain to the brink of penalties last season, the atmosphere was further mixed with the flames of revenge and a strong determination to prove themselves and wash away past fears. The stands at the Parc des Princes had transformed into a boiling sea of blue and red. A giant tifo displayed a roaring lion, and the chants of Allez Paris Saint-Germain collided fiercely with the Grand Champions League theme song, creating a home advantage that was both exhilarating and intimidating. The air was hot, as if every breath was charged with energy for the impending peak battle, and every inch of grass sensed the weight it was about to bear. In the pre-match locker room, it was so quiet one could hear the sound of sweat dropping. Mourinho stood in the center, his gaze sweeping over every face filled with determination and fighting spirit. His voice was low, yet like a blade honed through countless trials, cold and hard, striking at the players' hearts with every word. Chapter 399, Resilience at Stamford Bridge. Successful advancement, the smoke and passion of the Parc des Princes had not yet faded from memory, as if one could still feel the lingering heat of that victory. However, the ambitious ship of Paris Saint-Germain could not afford to linger in the harbor. It had to set sail immediately towards the more dangerous and suffocating ultimate battlefield across the English Channel, London, Stamford Bridge. The 2-1 victory in the first leg was like a sweet cake hiding deadly thorns. It brought a valuable first-mover advantage, but also gifted the opponent a priceless away goal, making the second leg's 90 minutes, or more, filled with heart-pounding uncertainties and potentially fatal risks. The slight advantage was like a candle in the wind. At any moment, it could be extinguished by the wild blue storm of Stamford Bridge. On the night of the Champions League do-or-die match, Stamford Bridge transformed into a true boiling blue hell. The Chelsea fans created a nearly frenzied atmosphere with continuous singing, synchronized stomping that shook the ground, and hostile, provocative banners, weaving a vast and invisible net that aimed to psychologically consume and crush the will of any visiting player. The air here was icy, yet thick with the fervent battle spirit exhaled by tens of thousands, each breath filled with the resolve of a last-ditch effort and the flames of revenge. For Chelsea, the goal was simple and direct. A 1-0 victory would suffice to send them into the quarterfinals and nail Paris to the pillar of shame for being overturned. Chapter 400, Stability in Domestic Competitions. Leading the standings, the elation and glory of eliminating Chelsea from the Champions League acted like a powerful stimulant coursing through the veins, greatly boosting the morale and confidence of the entire Paris Saint-Germain team. However, after the celebration, Mourinho and his coaching staff exhibited the calmness and foresight expected of a top-tier club. They knew that the road to ultimate glory this season was a dual-track endeavor. While making strides in European competitions, their dominance in the domestic league must not waver in the slightest. After all, history is replete with teams that stumbled in the domestic league due to the toll of European battles, ultimately ending up with nothing. The atmosphere at the Boulogne-Billancourt training base quickly returned to a highly focused and pragmatic rhythm after a brief celebration. Mourinho repeatedly emphasized during training, the victory in the Champions League belongs to the past. It is confidence, not a burden. Every match in League One is a cornerstone that we must conquer. Forget about the leading advantage on the points table. Treat it as zero in play. Our goal is to lift the trophy in May, not to start calculating points now. The upcoming schedule is intense and full of challenges. Paris needs to manage its physical distribution for double matches in a week and make necessary squad rotations. The experience of veterans like Thiago Motta and Maxwell, the vitality of players like Stambouli, Kurzawa, and Lucas, as well as the creativity of Pastore, all play key roles in the rotation system. Chapter 401, Opponent in the Quarterfinals. The challenge of Manchester City, the smoke from the Champions League round of 16 has not completely cleared, and the joy of Chelsea's resilient advancement still resonates in the veins of every Paris player. However, they have hardly any time to catch their breath, as a treacherous path to the semi-finals, predetermined months ago during the draw in Nyon, has already been laid out. After overcoming Chelsea, they now face a formidable opponent from the Premier League, Manchester City. Now, with Manchester City also eliminating their opponent without suspense, this anticipated showdown has finally transitioned from paper to reality, slowly coming into view like a giant ship, bringing an overwhelming sense of pressure. This is not a sudden encounter, but an inevitable clash marked by fate. At the moment Manchester City confirmed their advancement, the atmosphere in the media room at the Paris Saint-Germain training base was not one of surprise, but rather a serious and highly focused anticipation that had finally arrived. This represents a technical duel between the highest level of League One and the top power of the Premier League, a semi-final that the media had warmed up for early on. They have arrived. Blaise Matuidi looked at the screen showing Manchester City's celebration of advancement and said solemnly, Chapter 402, Home Advantage. Establishing the upper hand months of nearly obsessive research, countless hours of tactical board simulations, and the sweat and adjustments day after day on the training ground. All efforts and preparations are to welcome these fateful 180 minutes. When the drums of the Champions League quarterfinals finally thundered like thunder at the Parc des Princes, the air was filled not only with pre-match passionate fervor, but also with a near-stagnant, highly concentrated atmosphere of impending battle, as if every breath inhaled the scent of gunpowder and steel. Paris Saint-Germain and Manchester City, two top giants representing completely different philosophical directions in modern football, have finally arrived at this destined face-off. The importance of the first leg at home has been elevated to an unparalleled strategic height. Paris must establish an advantage here, amidst the cheers of tens of thousands of supporters that can destroy their opponent's confidence, allowing them to head to the more perilous away battleground at Manchester's Etihad with composure and confidence. The Parc des Princes transformed into a boiling cauldron of blue and red that night. In the stands, a massive tifo slowly unfolded, and the visual impact of a lion tearing through the sky-blue city wall was striking. The deafening, synchronized shouts of Allez Paris Saint-Germain clashed fiercely with the grand and passionate Champions League theme, merging into a force powerful enough to instill fear in any visiting team. This was not just cheering for the home team, but an ultimate pressure test on the psychological defense of the visiting team. Chapter 403, The Fierce Battle at the Etihad. A thrilling advancement, the brilliance and advantage of winning 2-0 at the Parc des Princes seemed to have clad Paris Saint-Germain's Champions League dream in a seemingly solid armor. But it inevitably ignited the primal survival flame that Manchester City could unleash when pushed to the brink. The first leg's defeat of 0-2 had pushed Guardiola and his team to the edge of cliff. But it is precisely this dire situation that can often unleash the iron will and limitless potential hidden within a technically skilled team. When the entire Paris squad stepped into the Etihad Stadium, they were immediately engulfed by a vast, roaring sea of sky blue. The sound here was different from the wildness at Stamford Bridge. It was more enduring, more systematic, and more oppressive. Tens of thousands of fans from the warm-up phase, used their unending songs, synchronized shouts, and highly intimidating cheers to weave a giant net, attempting to psychologically and physically consume the will of any visiting player. The air was so heavy it felt like it could be wrung out for water, and every inch of the turf seemed to tremble, sensing the impending storm that was about to sweep everything away. In the visiting team's locker room, the atmosphere was as silent as the calm before a storm. Mourinho's voice broke the silence, a voice tempered like special steel, cold, hard, devoid of emotion, yet containing undeniable strength. Chapter 404. The Fateful Opponent. Real Madrid. The ecstasy and fatigue from the exhausting battle at the Etihad Stadium, where they advanced through sheer will, had not fully subsided. But the soldiers of Paris Saint-Germain could not afford to indulge. For a path to the ultimate glory in the Champions League that had long been delineated by fate months ago was now clearly laid out before them. After overcoming Manchester City, the massive mountain that had already loomed after the round of 16 draw now stood towering in the semifinals. Its name, Real Madrid. When Real Madrid also battled through to eliminate their opponent and confirmed they would meet Paris in the semifinals. The atmosphere at the Paris training base was not one of surprise, but rather a focused and solemn anticipation of what had finally come. The regrets and dissatisfaction left by the group stage's 2 encounters, 1 draw and 1 loss, and the luck-laden defeat at the Bernabeu now felt like a flame reignited, burning in everyone's hearts. This was no longer a simple reunion, but the ultimate checkpoint set by fate. The most direct challenge from emerging forces to the absolute monarchy of Europe. Head coach Jose Mourinho's reaction was calm to the point of being cold. He had already simulated this outcome countless times. In his eyes, there was no surprise, only a cold battle intent stirred by a powerful opponent he was extremely familiar with, along with complex emotions about facing a part of his own glorious history. To fight to the death on the stage of the Champions League semi-finals against Real Madrid, a team he knew so well and had invested so much in before parting ways. This sense of fate and dramatic tension had already surpassed the draw itself. Chapter 405. The Suffocation at the Bernabeu. A goalless draw, the ultimate path to the Champions League final, had its first checkpoint set at one of the most renowned and intimidating cathedrals in the football world. The Santiago Bernabéu Stadium in Madrid. For Paris Saint-Germain, this stadium carried the memory of a regrettable loss by a single goal in the group stage. And now, as they stepped onto this turf again, their goal was entirely different. No longer to fight for the top spot in the group, but to lay a solid foundation for advancing to the final in this 2-leg, 180-minute life-and-death battle. The strategic objective determined the tactical stance, and the entire team was clear that the primary task for the first leg away was not a glamorous offensive battle, but an extreme pragmatism to retreat intact and strive for a favorable outcome as much as possible. The night at the Bernabeu was still starry, and the white wave-like stands radiated the arrogance and majesty accumulated over history. However, unlike the open contest atmosphere of the group stage, this semi-final reunion felt infused with a cold, highly tense sense of suffocation. Both sides understood that any small mistake could be magnified infinitely and subjected to the cruelest punishment. Chapter 406. The Miracle of Parc des Princes. A game that determines everything. The strategic equilibrium brought about by the suffocating battle at the Bernabeu has poured all the pressure, expectations, and ultimate fate into this night at Parc des Princes. With 180 minutes of life-and-death struggle, only the last 90 minutes, or perhaps longer, remain to write the conclusion. The score of 0-0 in the first leg hangs like a bowstring stretched to its limit, suspended in everyone's hearts. It signifies that the advantage is minimal, meaning that a single goal from either side could directly determine who steps onto the final stage. The air is so heavy it feels like it could squeeze out moisture. Every breath is accompanied by immense hope and indescribable tension. Parc des Princes has transformed into an unprecedented blue and red furnace. In the stands, a massive tifo displays the glorious path to the final, and the fans' chants have never been so synchronized and powerful, as if to unleash the desires accumulated over an entire season, even several seasons, in a single night. This is an almost religious fervor and devotion, with all faith entrusted to the 11 warriors on the field. In the pre-match locker room, Mourinho's voice is no longer a cold command, but filled with burning energy and a final mobilization. Chapter 407. League Crowning. Successful defense of title, the ecstasy of reaching the Champions League final injects the strongest adrenaline into every player of Paris Saint-Germain. The passionate shouts from that miraculous night at Parc des Princes seem to still echo in their ears. And the immense sense of glory and team confidence brought by this historic breakthrough transforms into immeasurable spiritual power. However, the season's journey is not yet over. Before reaching the ultimate throne of glory, there is still a crown that is within reach to be securely taken: the Ligue 1 championship title. The entire team shows no signs of slackening. Instead, they perfectly channel the momentum from their Champions League advancement into the final sprint of the domestic league. Mourinho keenly captures this momentum during training. "Gentlemen, the Champions League final awaits us in the distance. But the league title before us is the best proof of our stability and dominance this season. Don't let it slip through our fingers. Let us continue our momentum with victory and use the championship to pave the way for the Champions League final. Stay focused, one game at a time." The upcoming league fixtures become a showcase of champion temperament and stability for Paris Saint-Germain, who are in peak form and high morale. Despite physical fatigue, the excitement and strong desire to win sustain them. Chapter 408, French Cup Finale. The battle against Marseille, the temple of the Champions League final, shines ahead. And the glory of the league championship has been embraced, but Paris Saint-Germain's season journey has one last domestic battle to conclude perfectly: the French Cup final against their old rivals, Olympique de Marseille, who have twice made them taste the bitterness of defeat in the league. This is not just a battle for a cup championship. It is a true opportunity for revenge, to firmly establish an undisputed dominant position in the domestic arena, and to head into the Champions League final in the best possible form. Stade de France is distinctly divided into two camps on this night. One half is a surge of blue and red waves, while the other half is a boiling sea of white. Marseille fans long to compensate for their league disappointment with a cup championship and continue their narrative of being Paris's nemesis. Paris fans, on the other hand, hope for a resounding victory to achieve a third consecutive win over their rivals, including a possible league victory, and to head into the Champions League with the glory of a domestic double. In the pre-match locker room, the atmosphere is not as intensely tense as before the Champions League, but filled with another kind of unwavering determination. Chapter 409, the night before the final. Tactics and psychology. The glory and passion of being domestic double champions have not yet fully settled. But the entire Paris Saint-Germain team has switched all modes to the final setting, fully preparing for the UEFA Champions League final against Atletico Madrid. The noise and celebration are quickly left behind, and the atmosphere at the Camp de Loges training base becomes unprecedentedly focused, serious, and even carries a sense of near-religious silence. The stage of dreams is within reach, and every bit of preparation before the last battle may determine the final outcome. A large UEFA Champions League final banner is hung in the most prominent position on the training ground, constantly reminding everyone why they are fighting. Mourinho and his coaching staff have analyzed countless game tapes of Atletico Madrid from the past few seasons, especially their matches in this Champions League knockout stage. The image of the opponent is crystal clear: a team molded by Diego Simeone, known for its ironclad defensive discipline, unyielding fighting spirit, and highly efficient counterattacks. In a closed tactical meeting room, Mourinho stands in front of a large screen, the light reflecting his serious expression. Below, the players are fully focused. Chapter 410, Milan Night. The Pinnacle Showdown, Part 1, Milan, Italy, at the San Siro Miazza Stadium. This hall, which has borne countless football legends, becomes the sole focus of the world football stage on this night. Brilliant lights illuminate the pitch as if it were daylight, and the stands have transformed into a boiling sea of stars made up of countless flashing lights and flags. The air is thick with a pre-match atmosphere that almost feels frozen, mixed with extreme anticipation and immense pressure, more intense than any match before. The highest honor in European club football, the UEFA Champions League trophy, quietly awaits its new owner next to the players' tunnel exit: Paris Saint-Germain and Atletico Madrid. Two teams with vastly different styles, but equally filled with an insatiable desire for victory, are about to engage in the final showdown here. The pre-match ceremony is solemn and brief, the Champions League theme song echoing through the air, but when the singing fades, that suffocating tension instantly fills every inch of space. In a pre-match locker room, Mourinho completes the final arrangements. His voice is calm to the extreme, as if it could freeze the air. Remember everything about them. Remember their defensive organization, Remember their counterattack routes. Remember Griezmann's movements. His gaze sweeps over each face filled with determination and tension like a hawk. The match will be tough. It will be ugly. It will be full of physical confrontations and interruptions. But this is the final. We need to be more resilient, more patient, and more focused than they are. From the first minute, execute our plan. Be decisive in attack and impenetrable in defense. Chapter 411, Milan Night. The Pinnacle Showdown. Part 2. The 15 minutes of halftime seemed to stretch infinitely in the Paris Saint-Germain locker room. The score of 0-1 feels like a cold, heavy boulder pressing down on everyone's hearts, the air thick with sweat and fatigue, almost stagnant. Atletico Madrid's machine-like defensive discipline and lethal efficiency have made everyone experience the brutal pressure of a Champions League final. The frustration of having strength, but being blocked by an invisible barrier, is far more suffocating than physical fatigue. Mourinho stands in the center, showing no signs of panic. Adversity instead sparks his ultimate calmness. He does not roar. His low voice is like a heavy hammer, striking every taut nerve. Conceding that goal is bad, but the sky hasn't fallen. His gaze is electric, sweeping across every face filled with unwillingness and pressure. This is exactly what they want. Let us become impatient. Let us lose our rhythm, and then they can play their counterattacks more comfortably. He quickly walked to the tactical board, the lines becoming sharper and more aggressive. Their defense is tough, but not impenetrable. We need more lateral movement to distribute the ball to the flanks faster. Tear their defensive line apart. Anfit, Lucas, be more decisive on the flanks. Dare to take on one-on-one situations and deliver high-quality crosses. Chapter 412. The king on the penalty spot. The harsh whistle signaling the end of extra time did not bring relief. Instead, it was like a gate opening, pouring a colder, more extreme, and suffocating tension into every corner of the San Siro stadium. 120 minutes of full-speed running, fierce confrontation, and tactical maneuvering had drained the players of their last ounce of energy, yet it had tightened everyone's mental will to the breaking point. At this moment, all tactics and combinations became meaningless. The outcome would be decided in the most brutal and direct manner: penalty shootouts. The confrontation at the 12-yard line was the ultimate test of will, a casual play of fate, and the harshest verification of kingly spirit. Both teams did not return to the locker room, but instead formed a tight circle on the sidelines. Team doctors raced against time to provide the last muscle relaxation and hydration for the players. The fingers of the masseurs could clearly feel the stiffness and slight trembling of the muscle fibers. Sweat continued to ooze from the players' foreheads and temples, mingling with grass clippings and dirt, but all this physical exhaustion was now overshadowed by a more powerful, heart-stopping psychological pressure. Chapter 413. Celebration in Paris. We are champions. The flight carrying the new kings of Europe landed smoothly on the runway of Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris, as if carrying the world's most precious treasure. When the cabin door opened, what rushed in was not the familiar air, but a deafening wave of celebration that seemed to tear the sky apart. The airport had long been flooded with countless fans in blue and red jerseys, waving flags, filling every possible corner. Railings, barriers, and even the rooftops of airport buildings became stages for their madness. The shouts of Allez Paris Saint-Germain champions d'Europe, European champions, surged like a tangible tsunami, instantly engulfing the players who had just endured a tiring journey. The players, seeing this scene through the porthole, felt all their fatigue washed away by a huge sense of honor and happiness. They smiled and waved to the outside, immediately eliciting an even louder response. Fangzhuo and Thiago Silva, as captains, were the first to appear at the cabin door holding the heavy trophy with the big ears. When the silver trophy sparkled under the Parisian sun, the entire airport erupted. The flashes of cameras flickered like a torrential downpour, nearly blinding. They exchanged smiles and jointly lifted the trophy high, showcasing this supreme honor to their supporters. Chapter 414. The dream of the Ballon d'Or, the celebration of midsummer, gradually settled into a brilliant imprint in the city's memory. But the legendary story belonging to Paris Saint-Germain and Fangzhuo had not ended with the Champions League parade reaching its conclusion. On the contrary, it opened a brand new and more attention-grabbing chapter. As preparations for the new season quietly began, a heavyweight topic swept across global sports media with unprecedented fervor. With his dominant performance as the absolute core in the epic Champions League season and winning the League One Golden Boot, Dong Fangzhuo had undoubtedly become one of the hottest contenders for this year's Ballon d'Or. The pinnacle of personal honor shone so vividly on this Chinese captain and Paris leader for the first time. The initial signal came from an authoritative feature report in France Football magazine. In a deeply analytical article, they detailed Dong Fangzhuo's entire season statistics: 15 goals in the Champions League, including the crucial equalizer in the final, 30 league goals crowned with the Golden Boot, and countless key assists that determine the direction of matches. The article commented, "Dong's season is phenomenal. He is not only a ruthless finisher, but also a model of a comprehensive modern forward. On Paris Saint-Germain's road to the pinnacle of Europe, he is the brightest North Star, never absent from the most important stage." The selection criteria for the Ballon d'Or are based on the best player of the year, and Dong provided compelling evidence on both team honors and personal statistics. Chapter 4:15. The Fruits of Youth Training. The children's admiration the night of celebration at the Parc des Princes for the Champions League victory was like a magnificent blue and red dream, with fireworks, streamers, deafening songs, and tears intertwining, creating the most glorious scene in the history of Paris Saint-Germain. Amidst the golden rain and countless cameras focused on the superstars, a subtle yet deeply meaningful warm moment quietly occurred, its power sufficient to penetrate the noise and reach the heart, planting a crucial seed in the future soil of the club. After the grand award ceremony, players and coaches took turns raising the heavy trophy, circling the field and interacting with the ecstatic fans in the stands. Dong Fangzhuo and Thiago Silva, as captains, were naturally the absolute focus. Each time they lifted the trophy, it triggered a new round of cheers. Passion continued to burn, sweat and champagne soaked their championship jerseys. In the midst of this revelry, Dong Fangzhuo's gaze crossed the layers of cheering crowd and landed on the young, eager faces at the entrance of the players' tunnel. There were players from various youth teams of Paris Saint-Germain, specially invited by the club to enter the inner field, to experience this historic moment up close and witness the ultimate form of their dreams. These youngsters, dressed in neat training gear, displayed a mix of envy, excited trembling, and pure admiration for the heroes on the field. They crowded together, trying hard to get closer to that glorious pitch, as if they could absorb a bit more of the champion's aura. Chapter 4:16. Teacher and student shared glory as the wave of celebration at the Parc des Princes gradually subsided. The sweet scent of champagne, mixed with the smell of sweat and grass clippings, filled the locker room, emanating a sense of extreme release and satisfaction. The trophy was passed from hand to hand, each touch eliciting cheers. Amidst this chaos filled with masculine hormones and extreme joy, two figures stood out. Their interaction was not hysterical madness, but contained a deeper, more profound emotional power that attracted the silent attention of everyone present: Jose Mourinho and Dong Fangzhuo. The crowd parted slightly, as if an invisible understanding existed. Mourinho, having just experienced a victory in the ultimate tactical battle, wore a weary expression, but his sharp eyes still sparkled with wisdom and satisfaction. Dong Fangzhuo, having just led the team to the top with his goals and leadership qualities, still had streamers hanging from him, and sweat dampened his temples. They did not speak immediately, only exchanging smiles from a few steps away. That smile contained too much that words could not express. The hardships of their journey, countless debates and tactical meetings, mutual encouragement after defeats, and the supreme joy of sharing this pinnacle glory at this moment. Chapter 4:17. A new height for the commercial empire. The glory of the UEFA Champions League had not yet faded, and another weighty token of personal highest honor was added to Dong Fangzhuo's scale. He successfully won this year's Ballon d'Or, the core honors of the Champions League champion. The league's top scorer and the Ballon d'Or converge in one person's body. The energy generated far exceeds the realm of sports competition, like a precisely injected commercial nuclear explosion, propelling Dong Fangzhuo's personal brand value and global influence to an unprecedented and astonishing new height. On the night of the Ballon d'Or ceremony, when Dong Fangzhuo received the Golden Football, symbolizing the highest individual achievement in the football world, he was not just receiving a trophy, but also a golden key to unlock the treasury of a global business empire. The time the flashlights focused on him surpassed that of all other candidates combined. His composed and fluent acceptance speech in English, along with his heartfelt thanks to the fans in Chinese, was instantly transmitted to every corner of the world via satellite signal. At that moment, He was no longer just an outstanding athlete, but a global icon spanning sports, fashion, and culture. Chapter 418. The Coronation of a Dynasty. Season summary. As the celebrations of the Champions League and the global attention of the Ballon d'Or gradually settled within Paris Saint-Germain, a more grand and historic event was just beginning. In the most renowned hotel banquet hall in downtown Paris, a grand celebration named Blue Dynasty Night took place as scheduled. There was no noise from the stands of the stadium, but another kind of solemn and glorious light gathered here. Club owners, senior management, all first-team players and coaching staff, staff members, representatives of legends, and a few respected media and partners gathered together to review and summarize this epic season in football history, which encompassed the highest honors of the Champions League, Ligue 1, and the Coupe de France, achieving a treble. The banquet hall was meticulously decorated in a sea of blue and gold. A huge club emblem and 3 shining championship trophies, the Champions League replica trophy, the Ligue 1 champion plate, and the Coupe de France trophy, were placed under the spotlight in the center of the stage, like treasures on a throne, receiving everyone's attention. Giant posters hung on the walls, showcasing the classic moments of the season. Fangzhuo's header in the Champions League final, Silva lifting the trophy, the team's parade down the Champs-Élysées, and close-ups of Mourinho passionately directing. The air was filled with the fragrance of fine champagne and elegant jazz music. But an overwhelming sense of victory and pride was still the main theme of the entire night. Chapter 419. A brief rest and thoughts for the future of the epic treble-winning season, along with the dizzying global celebrations, commercial storms, and endless praise, finally came to a close like a grand symphony that lasted for months, after playing its most brilliant final chapter. For Fangzhuo, the tension that had been taut throughout the entire season and even his entire career finally had a moment to relax. After the club's official celebration banquet, he declined numerous commercial activities and vacation invitations and boarded a flight back to Dalian, China, with his wife Su Wan and their children. This was his route, the place where his football dream began, and now the only harbor he longed for to escape the hustle and bustle and draw peace. The plane landed at Dalian's Zhuizi International Airport. Despite the low-key itinerary, informed fans and media had already gathered there. The warm welcome made Fangzhuo feel the unconditional support and pride of his hometown people. He smiled and fulfilled some autograph requests, then quickly got into the arranged vehicle with his family, heading towards the familiar home filled with the salty sea breeze. True rest began the moment he stepped through the door of his home. No tactical meetings, no training schedules, no media interviews. Time seemed to suddenly slow down. He walked with his aging parents in the community, listening to them chatter about family matters and complain that he was always away. He personally cooked a few simple dishes for his family. Though his skills were rusty, they were filled with heart. He immersed himself in the world of his children's toys, making up for the time missed due to his battles. Su Wan also temporarily handed over the global operations of Dong's brand to the core team, enjoying this rare family reunion. This simple and genuine warmth was the best healing for his intense struggles over the past year. Chapter 420. The smoke after the celebration, the noise and glory of midsummer seemed to linger in the air of Paris. But the gears of the football world never stopped turning. The new season of Ligue 1 slowly opened amidst eager anticipation and tributes to the defending champions. The Parc des Princes, which witnessed countless miracles and the ultimate coronation last season, was once again filled to capacity. Blue and red flags and scarves surged like waves, with a massive tifo in the stands depicting the glorious scene of the team holding up 3 trophies. Below the stands were countless faces filled with pride and desire. When the stadium announcer read out the names of Paris Saint-Germain players in an unprecedented, passionate tone, each announcement triggered thunderous applause. Especially when Fangzhuo and head coach Jose Mourinho's names were called, the cheers reached a boiling point. The players held the hands of ball boys as they stepped onto the familiar grass, greeted not by the scrutiny of challengers, but by the reverent worship of the entire football world. The air was filled with a festive atmosphere, as if every match of the new season would be a continuation of yet another celebration parade. The opponent in the opening match was a mid-table team, and their pre-match lineup welcoming the newly crowned European champions further elevated this atmosphere of reverence. Camera lenses constantly focused on the replica of the Champions League trophy displayed in the stands and the brand new Champions League badge on the players' jerseys, symbolizing their status as defending champions. Everything seemed to declare that a brand new era of the Parisian dynasty had calmly begun. Chapter 421. The new landscape of League One. The challenge from behind the curtain of the new season of League One opened with Paris Saint-Germain's somewhat bumpy, yet ultimately victorious opening match. However, that victory in the wake-up call in the locker room did not immediately translate into absolute dominance on the pitch. In the second round of the league, Paris was set to travel away to challenge one of their traditional domestic rivals, Lyon. This was not just an ordinary league match, but the first test to gauge the true quality of Paris in the post-treble era. Before the match, the media's focus had shifted from merely praising Paris to analyzing the new landscape of League One. Lequite pointed out that this summer, Paris's brilliance had undoubtedly stimulated all of its competitors. Traditional powerhouses like Lyon, Marseille, and Monaco did not sit idly by. They made more targeted reinforcements in the transfer market. Lyon brought in a physically gifted defensive midfielder and a lightning-fast winger. Marseille strengthened their defensive solidity, and Monaco's young team became more mature. The arms race in League One had quietly escalated due to Paris's ascendance. The article suggested that while Paris was strong, replicating last season's domestic dominance will be far more challenging than before. Chapter 422. The shadow of the Gunners in the Champions League group staged the halo of the defending champions, like an invisible yet heavy crown, followed Paris Saint-Germain into every corner of the new season. As the fierce competition in the domestic league began, the call to battle in Europe had already been solemnly sounded. The draw ceremony for the new season's Champions League group stage, held at UEFA's headquarters in Nyon, Switzerland, was the first important rehearsal for any team aiming for the highest honor. For Paris, it was also the first step of their return to the Champions League in a kingly manner, and the draw results would clearly outline whether their path to defend the title would be smooth or thorny. In the media room of Paris Saint-Germain's training base, the atmosphere is more composed and cautious compared to the anticipation and excitement of last season. As a top-seeded team, they have avoided the champion giants of other leagues. But this does not mean the road ahead will be smooth. There are still opponents hidden among the second, third, and fourth-tier teams that can cause significant trouble. As the draw guest's hand pulls out the small balls from the shimmering glass jars and unfolds them one by one, the fate of Paris Saint-Germain in the new season's Champions League group stage gradually becomes clear. Group B, Chapter 423, Group Encounter, Regret at the Emirates Stadium. The first stop on the journey to defend the Champions League title is the Emirates Stadium in North London, a battleground that is both familiar and challenging for Paris Saint-Germain. The shadow of the Gunners looms over the draw, now transformed into a roar from the stands and the fierce determination in the eyes of Arsenal players on the field. For Wenger's team, overturning the reigning European champions at home is undoubtedly the best declaration of their strength and a bid for the top spot in the group. In the pre-match locker room, Mourinho's tone is unusually grave. Remember every word I've said to you. This is the Emirates Stadium. They will try to dominate the game with passing and control from the first minute. What do we need? We need to be more aggressive than them. Put pressure on them from the start. Disrupt their rhythm. Defensively, we must focus, especially on marking Ozil and Sanchez. Offensively, be decisive. Seize the opportunity when they push their defense up. However, the theoretical deployment often differs from practice on the field. Perhaps the halo of being the defending champions brought invisible pressure, or perhaps it was the tense atmosphere of playing away. Paris Saint-Germain did not immediately enter the aggressive state that Mourinho demanded after the match began. They appeared somewhat restrained, with more passing errors than usual, and their movement was not as active as their opponents. Chapter 424, Domestic Battle, Tired Victory. The wake-up call from the draw with Arsenal in the Champions League has not yet been fully digested, and the tight schedule ruthlessly pushes Paris Saint-Germain back into the domestic league battlefield. The cruelty of juggling two competitions has already become evident early in the season. Physical and mental fatigue quietly erodes this luxurious team aiming for a treble. In the weekend's League One match, Paris hosts mid-table but tenacious Nantes at the Parc des Princes. Unlike the roaring atmosphere of the Champions League night, the league ambience seems to carry an imperceptible heaviness. The fans in the stands remain enthusiastic, but their eyes reflect a scrutiny of the team's condition. During the pre-match warm-up, observant spectators can notice something unusual. Core players like Fangzhuo and Di Maria seem less sprightly than usual, their brows carrying an unmistakable weariness. The high-intensity battle with Arsenal at the Emirates Stadium during the week has clearly taken a toll on their stamina. Mourinho stands on the sidelines, his expression stern. He knows better than anyone the current state of the team. In the pre-match locker room, his deployment is concise and pragmatic. I know you're tired. But this is the test that top teams must face. Nance will try to exhaust us with physical contests and running. We need to control the game with intelligence and experience. Reduce unnecessary dribbling. Passing must be simple, quick, and accurate. Seize the opportunity and take the lead early. Chapter 425. Champions League Resurgence. Away victory. The difficult battles in the domestic league and the visible fatigue hang over Paris Saint-Germain like a layer of gloom. But the drums of war in the Champions League sound again, pulling the team's focus back to the quest for European supremacy. The opponent in the second round of the group stage is Ludogorets, the champions for Bulgaria, although the opponent is considered the weakest in the group on paper. A trip to Eastern Europe has never been an easy task for Paris, who urgently needs a victory to boost morale and stabilize their chances of advancing in the group. This match is crucial. In a training session in Bulgaria before the match, Mourinho's expression is even more severe than during the league. Forget the fatigue from the league. Forget all excuses. This is the Champions League. We are the defending champions. Ludogorets will be full of fighting spirit at their home ground. But we must show them the difference in levels. From the first minute, bring our intensity and focus. Be efficient in attack and solid in defense. I want to see a clean and decisive victory. His words whip the players' nerves like a whip. The special magic of the Champions League theme song, coupled with the urgency brought by the draw with Arsenal, rekindles the entire team's heightened focus. Chapter 426. National Team Concerns. Defeat in Seoul. The strong resurgence in the Champions League and the accolades at the club level create a brief and beautiful bubble. When Fangzhuo takes off the blue and red jersey of Paris Saint-Germain, which carries countless glories, and puts on the red jersey of the Chinese national team, the reality he faces instantly shifts from the quest for European supremacy to the brutal mire of the Asian World Cup qualifiers. The new round of World Cup qualifiers ignites the flames of competition, and the Chinese team faces a tough away match against their old rivals, South Korea. At the Seoul World Cup Stadium, a venue that has witnessed countless football grudges between China and South Korea, the air is once again thick with tension. For Fangzhuo, the sense of disparity brought about by this role reversal is particularly strong. In Paris, he is the absolute core of the team, a tactical fulcrum, a leader who commands respect, surrounded by world-class teammates, with the entire system efficiently revolving around him. However, in the national team, he remains the brightest star and the sharpest spear, yet he must bear pressures far exceeding those at the club level, often having to drop back to the midfield or even deeper positions to assist in ball distribution, compensating for the significant gap in the overall strength of the team. Chapter 427. Dominance at the Parc des Princes. Big win over Basel. The setbacks of the national team and the fatigue from long travels cling to every national team player returning to the club like a stubborn sore. For Fangzhuo, the experience of scoring twice in Seoul, yet suffering defeat, adds an indescribable weight. However, the rhythm of professional football never allows one to linger in disappointment for long. Returning to Paris, back to the familiar Boulogne-Billancourt training base, he must quickly readjust his heart, once dedicated to fighting for his country, back to the channel of defending the club's championship title. The upcoming third round of the Champions League group stage, facing Swiss champions Basel at home, is a crucial match that cannot afford any mistakes. It concerns not only their chances of advancing, but also the need to regain confidence and reprove their dominance as the kings of Europe. The Parc des Princes is once again enveloped in the fiery atmosphere of a Champions League night. In the stands, a massive tifo showcases the team triumphantly lifting the Champions League trophy, and the fan singing is louder than ever, eager to use the home crowd's roar to dispel the players' fatigue and inspire them to regain their royal spirit. In the pre-match locker room, Mourinho's gaze is sharp as a knife, scanning his players one by one, lingering a moment longer on a few national team members who just returned. Chapter 428. Unexpected draw, upsets, and reflection. Securing a spot in the Champions League round of 16 ahead of schedule should have turned Paris Saint-Germain's final group stage match against Ludogorets at home into a ceremonial honor match, even a practice ground for rotating the squad. The atmosphere in the stands of the Parc des Princes, compared to the tense critical battles before, seems much more relaxed. Fans look forward to another goal fest, hoping to wrap up the home group stage with a perfect finale. However, the football field is always full of unpredictability. A complacent mindset acts like an invisible toxin, quietly eroding the body of the defending champions. Although Mourinho still emphasized the importance of focus before the match and made significant rotations to the lineup, giving starting opportunities to players like Cavani, Pastore, and Lucas. A subtle atmosphere of believing that victory was within reach seemed to have spread throughout the locker room. After the match began, Paris indeed controlled possession thanks to their strong strength, relentlessly attacking Ludogorets' penalty area. However, their attacks appeared slow and lacked sharpness. The passes were mostly safe. Off-the-ball movements were not active enough, and the shots often felt like they were merely scratching the surface. Chapter 429. Pressure from two fronts. Breathing space in the league. The shadow of an unexpected draw in the Champions League group stage had not yet completely dissipated, and Paris Saint-Germain had to shift all their attention back to the more intense and brutal competition of the domestic league. Unlike last season's runaway success, where they secured the championship early, this season's Ligue 1 had transformed into a prolonged tug-of-war for every point due to the strengthening of rival teams and Paris's own fluctuating form. Particularly, Olympique Lyon, like a hunting dog sensing blood, was tightly on Paris's heels, with the two teams alternating in the lead on the points table, and the gap never widening to a comfortable distance. Midway through the league, a crucial 6-point battle unfolded at the Parc des Princes as Paris Saint-Germain hosted the persistent Lion. Before the match, Paris led the points table by a slim goal difference, and the outcome of this match would directly determine the league leader before the winter break, carrying psychological significance far beyond the 3 points themselves. The atmosphere at the Parc des Princes was unprecedentedly tense, with the air thick with the smell of an impending battle. The fans understood the importance of this match, and their cheers were filled with power and expectation from the warm-up stage, mixed with a hint of barely perceptible anxiety. Chapter 430. Round of 16 Showdown. The fateful Barcelona. The draw for the Champions League round of 16 always carries a unique, tension-filled air mixed with anticipation and anxiety. For Paris Saint-Germain, who narrowly advanced as second in their group, the pressure from this uncertainty was particularly immense. It meant they were likely to encounter a top-tier powerhouse in the first round of the knockout stage, in a draw venue in Nyon. The atmosphere in the media room at Paris' training base was so tense it felt almost frozen, with everyone's eyes glued to the big screen, awaiting the verdict of fate. As the guest's hand withdrew a ball from the second glass bowl and slowly unfolded it to reveal a name that seemed to carry magic and weight, the media room erupted into a mix of gasps, wry smiles, and complex sighs of course. Barcelona. It was them again, the thrilling semi-final from last season, where they narrowly progressed on away goals, flooded back into everyone's memory like a tidal wave. This was no simple reunion. It was as if UEFA had meticulously scripted a fateful drama, pushing two entwined teams once more into an early life-and-death situation on the road to the pinnacle of European football. Chapter 431. The nightmare at Camp Nou. Collapse. The first real hurdle on the road to defending their title brought Paris Saint-Germain to one of the most intimidating arenas in the football world. Barcelona isa Camp Nou. The shadow of Barcelona that loomed during the draw now transformed into an almost tangible pressure created by nearly 100,000 fans in the stands, along with a burning desire for revenge in the eyes of the team boasting the MSN trio. For Paris, this was a strategic battle where they had to at least score an away goal or even strive for a draw. However, what awaited them was an unexpected, complete nightmare. In the pre-match locker room, Mourinho's tone was more severe than ever, with almost every word carrying the weight of steel. Remember everything we practiced. Compress the space. Cut off their midfield from the attack. Be wary of Alba and Alves's overlaps. The attack must be efficient. Seize every opportunity behind them. From the first minute, bring the intensity of a final. Here, any small mistake will be magnified infinitely. However, when the players stepped onto the grass of Camp Nou, overwhelmed by the deafening cheers and the massive Catalan flag, that invisible weight seemed to exceed many people's psychological endurance. The match completely deviated from the trajectory Mourinho had set from the very beginning. Chapter 432. Faith in the face of despair. The flight back to Paris from Barcelona felt like a cage transporting defeated generals. The cabin was filled with a deathly silence, starkly contrasting with the tense, yet hopeful atmosphere on the way there. No one spoke, no one engaged, and few even looked up. Some players wore headphones, staring blankly out at the sea of clouds. Others hid their faces under hats, trying to block out the outside world and the immense pain and shame within. The 0-4 scoreline weighed heavily on everyone's heart like a cold, heavy boulder, seemingly sucking out all the oxygen and leaving them breathless. Fangzhuo gazed out the window at the gradually enlarging outline of Paris, a city that had revered them as gods yesterday, but today felt unapproachable. Upon arriving at the training base, the atmosphere grew even more somber. There were no enthusiastic fans waiting, only a few club staff silently receiving luggage. Their eyes filled with sympathy and a hint of undeniable disappointment. The Boulogne-Billancourt training base seemed to be shrouded in an invisible low pressure, with the usual noise of the training ground replaced by an unsettling silence. The next day, Mourinho canceled all regular training and called the entire team into a meeting room. There were no tactical boards, no match videos, just a grim-faced coach and a group of dejected players. Chapter 433, The Miracle Night at the Parc des Princes, Part 1. The shadow of the Camp Nou collapse collided fiercely with the determination to rise again. Fermenting within just a week, ultimately compressing all energy and gathering it, waiting to be released entirely on this night at the Parc des Princes. This was no longer an ordinary Champions League knockout match. It was a holy war fought for honor, an ultimate attempt to rise from the dead. Although reason told everyone that overturning a 0-4 deficit was nearly impossible and nearly tragic, result-agnostic fighting spirit infected the team and ignited the stadium. On match day evening, the Parc des Princes transformed into an unprecedented blue-red furnace. An hour before the match began, the stand were already filled. A massive tifo slowly unfolded, no longer depicting glorious celebratory scenes, but instead a concise yet impactful slogan. Allez croyez, forward, believe. There was no despair, no complaints. Instead, there was a near-religious fervor and a shared atmosphere of solidarity against the enemy. The fans, with their loudest singing, tried to inject their strength into the blood of every player on the pitch from the very first minute. In the pre-match locker room, the atmosphere was as tense as the sea before a storm, with calm hiding towering waves. Mourinho did not provide lengthy tactical instructions. His orders were clear and extreme. From the moment the whistle blows until the last second, maximum intensity pressure. Pin them in their half, with your running and bodies. Make them feel suffocated every time they get the ball. Attack. It must be simple, direct, and efficient. Seize every set piece. I want to see goals. Early, early, early. Goals. Chapter 434. The Miracle Night at the Parc des Princes, Part 2. The 15 minutes of halftime felt infinitely stretched within the Parc des Princes. The air was filled with an almost explosive level of extreme excitement and uncontrollable anxiety. The score of 3-0 had brought the aggregate score to 3-4. An unimaginable halftime result before the match. I hope it flows like hot magma, surging in the chest of every fan and player, but is also so fragile, as if it could be completely extinguished by a goal from Barcelona in the second half. In the locker room, sweat and hurried breathing intertwine. Mourinho's voice is like tempered steel, cold and hard, trying to suppress the boiling emotions into the final weapon of battle. Forget 30. The current score is 0-0. They will be awakened. Enrique will wake them up. The second half is the real war. They will counterattack 10 times fiercer than the first half. We need to be more focused, calmer, and more tenacious than in the first half. Defense. No step back. Attack. Seize every opportunity. We still need to score. 2. Remember. His words hit everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. The players encourage each other with their eyes, nodding vigorously, pouring mineral water over their heads, trying to calm their burning bodies and reserve every ounce of energy needed for the final battle. Chapter 435. Quarterfinal opponent. The old lady Juventus. The smoke of that epic comeback against Barcelona has not completely dissipated, and the next hurdle on the road to the championship is clearly marked by the predetermined matchup against Juventus. There is no need for another draw. Fate has already set this Italian giant from Turin as the only obstacle for Paris Saint-Germain to reach the semifinals. As the media and fans shift their focus from the ruins of Barcelona to the next opponent, the atmosphere in the media room at the base has not become relaxed, but rather falls into a more cautious, even somewhat respectful heaviness. The old lady. Behind this nickname lies the steadiness, resilience, and unparalleled tactical discipline of Italian football. For Paris, which has just experienced the baptism of a technical storm against Barcelona, Juventus represents another completely different yet equally dangerous football philosophy, reinforced concrete-like defense and efficient, lethal counterattacks. The camera captures the reaction of head coach Jose Mourinho. There is no surprise on his face, but rather a focused expression akin to that of a chess player facing a worthy opponent. The game against Allegri will be another tactical battle of wits. Chapter 436. Home Victory. Tactical triumph at the Parc des Princes, the flames of the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals are reignited. Unlike the almost tragic fervor during the comeback against Barcelona, the atmosphere in the air against Juventus is filled with a high level of focus and a tense sense of tactical maneuvering. This is a confrontation that has long been predetermined, a preemptive clash of spear and shield. The whole world is watching how the recently miraculous Paris will strike the hardest shield of the Apennines. In the pre-match locker room, Mourinho's voice is calm as ice, yet contains tremendous energy. Remember everything we practiced over the past week. They are strong, but not flawless. Their defense is aging, and their retreat is a weakness. Their fullbacks love to assist, and behind them is our corridor. He forcefully points to several key areas on the tactical board. When defending, the formation must be compact, compressing space, especially at the edge of the penalty area, never giving Dybala or Higuain a chance to shoot. When attacking, the transition from defense to offense must be quick. Find Dong and Angel Di Maria immediately. Attack them with speed. Be efficient. Be lethal. I want to see counterattacks like daggers, each one piercing the heart. Chapter 437. Turin's stalwart. Steady advancement with a massive 30 advantage from the first leg. Paris Saint-Germain set foot on the soil of Turin for the second leg of the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals. However, unlike the tragic atmosphere of a desperate battle before the match at Camp Nou, the team arriving at Juventus Stadium is filled with a calm, focused, and confident air. They are well aware that the seasoned old lady will not easily surrender at home and will launch a crazy counterattack. But the huge score advantage gives them the confidence and tactical initiative to respond. The night in Turin is heavy with air. Juventus fans create immense home pressure with gigantic tifos and continuous singing, eager to witness a miraculous comeback. However, this pressure seems to have lost its destructive power for the Paris soldiers who have just endured and triumphed over the hellish test at Camp Nou. In the pre-match locker room, Mourinho's deployment is clear and pragmatic, even carrying a hint of coldness. Forget 30. Here, the score is 0-0. They will come at us from the first minute, using every way to attack, trying to score early. What do we need? Chapter 438. League title defense. The solid performance that eliminated Juventus in the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals acts as a powerful catalyst, greatly boosting the confidence of the entire Paris Saint-Germain team and injecting a sense of maturity and stability into the team's blood. With the triumphant morale from Turin, they quickly turn their focus back to the domestic league, where the suspense of the League One championship is about to be unveiled. Due to the schedule delays caused by the Champions League, Paris has played one less game than their main competitors, but still holds a slight lead in the standings. Their title rival, Lyon, is closely following, waiting for any possible slip from Paris. The next two rounds of league matches are crucial for Paris, who aim to defend their domestic double. First up is an away match against Nancy, who are fighting for relegation. Although the opponent is not strong and is highly motivated, Paris, having just undergone a fierce battle in the Champions League, shows reassuring control. Mourinho makes some rotations in the lineup, but the overall framework and tactical discipline of the team remain very good. The match does not turn out to be as difficult as the outside world predicted. In the 34th minute, Angel Di Maria takes a corner, and Thiago Silva outjumps the defenders to score with a header, opening the scoring for Paris. 0-1. Chapter 439. French Cup. Domestic finale. The champagne, after clinching the league title, has not completely dissipated from the grass of Parc des Princes, and the blue and gold ribbons still seem to dance in memory as Paris Saint-Germain embarks on the final leg of their domestic campaign, the French Cup final. The opponent is Angers, not a traditional powerhouse, but one that has created history through iron will and solid overall defense. This match at the Stade de France appears to be a foregone conclusion, with Paris, at the peak of both strength and morale, seemingly destined to lift the trophy. However, the unique magic of a football final lies in its ability to give the underdog the courage to challenge the crown, rendering the paper strength comparison meaningless over 90 minutes. Before the match, the media's optimistic sentiment permeates. Le Parisien comments, after successfully defending the league title and reaching the Champions League final, Paris Saint-Germain undoubtedly hopes to add the trophy of a domestic double to this glorious season. Angers would need a miraculous performance and a rare failure from Paris to prevent this expected victory. This almost dismissive tone, in turn, cloaks the Angers players in fearless battle gear, as they shift all the pressure onto the championship that Paris is determined to win. Chapter 440, Semi-Final Opponent. Dark Horse Monaco. The glory of the domestic double has not yet warmed in the palms, and the ultimate call of the European battlefield has already sounded. The matchups for the UEFA Champions League semi-finals have long been settled, and what awaits Paris Saint-Germain is not the expected European traditional powerhouses, but a strong challenge from home, a youthful storm in the form of AS Monaco. This team, also from Ligue 1, has emerged as a dark horse in this season's Champions League, showcasing a vibrant and aggressive style of play that has seen them eliminate several strong opponents. An unprecedented domestic clash in France is set to take place on the stage of the Champions League semi-finals. Once this matchup was confirmed, it attracted immense attention from global media, with its topic being as engaging as any clash between football giants. The headline of L'Equipe reads, "French Derby, Meeting at the Peak." The article analyzes, "This is undoubtedly one of the most distinctive semi-finals in Champions League history. Paris's experience, star power, and Mourinho's tactical discipline will face Monaco's youthful energy, boundless vitality, and Jardim's attacking philosophy. Young talents like Mbappe, Lamar, and Bernardo Silva will pose a formidable challenge to stars like Fangzhuo and Di Maria. This is not merely a contest of victory or defeat, but a clash of two different team-building philosophies." Chapter 441. Away game secures victory. The curtain rises on the Champions League semi-finals at the Louis II Stadium on the French Riviera. This highly anticipated match is filled with a completely different atmosphere from the very beginning. Instead of the historical weight of a continental giant showdown, there is a familiar yet sharply competitive air due to the upgraded stage. Monaco's youthful storm is about to face a cold test from the experienced champion team, Paris Saint-Germain, amidst the roaring cheers of their home fans. Before the match, the media portrayed this clash as a collision of passion and experience. Monaco fans are eager to witness their young guard overturn the domestic powerhouse and create new history, while the traveling Paris fans believe that the team's maturity and strength will stabilize the situation. In the locker room, Mourinho makes his final arrangements. His voice calm, yet penetrating. "Remember, their weapon is speed, is transition. Don't give them space to accelerate. Keep the formation compact, with the lines close during defense. After tackle, pass the ball quickly. Use our experience to exploit the gaps behind them. Wait patiently for the opportunity and strike decisively." Chapter 442. Advancing to the final with a significant 2-0 advantage and a precious away goal, Paris Saint-Germain returns to their fortress, Parc des Princes, for the decisive second leg of the Champions League semi-finals against Monaco. In contrast to the tension and excitement before the first leg, this home game atmosphere is filled with a steady confidence and anticipation for creating history. A massive tifo reading Allez Paris finale, Go Paris, final, covers the entire stand, as fans are eager to witness the team's glorious moment of reaching the Champions League final for the second consecutive year. In the pre-match locker room, Mourinho's expression is not relaxed, but rather marked by an extreme focus to prevent any surprises. 2-0 is a good score, but it is not a safe lead. His voice is resolute. Monaco is a proud young team. They will never give up. They will attack with all their might from the first minute, trying to create a miracle. What do we need? We need to be more focused and calm than in the first leg. Defense is the foundation. But we cannot just sit back. We must seize the gaps after they push forward and suppress their counterattacks with our offense. Let's advance to the final with a victory. Chapter 443. The Ultimate Enemy. Real Madrid, the final barrier to the pinnacle of Europe. Amidst the excitement and pride of Paris Saint-Germain reaching the Champions League final for the second consecutive year, is now clearly revealed. Real Madrid. This team, the most successful in Champions League history, stands like a king waiting before the final throne, holding 13 trophies, according to the number of Champions League titles at that time, issuing the ultimate and most severe challenge to Paris, who aims to defend their title. An ultimate showdown destined to be recorded in history is about to unfold in Berlin. As the news spreads, the enthusiasm of global football media instantly ignites to a boiling point. The dramatic tension and epic quality of this matchup surpass any script's imagination. The front page of Marca reads with royal flair, "The path of kings, only I stand supreme." Real Madrid awaits the challenge of the new king. The article states, Paris Saint-Germain deserves all the praise. They have a super striker like Fangzhuo and a tactical master like Mourinho. But the stage of the Champions League final flows with the white blood of Real Madrid. Names like Cristiano Ronaldo, Ramos, and Modric represent the ultimate experience and kingly mentality of the Champions League. This will be the most brutal ultimate test of Paris's ambition to defend their title. Chapter 444, Berlin Night. Seizing the initiative, Berlin's Olympiastadion transforms into the only radiant heart of world football on this midsummer night. The solemn Champions League anthem resonates among the packed stands, mingling with countless camera flashes and thunderous cheers. The air is so thick it feels like it could be wrung out, and every inch of the pitch seems to bear a heavy weight. The highest honor in European club football, the UEFA Champions League trophy, quietly awaits its new or old owner at the entrance. Paris Saint-Germain and Real Madrid, representing the present and the legend, finish the pre-match ceremony and line up one last time in the player tunnel. The Real Madrid players appear stern, exuding the grace and confidence of 13-time champions. The Paris players wear calm expressions, their eyes burning with the desire to defend their title and the determination to go all out. Cristiano Ronaldo and Fangzhuo's gazes meet once more, and this time, the air crackles with not just a simple spark of competition, but a silent declaration of war between two eras and two kingly presences on the ultimate stage. In the pre-match locker room, Mourinho's voice is like tempered steel, cold and hard, resonating in everyone's ears. Remember, from the first second the whistle blows, we must raise the intensity to the maximum. Pressure them. Do not let them pass the ball comfortably, especially Modric and Kroos. Cut off their connection. Be decisive in our attacks and seize set-piece opportunities. Remember everything we practiced. Go fight. Take control of the game. Chapter 445. The turning point of fate. Tragic injury at Berlin's Olympiastadion. The air is filled half with the frenzy of Paris fans celebrating their lead and half with the anxiety of Real Madrid supporters trailing behind. The score of 1-0 hangs like a blade on a tightrope, making every second of the match filled with infinite tension. At the start of the second half, Real Madrid noticeably raises the intensity of the game. They're unwilling to relinquish the throne without a fight. Waves of attacks surge toward Paris's half, while Paris Saint-Germain stands united, fiercely defending their hard-earned one-goal advantage with repeated interceptions and clearances. In the 51st minute, Cristiano Ronaldo breaks through on the left and crosses. Benzema shoots at the near post, but the ball is heroically saved by Sirigu, going out for a corner. In the 58th minute, Modric takes a long-range shot from outside the box, the ball skimming the crossbar and flying out. The pressure is immense, but Paris's defense, under the command of Captain Thiago Silva, maintains astonishing discipline and focus. In the 63rd minute, a seemingly ordinary transition from defense to attack becomes a tragic moment destined to be etched in the history of this final. Real Madrid launches an attack with a long pass from the back, the ball soaring toward the right midfield area. Fangzhuo, as a forward, immediately drops back to participate in defense, a tactical habit formed under Mourinho throughout the season. Chapter 446. United as one the minutes that Fangzhuo is carried off the field on a stretcher feel as long as a century. The Berlin Olympiastadion is enveloped in a heavy, suffocating silence. The players of Paris Saint-Germain gather together, their faces intertwined with shock, sorrow, confusion, and a hint of indescribable fear. Their captain, their core, their spiritual leader had fallen in the most brutal way at the moment the team needed him the most. The 10-point lead on the scoreboard felt so fragile and unreal at that moment. On the sidelines, Mourinho wiped his face vigorously, forcefully suppressing the helplessness and heartbreak that surged within him. He knew he had to be the hardest rock at this moment. He quickly called over Edinson Cavani, urgently briefing him on tactical adjustments, then signaled Lucas Moura to prepare to come on. When the whistle blew to restart the game, it seemed to disperse some of the gloom that hung over the hearts of the Paris players. Mourinho stood on the sidelines, almost never ceasing his shouting and directing, his arms continuously waving, his voice hoarse yet full of power. For Dong. For yourselves. Defend. Focus. Attack. Seize the opportunity. Chapter 447. Diagnosis and Gloom. The crossroads of a career, the extreme emotions of tragedy and ecstasy from that night in Berlin were temporarily diluted by the crowds welcoming the heroes back as the Team S plane landed at Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport. However, what lingered in the hearts of every player, coach, and club staff member was the absent figure of Dong Fangzhuo lying on a hospital bed in Berlin. The real celebration had not yet begun. Everyone's heart was suspended by the final medical diagnosis report. Under the urgent arrangements and coordination of the upper management of Paris Saint-Germain, Dong Fangzhuo underwent consultations and comprehensive medical examinations by top experts in Berlin, including the most detailed MRI scans. Throughout the process, his wife Su Wan stayed by his side, her strength unable to conceal the deep worry in her eyes. The examination results were sent back to the Paris club at the fastest speed, and the club's medical director personally flew to Berlin to interpret them with the German specialists. Just the afternoon after the team returned to Paris, a gloomy meeting took place in a confidential conference room at the club's medical center. The club president, sporting director, head coach Mourinho, captain Thiago Silva, and Dong Fangzhuo's agent attended this heavy meeting. The medical director displayed the MRI images and a thick report with a serious expression. Chapter 448. The Call of a Nation and the helpless absence. The white walls of the Berlin hospital room cut off the noise from the outside world and seemed to freeze time. Dong Fangzhuo's world had been compressed to the hospital bed, the ticking of medical equipment, and the pain from various parts of his body that constantly reminded him of the harsh reality. The heavy judgment that his career might be ending felt like a nightmare from which he could not wake, consuming his spirit day and night. Yet, as he struggled at the lowest point of his personal fate, another heavy concern, like distant war drums, pierced through the soundproofing of the hospital room, striking at his already broken heart. The World Cup qualifiers had reached the most critical moment. His phone screen was filled with news reports from domestic media and countless messages from fans. Life and death battle. The national team is away against Iran, with hope of qualification hanging by a thread. Is Dong Fangzhuo expected to make a miraculous comeback? The team doctor admitted the possibility is zero. Without Dong Fangzhuo, who will carry the flag up front? Each headline felt like a needle piercing his heart. In a WeChat group, national team teammates occasionally sent greetings, their tone filled with concern and an unmistakable anxiety for the impending fierce battle, along with their longing for him. He knew that on that distant green field, which he longed to fight for, his brothers were bearing immense pressure. Chapter 449. The Final Farewell. Leaving the national team, the white of the Berlin hospital room became the longest-lasting main color in Dong Fangzhuo's world. The passage of time here became blurred and slow, with only the pain from his body and the daily command from the rehabilitation therapist as clear markers. With the joint efforts of the club and national team medical teams, he underwent top-notch spinal surgery. The attending physician informed him post-surgery that it was very successful, having maximally repaired the damage and laid the best foundation for restoring normal life functions. However, behind the word success lay a long and uncertain rehabilitation period, along with the ultimate judgment about professional football that had long been foreseen. Just as he was struggling to perform the most basic rehabilitation movements on his hospital bed, the World Cup qualifiers far away in Asia were entering their final, most brutal concluding phase. The hopes of the Chinese team qualifying had dwindled to a flicker after Dong Fangzhuo's absence led to a loss against Iran, leaving only a theoretical glimmer. This glimmer tugged at the hearts of billions, like an invisible thread tightly pulling on every sensitive nerve of Dong Fangzhuo on the hospital bed. He could not fight alongside the team, and even watching the game for long periods required close monitoring by medical staff. He could only watch helplessly through the television screen in his room as his teammates, under immense pressure and the expectations of the entire nation, stepped onto the final battlefield of life and death. Chapter 450. The long rehabilitation. The white walls of the Berlin hospital room eventually became a thing of the past. Dong Fangzhuo's world shifted from that still space filled with the smell of disinfectant and the ticking of medical equipment to a more active, yet also more tedious and painful new battlefield at a top sports rehabilitation center in the suburbs of Paris. There were no cheers from fans, no fragrance of grass, only cold rehabilitation equipment, various training pools, and the painful repetition of training precisely timed down to the minute day after day. The glory of a Champions League and the regret of the national team had quietly faded, replaced by the physical sensations brought about by every lift of a leg and every bend of a waist. The rehabilitation process was far longer and more arduous than imagined. The success of the surgery merely laid a foundational framework for repair. The real reconstruction began with the daily struggles that were intensely contested, interwoven with sweat and willpower. The goals of the first phase were extremely clear and fundamental: to restore normal walking functions and eliminate potential risks from nerve compression. This sounded simple, but for him, it was like learning how to control his body all over again. In the initial weeks, he could barely stand for a few minutes, even with the support of 2 rehabilitation therapists. The weakness in the core area of his spine and the unusual sensations during the nerve recovery process, sometimes numbness, sometimes tingling, made every step difficult. Each attempt to walk was accompanied by severe tremors in his lower back muscles and cold sweat suddenly beating on his forehead. The commands from the rehabilitation therapists were clear and calm. Shift your weight to the left, feel the glute muscles working. Good, stop. Rest for a minute. Chapter 451. Retirement Statement. A year's time passed quietly amid the soaking of sweat, the grinding of pain, and the repeated tempering of will. The rehabilitation center in the suburbs of Paris had almost become Dong Fangzhuo's second home. He progressed from needing assistance to stand to being able to walk independently, then to completing a series of complex and arduous core strength and muscle rebuilding exercises. His physical functions miraculously recovered, and his daily life became no different from that of ordinary people, even stronger than most. However, the term recovery had a completely different, almost cruel standard on the scale of professional football. During this period, the external football world continued to operate at its own pace. After losing Dong Fangzhuo, Paris Saint-Germain still showcased powerful dominance in domestic competitions, thanks to their deep squad depth and Mourinho's strategic planning, successfully defending their Ligue 1 and French Cup titles, once again crowned as domestic double champions. However, on the Champions League stage, having lost their sharpest spearhead, they faced the powerful Manchester City in the round of 16. After 2 intense matches, they unfortunately lost, failing to replicate the glory of the previous year. Throughout it all, Dong Fangzhuo watched silently as a spectator, feeling joy for his teammates' victories and sorrow for their defeats, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Chapter 452. The Legendary Farewell. Farewell match. The river of time cannot flow backward, but sometimes it is willing to pause for true legends, allowing the world a chance to say goodbye properly. Months after Dong Fangzhuo officially announced his retirement, on a warm summer night, the Parc des Princes in Paris was once again imbued with meaning beyond the game. What was about to take place here was not a competition concerning points or trophies, but a grand farewell match honoring Dong Fangzhuo, filled with warmth and respect. Outside the stadium, a giant poster displayed an image of Dong Fangzhuo celebrating triumphantly at his peak, with a simple line of text below: "Merci Fangzhuo Legenda." Thank you, Fangzhuo Legend. Fans, already waiting, wore jerseys from Paris, Manchester United, the national team, and even other clubs, holding placards with messages of gratitude and blessings in various languages. The air was filled with a bittersweet festive atmosphere and warm nostalgia. Inside the locker room, the atmosphere was equally special. Dong Fangzhuo had already changed into a commemorative Paris jersey featuring his name and the symbolic number 10. Mourinho, the coach who brought him to his peak, personally adjusted his collar, his eyes filled with complex emotions: pride, reluctance, and deep regret. Chapter 453. A New Identity. Club ambassador and owner. The heartfelt farewell match at the Parc des Princes marked a respectful conclusion to Dong Fangzhuo's illustrious yet winding player career. As the flowers and applause gradually faded, life returned to calm, but the race of life had not ended. It had merely changed direction. Leaving behind the passion and sweat of the green field, he stood at a brand new starting line, needing to chart a distinctly different yet equally challenging path for himself. In the initial months after retirement, he enjoyed the rare leisure of spending time with family and recuperating his body, while also receiving countless invitations from around the world for television commentary, commercial endorsements, and even guest appearances in films and dramas. However, this noise was not what he truly desired in his heart. He needed a role that could continue his love for football, showcase his unique value, and truly root him in the sport. Just as he was deep in thought, 2 significant invitations were presented to him almost simultaneously. The first came from Paris Saint-Germain. President Nasser Al-Khelaifi personally had dinner with him and, after a little small talk, directly proposed a sincere offer to invite Dong Fangzhuo to serve as the club's global image ambassador. Chapter 454. The Legacy of Spirit. On a morning in Dalian, The sea breeze carried a hint of salty air, gently blowing through the newly built training ground of Dong Fangzhuo's football training base. Dew still clung to the grass blades at the edge of the field, but the pitch was already alive with activity. Dozens of young players of varying ages were engaged in intense and orderly group training. Shouts, the sound of the ball colliding, and the coach's whistle intertwined, filled with vigorous energy. In the command area by the field, Dong Fangzhuo stood quietly. Dressed in a dark training suit emblazoned with the base's logo, he had his hands in his pockets, his sharp and focused gaze tracking every movement of the ball, observing each young player's positioning, technique, and decision-making. His silhouette no longer resembled that of a player ready to sprint at any moment, but instead exuded a calm authority and the unique scrutiny of a coach. Most striking were the jerseys worn by the running youths on the field. They were not the uniform jerseys of a specific club, but rather a unique custom design from the base. The main color was a vibrant blue, featuring the base's emblem on the chest, while the back bore a prominent name and number, Dong 9. Chapter 455. The eternal legend 5 years is enough time for a city to take on a new look, for the football world to welcome a new generation of stars, and for some once great stories to settle into history. However, in the heart of Paris Saint-Germain, in the honor room that houses all its glory and memories, time seems to be given a special weight, allowing certain moments and certain people to eternally remain in the most radiant position. The honor room is softly lit and solemnly arranged. Inside the glass display cases, trophies silently recount the club's journey. The Ligue 1 championship trophy, the Coupe de France, the League Cup, they're lined up in order, their brilliance understated. Yet, everyone's gaze is drawn immediately upon entering to the display at the very back of the room. There, under the spotlight, stands the coveted European Champions League trophy, the holy grail that every team dreams of. Its cold and dazzling silver sheen is the strongest testament to the club's rise to the pinnacle of Europe. To the left of this trophy, there is another meticulously designed and illuminated display case, complementing it perfectly. Inside is not another trophy, but a perfectly preserved home jersey, slowly rotating on display. A red home kit with a prominent white name on the back, Dong, and the now legendary number 9. Above the jersey hangs a replica of the Ballon d'Or trophy, gleaming in gold. The text below is simple yet powerful.